And good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, depending on from where on this blue marble you happen to be joining us, wherever that place may be. We're pleased to have you. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin for continuing coverage of the Merit Poker Western Series main event. Welcome into the broadcast booth. Taking my seat rather quickly, I was on my feet, eager, obviously, to sink our teeth into what is proving to be a very star-studded, dare I say, in terms of both local and maybe more globally known entities. 126 players coming back with 80 paid.
Yeah, what's really striking to me is just how many familiar names are here. Maybe it's because I'm becoming more familiar with the regulars in this room, but this is really starting to, cream rise to the top kind of situation. I think feature table that we're going to show you now in a few moments will include Simone Andrian, an up-and-coming star in the game. He's already made his mark on this particular tour, winning the warm-up there just a few short days ago, but also on his resume, 29th in the WPT win that's just gone by, WSOP 6 Max bracelet. He won the UK IPT Malta. I was actually there at his table for a little while on his way to victory there, and WPT Prime San Remo. So incredible resume. All of those first place finishes coming in the last 2 years.
And there's something to be said for having those sorts of tailwinds, David. Without question, you've clearly sorted out how to navigate your way, not just into these deep sort of striking distance affairs, but also closing it out. And obviously that is another part of the game. Not unlike golf, long game, mid game, short game kind of thing. He's got all phases ironed out. So $342,500 is going to be the first place payout. Min cash will be $4,640. No telling whether or not that'll put a player into the profit or not. As we know, there were several different day one flights available. Investments could be very varied in terms of how much people have dedicated toward this one. The overall chip leader coming in right now, per Poker News, is Giuliano Bolis, who we had an opportunity to observe. The Italian yesterday was very fundamentally sound, seemed to just be climbing step by step up the ladder, made some impressive calls, 1.65 million in front of him. The overall short stack appears to be Aylar Liye, the Norwegian Persian young lady, 126th right now out of 126 runners coming back.
Yeah, we're pretty close to the bubble now. 80 will make the money. My anticipation is that won't go in this frame with you and I, Ali. It'll be the one after. But obviously this bubble adjacency, as I like to call it, a very exciting period. Probably outside the final table, my favourite period of a tournament where ICM becomes quite a significant factor. We see some unusual plays occasionally. Obviously the short stacks and sometimes even the medium stacks at a table can be picked upon. I want to give a shout out at this point. He isn't on the feature table right now. He might be later on. We certainly hope he will be later on. Is Andrew Headley. He's out there in the field, our co-commentator. 410k. He battled the entirety of yesterday for the profit of just 8k in chips. He had a very good day one, a solid steady day two where he was in a holding pattern, shall we say. And we're wishing him well and hoping that he navigates through the bubble here.
And obviously with as many levels as he had to endure, a profit of just 8k definitely diluted his stack in terms of expressed as big blinds. As we dive right into our feature table on the day, we do begin with the blinds at 4 and 8,000 and an 8k big blind ante. The overall chip leader is here at this particular table. Short stack right now is Bovinovic, or Bozinovic rather, forgive me, Vladimir. As we see King 8 off suit, piquing the interest of Mr. Mahmoud. Bolis has 3-bet with the ace-king. You know, the takeaway for me yesterday was just the disproportionate number of top-tier holdings, David, that we observed at the featured table. Bolis the beneficiary of a good number of them, as evidenced, of course, by his stack. Three bet and take it as the day is off to a good start for Bolis.
Okay, teşekkürler.
There is Simone Andrian. Dmitry Yurosov, the raiser. Queen Jack off suit.
And Musa going to defend here with the suited Jack 7.
Jack in the window, always a pleasant sight, unless, of course, you're outkicked. As Musa is on this occasion by Yurosov, a regular fixture here at the Merit Complex for all that they have on offer is Yurosov, very accomplished pro. Dmitry has 3.8 million plus in career tournament earnings. As the check call, standard approach so far from Basil Musa on the turn, he does pick up equity in the form of a gut shot straight draw, still behind.
Yeah, deciding to lead out this one, I guess feeling like he can set his own price, maybe look for some value here from top pair.
Always a little peculiar as the pre-flop raiser in position to be faced with this sort of deviation from protocol.
Yeah, I guess Musa using the fact that that 3 hits more of his range than it does at Yurosov. So Yurosov probably frozen by that bet a little bit. So actually don't mind it from Musa there. It is a sort of a freezing bet. It may get him some value, and it also may just like freeze the action and prevent him getting more chips than he would like in with this very marginal hand right now.
And that freeze is obviously by design, part of the intention for Musa. The ace, an unpleasant arrival for him. He checks, and now the check certainly does feel as though Musa can't beat one pair of aces, in which case Yurosov did have the window open maybe to fire a barrel. Instead, he does check back cautiously and haul that one in. Slightly relieved to be good with that Queen Jack. As we mentioned, 3.8 million plus for the Russian in career earnings. Best live cash of $775,000. Something I hadn't noticed, by the way, on his Hendon up until just now, as many times as we've glanced at it, David, is the fact that Dmitry is actually Latvian born. And I'm sure that the good folks over at Sharehand will now lay claim forevermore to all of his successes. Pocket queens for Khazan. Yusuf Khazan, to be exact. 43,000 plus in career tournament earnings for the Lebanese national. 11K, his all-time best. All of his cash is coming either here at Merit or in Monte Carlo at the EPT.
This is an interesting one for Andrea, and obviously he would usually flat call with all the suited stuff in the big blind facing him in, but it is a little ICM awkward at the moment for him with exactly that 25 big blind stack. Sometimes you might look to preserve that big blind in a situation with high ICM and a hand that's not particularly easy to navigate.
Very easy from this point forward on a Jack 9-6 board. 8 deuce completely adrift, checking, and we'll promptly be done with this one after the C-bet from Khazan.
Yeah, clearly Andrian still backing himself to play a hand such as that profitably out of the big blind, getting a big discount. Credit to him for believing such. I probably err on the side of maybe just shaving off a few of my worst defends in this situation with that particular stack, and probably a couple of hours, maybe just 50 hands from the money.
Yeah, I think it certainly demonstrates the self-confidence that Andrian has, and I think he may not defend against any player, but those that he presumes he's going to have the advantage against post-flop he will be more apt to get involved with the sub-premium holdings. Overall chip leader with Jack 10 offsuit.
Yeah, what a great day he had yesterday. Stuff dreams are made of.
But think about how often, David, and right here at Merit in particular, we have seen players who appeared to have nothing that could stop them come into something like a day 3, even a final day, and then manage to be vanquished, often outside the money even, shockingly enough.
Yeah, it's testament to this incredible structure that it is a marathon, not a sprint. These guys are being put through their paces across 4 days, maybe more if they've played multiple day ones. Like, it's a proper test. And remember, this main event tournament comes at the end of the schedule. Sometimes you see main events come earlier in schedules overall, or maybe somewhere around the midpoint. This one very much at the end, the last week, and guys maybe already here from the warm-up, the high roller, the various mystery bounties, mix max, and what have you. So, you know, it's quite a grind.
Yeah. Nuri Hadioglu, his first involvement now. Stepping in as a flat call with pocket sevens. 1-7 is busy. In Mahmoud's hand in the big blind, he does defend. So 2 customers for the Jack 10.
Yeah, and a light open here from Boelis, clearly leaning on his opponents in this situation. 48 players from the money. Probably knows he gets a few extra folds, can realize a bit more often with his hand than they can with theirs.
Monotone queen high flop. Mahmoud, the only player with the flush draw. 2 checks in front of Nuri, who, if he were a glass of scotch, David, I would describe him more as neat than on the rocks. Just a very tidy sort of approach to the game, disciplined. Unclear whether it's a single or double malt. 15K into 69. You a Scotch man, David?
I dabble.
Yeah.
Dabble. I
A
like
finger
a,
here or there.
like a peasy. Maybe a little Oban or something might be as high up the ranks I would go.
Smoky.
Yeah,
Is
smoky.
it Oban a Japanese? I guess you can't call it Scotch unless it's...
Well, that's true.
There you
Sorry,
go.
yes, I'm thinking just
Whiskeys
whiskies in
maybe, yeah.
general.
Note, by the way, that Mahmoud did tear one off here against Hadioglu's C-bet with just the 7 of clubs at work. It appears to be quite an ambitious pursuit, any larger club for Nuri, and we're left playing the guessing game uncomfortably. Check back, though, from Hadioglu on the turn after the 6 paired, and perhaps a door open for Mahmoud. No, he does not decide to step through what looked to be a window of opportunity.
I think you win.
Hadioglu able to check back turn and river and take that one down. Yassin Hamoud, by the way, don't have a Hendon mob on him, but he is a known entity in terms of appearing on some of the cash game streams from here at Merit.
Kaput. Kaput.
You mentioned there the Japanese whiskies. I do like a hibiki once in a while, but again, my tastes don't go too high on that stuff. I'm probably a little later to the game on the whiskies. More a gin man.
You know, I've heard stories about how, you know, old world French wines, oftentimes that are incredibly expensive, people have a taste and then they go, well, I kind of prefer this 30 quid bottle that I normally reach for at the grocers as opposed to whatever that was out of Bordeaux. The alcohol thing is a weird, mystical sort of arena. As we see the ace-6 suited for Vladimir Bozinovic. Serbian national, 835,000 plus in career tournament earnings for him. $250,000 roughly his biggest ever score. That score coming at a WPT Austria event in Baden way back in 2013.
Yeah, speaking of WPT results, we see here Young Shen Sung 3-betting to 16K. He has a WPT China crown on his resume.
Deep
Obviously.
run, by the way, sorry to interrupt, for Bozinovic in the 10K World Series of Poker main event all the way back in 2014. He finished 46th for 150,000 plus. As we see Three players taking the ace-4-4 flop. Bozinovic ever so slightly ahead, obviously. Vast majority of the time. He and Mahmoud will be chopping. 2 checks in front of Sun, however, and he deems the disinterest to possibly lean toward the 8s being good or at least worthy of a 25K bet. Now with that bet and a call in front of him, Bozinovic with a bit of a decision, no heart on board.
Yeah, it's tricky. Your hand can't really get much better here, so you're hanging on grimly, hoping that maybe, just maybe, you get some chops as well if a big card comes.
Wow, look at that card. That actually leaves Bozinovic still in front of Mahmoud. I think certainly with the ace-6 and ace-5, we're hoping for a 4 or a king on the river. 5 or a 6 would suit us well.
Sure.
Queen, however, on the end after a round of checks.
Yeah, and some pump the brakes there wisely, obviously facing 2 callers. Virtually impossible not to be up against minimum an ace here. And probably difficult to pursue value now for Bozinovic. Just going to check around, I think. This one's just going to go to showdown, and I'm going to chop it up between Mahmoud and Bozinovic. Sun didn't actually 3-bet pre. I apologize for that. Graphically, it came up on the screen for a split second, but actually this was obviously a single raise pot.
Yeah. Which would explain Mahmoud's participation as well.
Indeed. I mentioned there Sun's WPT China crown. Very impressive resume, 1.8 million in live tournament earnings. He came 4th in the Gangster warm-up at the last series here. And he also came 3rd in the Estrellas High Roller. I think that one was in Barcelona a little while back, and that was a big result. I think it was for maybe a couple of hundred, maybe 300K.
You know, as we've both noted throughout our time here involved in these streams here at the Merit Complex, there is a very clear uptick in the amount of participation and attendance coming from the Far East, specifically from China. This stop in particular, definitely some scores have been notched and eyebrows have been raised.
Yeah, clearly the word is out in China, because I haven't seen this number of Chinese participants at a Merit Festival. Certainly not last year. I don't know if it had become a thing where they came, but
pandemic-related travel restrictions may have tamped down on things for a time.
Exactly. So maybe it was a thing for a while. But anyway, very good numbers of Chinese making the journey. Great to see.
Obviously, the growth of each and every one of these series is something that is to be expected on the back end of that tremendously successful EPT that was held here late last year. So successful, in fact, that they'll be paying another visit to the shores of the island of Cyprus come this year. And now the joint for Bozinovic here on the 10-7-6 board after defending from the big blind against Hadioglu, who plays the nut flush draw as a check back, and now courtesy of an 8 on the turn, an unwelcome sight obviously for Bozinovic, as some more alarm will be associated with the board texture.
Yeah, I think if he had 2 overcards with this flush draw, he would have bet and been very happy to call it off, but deciding instead that on this 10-6-7, very wet texture, his opponent does have a lot of strong hands, and he would end up having to get it in with, 35% a lot of the time. So instead deciding to check back, try to realise his equity here, try and make that flush, and we see he'd get paid if he makes it.
Which he does, courtesy of this queen of clubs. Now for Bozinovic, you wouldn't fault him for value betting on the river, because often we just expect that the club combos would have been inclined to bet the flop. And so we're going to observe some of the benefits of the balance that was displayed there by Hadioglu on the flop, checking back, earning this river value bet from Bozinovic, and now with a golden opportunity to dial up a raise and potentially one that's going to earn a call. Let's see. Obviously the clubs, not a sight glossed over.
This is a very tough spot now for Bozinovic facing an all-in. He will realise that it's unlikely that he's winning, but he will think he's chopping a decent amount. A hand like 9s may have played their hand this way. Jack 9 is obviously possibility for a better straight, but that's not a huge likely scenario either.
Yeah, especially with the two-tone texture on the turn, we expect a Jack 9 to maybe speak up.
Yeah, and he may feel as though a hand like maybe Ace Jack or Ace 8 with the Ace of Clubs might turn their hand into a bluff, feeling like they're not good enough anymore.
Oh.
This is tough. This is really tough, guys.
Sinking feeling in the pit of Bozinovic's stomach here. Obviously, he can see clubs got there. Maybe we take Jack 9 off the board. We sort of expect best case scenario we're chopping, worst case we're out the door.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's thinking, I'm not sure if Hagioglu goes for it with just a 9 here anymore. Obviously, Bozinovic can certainly have clubs as played. 9 probably just called, so he's actually polarized to having the ace of clubs in hand a lot of the time here, but whether it's accompanied by another club is the question he has to ask himself.
But just look at the price being laid. Granted, the pot isn't really 751,000, as we know that Hagioglu's all-in of 616 is just 130 some odd effective. 137, I believe it was, that Bozinovic had to start this street of play.
Yeah, and he's also asking himself the question you asked there, Ali, which is how often does the nut flush draw not have something else going on with it, like an overcard, like 2 overcards, and a nut flush draw would probably bet the flop. An ace 7 of clubs would bet the flop. An ace 8 and an ace 9 of clubs would probably bet the flop. So it has to be the ace with maybe a very small card to make sense, and that's why he's made this call.
A call which will ultimately end his run here in the main. Deeply unfortunate, flopping the nuts and then being rivered by the better nuts. And that is all she wrote for Vladimir as Nuri hauls in the remains of his tokens. Playing under the Turkish banner is Hagioglu, 529,000 in career tournament earnings, 160K. His career best cash. Did notch a cash in the mystery bounty event at the previous Gangster Series in early December here. 14th in that event for 2,200, but no other scores to speak of. Also a couple of cashes during the EPT here. Again in a mystery bounty and also in that Eureka High Roller. That is a tremendously popular event. Over to Basel Musa. Ace deuce offsuit. Another one of the Lebanese regulars. Over $500,000 in career earnings for him. 66,000, his best ever live cash. Virtually all of his cashes, by the way, coming here at Merit. Save for the very first few that he notched at the World Series of Poker in 2011 and 2012.
Well, Andrian getting involved here for betting the King of Clubs with a mystery card. One suspects that could be an ace or another king lurking underneath. Could also be a queen, and he's going for a light one.
Ace queen suited, deemed adequate to cold call the 3-bet for Mahmoud, and a bit of a wince on your face, Lappin.
Yeah, this is a tough one because Andrian quite short here. Clearly has made this 40k bet, representing more than 20% of his remaining stack, and a player, remember, who opened the action coming in behind. So Mahmoud, obviously ace queen is a nice hand, and it's a playable hand, particularly when suited, but this is a little dicey. I might have let this one go personally. We don't know now whether Andrian has the light one, maybe the cheeky little king x suited blocker, or if he does have a premium hand here, ace king or kings.
Well, we know Mahmoud certainly doesn't hold a premium hand considering the 9-4-3 spadeless flop here. His flat also, be mindful of the fact that he's got 960,000 to start the pot. Sometimes we tell ourselves what's the worst that could happen. You know, we're playing for Andrian's effective stack and we've got plenty in case it all goes awry, but he doesn't appear done with it yet. Wow, calls? Or is this a raise? Oh my goodness. Now Mahmoud definitely trying to convey a slow played overpair or perhaps a set, although on this texture, one would presume that the set would be more inclined to be played as a trap.
Yeah, it feels more like a hand like tens or jacks that's happy to commit here, that didn't want to reopen the action for fear that he was putting a lot more chips in with the original razor left to act. But now happy to go against Andrian's 3-betting range. Yeah, this feels very like jacks. And I think Andrian will read it for something like that and not for ace-queen stepping out in the way that we see is taking place. So Andrian probably going to reveal whether he has the kings, or maybe he has the ace-king, or maybe indeed he just had the blockers. I think he probably had the king 8 suited, the king 7 suited less frequently there. I think we would have seen a snap fold. Ace-king may be the most likely one he thinks about for a few moments.
Consider, by the way, if it were ace-king, just how amazingly Mahmoud was able to perform by taking that flop raise line with the ace-queen. I think he just kind of looked over and said, listen, either you have an overpair to this board or you don't, and when you don't, I take this pot now.
Yeah. Yeah, he understood that it was the leverage bet, so credit to him for that. I was a bit critical, obviously, of the decision to flat a 3-bet in that situation, but given that he did that, and given that he would probably range his opponent as one of the looser guys at the table, although I haven't seen that from Simone Andrian. Maybe it's just, the hand sample we've seen, but he doesn't get crazy out of line. That amazing bluff, those of you who are tuned in for the final day of the warm-up will remember, where he used the nut blocker to really put Daniliuk in the bin. So impressive that time, but it was a rare move when he would step out like that. He actually just very, very solid. This time we have a little battle of the blinds. It's going to be a short battle.
Yeah, not a very eventful one. More of a surrender than a battle, as the big blind does concede to that almighty stack overall chip leader, the Italian Giuliano Boelis. 209 bigs in front of him, 1.6 million plus. Andrian now slipping to just 15 big blinds. David 120K after being blasted off that last one by the ace-queen of Mahmoud, who sits in second. 1 million, but wide margins between the chip leader and the remainder of the field. Then you have a bit of a peloton there in third through fifth for Khazen Yurasov and Hadioglu.
Yeah, Hadioglu obviously the big mover in the early going here. That ace-2 of clubs, cracking the flop straight, rivering the flush and getting paid, sending Bozinovic out the door here as we get closer and closer to the money bubble. Obviously, a lot of these guys with the bigger stacks not getting overly concerned about bubble situations here. They're still looking to build big stacks, but the guys sitting with, 200k to 400k definitely have to be thinking that way.
Sure.
Interesting that we have actually lost only the player at the feature table. Nobody on the outer tables has bust yet, as far as I know. So it's been a squeaky bum time for these guys in the early going. I have a few hands from the outer tables to report. David Smolka, of course, a familiar face, has managed to get a double up. He's 276k now. He was one of the short stacks coming into today.
Those sorts of doubles obviously critical to trying to keep your head above water. Hour-long levels, by the way, as we see Mahmoud with the ace-7 picking up another one. He looks a bit steely, David. This looks like a man who isn't necessarily going to march to the beat of any prefabricated drums.
No, and we saw him play very, very loose yesterday. He's obviously a player who enjoys seeing a lot of flops, enjoys taking it to the streets. He has an exploitative style. Players might be able to pick up on ways to exploit that style, but equally he is managing to find ways to win that we haven't expected. An example already today.
Self-indulgently, I am a huge advocate of sprinkling in at least one, if not 2 parts street poker into any feature table recipe if we seek to have some spice on our hands. Just makes for such an entertaining dynamic, especially when juxtaposed against the more conventional, game theory optimal sort of tacticians. Count Urasov amongst those, as his ace-queen opens to 18,000 from the hijack. Hadioglu mulls the ace-deuce briefly. King 7 off. As Yusheng Sun decides that's enough to defend. 48,000 in the middle, heads up to the queen 9-5 board. This is all Urasov.
Yeah, this is a lot of hand here. Probably going to come with relatively small sizing. Although these boards, sometimes because they have a lot of gut shots, you can size up a little more. Possibly aware of that, goes for half pot. I actually really like that adjustment. We get into a maybe lazy habit of just firing out our 25 to 30% bets as poker players, but actually those boards that present a lot of gutters are boards where you can size up a little more than that standard quarter pot.
There it is, 119 remain. 7 already having met their fate, according to that graphic.
Okay, so a sprinkle of bust outs there in the last few moments. Makes sense. I would actually expect the attrition to be fairly rapid. I think we could get down to 100 pretty quickly here. Mahmoud. Gonna limp in here with the 8-4 suited. Gonna speculate. Likely to get isolated now by Hadioglu.
Yeah, certainly feels like a prime opportunity for him against a limp from under the gun +1 by Mahmoud to try to ensure that the blinds don't come along for the ride here. Ask a bit of a question as to what sort of ranges Mahmoud is employing.
Yeah, and just always nice on the button to steal the betting lead and possibly exploit a wide range from players such as Mahmoud. But he plays the 8-4 suited, I'm guessing, with a lot of complementary post-flop bluffs in mind. Something I pointed out yesterday is that a bit of a disaster is if you want to play this loose passive style pre-flop, or even just loose style, whether it's passive or aggressive, and then don't complement it with enough willingness to bluff. That's a bit of a disaster, but Mahmoud's shown already he's more than happy.
Yeah, hanging tough here, out of position with deeply sub-premium kit, which turns into bottom pair for the lead here on a 10-high rainbow board. Hadioglu with backdoor clubs, gun shot.
Yeah, and feels like another check-back spot, Hadioglu, we saw with the ace-2 of clubs, recognizing a board that would have favored his opponent again. Deja vu, Ali.
Picks up the nut flush draw, this time on the turn. As there's a faint wrap at the back door here. Mahmoud certainly has more of the 7s, and it looks like he's going to tell that tale.
Yeah, knowing that there's not too much 7x in his opponent's range here, he can bet to protect his 8-4, get folds from overcards most of the time here.
Yeah, note I didn't say he has a lot of 7s, but he certainly has more of the 7s.
Yeah, Hadioglu obviously sticking around here with a nut draw. Could get the dream situation that he had a moment ago.
Instead, it's a 5 of diamonds on the river. And now Mahmoud may think that he needs to turn this one into a bluff, just eights. Let's see whether or not he's concerned about being against something better than third pair on this texture.
Yeah, he'll be thinking his opponent can have some ace-jack, some big card flush draws, as is the case here, and he is ahead right now, but he also might be thinking, I have to get an ace-9 maybe to fold.
And you don't want to check and face a larger bet potentially that blows you off your holding. As we see Mahmoud barrel once more. Certainly there's some queen-jack in his range as played. Granted, Hadioglu does block.
And no real options now for Hadioglu. He even has the 2 clubs in hand, which you want to be in your opponent's range if you're going to make a hero call. This doesn't seem like much of a decision. Could be up against nuttish stuff here from a limp calling range, hitting the middle of that board. Very likely, in fact, does make the right decision. Mahmoud showing that he's got some ability to navigate these post-flop situations. Obviously has to find some sort of board in that example, but he didn't in the previous, so very happy to tangle. Fearless.
Like I said, the street poker players are the ones that tend to make for the more entertaining exchanges at any given feature table. Well, let alone non-feature table. We just don't observe what they're up to when they're not on stream. I have to imagine it's more of the same, though. He's not simply pandering to the cameras. This is the cloth from which he is cut.
Obviously, suitedness, something he favors there, letting go the 8-7 offsuit in that situation. Opening the door now instead for Boelis to raise it up with the King-Jack suited. Of course, not the one we like to call Kojak because he was a plainclothes policeman.
Did Kojak make its way overseas?
Oh, yeah.
I used to play poker with the actor Telly
Telly?
Savalas' son,
Oh.
Nick, out in Los Angeles.
Look
for
at you,
a
all
time.
the sons and daughters of famous people. What was it? Yesterday was Celine Dion.
Yeah, that's right. RC. Rene Shaw. 3 players sharing a jack here. Fairly rare. And would explain why we don't see a jack on the board all that often. It does come ace, queen, 6, however, giving Broadway draws to both the party starter, chip leader, Boelis and Khazan.
Quite like this bet actually from Boelis. He's got the backdoor diamonds. He's got a gutter right now. Can just get the job done right away. Oh, but Khazan with a gutter of his own. No backdoor.
Yeah. Less attractive proposition sans the backdoor clubs. As another ace rolls off, and the ace-x combos certainly skew in favor of Boelis, who does pick up that diamond draw. Deeply relevant, but decides to play it as a check, concerned, obviously, that the flat from Khazan may have contained some ace-x. And a very dry river now. Let's see if King-Jack wants to try to get to a cheap showdown and hope. We have our answer.
Khazan just didn't even take a stab, didn't even take a moment to think about a stab there. Obviously worried that his opponent had something like maybe a king-queen, queen-jack that wasn't going to fold. But if you're going to make that call with 10-jack, you really have to have some bluffs when it runs out, when your opponent slows down.
I mean, it almost felt reflexive in terms of the timing. You know, we get into that sort of trap sometimes as a player. I have nothing, just take it. But if you pause and you ask yourself, how often is ace-x or queen-x a part of the turn and river check from the pre-flop raiser? And if we remove the vast majority of that kit, suddenly it looks quite credible as played for us to represent the queen.
Yeah, even if he was ultimately going to settle on check, I would have liked him to consider that one. I agree with you completely. I actually think there's an onus on him there when he makes that very speculative flat, that he can't just rely on spiking that king. He has to actually find other ways to win if he's going to justify it. It has to be a float of sorts too. And never took the opportunity there on turn nor river. A little bit weak, it must be said. Well, what isn't weak at all is an open from the Queen 9 suited here of Urosov. Obviously, one of the bigger stacks, not the biggest at this table, but almost 900k, a very handsome stack in front of him. He's going to probably go a pip lighter than is recommended by the book. Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, even 9-10 suited maybe operate reasonably well as an open here. Queen 9 suited seems cuspy. Mahmoud defends his big with the 5-3 of hearts, and we do see a board that may pique his interest.
Oh yeah, he's got backdoor hearts along with the gut shot straight draw here versus the queen high flush draw for Urosov, who certainly was stepping out a bit with this holding up front. We'll be happy with this texture. Has plenty of the King X combos he can represent. And as we can see, does have the clubs. His bet of 15,000 does get called. And now Mahmoud jumps into the lead courtesy of this pair of threes. Checking once again.
I think against some opponents you would be looking at the 7 and the 4 and thinking quite a lot of 7x and 4x might fold in the big blind facing an upfront open, and therefore put your opponent on more King X. But I think against Mahmoud you would think he might have all the 4s and all the 7s.
There's some 5-6 lurking as well.
There is. I wonder if he turns this one into a semi-bluff for that reason, Ali.
48k from Urosov. If there's someone who would rise up and make noise in the form of a check raise here, it certainly rates to be Yassin Mahmoud. I certainly don't think he's done with the hand.
Yeah, this is a scary one because Mahmoud also the kind of player who probably finds a lot of turn calls from his flop calls. Probably still stays sticky with the 7x here. So Urosov may be planning a 3-street.
Yeah. Just kind of laying the groundwork and the foundation for clubless rivers to be bluffed. And you see, after some pause, Mahmoud does make the call. Dimitri rooting for a club. But instead, it is an 8, and not a card that should be frightening for Mahmoud. If he thinks that Urosov has the busted flush or maybe is up to no good, could find himself bluff catching, although this is certainly a difficult proposition. We built this pot up to 170,000 as Urosov. We know that we have a sticky customer on our hands in Mahmoud. I would imagine it's going to require certainly higher caliber ammo if we're going to make this bluff successfully.
Yeah, I said there a moment ago I felt like a plan against Mahmoud would need to be across 3 streets. Obviously the flush combo, not the combo you really love in your hand here. You want him to have some flush combos. That's very frustrating.
Oh yeah.
The 3 rolled over in your face there.
Urosov with the check back. And by the way, that's one of those pots where Mahmoud feels very validated and kind of incentivized to continue approaching matters in the way that he has. Able to just roll over the lowly pair of 3s for a winner there, as it appears that some new participants are being ushered in to the featured table, the product of other tables being broken around the room. Is it Roman Frabec? That's going to be bad news for this lot. And indeed, the deeply accomplished high-stakes pro, Frabec of the Czech Republic, residing in Vienna, where so much poker talent, almost like a think tank of poker's elite, calls home. 2.8 million plus in career earnings for him. 653,000, his career best cash.
Yeah, this is a random wild seat draw situation. If you think about it, you know, what is the likelihood that three of the biggest stacks would end up together in a field of 120? We've a lot of chips on this table now. Obviously, a couple of shorties, Andrian, one of them, centre of your picture, but wow, there is absolutely heaps of chips here now.
That there is.
Mahmoud, 1.2 million in the ascendancy. Eurosov only mid-pack at this table here with a well above average stack too.
Yeah. Round 2 between these gents. Ace-Jack-5 board. No pair anywhere. Wheel gutter faces a 10K barrel. We'll make the call. Does not improve as the jack pairs on the turn. And let's see. Mahmoud. This is a man who doesn't like moving his foot over toward the brake pedal as much as he does leaning deeper into the accelerator, as we see the second barrel of 22,000 delivered, and now Hirasov must concede once more to the player who is now emerging as the one to keep our eyes on here at this feature and perhaps beyond on day 3 of this Merit Poker Western Series main event.
Yeah, this frame is becoming the Mahmoud show right now. I think he's been in half the pots. I think he might have won all of them.
Right. Queen jack offsuit. Not good enough for an under the gun open, even with the chip lead. Chip leads that are dramatic, David, certainly do give us the luxury of broadening our range from all manner of positions. But, you know, in today's game, those sorts of circumstances are not lost on the opposition, who take them into account whenever they decide to square off against us. And sometimes even 3-bet and lean upon what they perceive to be some out-of-line maneuvering. As we get our first look at Hrabic there, donning the Triton Super High Roller Series hat. Has certainly made his mark on tour there.
Yeah, it's good to see he has rebuilt that stack up to 1.5 million. Obviously on stream yesterday, he had a torrid time going from, I believe, about 900k down to about 400 when the blinds were quite low. In fact, I think they were only at about maybe 1k, 2k, or maybe 125 at the time.
Well, Urasov, after going 0 for 2, rates to do much better on this occasion as he's flopped top pair in this blind versus blind limped affair. Will be quite mindful of Hrabic, who I have to assume he is aware of in terms of resume and talent level.
No doubt.
Nevertheless, top pair in a spot such as this, worthy of the barrel.
Yeah, and I think that will be that.
There it is. You know, even if it is an inconsequential little pot such as that, David, the psychology of, after losing a couple in a row, not losing a third and instead hauling it in, you know, however small it might be, I think is sort of a cauterizing effect. So we'll be quite happy with that. I was surprised as I scrolled through Hrabic's Hendon mob, by the way, that I didn't see at any point any caches from here in Cyprus, and I wonder whether or not this is his first visit to a Merit event.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing him on one of our streams or in fact in the room at a previous stop. James Dempsey, obviously quick to recognise him a couple of days ago when we saw him in the mix from Tritons and whatnot. Sort of a reputation that precedes itself. But yeah, I think you could be fairly certain that over a long series like these ones tend to be, a man of his calibre, armed with many bullets for all the different events,
Sure.
would at least notch up a cash if he had been here before.
His high watermark came in March of last year. First time I had observed him playing, and he was doing so in this sort of traditional hat worn by the workers in the rice fields in Southeast Asia. You know, that conical sort of shape. And he wore it throughout his performance in Vietnam at the Triton Super High Roller Series. He notched a second place finish in a 25K for $653,000 and then $324,000 in a 100K after that. And yet here we find him grinding away in a $3,300 main event here at Merit. So obviously a tremendous respect to be paid to that. And for those who let the ego get the best of them and their desire to kind of move up the ranks, consult Roman's presence here. As Boelis with top 2 pair has Hazen in a bad way with second pair. However, this ace on the turn actually gives Hazen an escape. Was drawing dead prior to that card.
Yeah, and as much as you're loving your top 2 on the flop, you're hating that card. Queen Jack getting there. All manner of other 2 pairs overtake you. So, 5,600. That's a little spicy.
56,000, but
56,000, sorry.
It's a bit unexpected also from Kazan insofar as, you know, he had opportunities to bluff that maybe he passed up on. The 10-jack suited in particular, the hand that we're thinking about, and yet here he is showing us a very different approach. Gets called, and now on the river makes queens and tens, but backdoor clubs and the Broadway gutty are there.
Yeah, I think this might freeze the action. Boelis, not sure. He might consider some sort of very tiny blocker here, but, you know, it's very hard. And by very tiny, I mean like 20k, something like that. That might just get him to showdown. Quick check, check. That is the anticipated situation. And Kasen, a little annoyed there. Thought he was bluffing on the turn. Then thought he might be good a lot on the river.
I would say it's unexpected for Boelis to be good with kings and tens once he faces the flat call, you know, bet call, check, bet, and then check, check sort of line. Granted, the check on the river is when we know that we have a chance, but what is it that bet on the turn that doesn't end up a winner at that run out against kings and tens is
Yeah, quite right.
the head scratcher. Should be plenty of Jack X combos.
Yeah.
Aces up,
Yeah, even ace queen.
right? Yeah, every Broadway ace combo, which are really the only ones that should have been peeling on that particular flop, would have gotten there.
Yeah, I mentioned the 10% bet as maybe a deterring bet, but on reflection, actually, I think it's probably just a check fold.
By the kings and tens to
Yeah.
a river bet?
Yeah.
I think I agree wholeheartedly.
Andrea
What do
now.
you beat?
Yeah, exactly.
Ace king suited beats plenty, and it's beating up on this 17K open from Sun, who has been largely quiet.
Yeah, and I think has some fold equity here, Andrian. Sun obviously getting a very good price when it gets back to him here, but I'm sure he'll ask for a count to clarify that. A little quick tot up here would suggest he has to put in about 75 to a pot of 200, so that's around about 37%. It's pretty close for a hand like Queen 10. Certainly if he had the Queen 10 suited, I think we'd be getting in here and giving Andrian a spin. I think Queen 10 off can just about let this one go. There are some pocket 8s, pocket 9s that we're doing quite nicely against. But there's a lot more situations where we have around 30 to 35, and I'm sure a player of Sun's caliber would want to have a good price in that situation, doesn't want to gamble here.
Adrian was absolutely ready to take a spin.
Yeah, getting to see a different side of Simone Andrian here as he grinds the short stack through a bubble. Obviously, mostly got to see him with big stacks, except, of course, for on that final table when he was pushed back to just 4 big blinds. And then we got to see how well he runs in showdown situations, because he went from 4 bigs to all of the chips in about 3 hours.
I mean, the spin-ups and the unravelings that we've borne witness to here can be quite incredible. I will say this, though. We are stuck on 116 players right now with 80 being paid. Generally speaking, we are quite accustomed to the march to the bubble here being faster than perhaps anywhere else.
Yeah, I am a little surprised that we haven't another 10 bust outs at this point, just because of exactly what you said there, Ali. The fearlessness of the average player in this room. That being said, it sort of sometimes comes in fits and starts. You have suddenly a rush of bust outs. In fact, I often think that the last 10 bust outs before the money almost goes the quickest of all for some reason in this room.
It's sort of the inverse of what we've grown accustomed to in any other tournament that we're calling. Calling is exactly what Hrabic has decided to do from the cutoff with a Jack-8 suited against this Mahmoud Open. With pocket 3s, unclear whether or not Roman has some intel on Mahmoud. Very clear, though, that he's going to be a huge fan of this flop. Open-ended straight flush draw. Mahmoud's 3s are in front, however. He does play it as a check.
Yeah, dreamy spot now for Hrabic, having flatted speculatively here in mid-position. Just so much of it favoured against overpairs. 44%, I believe, against sets. Like, that's how good open-ended straight flush is. And Mahmoud, a sticky villain here. Oh my goodness me, Ali.
Where on earth did this card come from? It's the 3 of diamonds, giving Mahmoud the set he absolutely thinks he's hit Jin. Instead, it is Hrabic with the flush, who's not out of the woods yet, by the way, who has a commanding lead in this now 112K chip pot.
Where did that card come from?
Outer space.
And I wonder if Mahmoud, well, he's now facing a pot-sized bet. I wonder if that'll just mean a call. Yeah, I was thinking if he got it met with maybe like a 1/3 to half pot, would he consider raising at any point? But now, I think much easier. And he will be worried. Obviously, a lot of Hrabic's pre-flop flats here in this spot will be suited hands. So, and combine that with a pot size turn bet. Although he's going to lead at it.
Oh my.
I wonder if Hrabic...
What sizing is he going to come with is what's going to matter, right? 115 into 312.
He can have better flushes, and that will be in the mind of Hrabic right now. Wondering to himself, is this Jack-Queen that I can now target for a raise? Or is this ever a Queen-high flush? A King-high flush? It's tricky. You don't have a lot of hands to target with the raise here that are inferior.
And they're both deep stacked right now, David. So being wrong in this particular situation, if you raise and then face a re-raise, which of course we can see Mahmoud would be deeply disincentivized to pull off, but obviously would be turning a set of 3s into a bluff if he did in truly savage fashion.
Yeah. It's dicey to target hands to call a raise here, but, and it's a big but, Jack-Queen does feel like Mahmoud's hand as played. We see it's obviously a set of 3s in this spot, which really shrivel up in value now, although we just saw a snap. Wow. Oh, Mahmoud needed to have a little think about that one, I feel.
300.
Absolutely snapped it off, gave us no seconds to analyze.
I mean, Queen Jack is feeling very much like bottom of range in a situation like that for Hrabic. As a flat caller pre-flop. And just look at the capital infusion into the Roman Hrabic fund. It's a big balance transfer coming from the bank of Mahmoud.
Yeah, huge credit to Hrabic for thinking that there was some hands that would call a raise there. He obviously could have been value towning himself in some worlds, but deciding that, you know, probably better flush draws would have bet the flop themselves. Deducing that his opponent would have a hand like Queen Jack very often. The less likely sets, of course, also a possibility. And in the end, wow, we got a very big pot out of that one.
Those are the sorts of pots, especially if there's a showdown where you can observe a call that you deem to be light, that are looked upon with great envy from other players in the field. Look at Hrabic, though. Just taking it in stride, just another day at the office.
Yeah, when things weren't going so well yesterday, James Dempsey wondered for just a moment, despite Hrabic being a player of undoubtedly incredible quality, wondered had he gone on tilt for just a moment. We saw a couple of rash plays, a couple of very loose sort of break down the door sort of moments after he had run poorly, been put in some difficult spots, and from a results-oriented point of view got those spots wrong. But clearly off he went to the outer tables, rebuilt a big stack, brought it with him to this feature table at around about the halfway mark, and well, he came late, he saw, and he has so far conquered these guys. He might be our chip leader.
Yeah, that one was huge. Obviously a far less consequential exchange just there between the two jack highs on an ace high board, and there he is out in front of Boelison, certainly with over 2 million in front of him. He does rate to be the overall tournament chip leader at present, courtesy of that absolute monster of a hand that we saw just moments ago against Yassin Mahmoud.
Yeah, pretty sick that we have 1 and 2 sitting together here on this feature table. Blinds go up now to 5k, 10k with a 10k big blind ante. Simone Andrian at the other end of the table, 127k now, representing just 13 big blinds. He's still going to have to find a spot here. He's not really, you know, getting the double up, getting the spin. He's basically just hanging on grimly at the moment, and the bubble is approaching. Don't feel like he has enough chips to hang on to that point. We're going to see him have to get active.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, Mahmoud should recenter himself here. 77 bigs with the blinds going up to 5 and 10,000, as we see here, 25k in orbit. The price of poker is plenty deep enough to work your way into the money and beyond right now. But a lot of times we can see players take one on the chin like that and then really attempt to force the issue in the sort of hasty desire to restock the shelves. King, Queen of Hearts now in a great way against this speculative open from Urasov with the little suited connector. Played as a flat. Musa accepts the invite at that price. Doesn't look particularly entertained with the 7-5 offsuit, and who can blame him, especially on an ace-ace-9 board that doesn't connect with him at all. Babic with the best hand, but the betting lead belongs to Yurosov, who does not attempt to sell the story of Ace X.
Yeah, door open now for Habac to use these blockers to some good ace kicker hands. So we see it actually functions as a good equity denier against the hands he's up against. Some backdoors for Yurosov. I don't think going to get in the mix here. Would
No,
be a
he
little
just
dicey.
steps away from it, obviously mindful of Babic having both position in that almighty stack, never mind his talents. All comes together persuasively.
I have some happy news
Okay.
from the outer tables. Andrew Headley has just managed to get a big double up. Queens against Ace King. Classic race. He's up to 530k.
530, not bad.
Yeah, holding steady at that 50 big blind mark right now. Probably around about average in the tournament. Be slightly under.
As we saw, though, it only takes one big exchange to catapult you nicely up the leaderboard. Looks like Hazen is going to try his luck with the suited 6-7. Didn't work out for Yurosov moments ago. Does come with a tickle north of the min.
Also on the outer tables, Candido Capiello, who has been amongst the leaders since this one began. Obviously, we featured him a few days ago in the warm-up. Just crossed the million mark. Grinding a shorter stack is Maxim Shornikow, of course, our winner from the high roller a few days ago. Simone Andrian, the winner of the warm-up here on this feature table. But Shornikow, well, he played tremendously well. Obviously got a little bit lucky at the end against Luo Shuang, but a worthy winner nonetheless, and he is still hanging in there, as is Guowling Wei, I think it's pronounced.
Yep.
He's another short stack, but he's going for 3 very deep runs in our featured events here at Merit. 10th in the warm-up, 8th in the high roller, and still in the mix here with the 116 players left of the main event.
Yurosov, meanwhile, going for it with ace-queen off. Though that may be a bit of a generous way to describe a min-raise open. Granted from under the gun. Hadioglu suited wheel. Just lets it go. Was dominated.
Yeah, maybe fearing setting up a very nice squeeze spot for someone behind there. I feel like he flats the button with that hand. There's actually a hand that usually around the 60 big blind stack depth you see become a mix of 3 bets and flats at around about a 50-50 frequency. So I'm guessing 70 big's probably something similar from that seat.
A little bit of a different proposition off of just 102,000 behind for Andrian's ace-5 suited. He will play it as a almost all-in.
Yeah, an unfortunate timing for Andrian here, obviously picking up on the fact that Yurosov has been one of our looser openers from early position, but clearly not going anywhere with an ace-queen, and Andrian going to need some luck to stay in the hunt.
Indeed, he is dominated here, and there is going to be no shortage of cries for a 5 or hearts coming in the YouTube chat, where some of his fans have been joining us on the day, hoping for a spin up for their man. Just 30% heading to the flop, which is King, King 3, opening the door for some chops. 3 outs to a win. About a quarter of the time, they will carve it up. Deuce on the turn now, adding 4s as clean winners.
Wow.
Fact's not lost
You
on
do, it's fine.
Andrian, who says deuce or a 3 is fine.
Yeah, wheel card will do.
Oh my!
Wow.
Even better.
Runner, runner. And Andrian isn't done yet here in the main.
Simone Andrian. It's his world right now in poker, not just in this room, but wherever he seems to go. Even when he has the worst of it, the poker gods smile kindly. He must have had some very bad luck in a former life.
This one's atoning for shortcomings delivered prior. Well, he is dangerous, obviously. Everyone would have preferred to see him out of there in that exchange, especially given how big a dog he was, not simply because it clears a path to the money, but obviously specifically with Andrian running as white hot as he is, as evidenced by that one pot, not just his recent resume. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with, especially if he can chip up. On the topic of forces to be reckoned with, how about Boeles, who came in as the chip leader on the day, and red aces are going to help him in the effort to reclaim that chip lead from Hrabets. Opens to 23K.
Oh, danger here for Hagioglu, who, in fairness, has been fairly circumspect and cautious. We've seen some flats, we've seen some deft little checks on flops as well. Not a man likely to get out of line. And with that in mind, unsurprising that he chooses the passive line here. I really like that when you're one of these middling stacks. It's actually not a middling stack in the tournament, but at this table, it's a middling stack. And he's deciding, let's try and go slowly here. Let's not try and put my stack at risk at any point here. We are quite close to the money.
It's kind of an interesting point that you make, David, because as much as we want to keep a finger on the pulse of where we lie in the greater scheme of things, sort of the macroeconomics of the given moment in the tournament, really it is our own pond, our own ecosystem that is most relevant to navigations. So
Yeah.
you see ace queen and pocket eights involved.
Yeah, but Wells can't be loving the fact that he's now 4 ways. You definitely like to get heads up, and you don't really mind being 3 ways. 4 ways a little murkier. Oh my goodness me, trouble.
Mahmoud with the wheel gutter. Boelis with top set, and then of course Hagioglu with top 2. This is very bad news for him.
Yeah, I think 4 ways. You do want to do some betting with aces here. There will be some draws and gutters you want to deprive equity. I
Yeah,
sometimes go
spades,
small here.
All the Broadway combos certainly of some concern. In particular when there's only one player left to act behind you, but as we can see, Hagioglu activating, understandably, betting 33,000.
Yeah, instead Boelis going for the deceptive check. And now I wonder if he springs the trap immediately or just flats.
Well, he blocks the aces, so he presumes pocket queens would have been heard from pre-flop. This does rate to be more of the spade combos and the Broadway draw combos.
Oh my
now the
goodness.
queen
Oh my
is
goodness.
the end of the road for Hagioglu. No question about it. There is no path to escape.
No, the bell tolls for thee now, even though because of relatively passive play here, just the check call from Boelis on the flop, meaning there's only 168 in there and still quite a deep stack to pot ratio. This is boat against boat. This is over. It may take a while for these chips to get in, but there is no way out. Hagioglu, absolute sickener here. He obviously has the one outer, but beyond that, what a filthy situation. I think interesting for Boelis here, obviously queen of spades not out right now, and he might be thinking his opponent has something like the king queen of spades, and maybe just maybe He allows some more rope to be thrown out. I think out of position, you sometimes want to do some raising here.
This is
It doesn't matter in this case.
just difficult to watch. King of spades, only pocket kings, which we really don't figure to be a part of this situation, would be a hand that can be added to the mix of those that beat us. Really, it's just pocket aces that he needed to be up against here. And observe the filth.
Oh, and the block. The fake block.
I mean, there's no world in which Hadioglu can just flat. I mean, it would be absolutely incredible if he were able to do this. Spades have come in. He does question whether or not this is a flush with some frequency.
Yeah, we could do the analysis of all the kind of hands that he could have here. But the hand he does have is ace-queen. That's about, you pointed out there, Ali, the only hands he's worried about are aces and kings. Kings don't really take this line.
Nope.
Aces is a possibility, but combinatorically, it's not really supposed to be there.
No. And remember, this was a check on the flop from Boelis in a four-way pot with textured board.
Yeah, and I think Hadioglu thinks his opponent has ace-king here an awful lot and has decided to go for that block into the flush completer. So just a question of whether he thinks he can get 617k in, or does he think he goes maybe 300. If he goes 300 and then faces the re-raise again, which we know he will, actually, is there an escape path?
I certainly think so. I mean,
let's imagine for a moment Hadioglu makes it 300k here.
well,
of his
first,
remaining
let me ask you
six.
this. Is there a world in which you can see him making a flat call?
No,
Okay, so in comes the raise.
it's 410.
That is such a huge chunk of his stack.
Oh, 207 back. You're going to be getting an insane price to call the rest of it off with a huge hand.
Okay, now we know it's not spades. Now we know it's not ace-king. So then what on earth is it? Some wacky universe are two kings there?
You beat King Queen. That's the only thing that will nag in his mind now. I beat King Queen.
Even King Queen may not take this approach, though. Wouldn't King Queen be more content to flat this river?
Perhaps. Oh, it's so disgusting. It's so underbluffed. So it has to be, I think, a value bet. And you have to ask yourself, what value do I beat? And I think it's only King Queen. But maybe that's enough. If there's a sliver of King Queen for this insane price, where you need to be good 10% of the time.
I'm just not certain how much King Queen Hadioglu expects to play for the final 207. I think a hand like that is going to be wary of having run into Ace Queen as played, and more happy to just flat the big raise to 410,000.
Yeah, I'm going to put it out there. Obviously, in a balanced world, there's supposed to be bluffs in all spots. This type of spot, in practice, there are no bluffs. If you're a robot, you might find one bluff at a small frequency. But in reality, humans don't find bluffs here. So, are you beating King Queen? That is the question. And there's no other question. Is this King Queen 10% of the time? And if there is, then I can make this call and have 2.7 million instead of 200k back.
Well, let us observe. Click call, and your main event is done. Fold and fight on.
Is it ever the same hand?
Yeah, maybe.
There are couple of combos of the same hand. And that would be disgusting to fold and find that out.
Sure.
If I fold this hand, and if you bet, I cannot sleep all day. What can I do?
Huge credit that he's taking
You
this
have
long.
kings? It can be kings or aces. Oh my god.
3 combos of kings, 1 combo of aces, 2 combos of ace-queen, and some combos of king-queen that have overplayed their hand, as Ali suggests, as well. That's the equation, nothing else.
Sorry guys. I have a good hand because I don't know.
Boellis already knows he's winning a huge pot here. This extra 200k, a cherry on top. But it's everything for Hagioglu. He makes
Yeah.
the call.
Announces call, and certainly your heart goes out to him. The most difficult of folds would have been required for him to fight on here, and a super cold deck. You see tremendous respect being shown by Boellis, and I think the remainder of the table as well, for how much thought went into it. It wasn't posturing by Nuri Hadioglu, but unfortunately for him, there will be no cash here in this main event, courtesy of a very frosty deck. Ouch. I always hate that, by the way, the seat open that comes in. You mind if I just step off the stage before you announce my demise in that sort of unmerciful manner, you know?
Yeah, I think the whole table feeling like they were just at a funeral.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody has been in that horrendous situation at one time or another in the game. Maybe not too often on a feature table with the world watching, but an incredibly difficult position for Hagioglu to find himself. I actually think he made the right decision. I think the fact that he chops with a couple of combos of ace-queen, the fact that kings you can discount because of how the hand played out. I think you can probably justify that call to get a chop some percentage of the time.
I just go back to how often something other than pocket aces, maybe that tiny sliver of pocket kings is played, which doesn't really add up. But how often the king-queen or even the ace-queen, which of course is such a specific holding, given that we hold ace-queen, would ask for the final 207. Would they not simply go, this is a huge pot, I'm just going to go ahead and flat this 410K. I don't know.
I think the ace-queen does have to go for all of us, and that's the real crux of that entire decision.
Meanwhile, Khazan, ace-jack in a good way against Musa, who's pausing with this ace-10 suited. Will the 3-bet be announced? He's got 275K back. Played as a flat, though. which is obviously good for him, given he's dominated.
Boelis now so far out in front. 2.7 million, I think now. 27 starting stacks. And we're not even that close to the money bubble. That's an extraordinary stack with which to wield and apply pressure for the next 2 hours or so, while these guys all look to navigate their way into the money.
2 hearts, 2 fours, and a tray here. Ace Jack still best, but not interested in a C bet. Musa with the nut flush draw, of course, very comfortably delivers 36,000 into the middle, and Kazan plays it as a check fold.
Yeah, pretty gross board. I don't mind that.
I gotta say, it takes maybe an orbit before the weight of the carnage in the exchange that delivered the demise of Nuri Hadioglu can be digested, synthesized, and put behind us. It's a thick fog of death in the air.
It does feel that way.
Dealers and players in the mystery board, premium blind levels 4 blind 200, 3 blind 400 with 400 people penalty. 2.4 next hand in the mystery board.
It's so unfortunate, too, that the queen had to roll off, because I'm not certain that, especially with spades showing up and a king on the end, that absent that queen on the turn,
Yeah, but I don't think he's allowed
Hadioglu
to
loses
load the string.
Sure.
all of it. It would seem impossible.
25.
Meanwhile, Mahmoud, Jack 10 offsuit cut off. 1.5x open. 6s now for the newly minted 2.7 million plus.
We see some very big stacks in these tournaments around about bubble time. I'm not sure I've ever seen a stack of 3 million.
Agreed. Agreed.
And he's on his way to that.
King, king, deuce board goes check, check. 6s. Not going to mind this texture. A deuce and a 3 dangler with that board pair. It will make noise.
I guarantee you there will be 1 or 2 players with 2.6 million on our final table tomorrow.
I mean, barrel on the turn does take it down. By the way, the YouTube chat on the Merit Poker YouTube channel, where we are streaming currently, did certainly sink their teeth into that huge pot that Boelis won to propel him to this near 3 million chip stack. Sympathizing with the difficulty of that decision. If you are indeed enjoying the stream, we do encourage you to go ahead and click like, and while you're at it, click subscribe. Help us know that you are fans of what the good folks here at Merit, free of charge, are putting their resources toward delivering. Obviously, it's a bit of a marketing device on some level, but I think also embodies sort of the passion for poker and proliferation of the game, not just what's going on inside these walls that the staff here at Merit Poker embody. Miss Songul Bekem, Ashkan Baghei, Hakan Shemlibel, all instrumental. Angela, Miss Angela, that is also. I think Kozaczuk is their last name. I always, I get a little bit apprehensive, but do want to make sure that they're acknowledged as it is their collective decisions and support of this project, which David and I are privileged and humbled to be a part of, that have allowed for that hand that just happened there not to have gone into the ether without being memorialized. As we see Andrian's pocket nines opening to 20, being flatted in 3 separate places. In good shape. 33% equity. 95K in the middle, and an 8-high board is certainly one that he can get behind. Hrabic with a pair of 5s. 4s for Mahmoud. Both could potentially find a turn depending on sizing here from Simone.
Yeah, I wonder if Andrian just sort of keen to shut this one down. It's very, very murky. Lots of opponents here with a just over pair. Hand really values from some protection here. At this stack depth, he can't get away from anything better. There is a 4-5 lurking. Interestingly decides to go for what I assume will be a check shove. Maybe just feeling like Mahmoud is that kind of candidate. He will take a stab here, and if he gets the dreamy spot where Mahmoud bets and someone flats with some amount of equity, he gets to jam this one. Andrian, I think it'll work.
Hrabic could get caught in the crossfire here, and that will only further embolden Andrian to take this line because more is available to haul in uncontested potentially. 214,000 back.
Yeah, and there's no non-all-in size now, I don't think. With Mahmoud's 27 in there, maybe he would have gone to 80K and put the rest in on the turn, but now it's an easy decision.
And of course, as played, a pre-flop raiser taking this particular line, things do feel grim. And the price is oh so wrong for both of these holdings.
Yeah, and what a really nice pickup this is going to be for Andrian. 363K without showdown, remember? A far healthier situation than he found himself in just a few moments ago with the ace-5 up against the dominating ace. And I think at that moment in time he had just 100K to his name. Canny little check there on the 8-high board with the overpair. Recognizing that the players behind would do his bidding in quite a few worlds, including the real world that Adrian finds himself in, which is Adrian's world.
I'll tell you what, it was a world that almost came crashing to a halt with ace-5 against ace-queen until he made runner, runner, wheel to double, and just look at him now. Mahmoud limps the queen-9 offsuit. One of the higher VPIPs here at this feature. Hrabic targeting with king-5 suited now. I think this is very much contingent upon Mahmoud being the limping party. Doesn't want anyone else to join him. Extra 20K flicked in there by Yasin, who looks up at King 7-7. Delightful board for Hrabic. Really nothing to speak of for Mahmoud. Hrabic playing it as a check back here, David. Very deceptive, and I think the kind of move that is more likely to lure Mahmoud into a sense that he can steal this pot, but he does resist the temptation, checking on the turn with his queen high.
Yeah, I think a combination of a couple of things. One, recognizing that Mahmoud is that type of opponent who will overbluff, and two, recognizing that he has a hand that's either far ahead or far behind and doesn't really require any protection.
Well, Mahmoud showing plenty of restraint here as Hrabic check back the turn as well and gets king's full on the river. Now certainly the bet will come forward. Let's see. It does play a lot like an ace high here.
I wonder if we'll see an overbet here. Feels like a spot where Mahmoud has an ace and might get sticky. He only has a queen in this instance, but and we did go pot bet, so the idea was similar. Overbet, pot bet, big bet, basically.
Mahmoud just rolls his eyes and rolls his queen high right on into the muck.
Oh, here's a man we saw on the coverage, I believe, yesterday. Won't be loving joining this particular table.
Is this Montiano? No? Sarkis? What are we looking at?
I don't know whether this table is a high table in the context of the overall tournament, one that would break at some point in the near future. I'm sure there are plenty of players at it really liking the idea of a new table draw. It's this one. So deep, so many chips upon it. Ooh. And well, Mahmoud got the party started with Queen 5 of diamonds here. Yurosov, understandably, targeting him for a light 3-bet in early position. It's not that light, but it's light in the context of going after a +1. Kasen, dream spot. 2 players already putting chips in the pot in front of him. He's got the button and aces. Presume here 4-betting sizings can be very small. You can make it like 130, 140 here. He goes for 165. That's okay. Can go very small in this situation.
Well, Mahmoud, who is certainly plenty sticky, knows when it's time to step away. And Yurosov sensing the same, I would imagine.
Yeah, versus this much action, he knows he's essentially used his hand for the blocker value, and he's got a very sincere answer from the button, who would commit no chips previously.
We have seen situations, though, David, where a hand that didn't appear on the surface to be a candidate for a 4-bet will step back and ask itself whether or not the perception of the 4-betting party, so I should say a hand that wasn't a candidate to 5-bet, will step back and ask itself, is this 4-bet because somebody thinks I'm targeting the opener light myself?
Sure.
And so I'm susceptible to the 4-bet, and then they come back over with the 5-bet and sometimes take it down. But I don't think that Kazen rated to be that sort of entity in Yurosov's mind.
Good read, Ali. I would agree with that. Not to say that there are no worlds where that 4-bet was light, but I think there are very few.
Surely we're not boring you, David. Coffee to the booth?
that an audible
Is it that
yawn?
time? Yeah.
Apologies, guys. It's a grind for the commentators too, as we enter the penultimate day.
Certainly one, though, that is always rewarding with the sort of coverage that doesn't leave us want for action, and action is what perhaps we're going to be seeing out of a king-queen. David, you gasped?
Oh, what a dream. Like, Mahmoud's set up the image of the loosest player at the table.
Right.
He's limped some hands. He's been raising, I think he's VPipping like 50%, something in that region. And now he's actually woken up with the real hand here.
Does play it as a flat, however, instead of squeezing.
Yeah, Musa had the opportunity there, turned it down. Turns out to be very prudent. And now Mahmoud has to go 4 ways with these kings.
Well, when you have a reputation such as Mahmoud's and you're finally dealt in, you can be so dangerous. But the handcuffs immediately put on as a shackling ace-9-6 flop puts Sun into the lead. And you can see Mahmoud with a distaste for this texture.
Yeah, this is pesky. So many good things could have happened for Mahmoud here, given his image. And this is just super annoying. Adrian with some backdoors. Not going to get involved here. Multi-way. The original raiser behind him still with an option to act.
Mahmoud going to keep Sun honest for at least one street as the 9 pairs. Check back from Sun, who now plays a jack kicker. Spades do come in, unblocked by Mahmoud's red kings.
Yeah, this just couldn't get any worse for Mahmoud in terms of run out, but he is a man who will try to range his specific opponent and target him. And he is going to pounce on that turn show of weakness here. Obviously the jack would play in a ace-x sort of situation. So I think representing ace-king here, using those blockers.
You do wonder, however, how much of the spade combos Sun is going to give Mahmoud as played. The pre-flop raiser not following through. And Sun does make the call and show Mahmoud the bad news. He is not entertained.
Yeah, it's been a tough passage for Mahmoud in one way or another.
Yeah, Sun not giving him any of the 9x, and obviously, as we could see, not giving him the spades either. So a nice call from Sun, who has been largely spectating here at this featured table with a front row seat to all of the fireworks that we've seen thus far, and just about 2 full levels of play on the day from here at this Merit Poker Western Series, the first on the calendar for 2024. The 3rd official day of the tournament, although we saw 3 separate day ones, 1A, 1B, and then 1C, 1D, both taking place on the same day before yesterday's day 2 coverage. Now day 3. Tomorrow will be the final day where we will crown the eventual champion, who will earn $342,000 and change for their effort. 80 places will be paid, just about $4,600 the min cash. Yurosov, King 10 suited, up front. Min raise.
And again, Andrian, maybe honing in on the fact that Yurosov has been a fairly loose opener, even from early position, and he's got one of those candidates, one of those go both ways kind of spots, and when he has the option to go both ways, he tends to take the aggressive line.
80 to go.
Tough now for Eurosoph, although I think action on Mahmoud still in the big. Who must have something.
Looking over at Urasov and then back at Andrian, although I think maybe he is not the man upon whom action is. Yeah, that
Okay.
was Simone's cards. It looked like it could potentially have been Mahmoud's, but Urasov was the man making the
Yes.
decision, a decision to lay it down. And Andrian continues the slow and steady ascent, grinding his way back into contention here.
Yeah, lovely little pickup there from Andrian, using the blocker. Choosing the right kind of opponent.
We re-rack as Urasov will take the big blind. Hrabec under the gun. Boelis opens with the King 10. Offsuit edition. And certainly we could begin to see Boelis really leverage that massive stack. In particular, the closer we get to the money bubble. Still some runway with 104 players left between now and then with 80 places paid. But just keep an eye on kind of any increased VPIP out of his seat.
Yeah, lovely opportunity for Boelis to open up here. Pressurize exactly the type of stack that Mahmoud has. But Mahmoud undeterred here from the small blind. Loves these small suited cards. Plays them aggressively. Not his board this time though.
Certainly not. Six-three suited, the hand that he chose to get involved with there, as he definitely feels like he's looking for a pot sooner than later.
Yeah, I think he needs to be a little bit careful here. A 400k stack, obviously still 40 bigs, will be 30 bigs in the not too distant future. We're only maybe 10 minutes away from the break, and then of course we'll be playing the next level. If he continues to play these sorts of hands in situations where he's actually supposed to under-realize, he's going to have to catch quite a few favourable situations to not get himself into trouble and end up one of these people who has to really cockroach their way into the money.
Ace 10 now going to run into queens as Simone poised to continue his ascent.
And look at this. Andrian, tricky, tricky.
Playing as a flat.
There's a couple of reasons for this. One is the potential inducement of a squeeze. The second, which I think is a really interesting one, is about post-flop ICM, and I want to talk about that in a moment. So we see Eurosoph does choose to call, and Hrabec now going to join the party in one form or another.
Four-way affair to a 10-high flop. Boelis in some trouble for the time being with top pair, top kicker.
Plays it as a check multi-way. Andrian, every reason to want to thin the field here. He's obviously played it deceptively pre. He's got the flop with undercards. He has some target hands. Some 10x and 9x will definitely be out there at decent frequency. Boelis may be willing to go with his hand versus Andrian. If Hrabek gets out of the way here. Top, pretty strong. Will be discounting the possibility that Andrian has gone for a trappy flat with the hand as strong as queens. Taking the passive line for now. Oh my goodness me.
This is filthy, as Simone's run good appears to be coming to an end. Boelis, trip tens. Checking again.
Andrian blocking the obvious straight draw here in Queen Jack. May feel like his opponent has value most of the time and may, for that reason, decide on an advanced blocker, if you will, or even a three street situation, targeting, I don't know, maybe pocket eights, pocket jacks, ace nine.
And look at Boelis just check jamming. Simone just left to wonder how often this is pocket threes, pocket nines, or 10x.
Yeah, it's annoying when you're holding queens here. You're blocking the draws. So that will mean combinatorically more 10x in Boelis' range relatively. But yeah, you can see it's still super annoying. Can also have possibly aces or kings here sometimes as played. And decide to play it like a draw here on the turn. Although it's also maybe not hugely likely. Tough spot now for Andrian. Let's see what he can do. Wow, look at that great fold.
That's incredible. The amount of sort of self-restraint and discipline it takes to not think that a big stack in particular is just trying to bully through you. Yep. You know, if they were similar stack depths, you know, different circumstances, okay. But situations such as this, we know that there's so many luxuries afforded to that big stack to put maximum pressure upon us. If he doesn't assign 10x to us, he can be the man to just represent it with, you know, King Jack, let's say, given that we block with the two queens. But instead, the queens do just quietly release and do so properly. Sound stuff out of Simone Andrian, and a glimpse into why it is that he has been posting the results that he has. Definitely on form.
Very much so. I want to just dive into the weeds on a strategic point there. I said pre-flop that the flat with queens obviously designed in part to induce squeezes, in which case you just get your queens in. More than happy to. The threshold for queens will be a lot more than the 30 pigs he had. But the second one, and that's the interesting one for me, is Boelis is the chip leader and he's meant to pound on everybody. Andrian's best defense versus an opponent who's supposed to over-realize and over-bluff and put more pressure on you as one of the short to middling stacks is actually to increase your flatting range, increase your calling range, and have a lot more strong hands in there. That protects you in a really nice way. He can sit there and basically press the call button a number of times against an opponent who's supposed to over-bluff. And I think that's what was designed in that hand. Unfortunately, it didn't play out favorably.
And obviously was unable to induce a squeeze behind him. One that would be more apt to come in, given that everybody else is aware Boelis is going to be kind of increasing his range, as we see increases from Mahmoud with the pocket tens. Queen Jack into the bin, King Jack soon to follow.
Yeah, Sun, who's been really quiet and really patient throughout this feature table, finally stepped out.
Yeah.
And Mahmoud in no mood to play these tens in any other fashion.
And these are some chips that are going to look slightly familiar to him, as pocket kings against ace-8. Sent a bundle Sun's way from Mahmoud not long ago.
I believe a selection has been made for a new feature table, Ali. We won't be staying with these guys, although that would be a treat.
Is Andrew Headley at that table?
The new one? I'm afraid not. We've realised that he's going to make the final table, so he'll get enough love then.
Oh, listen, that might have been a certified riding of the broom by you, Lappin. If for some reason our man doesn't cash a check, not only will you have to answer to him, but also his 5% benefactor, our other colleague, James Dempsey, who, by the way, in our little group chat, appears to be kind of, you know, a pep rally sort of fan club man, you know, just trying to talk our guy up as he's delivering reports.
Yeah, there's a lot of you go girl in our chat right now.
Pocket fives, Sun makes it 20. Queen 10-7 as Kazan decided to defend with the 8 deuce suited. He will not be interested in this board. Sun just going along with being the aggressor pre-flop. Poses a little question and gets rewarded. Again, without much fanfare and not having drawn much attention to himself, he is steadily chipped up little by little. And there's a peek at that aforementioned featured table that will be coming your way after the break, which is not long from now. Just about 5 or 6 minutes time.
Yeah, I spy Fausto Tantillo. I spy Muntianu. You and James in store for some fun and games, I feel.
Well, listen, you put the two of us together, generally speaking. Fun and games will be had. Dare I say shenanigans even, as Andrian will look down at a couple of fives here against the Sun open. And Sun, you know, as we mentioned, I think has that tight table image, and so the under the gun open fives just go straight into the muck. Mahmoud, though, you know, undeterred. Ace Jack, enough to flat. Ace and a 10 on the board. Mahmoud out in front. Note Sun does not bother trying to c-bet this. Both players pick up the Broadway draw on the turn as Mahmoud did check back. No longer, though, after a second check from Sun. Who will make the call of 30K. Now the 10 on the river, and Sun makes trips as clubs come in. This is not going to sit well with Mahmoud. So it goes check, check on the end.
Yeah, frustrating.
Yeah, you can hear him, you know, with the sigh there. He was up to right around $1 million in chips at one point, and in this first frame, it has really come apart for him. Now mumbling to himself. I don't speak Arabic, David, but I suspect that if I were to speak it, the words coming out of Mahmoud's mouth would not be the first ones to be learned.
No, it's not sunshine and rainbows I think he's talking about right now.
No. Unless the ones that he perceives to be shining down upon Sun. See Basel Musa sympathizing. Mahmoud with ace-10. Now, here's the deal. Right on the heels of that demonstrative, show of frustration, he's opening. He already is perceived to be a guy who is splashy, loose, and suddenly some of these bigger stacks could be tempted to target. But both the Jack-10 and the deuces decline. I think Mahmoud would be happy to see Sun defend. By the way, this raise into Sun's big, I think will...
It's personal.
Yeah, kind of be nice for him. Sun does make the call, and let's see if Mahmoud can get a pound of flesh. Eight-six tray, open ender for Sun.
Yeah, this one far from over.
Mahmoud gonna fire a C-bet here. We know Sun's not done with it. I think, however, he is a bit wary of Mahmoud, especially against him, fresh off of that beat, maybe being in the mood to kind of really pound, and so he's content to play it as a flat, not get crazy.
Yeah, definitely, man, you want to hit your draw against right now. We see that the 10 is a catastrophe card for Mahmoud.
He does have the better of the diamonds in terms of backdoor prospects. Turn is a 7. Mahmoud does pick up a gut shot, but Sun in the lead now with a pair. Let's see if Mahmoud can find a reluctant check. He cannot, as he reaches out and haphazardly delivers 75,000 into the pot.
Yeah, this is going to be met with a call, and stack to pot ratio is going to be roughly 1-to-1. Were Sun to miss his draw or not trip up or pair up once again, one wonders if Mahmoud would bluff again and get it through. Wow.
5 on the end. 4-liner on board as Sun continues to beat up on Mahmoud. River goes
rope.
check, check.
He threw him some rope,
Yeah,
Ali.
he didn't bet it.
Sometimes the base on which you play poker is a frustration felt.
Good, huh?
Well, a deeply frustrated Yassine Mahmoud, definitely the story of that last orbit, as he is down to just 328,000 after being bestowed almost a million chip stack to start the day. But of course, as we zoom out further, it is the man who started the day with the chip lead and has grown said lead up to almost 3 million, upon whom the eyes are focused. And who can overlook Roman Hrabic, a late arrival here to the feature table as we bring you back into the commentary booth. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin, Merit Poker Western Series main event. Very entertaining first frame.
Yeah, in a substantial way, it was the Mahmoud show, both early doors and towards the end. A lot of loose play. He made hay early, but then Hrabic arrived late and sort of put manners on him in one big spot. Boelis obviously dispatching the talented Hadioglu in cruel, cruel fashion. The poker gods choosing violence today in that particular hand. I want to also point out significant cameo played by Andrian, our warm-up champion, of course. He got very lucky to get his engines going, but then having chipped up, he made that tremendous fold versus Boelis with his queens, of course, when Boelis turned the trip 10s. That was a very, very difficult fold to make. He made it look easy.
Yeah, and obviously we circle moments like that as we continue to keep an eye on the man who's been white hot in terms of global tournament poker. But we must step aside, just about a 15-minute break, and then we're going to come back with continuing Day 3 coverage from right here in the main at this Western Series. Stay close. courtesy of an 8 on the turn, an unwelcome sight, obviously, for Bozinovic, as some more alarm will be associated with the board texture.
Yeah, I think if he had 2 overcards with this flush draw, he would have bet and been very happy to call it off, but deciding instead that on this 10, 6, 7, very wet texture, his opponent does have a lot of strong hands, and he would end up having to get it in with, you know, 35% a lot of the time. So instead deciding to check back, try to realise his equity here, try and make that flush, and we see he'd get paid if he makes it.
Which he does, courtesy of this queen of clubs. Now for Bozinovic, you wouldn't fault him for value betting on the river, because often we just expect that the club combos would have been inclined to bet the flop. And so we're going to observe some of the benefits of the balance that was displayed there by Hadioglu on the flop, checking back, earning this river value bet from Bozinovic, and now with a golden opportunity to dial up a raise and potentially one that's going to earn a call. Let's see. Obviously the clubs, not a sight glossed over.
This is a very tough spot now for Bozinovic, facing an all-in. He will realise that it's unlikely that he's winning, but he will think he's chopping a decent amount. A hand like 9s may have played their hand this way. Jack 9 is obviously possibility for a better straight, but that's not a huge likely scenario either.
Yeah, especially with the two-tone texture on the turn, we expect a Jack 9 to maybe speak up.
Yeah, and he may feel as though a hand like maybe Ace Jack or Ace 8 with the Ace of Clubs might turn their hand into a bluff, feeling like they're not good enough anymore. Oh. This is tough. This is really tough, guys.
Sinking feeling in the pit of Bozinovic's stomach here. Obviously, he can see clubs got there. Maybe we take Jack 9 off the board. We sort of expect best case scenario we're chopping, worst case we're out the door.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's thinking, I'm not sure if Hadioglu goes for it with just a 9 here anymore. Obviously, Bozinovic can certainly have clubs as played. 9 probably just called, so he's actually polarized to having the Ace of Clubs in hand a lot of the time here, but whether it's accompanied by another club is the question he has to ask himself.
But just look at the price being laid. Granted, the pot isn't really 751,000, as we know that Hadioglu's all-in of 616 is just 130 some odd effective. 137, I believe it was, that Bozinovic had to start this street of play.
Yeah, and he's also asking himself the question you asked there, Ali, which is how often does the nut flush draw not have something else going on with it, like an overcard, like 2 overcards and a nut flush draw would probably bet the flop. An Ace 7 of clubs would bet the flop. An Ace 8 and an Ace 9 of clubs would probably bet the flop. So it has to be the ace with maybe a very small card to make sense, and that's why he's made this call.
A call which will ultimately end his run here in the main. Deeply unfortunate, flopping the nuts and then being rivered by the better nuts. And that is all she wrote for Vladimir, as Nuri Hall laid for us to represent the queen.
Yeah, even if he was ultimately going to settle on check, I would have liked him to consider that one. I agree with you completely. I actually think there's an onus on him there when he makes that very speculative flat, that he can't just rely on spiking that king. He has to actually find other ways to win if he's going to justify it. It has to be a float of sorts too, and never took the opportunity there on turn nor river. A little bit weak, it must be said. Well, what isn't weak at all is an open from the Queen 9 suited here of Yurosov. Obviously one of the bigger stacks, not the biggest at this table, but almost 900k, a very handsome stack in front of him. He's going to probably go a pip lighter than is recommended by the book. Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, even 9-10 suited maybe operate reasonably well as an open here. Queen 9 suited seems cuspy. Mahmoud defends his big with the 5-3 of hearts, and we do see a board that may pique his interest.
Oh yeah, he's got backdoor hearts along with the gut shot straight draw here versus the queen high flush draw for Yurosov, who Certainly was stepping out a bit with this holding up front. We'll be happy with this texture. Has plenty of the King X combos he can represent. And as we can see, does have the clubs. His bet of 15,000 does get called. And now Mahmoud jumps into the lead courtesy of this pair of threes. Checking once again.
I think against some opponents you would be looking at the 7 and the 4 and thinking quite a lot of 7x and 4x might fold in the big blind facing an upfront open and therefore put your opponent on more King X. But I think against Mahmoud you would think he might have all the 4s and all the 7s.
There's some 5-6 lurking as well.
There is. I wonder if he turns this one into a semi-bluff for that reason, Ali.
48K from Urasov. If there's someone who would rise up and make noise in the form of a check raise here, it certainly rates to be Yassin Mahmoud. I certainly don't think he's done with the hand.
Yeah, this is a scary one because Mahmoud also the kind of player who probably finds a lot of turn calls from his flop calls. Probably still stays sticky with the 7x here. So Urasov may be planning a 3 street.
Yeah. Just kind of laying the groundwork and the foundation for clubless rivers to be bluffed. And you see, after some pause, Mahmoud does make the call. Dimitri rooting for a club. But instead, it is an 8, and not a card that should be frightening for Mahmoud. If he thinks that Urasov has the busted flush or maybe is up to no good, could find himself bluff catching, although this is certainly a difficult proposition. We built this pot up to 170,000 as Urasov. We know that we have a sticky customer on our hands in Mahmoud. I would imagine it's going to require certainly higher caliber ammo if we're going to make this bluff successfully.
Yeah, I said there a moment ago, I felt like a plan against Mahmoud would need to be across 3 streets. Obviously the flush combo, not the combo you really love in your hand here. You want him to have some flush combos. That's very frustrating.
Oh, yeah.
The 3 rolled over in your face there.
Urasov with the...
By Welling Way, I think it's pronounced.
Yep.
He's another short stack, but he's going for 3 very deep runs in our featured events here at Merit. 10th in the warm-up, 8th in the high roller, and still in the mix here with 116 players left of the main event.
Urasov, meanwhile, going for it with ace-queen off. Though that may be a bit of a generous way to describe a min-raise open. Granted from under the gun. Hadioglu suited wheel. Just lets it go. Was dominated.
Yeah, maybe fearing setting up a very nice squeeze spot for someone behind there. I feel like he flats the button with that hand. There's actually a hand that usually around the 60 big blind stack depth you see become a mix of 3 bets and flats at around about a 50-50 frequency. So I'm guessing 70 big's probably something similar from that seat.
A little bit of a different proposition off of just 102,000 behind for Andrian's ace-5 suited. He will play it as a almost all-in.
Yeah, an unfortunate timing for Andrian here, obviously picking up on the fact that Urasov has been one of our looser openers from early position, but clearly not going anywhere with an ace-queen, and Andrian going to need some luck to stay in the hunt.
Indeed, he is dominated here, and there is going to be no shortage of cries for a 5 or hearts coming in the YouTube chat where some of his fans have been joining us on the day, hoping for a spin up for their man. Just 30% heading to the flop, which is King, King 3, opening the door for some chops. 3 outs to a win. About a quarter of the time, they will carve it up. Deuce on the turn now, adding 4s as clean winners.
Wow.
Facts not lost
Double
on
deuce, it's fine.
Andrian, who says deuce or a 3 is fine.
Yeah, wheel card will do.
Oh my!
Wow.
Even better.
Runner. And Andrian isn't done yet here in the main.
Simone Andrian. It's his world right now in poker, not just in this room.
Be a force to be reckoned with, especially if he can chip up. On the topic of forces to be reckoned with, how about Boelis, who came in as the chip leader on the day, and red aces are going to help him in the effort to reclaim that chip lead from Hrabets. Opens to 23K.
Oh, danger here for Hagioglu, who, in fairness, has been fairly circumspect and cautious. We've seen some flats, we've seen some deft little checks on flops as well. Not a man likely to get out of line. And with that in mind, unsurprising that he chooses the passive line here. I really like that when you're one of these middling stacks. It's actually not a middling stack in the tournament, but at this table, it's a middling stack. And he's deciding, let's try and go slowly here. Let's not try and put my stack at risk at any point here. We are quite close to the money.
It's kind of an interesting point that you make, David, because as much as we want to keep a finger on the pulse of where we lie in the greater scheme of things, sort of the macroeconomics of the given moment in the tournament, really it is our own pond, our own ecosystem that is most relevant to navigations. So
Yeah.
you see ace-queen and pocket eights involved.
Yeah, but Wells can't be loving the fact that he's now 4 ways. You definitely like to get heads up, and you don't really mind being 3 ways. 4 ways a little murkier. Oh my goodness me, trouble.
Mahmoud with the wheel gutter. Boelis with top set, and then of course Hagioglu with top 2. This is very bad news for him.
Yeah, I think 4 ways. You do want to do some betting with aces here. There will be some draws and gutters you want to deprive equity. I
Yeah,
sometimes go
spades.
small here.
All the Broadway combos certainly of some concern. In particular when there's only one player left to act behind you, but as we can see, Hagioglu activating, understandably betting 33,000.
Yeah, instead Boelis going for the deceptive check. And now I wonder if he springs the trap immediately or just flats.
Well, he blocks the aces, so he presumes pocket queens would have been heard from pre-flop. This does rate to be more of the spade combos and the Broadway draw combos.
Oh my
now the
goodness.
queen
Oh my
is
goodness.
the end of the road for Hagioglu. No question about it. There is no path to escape.
No, the bell tolls for thee now, even though because of relatively passive play here, just the check call from Boelis on the flop, meaning there's only 168 in there and still quite a deep stack to pot ratio. This is boat against boat. This is over. It may take a while for these chips to get in, but there is no way out. Hagioglu, absolute sickener here. He obviously has the one outer, but beyond that,
Welcome back to continuing day 3 coverage of this Merit Western Poker Series main event. From where else but the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel Resort and Casino here on the coast of North Cyprus in the Eastern Mediterranean, where a $300,000 plus prize up top is being worked toward, but only 80 players will get a taste of the overall prize pool, which smashed its $1.5 million guarantee. Ali Nejad back here with you, alongside now James Dempsey, who spent the morning hanging out, caught a glimpse just now of that disgusting pocket aces versus ace-queen beat that was doled out by the man who holds the chip lead, Boelis, coming back to the second frame of play.
Yeah, I was just getting into that hand right there, and then it got cut up. You quickly inform me how it progressed, how there was some sneakiness. Not that you really need sneakiness when it's house v house, but paying off in this instance.
Yeah, it was certainly one of those pots that took an orbit to kind of get ourselves back to normal in
Right.
the wake of that total destruction. For, you know, a man who, to his credit, really thought about it. Everybody just felt that sense of, you know, pain, I suppose, commiserating. As we see the new feature table, Xianglian, 159 bigs. He will be the big stack. 1.9 million in front of him. Ildar Tashiliev, 13 big blinds in 9th place. Blinds will be moving up to 6 and 12,000.
Jean-Lan's been prospering today. So we saw him at the end of play yesterday.
That's right.
See him here leading the way on this table.
Barca, a familiar sight if you were joining us over the past few days. A guy who liked to get his chips in motion. 10-7 suited under the gun. Let's see whether or not it piques his interest, sitting with 459,000. Suited 2-gapper goes into the muck. Muntiano, also a man who we observed.
Yeah.
Of course, Yakuli.
Ollie, what have you just had delivered here?
A couple of coffees, I believe. Jams. No milk.
You have to overcomplicate things.
No.
12.
A lot of ice in that coffee.
Well, I didn't, you know, specify how many cubes.
Just the fact there's ice in a coffee.
Right. I would love to overheat here under the studio lighting with a hot coffee, as I see you've done, but, you know.
I can keep it cool, Ollie. It's experience. You'll get there.
Sarkis, ace-7 offsuit. Opens to 25,000, just a click north of the min.
Oh, we're getting very close to that money. Just 17 away. I think there's a reasonable chance it could happen this frame. I'd say a very likely chance, in fact.
Yeah, certainly worthy of note.
I like a little bit of bubble action.
You know, I touched on this fact with Mr. Lappin during the prior frame, but the bubble isn't the thickest here at Merit. And I'm not just referring to, you know, the difference between a min cash and not cashing at all, but rather the way in which we don't really creep toward it, but we just plow right past the bubble, generally speaking.
It does happen a lot here, doesn't it? I think I've had one, and all the time I've been in one like protracted bubble, I think. That was in the higher roll, which of course is the smallest field to get into the money, so it can happen in those. In the other events, more likely to happen more smoothly. Now, Ollie, help me with this name.
Yakuli,
Yakuli, Ace Jack. All right.
Gianfranco Yakuli.
Let's just pitch an idea with the video team. Suggesting they want to film a little bit of us all trying to pronounce the harder to pronounce names.
I'm sure that would be tremendously entertaining for them.
I just said yes. I'm happy to embarrass myself. No end. Just maybe put David in between mine and yours, just as a middle ground. I don't want to be shown completely up. Sarkis free betting 6-7 suited. All right, let's get things going here. We're deep. This table's very deep. Look at this. Very, very deep. He's just going after Yakuli's open. This must be, this has to be, in my mind, Ali, predicated on stuff that's already gone on today. You must have seen Yakuli open perhaps too wide. We can see here a reasonable open, of course, with the ace-jack. The 6-7 suited is way out of line. There's a 3-bet without any other information. But you know what I like? I like way out of line. That's why we're here at Merit.
MPO, as we have christened it. Merit Poker Optimal, things that you see inside of these walls that you don't typically see elsewhere, and adjustments certainly need to be made by players that are navigating these MTTs here.
Yeah, for sure. You come here, you gotta think, you can't just play like a robot.
Certainly not.
You've got to figure out your exploits.
Back over to Yakuli, the 27K opener. Mulling over how he wants to respond. For the extra 51, he will make the investment.
Yeah, okay. Kind of surprised with the offsuit combos here, Ollie. I thought this might fit as a potential 4-bet. Kind of just too good to fold, but not quite one you want to call with. But I'm all right with it.
Sarkis is more than all right with this 7-high rainbow board, exactly what the
Yeah.
doctor orders.
Yeah, this is the kind of board that typically you bet very small on as the 3-better. You got to have all those big pairs, of course. Your opponent has a lot of Broadway combinations, so typically, yeah, we see small bets here because you don't make pocket pairs fold anyway. You're only going after the medium pot. I mean, it's actually gone pretty big here. Only 95k.
95.
Half pottish.
A bit surprising.
Yeah. It is a little bit. This size obviously does dissuade any hand like this continuing. Any of the... If you're up against a hand like Ace-Jack of Spades, for example,
You
that
know,
can't continue.
it's also a sizing that suggests some discomfort. A hand that is actually strong is going to be more inclined to size down and retain the opposition out of position.
Yeah, this is one of these... Oh, I've hit. I wasn't quite planning on that.
Right.
My hand rates to be best. Look at this, though. That sizing, perhaps feeling suspicious to Yakuli. Why is he going up this bigger sizing? Why would he not just bet small with the hand, as you just suggested, Ali? And he's pulling out raising chips.
This is incredible.
First hand, and I am lost already. Deep into the weeds.
240.
Check raise from 95 to 240,000, and consider just how much pressure this places upon Sarkis. Now, granted, he is the covering stack, but this is not the sort of hand he wants to play for a massive pot.
Yeah, this is a bit weird because he's trying to think what hands would check raise. I think we can dissuade sets. So you might be thinking, oh, okay, I could be up against a slow played aces or kings here, potentially. That's the kind of hand that might want to play this way.
A non-believer, though, Sarkis,
Yeah, well,
sensing direct outs to a 7 or a 6 in case he is beat,
Yeah.
makes the call and hits the 7.
Wow.
And this is quite cruel because Yakuli really did properly identify the situation both pre-flop and on the flop, did everything that he could, and yet wasn't able to take it down on the flop, where I think a lot of players may have stepped away from this one for 240.
Yeah. Question now how he proceeds. I think he has to be very, very cautious. Sarkis, remember, 3-betting, betting quite a large size, calling a check raise. It's like we've made him fold ace, king, ace, queen, if they're out there, I think,
Yeah.
outside him, which is the one thing that Yakuli does achieve with that check raise on the flop, perhaps. Or at least at some frequency.
Yep.
Good, like, just have to give this up now. And Sarkis, I would love to see him just find a check back here. Try and rep exactly that kind of ace, king, ace, queen, that maybe with a backdoor flush draw that isn't interested. Give your opponent that little bit more rope.
Love this shot here as the boys lock eyes.
Of course, if he does bet, I like to say like a really small bet, one that sort of might be tens or jacks. No good, he does check back. The king on the river, completing backdoor spades. I don't think either too concerned with that. Sarkis probably with slightly more of the king X, and I'd imagine more of the spades, because if Yakuli had check raised with backdoor spades, you'd imagine he'd be following up on the turn. So again, I don't think this is one we really want to find bluffs with. Check raise on the flop, remember, so that stronger sizing kind of makes a lot of the non-pair hands fold. So now you're in the realm of trying to make sort of tens plus jacks plus even fold, because tens might not 3-bet pre-flop. Yeah, well done.
It is so tempting when you're staring at 660 plus in the middle, much of it you're doing, courtesy of that flop check raise, to try something, anything,
Yeah.
to send the pot your way with this ace-jack high.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of how this one was played necessarily pre-flop or on the flop, but there were no compound errors, right? Yakuli,
Took his shot
yeah,
and shut it down. Or so we think. Here comes a bet
yeah, you're
from
right.
Sarkis. Anything is possible here at Merit, that much we know. As the value bet does come in, a healthy 410,000.
Yeah,
What-
this is, I guess, he's thinking maybe Yakuli check raise with a hand like 8s through 10s, 8s through jacks. The overpair kind of didn't want to give a free card to overs. So Sarkis sizing to try and make those cry call here. Unfortunately for Sarkis, of course, it's come a king and a spade. Those kind of like maybe the only worst card on the river was an ace of spades in terms of hitting his range. In that he could have checked back. He could have called the flop with a not flush draw. But of course, all those other hands in there. Like if he's got ace 10 of diamonds, does he stick around in the flop? Unlikely, but not impossible, as we always say here at Merit. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're reaching for chips, are we? Surely not. This can't, I mean, the bluffs are like ace-queen. Maybe he thinks ace-queen checks back. He might be right on that.
Doing a little bit of inventory, perhaps posturing.
I hope it's posturing, Ollie.
I mean, ace 4, ace 5?
Right, that's a good point. Those are definitely possibles. That's a very, very valid point, Ollie. I hadn't picked up on that. They are the common sort of 3 bets with an ace-x. And they are ones that would call that check raise on the flop. In fact, I'm glad you're here, because that does make a bit more sense as to why we'd be thinking.
It's so specific, and obviously we block the ace. We unblock spades. Not that that's supposed to be a part of this equation here. Not spade combos, obviously. The ace 4, ace 5 suited.
Yeah, they'd certainly play this way. As would, you know, the ace queen of spades, I think, might have called the check raise. Probably would. Whoa! He makes the call, Ollie. I think believing exactly like you did that it's ace 4, ace 5 type holding.
That has to be exactly what was on Yakuli's mind. And that is a devastating blow to his stack. And you can see him scratching his temple right away, wondering what on earth was afoot as Wael Sarkis announces himself early on here at this new feature table. The Lebanese national, million plus in career live earnings, 92K is best live cash. And he's got cashes dating back over a decade here at Merit, so a well-known entity to the fields.
Well, well, well. What a start to this frame. As we approach the money bubble. Yakuli really suffering there. I think his thought process is, hey, if my opponent's got jacks or queens, I don't think they're necessarily going to bet this river. So now we're thinking kings full, aces, the ace kings that stuck around pre-flop, and then all those ace 4, ace 5 suited combos that you mentioned, Ollie.
Sure.
Well.
Carnage early here in the second frame of day 3 of this Western Series main event. And a big boost to Wael Sarkis' stack. Completely unanticipated at virtually every point. Pre-flop call, the pre-flop 3-bet, the pre-flop call of the 3-bet, and then the check raise, and then the payoff on the river. I mean, really all of it just peculiar in so many respects.
Obviously, we can see the pre-flop calling of the 3-bet. If the opponent's 3-betting as wide as 6-7 suited is obviously justified. See, we're joining this table 2 hours in, a little unaware of the dynamics that being at play.
Meanwhile, Ildar Tashliev, the Russian national, modest resume of 2,800 plus in career live earnings, decides that he wants to go sailing for the full 147 out of the cutoff with this ace 6. That's a lot of bets.
Does that mean you can overtake your career earnings if he gets cash today?
I think so. I'm just ahead of him. Now,
I feel like once a trip I get to dig at you.
Career earnings, James, you know.
Yeah. No, you can't count your turnover in cash games, Ollie.
Just, we've done all right over the course of our lives in the cash game streets. As I know you have as well, James.
Yeah, I've managed to blast through most of my tournament winnings. Had a lot of fun doing it, though.
Colleague Andrew Headley still in the mix. Of course, something you've been keeping a firm finger on the pulse of, given your 5% interest.
A little sweat. Little piece. 620k he had at the break, as we're getting near the money.
Looking for a breakout, obviously, and Sarkis enjoyed that big breakout. Look at those chips in front of him. 2.3 million, putting him certainly up toward the top of the overall leaderboard with 94 left, 14 away from the money. Raises to 25,000. Certainly, we've seen capable of doing so with far less than Ace King.
Good triple the average sort of stack at this point. A little bit more. You notice how these tournaments go on as we get to the thicker end of them, that the players around the table look a bit more like poker players. Everyone's a bit more serious. We see caps, hoodies, sunglasses. Yeah, Cooley in the big blind, facing a raise from the same man. Don't think there's much chance of him folding this. He wants a little bit of revenge. No, he's not going to find it on King 7-6.
Rainbow texture. Top pair, top kicker will easily follow through. And there will be presumably no vengeance available, although obviously the 4 of clubs.
Yeah.
I make no assumptions
any
longer when it comes to these two.
The last pot between these two, I thought it was going to be fairly clear cut. Ended up being a very intriguing hand. And look at this again, Yakuli just after his man. Peeling with just back doors. Nothing materializing. See the Sarkis with the odd 100% with one pair. It's a nice spot to be in.
This is slightly personal, is the vibe I'm getting.
Sarkis, imagine going to put out a bet here that allows him to just get in against his opponent on the river. He's actually gone pretty big. I don't think you need to go this big. You want to give this man the faintest idea that maybe you fold to a check raise. See, betting 80 here, there'd only be 100 back into 280 on the river, 270 on the river, pardon me. It's certainly going more like 40k here, 30k even. Especially when the board's rainbow, you don't need to check sense too much.
So Sarkis will win a second round against Yakuli. He continues to enjoy chip infusions early.
Yeah, so this stack's going to be right up there. Right, Giuliana Verlies was when the stand chip leader at the break, so suddenly this 2.5 million, not far behind that of Bolis.
Yeah, Bolis was closing in on 3 million at last check.
Did you get to the spa this morning?
Didn't. Just hung out in the room. Grabbed a nibble. Made my way down. I would imagine the same thing that many of these players did as they geared up for a full day's worth of play.
Raise.
Raise declared by Karimi.
Yeah, Cooley. Ace 9 off in the small facing that hijack open. Just a little too little a hand. Most circumstances to consider going with here, especially with this close to the money, but it's a little warm in that seat right now, I think.
Yeah.
And here we
Toasty
go.
under the collar, perhaps. Is Gianfranco Iaculi deciding to jam from the small blind with this ace-9? Obviously, facts not lost on Karami, but he must concede at that price.
Like I say, I can just see the steam. I think it's important for those of you watching to understand that, you know, sometimes these things happen. You make a play, and Ali brought up obviously the very valid point that there were those ace-4, ace-5 combos he was beating, and you consider that you've got yourself now short-stacked. It's important to reset as quickly as possible that, okay, I did have a decent stack, now I'm short, but hey, we're 14 from the money. there's going to be plenty of players in this field with fewer chips than I. It's a very, very good chance I cash. I've just got to play very, very tight style here, not necessarily look to jam these ace-9s over the opens. But of course, in this case, got it through. It's just picking out those chips doesn't really make much difference to his equity in this tournament versus potential of course, busting.
Meanwhile, we find ace-king suited in the hands of late arriving Mr. Plant. Under the gun. Quarter to go. No takers all the way around to the big of Troyanovsky. Small, rather. Sarkis with a couple of 5s and a big stack. He obviously will look to see a flop.
Yeah, certainly one we're going to flick in. These two very big, aren't they? Plant with 1.4 million.
Queen 9-6 board, 3 overs to the 5s, which are ahead, but any noise made here by Plant, and presumably this one's done. And
Yeah.
there it is.
We're always a little bit concerned on these kind of flops, Ollie, the Queen 9-6s that bring so many draws with the 2 spades out there as well. But opening from under the gun, we do have a concentration much more towards those high cards, so it's okay to bet here with that one. And of course, having backdoor diamonds certainly helps. Incredible amount of chips. Average stack right now, a little over 700k, and you have Plant playing that with 1.4 behind. Sarkis with 2.5 mil. Not really in the interest of those two to play a big pot with each other.
Queen Jack offsuit for Tashliev. See if that piques his interest. Obviously, it's not a great hand, in particular from up front with a lot of pressure. And in fact, it's not lost on him. He will lay it down. Karami. Amine Karami, part of the Lebanese delegation, always showing up en masse and in force. Not going to play
Pretty
it.
close. Lebanon.
Yeah, it's only
Very
a
easy to get here.
45-minute flight on Middle East Airlines. Flag carrier for Lebanon. Sarkis limping the small with Jack 9, another big ace. As Plant will sow seeds. 48K ends the exchange.
Yeah, we're at such depth here. We do get to raise still quite a lot of hands in Plant shoes, even though, of course, he is playing against someone who covers. But over 100 big blinds deep, there's very little chance of getting it in. And your opponent doesn't really want to play a big blind out position, so you do get to almost negate the fact that you're covered there.
Tashliev looking like Big Red Riding Hood. Post a little.
Here he is. Ollie's back.
At some point, I expect to see Barca get involved with something spicy. This is not the one. Montiano out of there as well. Yakwuli with King 10 offsuit in the hijack. takes his turn limping the small, and Leon wakes up with a couple of ladies behind him here.
Wow, these three sitting here, 1.5, 2.5, and 2 in a row.
Yeah, deep stacked corner of this featured table. Xiang Lian, by the way, just 20,000 plus in recorded live earnings. His best live cash just shy of $13,000. Just 3 recorded cashes, 2 of them coming right here at Merit. Gangster Series in late November, early December. He does put the raise in predictably and take that one down.
Ollie, those 3 between them have the average amount of chips for a table at this stage.
Say that one more time.
Those 3 players in that row together have the average amount of chips for an entire table at this stage of the tournament between just the 3 of them.
Shocking. And there aren't a lot of tables left. Just 94 players of 672 entries. Still remaining 14 of those players will be deeply disappointed as only 80 will be paid.
Mr. Lappin gave a very brave prediction that the first prize would be at least 250k. Of course, second prize is more than that. He was playing it safe. I did ask him to guarantee the first prize at 250. He said no. Just backed himself.
I mean, it seems like a prudent decline of your offer by Lappin, if I'm being honest.
Well, you got to try and get him. Karami, 2 8s from under the gun. Again, look at the stack, 1 million above average. Yeah, clearly now best stuff. I like this. Now it makes sense to maybe take a little bit of time. 14 away from the money. You are one of the short ones. To actually have one of those as well in the big blind. Jack for offsuit. Again, not one we can defend with, but certainly one we can burn 30 seconds with.
Doesn't bother to do that.
Okay, 15, you know. When it's 84 left, that'll be 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think once we're considerably closer to the money, things like that will be a bit more prevalent, but for the time being, enough runway between here and the bubble for players not to be
it won't
doing
take
too
long.
much of
We've
that.
got to lose less than 20% of the remaining field and you're in the money.
Yeah, historically speaking, it happens quickly out here.
It's weird how our perception is. If it was 20 paid with 24 left, we'd be thinking we're pretty close to the money, but this is actually realistically closer than that. In terms of the percentage of the field we need to lose. Talkative bunch, aren't they?
Well, listen, eyes on the prize here. As I mentioned before, up top,
Montiano.
342,000 plus, and now we will get involvement from the accomplished Romanian.
Lucky hoodie, Ollie.
Is it?
Well, it's been adorned on it every day so far. We've had him on stream. Why change things? 6th place in the warm-up. Pardon me, in the high roller.
Yep. 35K for that. Last March, he won the warm-up for 209,000. Did Bogdan Andre Munteanu, who's been a tactician from what we've observed of him here at the Merit Complex. Certainly sound.
I have to say, it's great to see Troy Noski here. See a beast in the live poker arena. Where I'm sure you've covered many times in the past. $8 million in career earnings. Well, his biggest cashes, though, are sort of seconds and third places, so he's perhaps running a little unlucky at the death. As unlucky as you can be to get second and third in 100k events, I mean, I'm not getting the tip jar out for him.
Ace-5 suited for Munteanu under the gun, raising it up, gets over to the ace-jack of plant. Offsuit variety. Unclear how much interest he's going to show, and now clarity, courtesy of him reaching for chips. And 3-betting to 75,000. That ushers Leon's pocket eights out of the way. Tashliev with a couple of sixes on the button. I would imagine, in spite of having 147,000, it's looking for an opportunity to take a spin. This is action that will dissuade him from getting involved.
Yeah. And like this, taking that ace check offsuit, one of those hands that we do kind of want to play, but can't really call against onto the gun, and leveraging that 700k stack of Munteanu this close to the money, knowing that he's going to have to fold a little bit tighter than usual. Obviously, we'll be opening slightly tighter than usual, but certainly be opening wide enough that we can pounce on it with ace-jack every now and again. Karami, 2 9s in the small blind, but this is where it gets grim. You open from under the gun, the 3-bet from mid-position, and you wake up with 2 9s. It's just very hard to progress. If we call here and are guaranteed our opponent just calls behind, it's still very difficult, Ali, but obviously a chance that the opener does have super strength. Oh, he is going to have a look.
He's going to do so from the small blind. Obviously, that's something that will raise an eyebrow.
Yeah, but it's actually something that means, you know, Munteanu's definitely going to play now. But he could potentially 4-bet this. I don't think that flat from the small is ever a super premium. When someone's open under the gun, there's been a 3-bet from mid-position, you're thinking the mid-position definitely have a big hand. So if you're in there with aces or kings, I think we just play as cold 4-bets. Flatting here encourages the opener to come along, so you're going to play 3-way pots a lot. I think it's kind of capped at these kind of hands, the 9s, 10s, maybe some ace-queen suited type stuff. So could see Munteanu go either way here. Remember, he's the undergun opener. Certainly have a lot of strength. Not surprised to see him just call. Tends to be the merit way.
Yeah, I mean, not for everyone, but...
Oh, well, we like to play pots.
Yeah, that we do. And it comes 8, 8, 7. This would have been quads for Leon had he somehow managed to hang in there.
I missed that.
Karami, meanwhile, with the 9s, does have the best hand. Must check, though.
Liam's looking at his stack there, looking at his opponent's stack, thinking, look, how much would I have won? That's brilliant. And 6s were in the 1 hole as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Although off 170k stack was never getting played.
But just consider that quads and 6s full potentially could have transpired. Both, by the way, up against pocket 9s, which have now turned into an open-ender courtesy of a round of checks. If you're Karami, James, you have the opener, you have the 3-better, neither of whom put chips into this particular flop texture. You are feeling a bit emboldened, as observed here, courtesy of this 150k into 249.
Yeah, and I think the good thing is you just don't really ever get raised when you bet here either. So you can bet, sure, they can still have big hands. They might have checked back those hands on the flop, but you're going to have good equity against them. And you just don't want to give a free card to the ace-kings, king-queens of the world that are just going to check back again. So I kind of like the bet here.
A bet which does get through.
When we've got the straight draw, because it's terrible when we bet here with 9s on, say, a 8-8-7 deuce board and we just give queens the sort of free bet, as it were.
Right.
But when we have that straight draw, that much more equity, I do kind of like it.
Note, by the way, that the dummy end of an open-ender was there for the ace-5, but obviously had to contend with action behind and
and
non-nutted draws.
You know what, there is some concern. I guess that the hands that cold call from the small, that
Yeah.
maybe it slipped down as low as 6s, 7s, 8s.
100%. Did feel like a pocket pair that either was above the board, kind of 10s, 9s, or smashed it in the form of a boat. Onwards as Plant makes a bit of noise.
Yeah, well, I'm just pitching the 2s there. Very difficult to play the hand too profitably in these spots.
King, queen for Tashliev.
It's close. We'll see. We see plants opening very wide. If Tashliev has observed that up until now, then I think this would be a jam. If this was 83 players left, I would advocate for a fold, but I think we're far enough away that... Having said that, though, it's still not a super late position open from plant. Obviously from +3. If this was hijack or cut off, much easier, but he does take the spot. And the fact that we can see King 5 in here, it makes the perception, I think, correct, that he's going to be opening very wide. And thus, Tashliev wants to run the King Queen. Whilst he's still got some fold equity, he certainly does have that here. Nice pickup.
Very much so. Did have the dominant holding there, so again, all of his chips go forward and they all come home with friends, but modest hauls here for Tashliev, who really does need a double to loosen his collar.
Один из блайндов
I
мало.
want
Ответ хороший. 4,5 блайнда боковых.
Upstairs we go from the pocket threes of Leon.
Yeah, he's had to fold, what, 8s, deuces, last couple of hands, now finds 3s, but unopened pot, very different proposition.
Cooley cannot defend.
Nice answer. Well played.
Very
good.
Bit of fun.
Shows a single 3 after being ribbed. Nice hand and well played. Generally not what we expect to hear when we raise and take it pre-flop. Upstairs again goes Leon with King Queen off. Big blind, ace-7 for Troyanovsky.
Yeah, going to defend this one for sure. And find the best of it on the 7-6-4 flop. Certainly a board that he favours, regardless of this actual holding. Imagine we'll see Leanne. Oh, he's going to snap with the Queen of Hearts. It's probably one of the weakest hands he'll bet with. And I do like the fact that he's betting slightly larger early on these kind of board textures. If you are going to bet, you're trying to say you've got a real hand and you want to dissuade some of the weakest from continuing.
39K being mulled over here.
Yeah, as soon as Troyanovsky faces this sort of bigger bet on this flop, A7 doesn't feel quite as nice. Obviously, a lot of bad turn cards for him potentially. Let's see how things progress.
Yeah, content to just flat.
Yeah. Can't do much else. That card, a very bad one for Leanne to see, of course.
Of course, two-tone texture on the board.
Yeah.
Coordinated in nature. Does promptly check back. Now Troyanovsky with aces and sevens, and you wonder whether or not as played. Yeah, I kind of like this from Troyanovsky, James, because it does potentially induce Leon to represent ace-x as played.
Yeah, I was going to suggest this or a really small bet, like a block bet.
To try to induce the raise.
Try and induce a raise, yeah. I think this is the more conventional route, as you say. Your opponent is going to just be incentivized to bet this ace a lot.
Credit to Vladimir Troyanovsky for inducing this 85,000, which we have to assume will be raised shortly.
That's what it comes down to. Now decides what size he faces, how he wishes to play. Obviously, don't forget he can still have all the super nutted hands, right? He could have flopped a straight, he could have turned a straight, he could have sets. But I mean, the aces and sevens just seem super strong to me. I like the idea of a raise here because you do have bluffs as well, of course. Although not as many bluffs as perhaps you might appreciate. Although, all that said, if you did miss a flush draw here, maybe you would just give up on the ace river. I like to see Troyanovsky go for like a non-all-in sizing here. Because of the bubble factor. That's what he's done. 285, 200 k on top of the original bet.
And of course, the party's over for the king-queen.
Yeah.
Only a matter of time before Leon puts it into the bin, we would assume.
We can be ahead, of course. Some of those sort of bluffs. If we were here with ace, king, ace, queen, we'd be in a pretty similar spot.
It would just seem so peculiar for Troyanovsky to play his hand as a bluff in the form of a check raise on the end.
Well, that's what I'm saying. An ace always changes things in these situations because it was the pre-flop raiser.
There's the fold.
If you do have missed hearts, do you necessarily always bluff the ace river? Maybe not, because a lot of time your opponent has just got there. So a lot of time those missed draws do play as give-ups that can then bring a check raise trap. But I'm with you. Most of the time.
Deeply unconventional.
Yeah. But something you'll certainly see from players of the caliber of Troyanovsky.
And when you talk about caliber, this is a man who finished 2023 from October 25th through the end of the year with 17 cashes in Rozvadov and Prague. Between the World Series of Poker Europe, a number of other smaller events happening in Roz, also the EPT Prague. Just an incredible hot streak. Over 8 million in career earnings for the Russian national from St. Petersburg. 945K plus. His best ever cash. Also notched a second place finish. Triton Super High Roller Series, and that's where that 945 came from. So certainly a man with credentials.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was sort of a hybrid event, if you will. It was during the Party Poker Millions Europe in Roz that I was working at, and there were a couple of Triton events thrown into the mix. We did that a handful of times, kind of Triton and Party Poker Live crossover.
King 10 offsuit, played as a limp. Troyanovsky, finger wag. By the way, he's caught in this crossfire between Yakuli and Sarkis, who has made it 47,000 with the ace-9.
Yeah, I don't think we're limping to fold King 10 here.
Agreed.
Oh, look at that. Look, such a live pro. You see that just he does these little motions and tries to get a little read off Sarkis, and Sarkis is definitely moving around. Troyanovsky may try and get something off him later.
And now a bit of a grin here,
Yeah.
almost impish. Gave a wink to somebody at the table as well. Troyanovsky will take a flop.
Yeah, seems reasonable to me. You're going to have your opponent in bad shape with a lot of their raises, and look at this.
Yeah, the shape is bad for Troyanovsky, though. On ace-king 3, where he's got second pair up against top pair, and will need to at least see a turn. Let's see how expensive that ticket will be.
Oh, it's gone quite big here.
Yeah,
Ali. I
56.
thought we might see a smaller sizing on the ace-king 3 rainbow as the raiser. Kind of bet small and try and make the sort of jack-nines, the 10-8 suiteds of the world fold. But we saw this before with Sarkis when he 3-bet with 6-7, didn't we? And he then c-bet the flop on a slightly larger sizing than maybe conventional. Maybe that is just his MO. Bet a little bit bigger. Might explain why he's got 2.5 million chips. He's playing bigger pots than most.
Turn does deliver Troyanovsky a Broadway draw. He does get a free pull at it, but a safe river card rolls off. And let's see if Sarkis will hunt value here in the face of another check like this ace-9.
I like that check back on the turn. You're going to just get so many folds when you barrel again. Checking this one back and potentially picking off a bluff yourself instead. Of course, makes it hard to get paired in the river. As I always say, the bet check, bet line.
What do you get? 6-3? Camera? King 10? Yes, King 10.
You
It's
have
enough?
king 10.
Yes, of course.
Wow.
It's enough.
I see king 10, I don't know.
That's incredible. He just reaches into a hat and pulls out king 10 exactly as Troyanovsky's holding.
Looks only 3-6 and Jack 6. Jack 6 not so much, not so big race. 3-6 off here. What the fuck?
There are other hands available, Ali.
Yeah, I agree.
Ace.
Ace?
King 10? I see
I
camera.
lose all chips.
I see camera.
I lose all chips. Man,
I'll tell you what, if I'm
with
Troyanovsky,
bluffing, all stacking, you cannot value.
as
I think how to bring money with king 10.
he does pay off, and I think some speech play might have played a part in that, potentially having leveled himself. I don't know that I want to show my guy that he was dead right with the king 10, you know? I mean, why reward a man who's already being given
You
chips?
see, those 4, I told you, I'm always lucky to sit with
He
you.
just admitted it kind of straight away, didn't he? I think it's just an instinctive reaction. But I have to say, Sarkis' speech and kind of actions there made me think he was pretty weak, actually. The way he was saying that and then didn't really reply to the next bit of questioning.
Right.
Looked uncomfortable. Troyanovsky saying, you know, Ace, what are you doing? You could just bet and you'd have loads more
Next
chips. I
time
don't
if
think that's
you
necessarily
play
true.
with 2-8, bet, I call you all my chips.
Thank you.
Might be all your chips.
Yeah, I don't quite believe
Thank you,
that.
my friend.
It's your strategy.
We're allowed to deceive at the poker table.
Exactly.
In fact, we're encouraged.
Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome.
Actually, I have Ace, Queen. I think we just want to come in for a raise. This stack size this close to the money. We don't get to play many hands, so our range is kind of protected anyway. He's counting down the stack. 200k would be a lot to do anything with, but just standard raise. Well, he is just going to run it. Maximum fold equity. And this is the problem.
He's going to run into it, is what he's going to do, as the 195,000 is shipped in there, and Karami has woken up with ladies directly behind.
Yeah, this is why it's a bit scary doing this from +1. I don't mind it doing it from late position, but see, look at his face now. Tashlev knowing he's in big trouble here as Karami will match the bet.
I mean, best case scenario, he's got 2 overs.
Yeah.
I don't think ace-jack
No.
and below are ever a part of the flatting range for Karami.
Yeah, he's just really hoping this is jacks. Tens maybe. I think nine's pretty fold. And Sarkis! Wow!
Well, this could get a little bit interesting, James, insofar as a side pot could develop.
Well, I'm curious how this plays out, right? Because Karami has flat, a very sizable bet of 200k against what's supposed to be a very tight range. And he has a million chips behind.
1.1.
Count requested.
And he's going to play aces and kings this way as well. You think he should play all his range as a flat here that continues. So if his range that continues is kind of tens plus an ace-king, then do we really want to raise ace-king into that range? Or do we just want to perhaps call? Take this to the streets. If he's jamming here, he's trying to make this hand fold and jacks fold. And that's what he's going to go for. He's going to go for the raise, make it $500,000. How sick is Tashlev feeling right now?
Oh, I mean, listen,
But
whatever
Karami-
Tashlev is feeling, Karami is actually the one who has added risk.
I think
In some ways, Tashlev can just kind of accept that it is what it is. But
yeah, I think Karami, I think with jacks, we just fold this spot. And I think with queens, we're kind of supposed to as well. It's like, do I think my opponent... We can rule out Sarkis ever having less than queens and ace-king, I think.
it does feel like of the unpaired hands, ace-king is dead bottom of range, especially considering we block ace-queen with queens. We don't ever expect that kind of hand to respond in this way. Even with the most liberal of big stack behavior, this is just one of those spots that
Sarkis has made this move just hoping it's not up against aces and kings. And obviously with the card removal having that combo and just trying to make queens, jacks, and tens fold.
But imagine the opportunity before Karami if he happens to get it in and hold. Note that one of the aces is busy in Tashleyev's hand. The king really the only threat. Granted, there are still two aces in the deck, but he's in a great way. Just look, 56% equity.
Yeah, but you're either this or dead.
Yeah.
There is no middle ground here.
Unfortunately, you're right about that.
And with a million chips behind on the bubble, or near enough to the bubble, it's not like Sarkis can ever be light here. He's going to have to turn his hand over. It's not...
Well, listen, we could potentially play some streets. I mean, I doubt that Karami's going to flat. It's either all in or fold, but...
Well, there is an argument for potentially playing that way in that we kind of, if flop comes no ace, no king, maybe go with it.
Wow, he does lay
fold.
down the two queens and...
Very good fold. Nicely done by Sarkis. Obviously, with the chip lead, just pressuring that stack. No, he can get queens to fold. Tashleyev's basically dead. Obviously, the
luck, my friend.
equity representing the queens being live, but we know there's only one left.
Yeah. Line 5 tray. The queens would have been holding on here as a missed opportunity. 10 on the turn and the ace-queen, all but drawing dead. Just one actual queen remains in the deck, as we saw two of them hit the muck already. Is it there? No. And 8 on the river. And Sarkis earns himself that one as he bullies, muscles two queens out.
فرق كبير.
شبان.
أكبر.
This? Tens?
And Karami providing some insights as to exactly what it is that
ما راح ترجع.
he released there.
عندك قصرية أو قصين وريتان.
As the two countrymen, no doubt familiar to one another.
شبان ترجع.
Asking, did you have tens there? No. A bit better.
I don't think tens make a meal of it.
ما راح أدفع أو بدي أعبي أو بكب.
No, I actually like how these two both played that hand.
By the way, apologies, lost kind of in the focus upon Sarkis and Karami being the more interesting aspect of that particular pot is the departure of Ildar Tashliev.
Yeah, I've kind of forgot about that.
Yeah,
because
I mean, it was
the
kind of an
interest in the
afterthought.
hand was obviously after he'd committed.
Agreed.
GG's. It should have been interesting how that hand would have played out if he'd come out with a standard raise.
Sure.
Probably would have seen a 3-bet the next seat.
Sure.
Cold 4-bet from the ace king, and maybe a peel or a fold or a jam from the queens.
Good turn.
Meanwhile, we march on toward the money. 91 left. Muntiano's raise with ace queen. Yakuli just, you know, now beginning to milk some clock, perhaps.
Yeah, and that's what Chwanowski sort of said, didn't they? You just chilling for the clock, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, okay, yeah, seems fine.
Sarkis now doesn't need to worry about clock.
No, he can really go to town on these guys now if he wishes.
In fact, pressing the pace of play is a bit of a thing for the big stacks here, as they are looking to
I
get
love
as many
this.
hands as possible in a kind of phase of the tournament where they will be accumulating chips. 3-betting the open from Montiano from the button with this queen 10 suited. Now Plant with king queen suited.
Yeah, this is definitely a contender. I mean, I love this from Sarkis. 3-betting this hand. Certainly want to be doing that against Montiano, opening off this kind of middling stack, just below average chips. Plant with a great candidate to come out with a light 4-bet. Recognizing all this, put Muntiano in a coffin with a lot of the hands he's open with, and Sarkis is going to have a lot of light. And here we go. He's reaching for chips. Love this. Well done, Mr. Plant.
I mean, he recognizes that Sarkis is
Yeah.
very much going to be incentivized to behave in this manner with not great hands. And not that queen 10 suited isn't playable, but it certainly isn't as premium as it would need to be under normal circumstances. And so Plant's 4-bet to 215,000 is very impactful in that it sends the ace-queen of Montiano into the muck, and now back over to Sarkis, who is dominated by the 4-better.
Yeah. I would like to see maybe a slightly larger sizing just because of the stack depth these two hold over 100 big blinds deep. But obviously, when we are 4-betting cold from the small, repping a very narrow range, and you are up against a wider range on the button, as a 3-better, I still would like just slightly larger in these situations, near the money bubble particularly. As it is, we'll get it done. And that, Ali, I'm going to say is a hand that was perfectly played by 3 players.
I think I had something. I hope so.
Sometimes, in spite of the fact that there can only be one winner, things like that can actually hold true. Plant earning that one. And note Sarkis not looking to be heroic. Sometimes we'll see somebody think to themselves, this is a player recognizing, I know that they know. You know, you get into that leveling war, and you think, I've got position in a big stack. Let's just take a flop, see what's what.
See, Ryan Plant recently got 43rd place in the UK IPT Brighton. It's a good result.
English pro with 91,000 plus in career live earnings, just shy of 20K, his high water mark.
Didn't quite get into the top 30 like your good self, my good self even. But he tried.
I mean, he's doing all right, James, you know. Still getting the feet wet.
You can have coffee on this table or also no? You can have coffee here.
I love seeing things
But
like
it's
his
not-
earliest cash 10 years plus ago in a 50-pound buy-in event. Plant, that is. You kind of track their ascent up the ranks. Ace-8 open is 3-bet by Leon's queen 10 from the small blind. Suspicions that perhaps the button is emboldening subpar kit.
Yeah.
10 suited, a pretty one for Karami, but
Again,
no.
like this from Leanne,
11 away from the
4xing
money.
over that button raise. Yeah, Plant smells a rat, but Ace-8 just performs pretty poorly
Yeah.
post-flop.
Yeah, certainly the big aces do loom. Nice pick up there. Xiang Lian, member of the Chinese delegation, which has showed up and really made their mark on this particular Western series. And you know, China's such a big country with such a large addressable market in terms of poker. Some, you know, governmental hurdles, but it does seem like it's only a matter of time before the lid blows off and we begin to see more and more players from that part of the world.
Well, if we look at how that's starting to happen with China, and right next door
India
is the world's second most populous nation with India. That's starting to happen there as well. This game has got a lot of room to grow still.
I mean, the likes of Ren Lin, who's probably the best known Chinese player to Western likes, and then Nikita Luther, who really has seen her star rise. Santosh Suvarna, also one of the super high roller types. He's been deeply patriotic during his representations.
Yeah, he's the one I have in my mind as someone obviously is really impressed in 2023 in shining a light on Indian poker. But there's a lot more to come from India, that's for sure. Yeah. Especially if you think...
Raise and take it, by the way, for Sarkis with the queens. He was ready for someone to get after him.
You think about how... I'm just going to get pretty nerdy here for a second.
Nothing. 6, 7, 9. I don't need queens.
The Indian economy is growing in such a way, and it's based on sort of a lot of tech jobs and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of people who lend themselves, the mindsets, who are suddenly getting money, who would enjoy playing poker.
Listen, the Bangalore home games are probably pretty robust as we get a peek at the chip counts with the blinds escalating to 10 and 15,000. A big leap forward, diluting the stacks of the entire field, but less impactful to the likes of Wael Sarkis, who sits with the chip lead and just shy of 3 million in chips. Of course, Gianfranco Iaculi, the man who sent him the bulk of the spoils here in this particular frame.
Just looking at that China all-time money list, of course, Aaron Zhang leading the way, a man we saw win not the most money, but he won the tournament, the largest ever poker tournament.
The Triton £1 million buy-in.
You were calling the action on. Tan Xuan, another one of those in there.
Yeah,
Ding Biao, another name we've seen start to appear the last few years. And of course, right here, Gao Long Wei, we've seen a number of times on the stream here. So these names are starting to appear, obviously.
Yeah.
It was hard to get in and out of China for the last few years. That's now subsided, and we're going to see a lot more of that.
And credit, by the way, to Gai Liang for, or Guo Liang, rather, Wei, for coming out and grinding away here. You know, $3,300 buy-in, a man with $2.3 million in career tournament earnings, still taking the trip, putting in the effort, cutting his teeth.
You notice Iaculi in a not dissimilar situation from what we saw a moment ago, but the blinds have not gone up. So he's got 13 blinds. Decided to rip it under the gun with ace queen of diamonds, Troyanovsky. Just like the last time we saw a bigger hand waiting in the next seat behind.
Yeah, this is really devastating. This does feel like a dead man walking proposition here.
Yeah, and Troyanovsky differently in the sense that he only has double the bet. Obviously just going to rip in his range here as opposed to peeling.
If they wake up with something, they wake up with something. But otherwise, I'm going to dominate Iaculi. And C5 in what will be just shy of a 300K pot, I believe, once the excess is pulled back.
Yeah, 400. Iaculi in for 198, right? So a chance to get back into it here.
Good point.
But not been a great visit to our feature table, Ali. There are still 5 cards there.
Don't put that in the zeitgeist. Put it in the universe.
King in the window, but not dead.
Backdoor diamonds, perhaps some Broadway. The possibilities right now for Iaculi, you can see tense moments for him. Now the queen on the turn. It will require another one as a queen alone on the river will save Iaculi. And instead, it's the deuce of clubs, giving Troyanovsky the nuts.
I just thought he was going to get there for a second.
No, it's...
Yeah, GG's Iaculi.
But yeah.
He fought, Ali. We'll give him that.
He did. He went down swinging.
He didn't go quietly into the night.
Right. But I'll tell you what, that unpacking that pot that he played against Sarkis, which, by the way, I would really love to know what sort of exchanges they got involved in en route to the feature table and how that sort of context might have played into his decision to make the call on the river. Maybe he got bluffed and shown one in a big pot earlier. Maybe he caught up, you know.
Playing for hours, he probably just saw enough hands. He maybe saw some like 3-bets.
Yeah.
It's reasonable. Yeah, we're getting very close to the money then. Down to our final 10 tables. Playing 9-handed, of course.
Just really deflating sort of unraveling there
Nice hand.
for the Italian,
Every time.
as he will not make the money here in spite of 3 days of play.
Sarki's Trojanowski kind of nice. Like, yeah, yours was nice too. You know, both having ace king against ace queen, knocking an opponent out. It's like we're on the same page here. Sarkis looks down at ace king himself.
This is
That's
just
it's quite cute little table mates.
Yeah, sure.
You do it ace king, I do ace king. This is easy. Huh?
I'll tell you what, it's all fun and games until the two of them get locked up in a pot, which we presume at some point they will. But Sarkis, for the time being, under the gun with ace king. And when he's loaded in the way that he is here, we see Leon flat calling with the king 10 suited, perhaps again sensing that Sarkis' range is going to be very broad at present.
It is.
Flats and Barca with a couple of 7s on the button. We haven't seen him get involved. I'm sorry, James.
No, yeah, and this is actually quite interesting. Obviously, take away the fact that we're on the bubble, and this would be probably quite an easy call for him. Just set mine against these 2 big stacks. Wow, this I wasn't expecting. I was thinking maybe he's just looking to fold this hand because we're so close to the money. Doesn't need to get involved, but he's gone super extreme, and he's just going to be putting it in for a flip here because it's not getting through, Ollie.
This is a deep squeeze. 165K, and this is kind of commitment.
And it's kind
Sarkis will ask for the rest, no doubt.
Kind of wild, Ollie, because Lian has strong hands here when he flats the undergun open. He doesn't really want to 3-bet with hands like 10s and ace
How often is he trapping?
Lian, well, as I'm saying, he's trapping by just the fact that he doesn't get to 3-bet with a lot of hands, so he just has to play them as calls. So there are, versus 7s, there are a lot of traps.
But, I mean, against Sarkis, he's certainly not going to shy away from playing this as a 4-bet. As we see the 525 come in. Relieved a bit to see Leon's hand promptly find the muck behind him.
Yeah, but I mean, Leon if Leon had like 10s or jacks here, he probably wasn't going to 3-bet pre-flop. Obviously, he'd be folding now. But that's why I don't like Barca squeezing here, because Leon just can have really good hands still.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And Sarkis is still open under the gun. This is an unforced error, I'm going to call it, Ollie.
Yeah, Semi Barca says, I go, and he will be happy to be in front.
Yeah. Great for the short stacks in the room. Barca deciding to run it for 24 blinds with these 2 7s. Of course, I'm being critical because he's run into it. There are times this is going to work.
7s. Holding on the 854 board.
Might work this time, Ollie.
800K pot. Barca's been so patient and then dug in to play a big one. Turn is safe. Doesn't need to worry about spades. So just 6 outs to fade to lay claim to a meaty one. And he has held.
I said you don't need ace king. I told you I don't like.
By the way, Leon had king 10 of spades. He would have made the king high flush. So he's been forced out of a couple of spots here where he would have made a big hand. Quads with the pocket 8s earlier.
I see Sarkis was offering some thought on the hand. Didn't quite catch what it was, but yeah, that was... If we're playing it purely for money value, Ollie, we've got to respect the bubble. I don't like it. If we just, hey, I've come to play a tournament, I want to win this thing. I like it. Wins the flip, has 800K. Sarkis doesn't seem too disturbed by the matter.
Flesh wound, as deep as he is.
That was a huge pot. 800K, more than average.
Yeah.
Hopefully now Barca goes, whoops. I'll settle down now. Let me just get in the money.
Well, listen, yeah, exactly. It's the kind of pot where all of a sudden he can kind of sit back, ensure that he gets onto the right side of the bubble, and then maybe begin to get his chips in motion again.
Kirichenko joins the mix. Man, we've seen a lot of fourth place finish in the warm-up. High roller, sorry.
Alexander Kirichenko.
Yeah, we saw him here yesterday on the stream. We see a lot of him. Second place, of course, in the high roller last time out.
Yeah, the Gangster Series.
So back-to-back finals in that event. Now here he is. Getting to the latter part of the main event.
That second place finish, by the way, for the Russian national was his best ever cash, 104,500, bringing his live earnings to 800,000 total, in large part.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think how much he got for fourth the other day. I believe it was around the 50K mark. I'll have a quick look here.
Meanwhile, a couple of suited queens square off on an ace-10 deuce board. Sarkis the defender from the big against the Barca Open. You know, we speculated that after winning that 800, he might be more inclined to relax, but nope, cut off. Obviously reasonable.
Yeah, this one's completely fine.
I
Nice C-bet gets it through.
I do think, though, James, that in particular, facing the big blind of Sarkis, as deep stacked as he is and as threatening as he is likely to be, maybe we don't go after that particular
I'm pretty sure he won't, but obviously Queen 9 suited is many
Sure.
pips up from the bottom. But I'm with you there, Ali. I think he probably best serve
steer
with
clear.
just
Yeah.
kind of like one of the lighter opens. I might just
Yeah.
find the fold.
Yeah.
And I think you're definitely best served to do that with this close to the money, for sure. Even though he has just doubled up, it's still treacherous for him to bust.
Certainly worthy of note, James, that this road to the bubble does appear to be more protracted than average in our experience. You know, very slowly ticking away.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close now. 86. Obviously, we started this frame with, I want to say, 94, 95, something like that. See, the blinds have crept up. A little bit of pressure on some of those short
Yeah,
stacks.
and it was a pretty sizable jump to 10 and 15.
Yeah. Karami,
The man who had to fold two queens.
I believe very correctly so. Even though
Yeah, even though it was the best hand and would have
he
held.
would have won.
Yeah.
I very much think it was a good fold.
It's the occasions on which you do make that call and you're wrong. And all of a sudden you're just walking out the door and going, what just happened? What did I do? What have I done?
How did I get 1.2 million in with queens?
Yeah.
6K, 12K on the bubble.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
It's 100 big blinds.
I mean, it's very much the difference between cash games and tournaments. I mean, in a tournament in particular, that is a fold that even though we recognize will be, I hesitate to say wrong, it will be a fold made with the best hand. It is the right fold. In a cash game, you look at it very differently. You can always just rebuy. It doesn't matter. Onwards you march.
I love this from Sarkis. Going after that open from +2. So he gives some respect to the +2, but Sarkis knows they have to give him more respect because he's wielding 2.5 million chips.
And remember, this is the man that forced the two queens out with the ace-king. Is Karami maybe hunting a pound of flesh, some vengeance? This is not the holding with which to do it, I would imagine.
This is actually kind of not a bad hand to 4-bet bluff with. I prefer to see him do that with maybe a hand like ace-10 suited than ace-jack off, but certainly contended. The problem with that is, realistically, how many hands do you have that want to 4-bet call it off when we're this close to the money and you've got a million chips? Not many, is my thinking. So it's a little bit harder to have 4-bet bluffs there, because it's hard to have 4-bet value. There is Kirichenko. Like I say, the man came fourth. 58K he got Ali for fourth place in the one this time. So you're going to throw that on his tab there. Going to add a little bit more here today, most likely as well. See if we can get him up to a milli.
I wonder, by the way, if Karami isn't giving Sarkis maybe a little bit more credit on account of the fact that they are countrymen, perhaps familiar to one another, and he's thinking, I don't think Sarkis is getting after me, going hard.
Also, he's just,
you know,
he's shown hands as well every time he's got the showdown.
Yeah. It's all been legit. But you know what I mean? A big stack like that, you don't expect it to be as credible as it has been.
But he hasn't had to table anything junky yet. Obviously, we saw the 3-bet 6-7 suited. They didn't get to showdown.
Yeah.
Pardon me, did get to showdown, of course. What am I talking about?
But that really is the lone kind of...
Yeah. 3-bet folded to a cold 4-bet, but that can be real hands. There's plenty of real hands that are going to 3-bet and fold to a cold 4-bet. That won't have been streamed yet on their time. Obviously, we're on a 30-minute delay.
Meanwhile, Vladimir Troyanovsky chirping with threes.
Yeah, try and get one through here. Obviously, Murderer's right behind in terms of stacks.
Yeah,
Sarkis,
I mean, a
Plant,
really
and Lian.
poor kind of seat.
Very bad seat. But Troyanovsky ain't afraid of no ghost.
No. Certified Ghostbuster. 8 million plus in earnings. Proves it. As Plant does get after him from the small with the ace-5.
He's just taken every spot so far, I think, that you could take, Plant. Got a nice Troyanovsky, who really, again, just starts the hand 40 big blinds deep. We really don't want to be finding ourselves in 3-bet pots, 6 away from the money, with threes. Just very hard to ever realize. Our opponent gets to overbluff us post-flop because we are so close to the money. Yeah, good fold.
Begrudging, but
yeah, he's
appropriate.
like, I know you're probably up to no good here, but this isn't the hand I can fight back with 2-3. So I'm going to be in there with some sort of blocker to the value.
Yeah, the plan was always to hope to get it through pre, and then if you do have to take a flop, try to just stab and take it down there. Absent a set, of course. This is really quite the tough table. I mean, not just a function of the big stacks, but, you know, the people in the cockpit presiding over those particular stacks as well. Just formidable competition.
Yeah, they're not necessarily far on the checklist, are they?
Pocket threes. Karami not going to try his hand up front. King Queen suited though for Montiano, and obviously good enough hand to open. You look over to your left though, and you kind of hold your breath and go, please let this get through.
Yeah, it's an honest one, and it's one I think you have to make, but you've been attacked with such high frequency, it's going to feel like exactly you said, Ollie. Please just don't raise me. If you're going to play, just call. At least let me see a flop with this.
Yeah. Promptly clears the 4-man hurdle to his left.
Yeah, and this I'd like to see Kirichenko fold this. Obviously, normally we say we like to defend with these kind of hands for such a great price, but Montiano's going to be opening pretty snug there. Our stack size is sub 20 big blinds, 6 away from the money. We don't need to be getting involved in these kind of hands. So we're just checking there on the tournament clock. But I think more the case that Montiano just doesn't get to raise light ever with those stacks behind him. So they did share that final table the other day. Finishing 6th and 4th. Good boy. Just burning a little time there, I think, more than anything. I think he decided he was folding a long time ago.
Yeah, agreed. Step by step, we march toward the money bubble. And the difference between 3 grueling days of main event competition for nothing at all and a min cash of 4,600 plus. With 86 players remaining, Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey from here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus, the Merit Complex for this Western Series main event.
It's beautiful out there today, Ali.
Yeah, I was shocked because throughout most of the day yesterday, I mean, there was lightning, the dogs were howling. I mean, it was...
Yeah, it was a really nice start of the week, I think, before you got here, started the festival, and then there were a couple of days where it was windy and a bit of rain yesterday, but that's certainly blown through now. Back to nice and sunny.
I just need the skies in and around Heathrow to remain clear so I can get home on the 26th. There were some hilarious diversions to flights that took place.
You know. I also have to fly back to Heathrow, much to my disappointment.
Yeah. I know, Gatwick boy. Meanwhile, ace queen 5, far from disappointing for Leon. The button open. Plays it as a check back and turns into aces and threes on the turn. Nothing on the stovetop for Karami to speak of, and he certainly rates to be done.
Interesting that he decided to check this one back. Obviously, very rare you see pre-flop raiser check back an ace-queen 5 board against a big blind peel. Especially when the big blind doesn't have to be peeling super tight. They are going to be in here with a lot of hands like this jack 8. You would expect range to bet, or almost always range to bet. Maybe deciding the weakest ace, Ali, specifically with a wheel card and a diamond as his occasional slow play. Makes some sense. I don't think he'll do that every time, but every now and again, check that combination back.
Sure.
Yeah, are we on the same flight back?
8:05 a.m.
Oh, you're doing you're a sucker for punishment, aren't you?
No, I just need to make my connection into Vegas, my friend. That's the only way to do it.
Wow. No, I'm on
In the afternoon?
I'm on like the 5 p.m. where I get to have a lie and some lunch, quickly visit the spa on my way out.
Right.
I say 5 p.m. I think it's like an 8 p.m. flight, actually. I think I leave here at 5 p.m. How much damage do you think I can do in the buffet in that last day?
A lot. James, I've had a front row seat to some of the dents that you've put in the
I've been going light on it this trip.
coffers. Well, congratulations.
Thank you. I'm glad you've noticed. Before going on, I did head over to the poker room buffet in pursuit of the cookies. But then I realized cookies apparently don't come out till 4 o'clock, and it was only 3 o'clock. So
I do feel compelled to apologize to those who are streaming right now for what is less than riveting kind of banter.
go on, tell us about these aircraft
Coming out of you,
diversions.
you know.
Go on, that's far more interesting. Chocolate chip cookies. Oh, come on now, everyone loves them.
Kirichenko hunting cookies with a mystery holding, minimum of the 10 of spades on the button. Barca, the K9 unit.
Yeah, I think it's nice to play. We realize a lot from this seat against a stack as vulnerable as that on the bubble.
Yeah, sure.
We can certainly bluff as well. But more we over-realize, they're just going to check back a lot out of fear.
Kirichenko, of course, very competent opposition. We don't expect him to be lighting a match to any chips, as the Jack 7-5 board, as far as we can tell, hasn't hit either player.
That's even one there we can get super fruity and sometimes lead, I think. With the 9 of diamonds working for us. Kirichenko doesn't get to keep us honest anywhere near enough. I'm not saying I'm always leading out there with a king 9 with the 9 of diamonds, Ali, but it's a contender. Like I say, Kirichenko spending a bit of time checking the stock here. 3 away from the money now. Very hard for him to just bet really with much on these kind of flops, because just facing a check jam, unless you've got an overpair or ace jack, is so dicey. And even then, with like ace jack, you're just flipping against the overcard flush draw combos. He is going to bet here. Wonder if this is more leaning towards Ali like a 9-10 or 8-10 that doesn't hate getting blasted off its equity, rather than a hand like Jack 10 or 10s. Well, we will never know.
That we will not, as the 31K bet does draw the curtain.
I also, Ali, went for a stroll earlier.
Okay.
I went to see the goats.
Oh, yeah.
They're all right. They're chilling.
They're actually probably the only mammals on the island that are doing more damage to a variety of food stocks than you are. Just slightly more diverse menu for the goats than for you.
I also found a couple of the dogs sleeping underneath the reindeer.
Oh, there you go.
The reindeer decorations. They've just taken a bit of shade there. I'm showing Ali a picture, but the Christmas decorations are still up here. There's a beautiful reindeer sled combo illumination at the front of the crystal. The dogs are taking rest under its shade.
Always wonder where the dogs that roam the Merit complex kind of wind up throughout the course of the day and night, for that matter. But the lightning and the thunder definitely had them
Right.
concerned last night. No concerns for Sarkis as we see him getting frisky with the queen 3 suited. Note Leon again with the flat.
This is exactly the point I made a minute ago when Barker decided to 3-bet the 7s. It's scary because Leanne's going to have these really strong hands here. Not that he's trapping, it's just there's no benefit to him playing a big pot against Sarkis. So you see Kirichenko kind of falling into that trap somewhat himself, thinking, oh, maybe Leanne's light here, but Leanne's not light.
The man who is light, correctly identified by Kirichenko, is, of course, Sarkis, who'll get out of the way. But Leon is going to be ready to party with these 2 10s, and we're going to play one.
He's going to ask for a count, of course.
20 blind.
But when he finds it's 20 blinds, there you go, as declared, he's going to think, wow, this could definitely be some weaker. Obviously, quite often going to be a flip. You're expecting to see the ace-king combo a lot. Some ace-queens, and maybe these ace-jack suiteds are all right here because maybe Leanne is 3-betting ace-king all the time and some combos of ace-queen, so therefore you think, hey, this is often going to be 10s or 9s if I squeeze and get called. And Leanne does make the call, so Kirichenko at risk on the bubble with this ace-jack.
What's going on then?
They're just not sure if they're supposed to table their hands. As we're so close to the money, they're not sure if they've been asked to wait to open these, but they haven't yet.
Yeah, 83 players left, 3 away from the money, so they're on their backs here in a 688K pot as Kirichenko has run into the 2 10s of Leon.
Yeah, and again, one that maybe he didn't need to take.
It is a bit flippy, but he's got the lighter side of the coin, does Kirichenko. Much more so on a 9-7-6 board as 46% slips down to 25%. 6 outs twice. And there is one of them, the jack, but 10 of hearts, straight draws, flush draws for Leon. The 10, of course, would still work. Plenty to fade for Kirichenko to hang tough here in the main. But he's done it.
The red one, Ali.
Yeah.
It's not 309.
And Kirichenko going to walk this one off.
So twice I think we've seen perhaps an over-eagerness to jam in this spot. But both times the player who's done so has managed to win the flip.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure how much we gain by jamming that other than the sort of 5.5 blinds we pick up. But when we've got 21 blinds or 20 blinds, getting to 25 doesn't really change our out like that much. Of course, it's an increase, but the potential to bust 3 away from the money, when if we fold, we're just going to get in the money with 20 bigs. We're just there.
Yep.
It seems a little loose to me. But again, it all comes down to your motivations. Kirichenko has already picked up 60K this series. Maybe he's not too worried about the min cash.
I think he's just kind of playing his
And-
game. He
and
doesn't
when you-
strike me as the kind of guy that's looking at, like, how have I done on this stop
Right,
so far?
okay.
You know what I mean? This
But
is
I think maybe part of it as well, when you are running good, you feel confident in these kind of plays.
Correct.
Maybe you do play that little bit more aggressively than you would do if things are going badly.
yeah, you're not wrong about that.
Nice spirit. Nice spirit. On the bubble trophy.
Yeah, I went there.
So brave.
It's, I love that term.
So
Reminds me,
brave.
my father used to talk about that when he would do business in Japan, and it was, you know, you couldn't tell people no.
Okay.
When they come up with a suggestion, you'd be like, well, I think that's very brave.
Diplomatic.
Yeah. It's a
Soft-handed.
very bold strategy.
Yeah.
Would be the
No 7s?
no 7s. I think Sarkis and Trojanowski are building up a little bromance here and kind of slightly needling these guys for getting it in a bit too liberally on the bubble.
Well, listen, the two of them are
I
accomplished.
love this relationship.
It is very good.
I love it. This is great.
Little suited connector, able to
This-
raise
the,
and
the
take it.
friendships you make at the poker table, albeit sometimes only for a fleeting couple of hours, but it's great. They have a little understanding already, a little in-joke. You're getting close to that money. Of course, the min cash, 46.40. 82 players remain. Of course, there'll be a lot of players who may be in for 1, 2, 3 bullets. Perhaps they might be in for 10K.
You know, we don't track these sorts of things for good reason. We just prefer to celebrate the cash.
Yeah.
Not the profit loss margin.
And when you are playing this, it's important to divorce yourself for how much you're in for. It's irrelevant. The pass is irrelevant. You're in for what you're in for.
That's a good point.
You play every hand uniquely. It's still, the 46.40 is still 46.40, whether you're in for 3 bullets or 1 bullet. Makes no difference.
Kirichenko. Early position open with the ace-queen, fresh off of that double.
There are arguments sometimes in poker in terms of payouts. Players say maybe min cashes should be bigger because players are in for more bullets and therefore it's a better chance of break even. But I'm always in the camp, Ali. I like catering the prize pool for the player who's won a satellite and is in for 1 bullet. I think that's how things should be done. Now, maybe different in the really small buy-in tournaments around the world. Like if you're in a $100 tournament, that might be slightly different. But any event where there's satellites into, I like catering to that player.
Well, I like queen 3 deuce when I have ace queen.
Yeah.
Sadki's defended with the king 7. Checks it over.
Yeah, obviously, again, we do play slightly tighter against this player when they peel from the big, but queen deuce trade board always going to be a bet.
Yeah, 22K. Quickly gets the king 7 into the muck. Sadki's
Straight draw.
all smiles. He's been impressive. You know, a lot of those chips have been earned. James, granted, the 410K river call, still the one that is percolating in our minds as
I'm just more upset in
an
my hand that
interesting one.
you broke down the analysis far better than I did.
Oh, the ace-4, ace-5 has to have been
just
what was
upset
on
myself.
Yakuli's mind. I mean,
I'm
it's
coming
strictly
in,
that.
I'm going with I was coming in cold. I've been out there enjoying the sunshine.
Make the excuses you need to, James. That's fine.
It's just, I feel like I've been outplayed by Ali at poker.
Look, I'm the play-by-play guy. You're the analyst. You know how it works.
No discount. I try. I try.
Well, I'm getting a little frisky. Trying to get one through from under the gun. He feels like, hey, I've got 100 blinds on a bubble. I'm supposed to be able to raise a bunch. But he really can't at this table. The spots in front of him are going to be raising with stacks that cover the his. Now Karami, ace-10 suited, couple of seats down. Again, he's pulling out a 3-bet here. I don't hate the theory, Ali. But it's just how many hands do we want to play a big pot with? Maybe picking up that Lian's going to be opening fairly tight here and the rare chance he does get to open. And of course the ace-10 suited does play pretty well when peeled. I think we should go for a slightly larger sizing than this, try and dissuade those peels, but Karami showing a willingness to fight. Look at that, that's such a small sizing that ace-9 snuck around. Yeah, this is problematic, of course, in this instance. It's a great scenario because we have the best of it. And we have reason to continue with 1 heart on board here.
That we do. Leon playing it as a check.
Yeah, Leon can't do much here. I mean, we are up against the best hands possible as well.
Yeah. Happen to have been dominated, of course, by Karami, who does sprinkle something out there, recognizing that Leon's going to be playing fairly straightforward in a spot such as that. Rightfully so. So a little updated peek at what has truly been the Wael Sarkis show thus far in this frame. 2.6 million off of the high water mark, but still sitting very pretty and poised to make a deep run here in this main event, day 3. Perhaps on the line now, giving some updates to his friends. Troyanovsky
Do you think he's
and Muntiano down toward the bottom.
He's a poker player, so I reckon he's not put anything about how he's accumulated chips, but he's lost an 800k flip, ace king to sevens. Can't believe the guy put it in.
Sure.
It's always the same when you're talking to someone, they're playing a tournament, Ali, and how are you getting on? And they reply, 500k, and then you ask them a little bit, how are you getting on? They go, oh, I just lost a big one, something like that. And you go, oh, how much have you got left? And they've got 700k. You're like, you didn't mention the upswing.
Right.
Only the downswing.
Well, we tend to focus a little bit upon.
But everyone just wants sympathy.
We're allowed. Sarkis raise and take with the ace-3.
Yeah, things should play very, very tight for now.
No, no.
King 9 suited for Montiano. Relatively early position, and again, he has to get through that minefield to his left, but nevertheless, he does open.
700. Under 6, I think.
Saki's really going to go after him here with 6-3 suited.
520, 200.
This is going to be fun. He's doing it, Ali. This is a real just punishing maneuver.
And his hearts are smothered, by the way.
He just knows that Montiano just cannot play here. And that's why I don't think Montiano should even open this hand, Ali. We saw him kind of
I agree. I was surprised to see it.
He played the king-queen suited, got that 1-3, but that was like thankfully, got 1-3. But just murderers row behind that. They're all capable. We've seen Sarkis turn up with 6-7 suited at a 3-bet.
Sure.
We've seen Ryan Plant with a cold 4-bet that the guys will be aware now was king-queen.
But, I mean, Montiano, he's been around long enough to know that this is a spot where Sarkis is just going to be punishing these sorts of moves.
But it's not even Sarkis. If it's not Sarkis, it's Plant behind.
Yeah,
it's not him, it's Lian behind. It's
Just please announce all in calls. Please announce all in calls.
So yeah, Montiano, hopefully now we don't see another light open from him. He should just shut down. Well played by Sarkis, just leveraging that pressure. Montiano gave him the opportunity to do that. And I think. All right, all in and calls are to be announced. We just heard there.
Yep.
So just 2 away. It's going to still take a while, Ali. Players get hyper aware. The structure being so deep, there'll be only a handful of players, sort of sub 10 bigs, one imagines. Barker with ace-4 suited under the gun. I like that. See, Ali, that's the adjustment I'd like to see.
Staying disciplined.
Yeah, much better to just fold those ace-4 suited there that normally you want to play. I mean, he's got a big stack as well, 800k. But there's just not a lot of gain with the killers behind.
No, you're absolutely right. Which is, again, why I was surprised to see Montiano step out with that king 9 suited unnecessarily. But, he's getting after it. He likes to fight. But he's a tidy player. He's not the kind that, is looking for a brawl.
Karami defending the big 10-5 suited. Plant singing ace queen deuce rainbow flop as the opener. Going to just have a really high c-bet frequency here. I'd suggest 100%. It should be fairly small, but actually it looks like he's going the other way. He's going quite big. 40k. Perhaps thinking a queen and Always going to call an ace board as well. Not much do-sex in the opponent's range. Just fake gut shots. And of course, if he has a wider than usual opening range there early, which is reasonable, given the fact this is the bubble, maybe he does want to just bet bigger as c-bets as a strategy.
Absolutely. I kind of like the situational awareness that's been displayed by and large by this crew. I mean, throughout the phase of a tournament, you really do need to pay attention to a multitude of different factors, not just at your specific table, but, you know, the overall big picture, and adjustments are constantly needing to be made. Somebody arrives at your table, they take a seat to your right or left. How deep are they? Where are we in terms of the bubble? Or, you know, a big blind increase, your pay jump if you're in the money. I mean, all these sorts of things. And there are a lot of variables constantly being evaluated. Can't just take a static approach. As Muntiano's approach here with ace-10 offsuit under the gun, again demonstrating some willingness to stick his neck out. Barca with an ace-10 suited in the big, obviously worthy of defense.
Yeah, very different scenario here, of course, than the hand before. Muntiano, though, again, Ali, just don't really gain much by playing these hands. It's ace-10 off.
Oh, Barco's gained the nut flush draw here after defending.
Much rather see him just fold it.
Or maybe at least check back on this particular spot, but he expects straightforward play out of Barca, so he just a little tickle to try to take it down. Now, likely done with it. Deuce on the turn. We know Barca's not calling light.
You're not trying to make anything better fold with this ace-10 bet on the flop, but you're just making it easy. You're stopping, you know, the 6-7s of the world just catching a piece and winning the pot when they really shouldn't.
Yeah.
I wonder now if he's thinking about whether he wants to try and make a 9 fold or whether he wants to make some of the draws fold. Now, of course, he blocks some of the draws, of course, with that 10. And yeah, it does just check it back. And that's a pretty good river for him to see. I think he gets to win here a bit, and it goes check, check, and they'll table the same hand.
That they will.
Barca sees that, and he's like, obviously thinks he could have won that hand, but I like how he played it. I don't think you're going to be erasing at any point there.
No, I agree. You know, Barca, much like Muntiano, are aware of the situation they find themselves in, so tiptoeing on what is somewhat thin ice on road to the bubble.
Sorry.
Jack 10 suited for Troyanovsky.
Yeah, I think this is just a fold again. 82 left. Obviously, it looks like a very good hand when we play, but he's well aware of that. Being around the block more than once, Ali.
Yeah.
He's not going to make the mistake of opening light early. Sarkis, though, with the 2.7 million. He's got 2 cards. He's going to raise.
That's really all it takes at this stage. And I think you circled that Jack 10 suited fold there from Troyanovsky is really, given how attractive we know that hand is, how well it plays under normal circumstances, that which proves our point in terms of what needs to be done here with 82 players left and 80 paid. And Murderer's Row to your left.
I'll give it back to you if I win the hand.
Well, Muntiano defending 10-7 suited. This one, of course, certainly defendable. Finds a flush draw.
On an ace-high board, though, where Sarkis has just broken out the Warhammer with Queen 4 of spades. obviously we're going to see a turn.
Yeah, he's going to play this. Should play this. It's good, but it's quite a chunky c-bet. But again, I like this just referenced Ryan's c-bet being slightly larger. When we're on the bubble, just bet a little bit bigger. You're going to put a lot more hands under pressure.
3 on the turn. As the 10-7 fails to improve, suddenly Sarkis does pick up something to speak of in the form of the gutter.
Yeah, quite hard though to continue because Montiano has peeled this flop to that larger sizing. The range of hands he's got is somewhat narrower now. It's not really a scare card for him to see either, Montiano V. But look at this! Sarkis relentless. And he's found himself up against the hand that like really can't continue in 10 high, albeit with a heart draw.
105K, the sizing too. I mean, this is... it's so frustrating because Montiano just knows that Sarkis is going to be up to this sort of funny business, and yet powerless, helpless, really, to do much.
Bludgeoning them.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, obviously that case, he was bluffing with the best of it. But what's Montiano going to do with his 6x? How's he going to enjoy life with his weakest aces?
It's like the star in Super Mario Brothers, you know, just the invincibility, except
Yeah.
it doesn't really run out until the bubble bursts. Queen Jack as plant with issues having been cleared in front of him.
Yeah, he's obviously got the best seat here downwind of Sarkis. Just doesn't get to open too many hands because Sarkis takes a lot of spots, but once Sarkis folds, Plant certainly gets to play plenty of...
You know, Leanne to his left isn't great, but
Sure.
he does have 1.5 million.
Yeah. And this is quite a nice spot as well. Troinovsky in the big.
Sure.
Montiano in the small. And Barker on the button. All three of them really don't want to get involved. Or at least in theory, but... Barker pondering this one with Queen Anne of Diamonds. Well, he is going to flick in a call. Montiano with 2 6s in the small. This is... Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go set mining for the additional 20k. Which seems reasonable to me. Oh, maybe we're going to play a little no set, no bet strategy here. Troinovsky finds it though in the big blind.
The bazooka, ace, king of clubs, exactly what you want to look down at in a spot such as this where you have 90k of what looks like money ripe for the picking.
Yeah, I think we just want to deny here. Go for the all-in.
Agreed.
Yeah, it does. You don't... You know, if there were 150 left, we could go for a 3-bet squeeze, non-all-in in juice with ace-king suited. But on the bubble, we just want to maximize our survival equity, and that is done so by jamming. Lovely pickup for Troinovsky.
Absolutely.
What a time to find ace-king suited.
Important little pickup considering that they're sitting here 8-handed, every orbit costly. Patiently, this crew seeks the money. Somewhat unfortunate, by the way, that these big stacks find themselves at the same table with so many tables available in the field, James, because obviously Sarkis can just really deny stacks that would otherwise be able to be the mayors of their respective tables from operating in that manner. Ace-9 suited here for Barca.
Yeah, certainly good enough. Obviously scary raising into this big blind.
Yeah, but oh wow, aces. Troyanovsky, fresh off of Ace-King suited. Now, going to do his best to maximize.
Yeah, this is kind of fun because he can...
Flat and try to retain Sarkis behind?
Is that what he's done? It is.
Yeah, I suspected he would approach it in this manner.
I actually would much rather see him 3-bet this hand.
To narrow the range of Sarkis behind?
Barca's shown a propensity to perhaps get over-involved. You don't want Sarkis coming behind with any 2 on the bubble when you've got the aces. You also, when you 3-bet, it doesn't make a lot of sense because there aren't a lot of hands you want to 3-bet call it off with 40 big blinds deep on the bubble. So it kind of looks bluffy.
Right, and then maybe you induce a 4-bet from
Right.
a man who suspects you've got a lot of 3-bet folds in your range. Instead, it goes 3 ways to the 10-10-7 board, a round of checks, and now a queen on the turn, which leaves the opposition drawing dead.
Yeah, as played, I like how he's playing it now, checking the turn once again. You can certainly get Barca to bluff this card or value bet this card should he have hit. It looks like that's what Barca's thinking about doing. He does fire out the bet. So he's getting his man to commit some chips, drawing dead.
That he is.
Which is a pretty good thing to do in poker, Ali. And yeah, as Troyanovsky's played this, obviously just has to play it as a call and then a check call on the river, one assumes. And it looks like he's just got a queen there as played. So I'd imagine Barca would give up. Unless he thinks it's up a hand for like 8s or 9s, but when you're holding a 9, it's very hard to ever give your opponent that part of the range versus the Queen X suited to the Broadway combos. And if Troyanovsky's ever sizing up a lead here, Ali.
Does appear like a very innocent run out where the aces are doing just fine.
I actually do quite like this. So I thought you'd check, but going for the lead here, you can almost rule out 10x for Barca as the pre-flop raiser. He would surely just put out a small c-bet on this board with that. You think he might have a queen, but he's bet for value, or in which case he's never folding for this bet size. And he might make a crying call if he himself has a hand like 8s or 9s that decided to check the flop and then stab the turn.
Sure.
Obviously, Troyanovsky can have a hand like maybe King-Jack, Ace-Jack. Perhaps some Jack-9 suited that decided to peel pre-flop. I don't think there should be too much of that when we're this close to the money, but...
Agreed.
I do like this line, although, as I say, I'd be much more of a fan of the 3-bet. Yeah, well done, Barca.
Not going to get excessively curious with that ace high there, understandably.
Aces.
Nice hand.
So improbable, but honest.
I don't know squeeze. What is squeeze?
Squeeze on the bubble is a good option.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
true,
like
actually.
that.
We have seen Sarkis play very aggressive. Maybe that's where Troyanovsky was thinking he might get a better end of it. Coming out with a big 3-bet squeeze, perhaps.
It's normal call.
This you have to confirm.
But I think
Small
Sarkis
dated.
probably respects Troyanovsky to know that if he
small is
flats
big.
on the small,
Yeah,
it's not going to be
10,000,
super
yeah.
wide. And
My call is
there are going to be some traps there.
secret.
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 I can call Jack 10. Suited. 8-9 suited. Why not? That's what it is.
Now, stone money bubble. James, 81 left.
Hand for hand time.
That it is. Ace deuce suited here.
You was my hope.
And that means, Ali, of course, as well, we're going to be down to just 9 tables. Everyone will be, it'll be 9 tables of 9. Kind of ensures some fairness on the bubble.
He's bored by it all. No, it's just been a long day. A long marathon of a main, but
This is an option for sure. And the way he's played,
his race is far from over. Yeah,
Okay.
King Jack off, but plays it as a flat here against
Yeah.
the Karami Open.
I think if he hadn't 3-bet so many hands before now, he certainly would have 3-bet this, but maybe thinking he's losing some credibility, so decides to slow play this one, if you will.
Yeah, an interesting way to describe King Jack, but that is,
Right.
of
I would
course,
expect him
in
to free bet
context.
this, but I can understand why he hasn't.
And just
صح means fold.
check folds to Karami, who finally is able to take one away from the man with the Warhammer.
Bon appétit.
Bon appetit
شباب.
issued.
We're going to break the table. Then we're going to start.
Good sense of humor there.
عمود وجويزة.
There we go, Ali.
You have to wait
That's what our
for the
field
game
looks
to
like. There. Outer tables. Spot your favourites. Who do we see?
What are we waiting for?
I see Andrew Headley somewhere. I don't see him. I don't know he's out there.
Any updates?
He's in there with
From your horse?
600k-ish, so a little bit below average, but certainly comfortable. Now, Ali, of course, I just mentioned we're going down to 9 tables of 9. Obviously about to go hand for hand.
Okay.
This will take a minute to settle because we have some vacant seats in the room that need to be filled as the table breaks.
And a peek at the chip counts here. Sarkis still comfortably up at the top, followed by Plant and Leon, neck and neck. Then Muntiano at the bottom.
Well, Ali, I think whilst we set this, we are going to throw things to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, the tables will be set and we will be ready to get a hand-for-hand underway.
All right, well, let's do that then. Stepping away just briefly. James and I will be back in a few moments with more coverage from here in the main. Welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel Resort and Casino. A brief pause to day 3's coverage here as we bring you back into the commentator's booth. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey. And I got to say, there's envy swirling about me as I watched during that frame Wael Sarkis just have the sun shine down on him from the moment that he picked up that big pot against Iakuli and really never looked back, able to make the most of an approach toward the bubble and a massive stack here at the featured table. It's just been a terrific little run for him.
I think the word that best describes it, clinical. That's all it's been. He's played it perfectly, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I can't think of a single hand he's misplayed, and I can't think of a single spot he's not taken. In fact, taken maybe a few more than even I would take. And I like taking advantage in these situations.
No doubt about it. So we are moments away from getting to hand-for-hand coverage here. The difference between Finishing in 81st and finishing 80th is $4,640. That'll be the min cash, and it'll stay static at that amount all the way through 73rd. As you look at the newcomer, Nanju inheriting short stack duties behind Munteanu here with the blinds at 10 and 15,000 as they were before the break.
But
40K in orbit, the price of poker.
are they with those 23 blinds? Obviously the shortest stack here, but we're far from the shortest stack in
right.
the room. And I think this table, very unlikely to produce the bubble. I think we're going to see more of the same from Sarkis, getting to run over the table somewhat.
Yep.
I'd advise the rest of them just to stay out of his way. It won't take that many hands for the bubble to burst with 80 players.
About
But I'm going to put my reputation on the line.
Okay.
Say the bubble's not bursting on this table. It's a guarantee.
Well, you know, I obviously wouldn't be surprised if you were right about that.
You wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong either, would you?
Your reputation precedes you, James?
Yeah.
Well, for these players' sake, I certainly hope that you are right. And players is a very good way to describe every one of these guys at this table, James, who have looked solid and sound in their approach, very mindful of the matter at hand, which is not always the case. You know, sometimes we'll see an outlier, somebody who just, you know, ICM be damned kind of approaches. Entertaining, but suicidal.
Here's you. He's come to this table and looked around and gone, what? Is this the right tournament? You guys have got so many chips. It's like,
He's come to this table and gone, this seat?
yeah.
Really?
Sarkis getting after it, Ollie. 7 deuce. Oh, if we wondered if he was going to fold any hands on the button, we've been answered.
I feel like I need to apologize on his behalf to the remainder of the field. As you see Plant, ace-jack suited, obviously against a button open of Sarkis. We know it's a great hand, but just need to play conservative. We're on the stone money bubble, and here we are having flatted with top pair. And here's the thing, Sarkis, well aware of the fact that the ranges are condensed for those that would be willing to tussle with him.
They are condensed to an extent, but Plant having 1.5 million chips still gets to play a lot of hands. It's not like he has to fold particularly tight, but you're right, he just has to play his hands a bit more passively because he doesn't really want to play inflated pots. And I'm not surprised to see Sarkis c-bet this one, Ollie, but I think this is the kind of board you've got to be a little bit more careful on against Plant, because he's going to have some of this.
Look, he c-bet just hoping to take it right away against maybe Paint, but instead he got called, and here he is with a wheel draw, 194 in the middle. Once you do get called on that dry board texture, though, you know that the ace-X's do loom, and I think this barrel in particular, James, would be the first that we could take issue with.
Yeah, this is just the wrong person to be pressuring, because Plant's not going to overfold here. He has 1.4 million back, and the pot was only standing at a couple hundred K. He doesn't have to be worried for his tournament life here, ever. I understand Sarkis' thought process. Hey, I've turned a wheel draw. Let's keep going, but Plant will, of course, be going nowhere. Yeah. I would like to see just check sometimes on the flop, and this would be one of the hands I think you can do it with. But as played, betting the flop's also okay. But once you have bet the flop, I don't think we really bet the turn.
Tend to agree with you.
And he just gives up.
Yeah. But that's 130K more than I think he needed to commit to this one.
But at least he didn't fire the third.
Good point. And sometimes you wonder whether or not you're setting your man up for a 3-street kind of, you know, attack. I don't think Plant was going to be going anywhere, though.
Nope, he was ready to go.
You know what's really crazy is the occasions on which we do see the river barrel come in, and it's like an overbet.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden Plant's sitting there going, come on, are you serious?
Yeah, and I think if Sarkis had hit the river, somehow had the 3 there, for example, then I would have loved to see an overbet there, because, yeah, you're kind of expecting it.
Have we any updates from our colleague Andrew Headley here deep into day 3? James?
I just know that, obviously, he's texting in real time, as it were.
Okay.
And the last message I received from him was that he was Yeah, a little over 600k on the pure bubble. Or 620.
Rates to work his
Stone
way into the
bubble.
money at present.
Oh yeah.
Don't think we have any concerns about that.
I don't want to jinx it, but
Looking good for our man.
yeah. I don't care about our man. I care about me, Ollie.
Yeah, I know. You're
I don't want to lose 200 bucks here.
Yeah, right. Fold it around to Sarkis. I'm going to make a prediction. Oh, well, I didn't really have an opportunity as he does make it 30K with the King 9 suited. Far less than what would be required for him to do so. As we saw 7 deuce on the button, off suit, willing to open. And barrel twice. Kirichenko, big blind, defending and flopping a flush draw up against a pair of 9s with backdoor hearts. This one could get a little interesting. 85K in the middle.
Yeah, he's not loving it, but I think you were deep enough that we can still take a flop with the queen deuce suited again. We're not going to be facing an all-in likely with this hand.
By the way, James, played as a check back by Sarkis, who now picks up the nut flush draw in turn.
Yeah, I think he's actually okay just to check this back again because, I mean, we're not really worried about anything. Getting check raised here would be horrible.
Oh, yeah.
He's pretty big. Again, this doesn't... I'm not a huge fan of this size, but if we're going with the strategy of basically having a sledgehammer most of the time, then it's kind of nice to keep going. But we don't want like a weaker heart draw to fold. By the way, on this side, we're going to create that to happen. There aren't better made hands that... Wow, this is the problem. You get check raised if his check raise coming, and life is horrible.
That it is.
Wow, and this is so smart from Kirichenko, because when Sarkis is check back flop, he's thinking he's got some sort of weak showdown. He knows his man's always going to barrel this ace early with his bluffs. And if he has just paired an ace, does he really want to call a check raise?
Yeah. Excellent.
On this rich board, I mean, Kirichenko could certainly play a straight like this. He could certainly play a set like this. He could have aces up, play like this. Might be a little unfortunate timing, though, for Kirichenko, given that Sarkis has a hand that has to continue to this size.
Pair and a flush draw. Plenty of kit
Yeah,
to make the investment.
Only like 100k more. Getting 3-1 in position with a nut flush draw and a pair. He's not really thinking the pair. He holds much equity, but he's thinking, if I hit this heart, I stack a straight or... Whoa! Oh, pardon me. I saw him reach for more chips, but he has just called. I thought that was never going to see a raise there.
No way.
Yeah.
That would have just been
Well, now see,
reckless.
can Kirichenko follow up?
Once he's been called on this turn, James, I mean, the idea behind it was to not put pressure on himself to get there. Failing to hit on this river with the 3 of clubs, I think he recognizes Sarkis is unlikely to have a hand that's going to go away. But it is such a draw-heavy texture. We block the
Right.
spades, of course.
And if
So the heart combos, maybe some of the straight combos.
And what's Sarkis going to do with his best one pairs here? If he faces another bet here. It's 400 in the middle. Kirichenko has 503. Still has room to make a big bet here and have chips behind. Should he get called? And remember, he's not repping draws here. He's not repping a misdraw. He's trying to rep a straight. He's trying to rep a set. All are feasible. Because he's not going to be 3-betting 9s and 10s from the big blind against his late position raise because it is
Agreed.
Sarkis and it is the bubble. All those are available to him. Could have a hand like ace-10. Certainly would play this way. Could have ace-9. Of course, Sarkis blocks that. Sarkis as well with the king of hearts kind of blocks those bluffy draws. Wow, he goes all in. That is crazy on the bubble. Over-betting, jamming.
And look at Sarkis. He's looking over and wondering what on earth makes sense.
This is crazy. This is like... This is super
This
crazy.
is the stone money bubble. You're up against a guy who can absolutely send you packing with not a dollar to your name, sitting on a stack that's plenty more deep than the short ones in the field.
But Ollie, it's a case of he's over bet pot all in. He could bet pot here. He could bet 350 and leave chips back. But by going for the all-in bluff, he's literally saying, like, I shouldn't really ever have a bluff here. I mean, you shouldn't really ever have this sizing here on the river
Here's
because
the
it's
thing.
the pure bubble.
It's not lost on Kirichenko what this looks like to Sarkis, the polarity of it, and the fact that it is going to pique his interests potentially.
Yeah, in theory, I don't think we're ever supposed to have an all-in here because of the pure bubble. We can bet 400k, leave 100k back if we're beat. And you would do that with a set here, Ollie, potentially. If you've got a set of sixes, you'd bet 400k here in case you're up against a set of aces that probably doesn't want to raise for the last bit because 7-8's a possibility.
Incredible.
So it's not just that he shouldn't really have this size with value either, but when people do deviate, Ollie, and maybe bet too much, it's usually with it than as a bluff. But look at this. Credit to Sarkis, he's still thinking about it. He can't possibly call this. Obviously thinking he's got 9. Blocks 9s, but that's it. At this point, your opponent doesn't have ace-9. They're not making...
This is last time before the break. So we have one more hand.
They're not making this size with ace-9, Ollie.
By the way, think about how deeply uncomfortable things are for Kirichenko right now. He knows call gets declared, he's out of there on the stone bubble. And yet he must do his best to maintain poise, to not give anything away, heart racing.
Like I say, I think all value should be
Queen Jack spade.
under the all-in.
Oh my God, he just said Queen Jack of spades. It's very much in the realm of exactly what it is
Well, it's the only
that
thing he
Kirichenko's
beats.
got.
The only thing he beats is a flush draw. Obviously, he blocks one of them.
But just stop to think about the fact that Sarkis properly identified King 10 earlier. And now, effectively the same sort of kid with Queen High spades. He might make this call, James. It's not a given that he's going to fold. I know you say no, but...
Kirichenko. I mean, if you're studying Kirichenko looks sick.
It's just such a desperate feeling sort of play. It's insane.
He just can't call.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wow, it looked like he was going for that, didn't it? He can't call this, Ollie.
This is just the hand of the tournament.
It's kind of weird because obviously it's the first time we've seen Sarkis ever slow down post-flop. As the raiser checks back the flop. Yeah, he has to fold. Good fold, I think. Obviously, Kirichenko. Look at his face. He's like, sweet relief. It's like it's been lifted off the mountain by the helicopter. He's alive.
Wipe the sweat off your brow, young man. That was precarious. Oh, he shows it. Look at, did you see Karami's face?
Yeah.
Oh, look at Sarkis.
Чистая душа.
Missed opportunity.
I said Queen Jack, yeah, I must say Queen Deuce.
That's just incredible. Credit where credit's due.
Yeah, just a bizarre option to go for the 500 and 400 all in.
You know with what I'm thinking to pay?
Бекерил, на этом бы закончились отношения немедленно бы.
Поэтому я и никого из бэкинг не беру.
Only one nine. I was thinking all this time with 9.
Всегда играю на себя из-за этого.
Stunning. I mean, I'm really. If you would have asked me what's the likelihood that we see this pot play out like this, it would have been dead bottom of the list of possible outcomes.
I wasn't surprised to see the turn check raise. I was just shocked to see the
No, the
choice
river jam.
Yeah, the choice of the 1.25x the river, rather than just betting 80%.
Correct, because one would presume that it's going to accomplish the same
Right.
task without risking your tournament life. But he absolutely wanted to leverage that risk.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to bet all in with a set there.
Of course not. This is just wild. Incredibly entertaining.
Once again,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen,
Now
if your hand is
it's
finished,
time
you're on a 15-minute
for a
break.
scheduled 15-minute break, and it's coming at a pretty good time, James, as everybody needs to catch their breath after what could have been an absolute nuclear explosion at the feature if Sarkis would have click call. Instead, he ends up laying it down, and in doing so, leaves Alexander Kirichenko with 44 bigs as we head to the 10 and 20,000 blind level here on day 3 in this $3,300 main event. Back inside the booth, I know we were just here moments ago. Perhaps we're best served then to just check out briefly, let everybody collect themselves. 15 minutes, we'll come back, we'll pick up action at the new blind level, and hopefully we're going to keep these guys with us here at this table. I mean, we want for nothing in terms of this collection of souls. So then, day 3 action continues in about 15 minutes. Stay close.
Probably something similar from that seat.
A little bit of a different proposition off of just 102,000 behind for Andrian's ace-5 suited. He will play it as a almost all-in.
Yeah, an unfortunate timing for Andrian here. Obviously, picking up on the fact that Yurosov has been one of our looser openers from early position, but clearly not going anywhere with an ace-queen, and Andrian going to need some luck to stay in the hunt.
Indeed, he is dominated here, and there is going to be no shortage of cries for a 5 or hearts coming in the YouTube chat where some of his fans have been joining us on the day, hoping for a spin up for their man. Just 30% heading to the flop, which is King, King 3, opening the door for some chops. 3 outs to a win. About a quarter of the time, they will carve it up. Deuce on the turn now, adding 4s as clean winners.
Wow.
Fact's not lost on
Deuce is fine.
Andrian, who says deuce or a 3 is fine.
Yeah, wheel card will do.
Oh my!
Wow.
Even better.
Runner, runner. And Andrian isn't done yet here in the main.
Simone Andrian, it's his world right now in poker, not just in this room. Is it ever the same hand?
Yeah, maybe.
There are couple of combos of the same hand. And that would be disgusting to fold and find that out.
Sure.
If I fold this hand, and if you good, if you bad, I cannot sleep all day. What can I do?
Huge credit that he's taking
You
this
have
long.
kings? It can be kings or aces. Oh my god.
3 combos of kings, 1 combo of aces, 2 combos of ace-queen, and some combos of king-queen that have overplayed their hand, as Ali suggests, as well. That's the equation, nothing else.
Sorry guys. I have a very good hand because I don't know.
Boellis already knows he's winning a huge pot here. This extra 200k, a cherry on top. But it's everything for Hagioglu. He makes
Yeah.
the call.
Announces call, and certainly your heart goes out to him. The most difficult of folds would have been required for him to fight on.
Positioning.
Right.
Looked uncomfortable. Tronos is saying, you know, Ace, what are you doing? You could just bet and you'd have loads more
Next
chips. I
time
don't
if
think that's
you
necessarily
play
true.
with 2-8, bet, I call you all my chips.
Thank you.
My all your chips.
Yeah, I don't quite believe
Thank
that.
you, my friend.
It's your strategy.
We're allowed to deceive at the poker table.
Exactly.
In fact, we're encouraged.
Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome.
Actually, I have Ace, Queen. I think we just want to come in for a raise. This stack size this close to the money. We don't get to play many hands, so our range is kind of protected anyway. He's counting down the stack. 200k would be a lot to do anything with, but just standard raise. Well, he is just going to run it. Maximum fold equity.
Oh.
And this is the problem.
He's going to run into it, is what he's going to do. As the 195,000 is shipped in there, and Karami has woken up with ladies directly behind.
Yeah, this is why it's a bit scary doing this from +1. I don't mind it doing it from late position, but see, look at his face now. Tashlev knowing he's in big trouble here. Yeah. Karami will match the bet.
I mean, best case scenario, he's got 2 overs.
Yeah.
I don't think ace-jack and below are ever a part of the flatting range for Karami.
Yeah, he's just really hoping this is jacks. 10s maybe. I think 9's pretty fold on Sarkis. Wow.
Well, this could get a little bit interesting, James, insofar as a side pot could develop.
Well, I'm curious how this plays out, right? Because Karami has flat, a very sizable bet of 200k against what's supposed to be a very tight range. And he has 1 million chips behind.
1.1.
Count requested.
And he's going to play aces and kings this way as well. You think he should play all his ranges a flat here that continues. So if his range that continues is kind of 10s plus an ace-king, then do we really want to raise ace-king into that range? Or do we just want to perhaps call, take this to the streets? If he's jamming here, he's trying to make this hand fold and jacks fold. And that's what he's going to go for. He's going to go for the raise, make it 500,000. How sick is Tashlev feeling right now?
Oh, I mean, listen,
But
whatever
Karami-
Tashlev is feeling, Karami is actually the one who has added risk.
I think.
In some ways, Tashlev can just kind of accept that it is what it is. But
Yeah, I think Karami. I think with Jacks we just fold this spot, and I think with Queens we're kind of supposed to as well. It's like, do I think my opponent? We can rule out Sarkis ever having less than Queens and Ace King. I think.
it does feel like of the unpaired hands, Ace-King is dead bottom of range, especially considering
yeah.
we block Ace-Queen with Queens. We don't ever expect that kind of hand to
No,
respond in this way. Even with the most liberal of big stack behavior, this is just one of those spots that
Yeah,
reek.
Sarkis has made this move just hoping it's not up against Aces and Kings, and obviously with the card removal having that combo, and just trying to make Queens, Jacks, and 10s fold.
But imagine the opportunity before Karami if he happens to get it in and hold. Note that one of the aces is busy in Tashleyev's hand. The king really the only threat. Granted, there are still 2 aces in the deck, but he's in a great way. Just look, 56% equity.
Yeah, but you're either this or dead.
Yeah.
There is no middle ground here.
Unfortunately, you're right about that.
And with a million chips behind on the bubble, or near enough to the bubble, it's not like Sarkis can ever be light here. He's going to have to turn his hand over. It's not...
Well, listen, we could potentially play some streets. I mean, I doubt that Karami's going to flat. It's either all in or fold, but...
Well, there is an argument for potentially playing that way in that we kind of, if flop comes no ace, no king, maybe go with it.
Wow, he does
good
lay
fold.
down the 2 queens, and
Very good fold. Nicely done by Sarkis. Obviously, with the chip lead, just pressuring that stack. No, he can get queens to fold. Actually, basically dead. Obviously, the
Good luck, my friend.
equity representing the queens being live, but we know there's only one left.
yeah. Line 5 tray. The queens would have been holding on here as a missed opportunity. 10 on the turn and the ace queen, all but drawing dead. Just one actual queen remains in the deck, as we saw 2 of them hit the muck already. Is it there? No. And 8 on the river. And Sarkis earns himself that one as he bullies, muscles 2 queens out.
Very good.
Then
Akbar.
this.
One of those in there.
Yeah,
Ding
yeah.
Biao, another name we've seen start to
Right.
appear the last few years. And of course, right here, Galung Wei, we've seen a number of times on the stream here. So these names are starting to appear, obviously.
Yeah.
It was hard to get in and out of China for the last few years. That's now subsided, and we're going to see a lot more of that.
And credit, by the way, to Gai Liang for, or Guo Liang rather, Wei for coming out and grinding away here. You know, $3,300 buy-in, a man with 2.3 million in career tournament earnings, still taking the trip, putting in the effort, cutting his teeth.
You notice Yakuli in a not dissimilar situation from what we saw a moment ago, but the blinds have not gone up, so he's got 13 blinds. Decided to rip it under the gun with ace queen of diamonds, Troyanovsky. Just like the last time we saw a bigger hand waiting in the next seat behind.
Yeah, this is really devastating. This does feel like a dead man walking proposition here.
Yeah, and Troyanovsky differently in the sense that he only has double the bet. Obviously, just going to rip in his range here, as opposed to peeling.
If they wake up with something, they wake up with something.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm going to dominate Iakuli. And C5 in what will be just shy of a 300K pot, I believe, once the excess is pulled back.
Yeah, 400. Yakuli in for 198, right? So a chance to get back
Oh,
into
yeah,
it
yeah.
here.
Good point.
But not been a great visit to our feature table, Ali. There are still 5 cards there.
Don't put that in the zeitgeist. Put it in the universe.
King in the window, but not dead.
Backdoor diamonds, perhaps some Broadway. The possibilities right now for Yakuli, you can see tense moments for him. Now the queen on the turn. It will require another one, as a queen alone on the river will save Yakuli. And instead, it's the deuce of clubs, giving Troyanovsky the nuts.
I actually thought he was going to get there for a second.
Oh, it's...
Yeah, GG's
5%.
Yakuli.
But yeah.
He fought, Ollie. We'll give
He
him that.
He did. He
Didn't
went
go-
down swinging.
He didn't go quietly into the night.
Right. Deflating sort of unraveling there
You also nice hand.
for the Italian,
Every time.
as he will not make the money here in spite of 3 days of play.
Sarkis, Troyanovsky kind of... nice, like, yeah, yours was nice too. You know, both having ace king against ace queen, knocking an opponent out. It's like, we're on the same page here. Sarkis looks down at ace king himself.
This is
That's
just
quite cute little table mates.
Yeah, sure.
You do it with ace king, I do ace king. This is easy. Huh?
I'll tell you what, it's all fun and games until the two of them get locked up in a pot, which we presume at some point they will. But Sarkis, for the time being, under the gun with ace king. And when he's loaded in the way that he is here, we see Leon flat calling with the king 10 suited, perhaps again sensing that Sarkis' range is going to be very broad at present.
It is.
Flats and Barca with a couple of sevens on the button. We haven't seen him get involved. I'm sorry, James.
No, yeah, and this is actually quite interesting. Obviously, take away the fact that we're on the bubble, and this would be probably quite an easy call for him. Just set mine against these two big stacks. Wow, this I wasn't expecting. I was thinking maybe he's just looking to fold this hand because we're so close to the money. Doesn't need to get involved, but he's gone super extreme, and he's just going to be putting it in for a flip here because it's not getting through, Ollie.
This is a deep squeeze.
And welcome back to the Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa here in beautiful North Cyprus, as we have reached the point that many players both dream and dread of in a poker tournament. We are on the pure bubble, hand-for-hand business going in here. 81 players remain, but only 80, David, will get a cash. How much do you enjoy this part of the tournament?
I said to Ali earlier on that this period was my favourite apart from final tables. I lied. This is my favourite.
Is it your favourite because you enjoy the intricacies, the vastly different ranges, or is it the fact that someone's going to get hurt?
I do enjoy the strategy side of it, but I do love the pain.
Well, Hadi El Esmar, the one shortest on this table, with just 12 blinds going up to 10k, 20k. Dmitry Gromov, still in the mix here, has 18 big blinds. Dread Dato, we've seen him already this festival on the table, as well as Ali Akbar. Zebrajab, we saw him battling last night. And this table, very much unlike the last. We do have those 4 big stacks, way over the average. We don't have the huge distribution of chips that we had in our last feature table, and therefore we don't have the one massive chip leader who can just open super liberally, which is what we were watching before.
Yeah, it is worth pointing out, and I did a little reconnaissance around the room at exactly this period, 30 minutes ago in real time, live in stream time. There is a person out there with 1 big blind, and the blind has just gone through them, and they've got an orbit. So that will massively affect how everyone, if they're aware of that, and maybe not everyone will be aware of that, but they did have a break to suss it out, and I would always recommend when a break happens at a key moment like this, and you can actually sort of suss out what's going on, who's really short, where do I stand in relation to the other chip stacks, particularly if you're short, and there's some very, very short ones out there. That should stand out in a big way. If you literally see someone who's going to blind out of this tournament in 5-6 hands time, you really do have to sit on your own hands for a while if you are shallow.
That's amazing that they've obviously taken that opportunity, let the blinds go through, and just hope that in the next 7 hands someone goes bust, which I think is not a bad move here, especially because we have seen players willing to go bust a little bit more willingly than they should.
When have we ever seen the bubble take 5 hands?
Right. I think in the smaller field stuff, the high rollers we've seen it, but yeah, certainly in the main events, it's always gone very quickly. And here we go. So we are hand for hand. We will continue to scan around the outer tables as we play through. And of course, we will be bringing you all-ins from the outer tables as and when they occur.
Headley, watch.
Oh, there he is. Middle of the frame. Was it the slight balding patch at the top of the head that you called your attention there?
Okay, so there's going to be plenty of opportunities to have little chats here while they play hand for hand, because it is a period where pace of play obviously gets very, very slow. I had lunch with Andrew Headley's fiancée, JD, who is a wonderful person. He is punching, just in case anyone needed to know that. And she told me that Andrew spends a lot of time on that fabulous beard of his. He actually has days where he comes out of the bathroom having, you know, maybe put some balm on or some wax or maybe some beard oil and trim some parts of it. And he comes out and he goes, my beard's good today. My beard's really good today.
My beard's good today. Now, was she saying this in a way that was like, for God's sake, it takes a long time over his beard, or was she saying it in a positive manner?
I'd like to think she was saying it because she knew I was about to go into the commentary box to cover Andrew on the bubble, and I needed, you know, some dead air to fill at a moment such as this.
There's never dead air when you're in the booth, lady. Come on. You always find something insightful to say. So, hands obviously going out around here on this outer table. Our feature table hand finished very quickly. We see one in the foreground there. A pot getting collected on the river. There are 9 tables at play, of course. This will take a moment. And now, interesting to note, in these events, when we're on the bubble, for the player's benefit, because it can take a long time and you're missing out on hands. So you'll see the clock there just appearing on the right-hand side of the screen. The tournament directors elect to just run 2 minutes per hand. So although it takes a long time, for the tournament clock, it doesn't adjust it too much. In fact, you're kind of getting slightly more hands than you'd usually get, because we've seen on the feature table, usually we're in the low 20s per hour. At this rate, you're getting 30 hands per hour, so they're not losing any play, as it were.
Absolutely, and we just saw Seb on the mic there. He obviously was saying, play one more hand there, guys, because that's exactly what we're going to do.
But he didn't even go to...
And I noticed Gromov, of course, on our table here, perhaps the best known of the players at this table. The man who came second in this very event at the Gangster Series. David, he's got the same T-shirt back. It was the lucky T-shirt he wore throughout that event. Cracked out again here. Do you think it's been worn in the interim? Do you think it's his merit lucky T-shirt? Does he wear it at events elsewhere?
I don't know the answer to that question, and I'm mostly just concerned this is leading us down the garden path towards more colour theory.
I was going to get there, but a little later today. Perhaps look at Deebs. I mean, you can't look at him. That is a man who is obscured.
Is that almost allowed? I'm going to just throw it out there. I know some people would say that that's a bit much.
Yeah.
Now, I have no strong view, but...
The hat, the hood, the sunnies, the mask.
Only because at the break he could have, you know, tagged in his mate to just cover up completely.
Right.
Can we, like, he's so unidentifiable as him would be my only little question there. Now, I'm sure, look, these guys, I know it's him, and we're not suggesting anything like that. But when people do talk about, oh, what about sunglasses table? Oh, well, people are wearing masks these days, obviously for good hygienic reasons. What about hoodies? Well, of course, people like to be in their hoodies. Poker players love their hoodies. Add a cap into the mix. You combine all of those things, you actually have no face left.
Yeah, I don't know where the line should be, but I feel like there probably should be a line of some sort. I do remember many years ago on this topic was Phil Lack playing the World Series main, but yeah, he went in the full makeup and came out as a really old man.
Yeah, I remember that.
You're literally disguising who you are,
yeah,
which is not really in the spirit of the game and should definitely be against the rules. And in that instance, he must have had some sort of cooperation from the World Series because, hey, you come to unbag your chips, your name's Phil Lack, let me see your ID. Well, this says you're 38 and you look like you're 78, then...
Yeah.
I'm with you. I think there should be some level. I'm not quite sure where it was. Actually, it's funny because I remember before COVID, there's a big campaign to kind of like removing scarves and neck protectors and coverings and all this. And obviously, once COVID happened, everyone rightly had the option to go the other way and everyone was covering up. But
yeah,
I would like there to be some sort of... You can have 2 from 3 or 3 from 4. Well, there has to be something that means we can see you're a human.
Yeah, I would suggest exactly what you've said there. If you've got a mask, if you've got glasses, and if you've got a sort of a headwear, 2 from 3 would seem like you could still be you.
Yeah.
Just want to point out there as well, we see this wide shot of the poker room. Our roving reporters out there from Poker News, Ryan Lashmar, I spotted him a moment ago. These guys doing a great job. David as well,
Yeah, I
coming
see
into
David
picture.
there skulking around the floor.
I got to say, you know, not all live reporters are created equally, and I think in the past, people like Christian Zetja have covered a lot of the events I've been fortunate enough to be at, and I think he might be the best in the business. But these two guys, absolutely brilliant. Really, really top drawer.
Yeah, very enjoyable updates. You can get them, of course, over on pokernews.com. They won't be posting you any spoilers as... well, someone backing out of frame. It's almost like they know they're in it. Of course, we're on a 30-minute delay. The eagle-eyed amongst you will see. David was just hovering in the area.
Little corruption of the space-time continuum, but also verification that I was indeed trying to keep tabs on it so that I could bring you excellent coverage of
I
this
thought you were
bubble
lying.
in a general
I
sense.
assumed you were in a jacuzzi or eating some cookies somewhere. Yes, that is projection. I was eating a cookie on the break, as you well know.
I had a piece of melon.
Yeah, that made me feel bad. You went melon and pineapple. I went just double chocolate chip cookie. Mars. On table, Deebs. I mean, the picture of Deebs, his avatar of the graphics is literally it's Darth Vader. Datto off 40 bigs, going to try and get one through. What's he got to deal with behind here? I mean, now we're going far, and we've got John Doe and the masked man on our table. Sebajad on the button with a certainly hand that he could elect to be aggressive with here, David. No, gives it up. Doesn't want to go after Datto's open. Catsup. Yeah. I kind of like showing the 8-3 in folding though. Because you don't want people coming after your blind. You want to show, look, the only reason I folded was I found bottom of range, not because it's the bubble. Don't try that again.
Yeah, definitely worth keeping some credibility in a moment such as this. And obviously we're going to take it to the wide shot again. Maybe we will find the bubble hand. Maybe, just maybe, that bubble will burst.
I enjoy this shot.
There's Ryan Lashmar.
In the foreground.
Taking note of the action on that particular table, which isn't going to result in our bubble deck being scrambled. But maybe an interesting pot developed nonetheless.
Do you think Ryan's trying to guess what the person in seat 5 is typing? I feel like matched. Maybe not.
Andrew Headley, I believe, has around 600k, doing quite nicely.
Yeah, you can just see it there.
It's probably just shy of average, right? Average maybe 7?
Average will be 700k, 720k, something like that. No, a bit more actually now, yeah, that was earlier. Let's have a look. Let's do something in this. How many players do we have again? See, this is how useless I am. I've forgotten how many entries we had. By your silence, I assume that means you forgot as well, so I don't feel quite so bad.
How many what?
How many entries we had?
In this tournament, 680 something. No zooming in on any particular tables as of yet. Now, I think that table with the player with one big blind is actually kind of in the background there. It's one of the further away tables.
Datto.
And I would guess now, since we've played, is it 3 or 4 hands since?
That was the third hand, I think.
So that player probably finding themselves in mid-position or maybe even...
Right. It's getting scary.
Earlier position now. May only be 2 or 3 more hands before we have a committed stack.
Average stack, David, 830k.
Okay.
Deebs. This feels like an okay one to have a go at. Again, no one on this table with a runaway lead. No one's going to necessarily get out of line against his under the gun opens. Famous last words, of course. This is Merit. Had a smile, just happy to look down at 6 deuce off. Happy to not have a decision. We've got a call in position from John Doe with the 2-8s.
Oh.
There we go, Mokrani with the boots on the button. What a lovely situation. When you do get to have some bluffs and you're supposed to be pressuring opponents. As I said, I don't think Deeves is going to get leveled here into thinking this is particularly light, but if he did have a much stronger hand, which he can have, of course, opening under the gun, this could be an amazing spot for Mokrani.
Yeah, and a situation where, you know, Ace is very happy to, you know, 3-bet here and get it in. Obviously, disaster if you were to somehow bubble in this spot, but when you're going to try to double up to a stack of what would be 2.5 million, actually much more of your equity, not in the min cash of this tournament, but actually in the higher prizes that you're shooting for.
Yeah, it's obviously, yeah, very much worth noting that it's a very different prospect, doubling 1.5 to 3 than it is 200k to 400k. Now, Doe has sort of somewhat created this situation, but again, does he just trust Mokrani that, hey, look, is he really going to 3-bet the under gun opener? Sure, my peel might have sweetened the pot somewhat.
See, the problem we have here with 8s is our opponent's never not going to bluff if he's at it. So we really have to hit an 8 to feel good about life. And that's not going to happen too often. And when it does happen, okay, yeah, we might get the whole stack, but we're not getting the price to set mine right now. So board mining, as you might do sometimes with pocket 8s, feel like you could, you know, call a couple of streets, not face too much heat. Problem is you're always going to face heat. And you're going to be in a guessing game. And it looks like that was actually the hand that took the longest, so we're straight away onto the next hand. Not going to cut away to the wide shot. These guys will bubble burst here at our feature table.
Again, don't see it with those stack sizes, but you never know. You just get aces v kings in the right spots, or
sure,
ace king v v queens. You could be anything. Can happen.
Yeah, and it can happen in some post flop situations too that get nasty. Ketzer. Going to come after these blinds here. Action has folded around to his button. And Deebs with a flattable one. These guys not really playing for stacks in the same way. When you're this deep, you sort of end up playing somewhat normal hands. It's not a situation where stacks are threatened, at least not initially. Ketzer, every reason to bet, just one big blind here. That is exactly what he's chosen to do. Nice sizing. And we'll get the job done. And I reckon that was a little quicker as hands go. We might take a gander at the wide shot again.
Oh yeah, we'll have a look.
Let's have a zoom out. Let's see if there's any action on other tables.
As you say, whoever's in there with the one blind is getting more and more nervous because we haven't even had, David, a single all-in and call.
Yeah, to have no showdowns whatsoever is also unusual in this poker room.
You always want that sweat. If you go on the one blind, you're folding, just hoping, praying. You just want to at least have the sweat that there's been an all-in and a call.
Off we go.
Again, I don't see too much huddling around. Oh, we do have some.
We definitely have one.
Yeah, we do, don't we? Sebastian in place. The cameras coming around. The other players, I see Gualong Wei there amongst them, peering his head over the table. Yeah, that certainly looks like we have an all-in and call coming up. Of course, the rest of the tables must complete their hands they're on before we can get there. And that's not where your man was with the one blind, right? You said that was
I don't believe
deeper into
so.
the room.
Yeah, he was definitely at least one table over from Andrew. If I had to guess, it might be one of the corner tables.
Okay. Well. Gromov in the foreground going for a stroll.
It was actually Andrew who notified me of that stack. He'd obviously been doing his homework at the break.
Oh,
Quickly run back to your tables.
run back looks like nothing happened.
It may have been an all-in, but not a call.
Right.
That's what I'm going to guess there. And yeah, players always encouraged not to leave their seats for exactly that reason, that as soon as TD says deal next hand, well,
Yeah, you see it in...
you've got to be back.
I mean, my experience is mostly at the World Series events where you've got an entire conference room full of
Yeah.
tables. As, 1,500 players are making the money, then the rule is very much that you can leave the tournament area, but you can't stand up around the tables because it's just too hard logistically to see that all the hands are complete. Here, 9 tables in play, a far easier task. You can wander around a little bit. And also, you're never far from your table.
Exactly. James, you have presided over hundreds of bubbles online and live over your commentary career. Any incredibly sick ones stand out?
Oh, there must have been. I can't think of any. Nothing jumps out at me instantly. But yeah, I mean, I must have seen some pretty crazy stuff.
We are going to zoom back out here and see if... Now, I'm assuming our player with one big is like under the gun or under the gun one now.
Oh, it's getting sweaty for them, isn't
It has to be there or thereabouts. They obviously could win their all-in hand, which would allow them to survive for one more orbit. But slim pickings, I reckon they have to start making a decision here. If they do wake up perhaps under the gun or under the gun one with a reasonable holding, becomes a little bit more tempting as we get to what, the 7th, 8th hand of hand for hand.
Yeah, I mean, you see the clock down to 48. That gives you a clue with 6 hands of hand for hand. Since the break, we had a couple before the break as well. Maybe just one, but we certainly began the process before the schedule break. And it looks like Sebastian has got his eyes over that same table again. There is action going on. See the deck in the dealer's hand. And here we go, look at the back table. Is this the table you suggested it might be, the one big blind stack? I see some interest. Players and reporters getting closer. Camera crew on spot.
The buzzards are circling.
Yes, we are here. Oh, this is certainly not one big blind. This is jamming of what looks to be 400k on the button from Alien Shur, and a call from Gang Zhuao from the small blind. I'm right in saying I think maybe 450k or something, a 25 big blind jam, I think.
So is this a spot where it's gone
I think it's just
raise, jam, call?
No, I'm guessing just an all-in by the looks of it. The all-in plaque out there, but you might be right.
I was going to say, because raise, jam, call would have to be very, very strong.
Right.
Your
More
jamming
likely.
range could have a few more hands.
Well, I'm looking at that. I think it's 400k all-in at 1020. It makes sense that would just be an open jam for 20 bigs. Well, we are going to see the hands. He's all in with 2 10s and ace-jack giving the spin.
Oh, you don't love getting called by ace-jack here.
Ali all in.
Backdoor clubs.
On
Oh, the jack!
Jack on the turn. That is brutal.
And he's gone.
We lose one player.
That is it.
Congratulations, players. You're holding the money.
First time of asking. The all-in player eliminated.
And I must say, Aliakhor with the 10s obviously could have passed that spot there with the player so shallow on another table, but wanted to, get one through, I guess. Ace Jack with a very loose call, must be said.
Yeah, it's weird. It kind of lends credence to perhaps it was the way you suggested. Maybe it was a raise on the button and a jam from the Ace Jack, and then the 10's calling, perhaps. Either way, I think perhaps not the most optimal way to approach the bubble situation, but maybe maximizing the chance of winning the tournament, playing to accumulate chips, then obviously that would be the way you'd want to play it. So, everyone in the money. $4,640 locked up. We will continue as normal now, hand for hand, jettisoned.
Yeah, congratulations to all of these players. They've battled away for 2.5 days to get to this point. We would anticipate now some of the short stacks, just with the ICM pressure lifted, feel a little bit more gambly.
Good luck.
Well, speaking of pocket tens versus ace jack, that's exactly what we've got here on the feature table. El Asmar, very understandably delighted to ship these in for 12 big blinds. Would have been very sad to see this hand one hand ago and have to let it go, or indeed have to shove it and face potential elimination. Ace Jack makes a tight fold. Ace Queen will not be doing the same, I suggest. Don't think this is a fold in any world. Ketzer with a deep stack can just flat here and be pretty sure that should anyone come in behind, they would have to be very, very honest indeed.
Here's a question for you. One hand ago, would we have seen this still? This action? 2 10s, jamming perhaps for 11 or 12 blinds, and Ace Queen giving the spin?
I think if that was the case, I wouldn't like my Ace Queen anymore, because really the 10s is supposed to fold that spot.
Right.
So if you do get involved, it kind of has to be aces or maybe a somewhat gambly kings. Here we go, off to the races.
That's more smiling. He doesn't mind. I'm coin flipping, but I'm inside the money bubble. It's like, well, a new tournament starts almost.
Yeah.
Completed my main task of the last few hours.
Yeah, huge amount of the pressure is lifted now.
It's all smiles and jokes and laughs at this stage. All heart flop. Great news for El Asmar, reducing Ketzer to just the 4 outs. Nothing changes on that turn. Ketzer, it's like he may double up his man. Will do so, but of course 1.4 million back. No great damage to that stack. El Asmar, though, that's 25 blinds. And I do have a little news from other areas of the room.
Oh.
If I go lean, please
Andrew Headley.
don't say what I had. Just for the
Made into the money with 500k.
Nice.
Obviously, slight spoiler alert here, because he's now played 30 minutes inside the money.
Right.
But he's turned that 500k into 2.1 million.
No way.
So a great spin up for him as his money bubble bursts. Looser action happens. We see a lot of these all-ins. You just catch up a few cards at that time, and away you go.
Game on for the Scot.
So our fellow commentator, who was with us here for the cash games and for the warm-up, relief for Mr. Najad, has decided to stay around once he finished his duties to play the main event, and it's going very well for him. On 1 bullet, I might add as well.
Yeah, Andrew Headley, aside from being an excellent commentator, a top player as well, enjoying a bit of a purple patch at the moment. I teased him about his bubble-ish performance in Vegas there over December, but the reality is he's on a bit of a heater. He had a great result at the Irish Poker Festival. That was in, I think, November.
Yeah, 1st of November, that one. Right at the beginning of the month.
Yeah.
5th place, 44k.
Yeah, he made a very steady run at that one from Dublin's Fair City.
Two pairs in this pot. Ketzer still with the best of it. Scary looking board though. You've opened, being called in 2 spots, especially when the big blind's one of the callers. You certainly have a lot of flushes here. I'm surprised to see the action chip through. Now, does Ketzer, David, ever kind of stab here, a little bit of protection? If he does get blasted off, he's not too worried. Very hard to win this at Showdown, I imagine.
I really like that line, and it looks like he does too.
Deeps. He's only missing gloves.
I don't know if I've ever seen anyone this covered up before. I can't imagine it's even that comfortable. Skin can't breathe.
Right. Gets hot under the lights too.
Yeah.
Johnny Deebs and John Doe battling out on this table with the unknown poker players.
Imagine he was to be demasked and it was actually Sean Deeb who'd lost quite a lot of weight. We know
How is he doing
prop
on that
betting at the moment. Yeah,
challenge?
doing
You-
quite
you
well, I
keep,
believe.
You keep up with this sort of stuff. I think he was starting a video series of it and then never actually put out any videos. I saw the sort of trailer. I'm going to chart my success and my progress, and I was really enthused to watch it, and it was going to hopefully inspire myself. But I haven't heard anything else.
Yeah, he said that the victory of Dan Weinman in the main event, I think probably one of his like 2 or 3 closest poker
Right.
friends, had sort of sabotaged it a little bit for a couple of reasons. One, the financial incentive was less important because I think he had a nice big piece of Dan. And secondly, you want to celebrate with your friend who just won the main event.
Right.
So I think it meant a few extra cheat days around that period.
Although Dan was back at work a few
Yeah,
days later, so
I
it
know,
can't have been
right?
that big a celebration.
Back on the golf course too, I'm sure.
Well, I actually bumped into him on a golf course
Of course you did.
in September at the Ryder Cup, just by chance. I kind of
Here we go.
we were there by the same hole, by the same green. I suddenly went, Dan. Wow, hello.
How the other half live, ladies and gentlemen.
Dato continuing, having opened Queen 6 from the button on the King 10-4 board, but it is John Doe. Bottom set.
It's not even a good phrase anymore, how the other half live. It's like, it's all about the 1%ers these days.
I won't tell you about how later in the afternoon I was with members of the British royal family then. That might upset you a little bit too much.
No, Irish people love hearing anecdotes about the royals.
John Doe coming out with the check raise, having bottom set. Just really hoping Dato has any part of the top part of this board, which is reasonable given he's opened, albeit from the button. And very hard to get action from somebody if they haven't got something anyway, so the fast play, somewhat reasonable. Particularly with bottom set.
Absolutely. Plenty to target. I know you're one of those English people who post-Brexit is now mooching around the prospect of an Irish passport with your lovely Irish name Dempsey. You do
I
realise...
was mooching around the prospect long before Brexit as well, but yeah.
You do realise that part of the process of getting that is we make you renounce the king.
Done. If it means I don't have to wait in lines at airports, done.
You have to know all the words of Aaron Naveen.
I don't know all the words of any national anthem. So. Is it the Italian? No, which national anthem has no lyrics? There's a few, I presume, but definitely not the Italian. They sing their little hearts out.
Are you suggesting that Italians are diminutive in some way? Or just that their hearts are small?
It's just a turn of phrase. I'd say they have big hearts. They certainly display their hearts.
A lot of heart on show.
Speaking
Right
of
now-
Italians with hearts,
Just it's a competitive environment in this booth.
Heather Smar flatting the button with 8-6 suited, just looking to get heavily involved now the bubble has burst. It's perhaps a little loose, but Zebrajad continues himself. King Jack off from the big and flops some interest on this Ace Queen 5.
Yeah, plenty of interest. Gutter ball, second nuts. Can be good occasionally with King High. Dado probably bet small on this. Don't really want to face a bet, so getting to take the first stab. Not the worst in this spot, even though it is monotone, and we often talk about how monotone boards lead to a lot of checks, but they also lead to some small bets as well, and she really liked this.
Ooh.
Oh, hello. How's your luck?
Zivershad hitting the part of the draw that he's probably most enthused with, the straight. And a good chance of still getting paid. It is coming leading out for this 75k. What kind of hand is Dato going to booties up against here?
Yeah, it's an awkward one because it does look like maybe he's got King of Hearts in hand, possibly with the pair now, something like King 10. And he's good and having to fold the best hand sometimes, but...
Eyebrow rolls on a eyebrow raise and a fold. There we go, that was easy to say, wasn't it? Anyway, Spanish national anthem, no lyrics.
Did someone spike that cookie?
Maybe a bit too much sugar in there.
Some Rohypnol
Yeah,
in that cookie.
the Spanish national anthem has no words to it.
Nice.
There you go. That was the one I was
Thank you
thinking
for that.
of. Others that don't. Bosnia and Herzegovina. San Marino, Kosovo.
Okay.
Maybe I should seek Spanish citizenship in that case.
I feel like maybe just on behalf of Ireland, I should start quizzing you some sort of Irish trivia, see how well you do, Mr. Dempsey. If that is your real name.
I do have a pathway to another EU nationality for citizenship or for a passport. So
do you?
I might just go the other way.
So exotic.
My mother's maiden name is Panikeli. Should give you one guess what nation that might be.
I'm going to go with Welsh. Panikeli. Could almost be Irish, depending on how you spell it.
Spell it the Italian way. Where's my Irish trivia? I think I'd be very bad at it, but I might just...
How many counties in Ireland?
13.
Incorrect.
I don't know how many counties there are in England. How many are there in Ireland?
There are 32 counties on the island of Ireland, 26 in the Republic of Ireland, depending on your nationalistic viewpoint. You might
I was aware there were
either way.
6
You
in
could
the-
answer in either way, yeah.
In the north.
Gromov Fido.
Yeah, a little awkward for Gromov here with 15 blinds, the 2 sevens, electing to pop it up, but kind of a few too many chips to jam with. Much easier hand to play if you had 12 or 13, isn't it? Now it gets awkward because he's going to play it 3-way out of position to one of them. He's got himself to the turn, still with the best hand. Dodo. I'm trying to deny him getting any further. Getting 55k.
Does put pressure on this hand.
Gromov passed the test.
Not easy when he's only got 240. Not easy at all.
Well, he does pass the test, at least for now. And I feel like against this kind of holding, very hard for Doe to go again. Does give up.
Fantastic stuff from Gromov. That's why we see him time and time again deep in these tournaments.
Yeah, I was just about to say, in 2023, 21st in the main event during the Carmen Series, 21st in the main event during the Retro Series, and then second in the main event in the Gangster Series. He knows how to get through a merit main event field.
Yeah, really does. Incredibly impressive stuff. Okay, I have one more piece of Irish trivia.
Okay.
How many Irish people or Irish entities are nominated for a GPI Global Poker Award 2024?
That's nothing to do with Irish trivia. That's just you want to bring up how many times you've been nominated.
No, I mean this year. This year. You voted for these awards. How many Irish people have been nominated? Or Irish entities?
I guess there's probably one for the... I imagine the Irish Open probably got nomination for
Correct.
standalone event.
Got 2.
Oh, did it now?
Nominated twice.
Did the Irish Poker Tour get?
Did not, unfortunately.
Your good self and Mr. Dara O'Kearney.
Thank you very much. We still are half Irish.
Got nomination.
There's one more. There's actually 2 more. Sorry, there's 2 more.
2 more Irish.
While you think about that one, I
Yeah.
will...
Oh. Anyone in the tournament director or the industry field? Anyone organising those events?
The excellent Nick O'Hara was longlisted but didn't make the shortlist this time.
Top 2 for Ketzer. Alice Mar with the gut shot. Backdoor diamonds, pardon me. Not diamonds, but near enough. Just knuckle it back. Catches a piece on the turn.
Yeah, Ketzer's probably going to have to do his own betting here. It's getting a little bit too coordinated. Far too many draws out there. Wants to charge those draws. Goes for a big sizing here.
Yeah, really big. And smart. Has to call here, he feels, and finds the best of it on the river. Of course, Jack making a straight.
Yeah, and Jack the most obvious kind of card in Ellis Mar's range when he calls here. It feels like a Jack 10, a Queen Jack.
And can be in Ketzer's, right? His bluffs are going to be or Jack X stuff.
Wow.
So we'll just see. Got river, but doesn't lose any more in the midst. Oh, your man who won the EPT.
Correct. Porrick O'Neill.
Yeah. So he was for final table performance, I think, or something like that, right?
Correct. Got one more.
Oh, I thought it wasn't there. Oh no, there wasn't. You said it wasn't something like that, right? Okay. You don't count twice for your other nominations. Ah, you're making a. You're trying to give me a hint here. Right? Suggesting a photographer.
Yes.
I have to confess, I'm going to draw a blank on this one.
Danny Maxwell for his photograph entitled On the Bubble. I think it might be the World Series bubble photo.
Oh, I voted for that one. This was certainly my 3.
Mine
Great
too.
photo.
Was a great photo. I think it's going to be hard to beat the winner's photo taken of Nick Schulman. Feet up on the desk with a cigar in hand. That was a pretty kind of cool one.
I kind of didn't want to vote for it because I thought it was such an obvious thing to vote because it's just such a cool photo. But I don't think it didn't really sort of drag me into a moment though. It's just a cool photo.
Yeah, it's one of those photos that's almost like the person being photographed is as much responsible.
Right.
Whereas sometimes it's all the photographer.
Yeah, that was the case there. I think it's a really cool photo, but it doesn't draw me into a moment. And like the bubble one, you can see the carnage, all the eyes, the pressure. You could imagine the excitement in the room. I can imagine Nick going, okay, what about like this, and crossing his legs a different way, and cigar that side, and it's a little bit more staged, I guess. That's our ace queen opening up. So he's deeps, 3-bet from the big blind. Kind of see that he's in a lot of players' ranges kind of underbluffed. So I wonder if Datto can just proceed very cautiously here. Hard to imagine him folding the day with ace-queen suited, right?
Yeah, I think ace-jack you could probably make the tight fold. Ace-queen suited, it's just a lot of hand.
It can get chipped, but I think, and glancing at his opponent at the same time, trying to get a read, but
Yeah,
how do you get a read off Deebs?
No, it was almost like he was trying to get a physical movement tell, because you're not going to get a facial one. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility that he finds the hero fold here. As you said,
It'd be so
like
hard.
3-bet from the big blind versus a +1 open is representing a huge amount of strength, but that strength can be hands like 10s and jacks, and your ace-queen suited playing very nicely against those. There could also be a cheeky little king blocker, ace suited blocker in there as well. I think probably if we are looking at this one from a super balanced point of view, it's a flat, but we could maybe take it to an exploitative place here. Interesting to take this long and then call.
Well, that can certainly be, you could be considering a 4-bet, right? It's wouldn't necessarily just be thinking about folding.
Sure.
But yeah, in a lot of situations, when you take a long time, it just does look weak. And there you go, you called it. Just finds the exploit fold. Wow. And of course, they've been playing probably for a few hours on the same table. You might not have seen Deebs make any of these aggressive actions. Suddenly, when someone does it from the big blind, against an early position raise, it can just scream super strength. We saw it was there.
You get any tells? You stare at him, but you don't give nothing. You were staring like...
How many players from the Irish national football team at Italian 90 can you name?
Tony Cascarino.
He was there. Poker reference too. Nice. Usually a sub, but he was there.
Who scored the goal against Italy? He was there, whoever that was.
That was Ray Houghton.
Ah.
He shinned it. Kind of chipped Paluca with the shinner.
That's about it, I think.
You could have had Johnny Aldridge.
I couldn't have done that, wouldn't
Niall Quinn.
Oh, Niall Quinn, okay.
Ronnie Whelan.
Oh, Quinn, really? Huh. 1-0, right?
1-0 against the Italians. No, you're actually... We lost to the Italians in Italian 90 in the quarterfinals.
94, I'm thinking.
94 in America.
That's right.
When Ireland beat the
I'm
Italians.
confusing
This is the
matches.
important stuff that you need to know. This will be on the test. If you want an Irish passport,
Look,
this is exactly the kind of questions you'll be asked.
give me a Guinness, I'll split the G. Dead on. That's all the test should be. I'm very good at that. I'm actually late to playing that game as well. Yeah, I'll split the G, but
I know that game.
yeah. I developed quite a talent at it.
Doe.
Ray. Yeah, raising up base 10. 30 blinds from +1. Right at the bottom end of our raising range. We're going to give it a go. Deep's on the button here with ace-3 suited. Now let's see how it proceeds here. Just calls. Perhaps we might see a 3-bet with this kind of hand, so maybe that lends some reasoning that Datto they just fold if he's seen his player kind of turn up with these kind of hands as flats all day long,
Sure.
rather than occasionally 3-betting. It would make you think their 3-bet range is much more value heavy.
Yeah, it's not the easiest spot to navigate with ace-3 of spades at this depth. I certainly like it 50 deep. Seems like a pretty reasonable spot. Hard to know where you're at here with a suited ace-3 on a lot of spot and a lot of textures.
And it seems like a board that Datto's got a very good chance of winning this pot. To me, 8-8-6, the other two with nothing, and of course there's lots of cards that give him some improvement like this, but it does give the nut spades to deeps, and of course top pair to dough. In fact, can't think of a wetter turn card for all these three holdings.
Yeah, this is pretty perfect now. Dado, as you said, very likely to come out betting here. And Doe probably can't raise because there will be some 8x and some 7-9 in Dado's range. He's sort of got more of this from the big blind, so I would guess that it goes maybe bet 60k, call.
I've pot the bet. He's just a dough calls, and Deeves with a pretty clear one now, closing the action. On the button.
Yeah, getting the right direct price right now, assuming his draw is good, which it will be most of the time. Also, got the aggressive action if he wants. Like, I suppose if he dropped the hammer here to try and pick up this 300k with the semi-bluff, he would have maybe some outs when call. I prefer the call, though.
Right. Hard to rep it, isn't it, when...
What?
Did he...
Realise he had spades?
That's what I'm thinking. Did he perhaps just misread the hand? Is that possible? He just kind of saw a flop that he wasn't interested in and just forgot that there was a backdoor draw or something? Because that seems very peculiar to me that you felt there.
Yeah, really does.
I mean, it is a pair board, but
you got great visibility there on the button as well. Yeah, look, it saved him money anyway. He obviously couldn't continue here. Dado's actually made the best hand in the way we didn't expect with the jack, and can probably go for a bet fold here. He's definitely got some hands to target. Hands like ace 10, king 10 stand out in a big way.
Yeah, more of those than better jack X's, right? As this is played out.
Yeah. Be a little annoying if he's up against a hand like jack queen, but regardless, I think he has to set his own price here. Probably go something around a third and target that ace 10, king 10 type holding. And then if he gets pushed back on, can probably make the fold without worrying too much. He's well protected here. He actually has all the boats. So it's kind of a nice line.
130,000.
There you go. Pretty much where you're at, ever so slightly larger.
Yeah, and it's not super easy for Joe. Obviously unblocking spades.
I mean, it makes a swift call. Look at the bad news that he was good right up until the last moment. As is often the case in this little game of ours.
And can I just point out, we've lost 15 players since the bubble burst. Andrew Headley said to me at the break, wow, I thought the bubble would have gone by now. This tournament was going to play on all day. I said, no.
Once
These
it goes,
guys find a way.
Yeah, once the bubble bursts, it bursts here. They fly out the door.
Yeah, we've lost 20% of the field in just 25 minutes.
Yeah, well, the average stack, obviously on that bubble, dropped to just around 40 blinds, which in a normal tournament you'd say is pretty deep. But the way Merit plays, we do often play very, very deep stacked because it prevents these players to really go to war. Everyone was guaranteed 46-40 for the first table of payouts, if you will. At 71 remaining, it went to 55-60, and at 62 remaining, it goes to 64-90. So they're creeping up slowly, just as you would expect. 3 away from that next pay jump. Here's the top 35, getting into the 5-figure club. 4 prizes, get 6 figures.
Little raise and take it there from Okrani. Word from the outer tables. We do have a few very large stacks out
Yeah.
there.
Talk to me.
Zhang Lian, who I remember playing extremely loose yesterday. 2.4 million.
Nice.
Ihar Soika, 1.5 million. Ryan Plant of the UK, 1.4 million.
He's playing very nicely on the bubble.
Boelis, who was the star of our first frame here today, 3 million. Won that enormous pot versus Hadioglu.
Is that the aces v ace queen on like a ace queen queen board? Was that the one?
It was
That's
that one.
It's about as dastardly as it gets.
Yeah. Roman Hrabic, he's basically joint chip leader here, 2.9 million. And Andrew Headley now listed as fourth in chips.
Yeah.
I hope that's true.
2.2. That's what he reported to us a few moments ago. Is it wrong that I just keep dividing a stack by 20 to work out my equity? What a little piece as Doe flops more than a little piece on the 5-5-6 board. Yilmaz gonna stab. And it is just a stab. 1.5 blinds. Doe doing his best to look uninterested and then just ripping it.
Well, taking a line where the overpairs probably have to call because it
Right.
looks like all the draws might do that as well.
Even perhaps some sixes.
Yeah. Andreas Christoforou, local player in the ascendancy, just took a pot off Mustafa Arkan. Antoine Hasbani up to 1.4 million after a skirmish with Kroy Korkmaz. And Sami Barca, who those with good memories will remember playing very nicely in the warm-up event. Made the money, I don't think went much deeper than that. He has doubled up with queens against jacks to go to 800k now on an outer table.
Nice.
Ara Melchizedek, 1.5 million out there as well. Dean Hutchinson, unfortunately, has bust. Deanie, as he's known in Scottish poker circles, obviously made the main event final table this year. Tremendous player, a bit of a get it quietly merchant.
Yeah, as much as you can be when you make the final table of the main event. Kind of cat's out the bag a little bit.
But I think he did manage to sneak into the money. At least I hope so for his sake.
Elismar opening on the button, though just flatting off a little over 20 from the small with ace-9 suited. Certainly a hand that could go both ways, but by flatting we do keep in these kind of hands. There is some merit to that. King trait. Both players will feel pretty good about their hand here. A swift check through. Jack on the turn. Certainly one that I guess Doe has a little bit more of the jack peeling from the small. And the much wider pre-flop open range. And as played, I can only imagine we see checks again. Unless Doe tries to think about bluffing out like ace-10 and ace-queen.
I think both players just enough showdown here. Happy outcome for Joe that the 9 plays.
You're not wild as Elismar starts turning cards over when you turn your ace. You just want to see the 2 cards slide towards the mic, but you're just saying, look, it was close.
Yeah.
Just got me.
Vladimir Troinovsky has been eliminated. And here's the hand for Andrew Headley. I've just found it in our updates.
Okay.
Sakis Adrianopoulos moved all in from middle position for 200k. Andrew Headley reshoved from the button, covering both players who were in the blinds. And Shuang Lo, who obviously was our second place finisher in the high roller, just a couple of days ago. She called from the big blind with 240k. Sakis Adrianopoulos had ace-jack of diamonds. Shuang had the king-jack for a little gambly one. And Andrew Headley had the ace-king, dominating both players. And a board of all small cards sent 600 or 700k his way.
Nice. So how you get it going. Ketzer under the gun. Jumping back into action, Queen 9 of spades. Dato, with one of those hands that everyone loves to 3-bet with. Suited wheel ace. And he's going to do just that, making it 125 to go. Toe looks... Does he know what's on him? He looks like maybe he's fallen asleep. Not going to be able to play that 8-9 neither or Zebrajad. But those two hands, though, would have been keen to play to the 40k. 8-9 suited, Queen 10 suited, perhaps could have made this through. And Mokrani as well, from the big blind, would have looked to play. So the 3-bet knocking out, very certain to continue hands. And Ketzer, now, very hard, isn't it, with the Queen 9 suited. One of the weakest hands we're going to have here. When we get 3-bet, can't continue with a full range.
No, and what's interesting about these kinds of situations is there are weaker hands that you may call with.
Yeah, I was sort of gesturing here that maybe with this kind of just too weak to call hand that we can turn it into a 4-bet bluff. That's what he does.
It.
And tables it.
Do not mess with me, sir.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's got he's got a Bond villain in the making look. A bit young to be a Bond villain, but
yes.
the turtleneck.
How much is the red one? 100.
Definitely looks the type that one day could be an evil genius.
Yeah, sort of baby-faced Le Chiffre.
Right.
No, he re-raised 300.
Deebs, very playable. Jack 10 suited here, +1. Lots of quick folds around to Ketzer with a defendable 9-5 suited here in the big. Given the intent we just saw there a moment ago, one suspects he has got the kind of post-flop game that can more than justify a hand like this. Monotone though, ace, queen, 6, Deebs. Had the option to take a small stab there, wouldn't have hated it. Decides to check back and does pick up the 10 on the turn. 10 of spades though, 4 spades. May try to get the showdown, may block here. Little advanced blocker. Doesn't want to face a bet on the river. Doesn't want to give his opponent reason to try to bluff him.
And he can certainly make a little bit better fold here, can't he? If he's up against a queen, it's going to find it hard to proceed. And a lot of the aces as well won't want to call.
Great point. Yeah, queen would be in a really tough spot. In fact, would I don't know, 4 spades be in a tough spot?
Yeah, you think a spade probably just feels the need to call once, doesn't it? And then evaluate.
Nicely played. Nicely navigated from our man, our masked bandit at the Western Series. Oh, we've just had a big confrontation at that first feature table, which of course featured so many of the big stacks.
Oh, yeah.
Urkan and Boelis have gone to war, and Urkan has apparently got the better of him, as reported here by David Salaturo for Poker News. Boelis back to 2.2 million, having been up around 3. Urkan well over $1 million now.
Yeah, it's a cold one. Flop straight, B flop top set. In they go. Speaking of, Gromov putting some additional in here with his 2 jacks. Sebajad in the cutoff. Looks like he wants to get involved, but thinks better of it. And I like that against the +1. You just got to give that raise quite a lot of respect for 22 blinds.
Yes.
Deeper, maybe we get in there, get a little frisky with a 10-9, and good things can happen, but too shallow to really realize the best of outcomes with that hand.
Yeah, such a tempter, the 10-9 suited. It just feels so pure. I think I've said this on previous commentary, but Gromov always has a sort of Terminator vibe to him.
It's the black shirt, the sunglasses, and yeah, just the... It doesn't strike me as a man who engages in too much small talk. Just business only. Efficient.
Yeah, and time and time again he said, I'll be back at the feature table at a Merit Poker Series event. Action folder around to Ketzer here. He's going to get busy, I think, with the Queen 3 suited. Deebs with a defendable offsuit Queen 8 here. Facing a range that's probably half or slightly over half the deck. Does make the call.
And that's a pretty good flop for Queen 8, especially when your opponent has a queen. May go barreling.
That is an acceptable flop.
Qualifier.
Definitely a qualifier.
Now, does he look to bump this up? This deep, David, 60 pigs behind. Feel like we just want to build a big one?
Yeah, I don't mind raising it up here at all.
Clicking it.
Oh, very small.
35 up to 80. A peculiar line.
Well, backdoor spades to go with this straight draw.
Oh, we're in. And we're loving getting check raised to that size, I'd imagine. Have to fold to a lot of bigger raises, but this one's certainly one we can take down the streets.
$270 in the middle now. This pot has bloated. Oh, and it is a spade.
Ooh, board pairing spade. Deep's checking it now. Is that from genuine concern, or is that kind of trying to perhaps extend some opportunity?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Obviously, he has fallen behind some hands. Jacks, 9s, Jack 10, 9, 10, all very possible.
And does Ketz have much of an option here but to kind of go for it? Does he think he just, if he up against a hand like Jack 9, would obviously now want to get out the way?
I don't think it would get out of the way yet, would it? Maybe if you found a good sizing. I think you can maybe check here and still find bluffs on river.
Nice.
But it is a curious one. And the door is open. Ketzer mulling over his options here. think we have sort of left the game tree with that small check raise on flop, so sort of playing a little street poker here. Ketzer does check back, and I do think we'll find some bluffs on river.
Will you be given the opportunity, do you think?
Yeah, it's tough to check again to a player who's shown minimal interest. And he does go for a small one.
Yeah, just under a third. Kind of fun, isn't it? Because this can certainly induce some raises. I don't think Queen 3 is really the hand that's going to do it.
No. Sort of played it a bit like Jack 9.
Right, that's what I'd be thinking. Like, could have a go at this a little bit.
Yeah, Jack 9 or maybe Jack Queen. Elasmar doesn't get busy with the ace-6 suited in early. I think he's fairly short. I didn't quite catch the stack size, but I think he's one of our 20 big blind sort of stacks. Choosing to stay boxy for now. Blind v blind now. Deebs. Very pretty king 10 of hearts. And a min raise from the small. Will obviously be met with very few folds.
Yeah. See, size that it's not ideal from the small blind. But obviously, happens to be doing it with a hand that plays very well post anyway, and probably doesn't mind playing slightly sweltered pot. As it is, Gromov getting there with the computer hand. That's a thing that went away.
It did go away, didn't it? I do remember it from early commentary, maybe 2005 to 2008.
It was a big thing, wasn't it? Every time someone got Queen 7, it was, oh, he's got the computer hand. I'm going to bring it back. You don't seem like you were happy with that.
I think it was also maybe a period where everyone heads up felt like they had to rejam. They couldn't just like call and see flops. It was sort of like a time before flop poker.
Yeah.
When everything was very obsessively pre-flop. Click wars were going on. And Queen 7 was, I guess, like defined as just about better than the average hand.
Yeah, it's the middle hand, right?
Yeah.
Half the hands are better, half the hands are worse.
Yeah, and you would often see it be used as a sort of a rejam in a heads-up situation.
Wow, we were bad back then, weren't we?
We were. I think that's the takeaway.
Imagine if you could time travel back 15 years and just get in the mix in the poker streets. I say 15, I want to go back 20 now, actually. I forgot we're in 2024.
Yeah, I do wonder if collectively players would make your life very difficult if you did that. Like, clearly what you want to do is go back 15 years with a game that was very good 10 years ago and just be the right amount.
Right, just the right amount ahead.
Yeah. Like, I feel if we came and brought our modern game, collectively the players might make life very difficult for us.
When you do your little bets and they just raise you because they raise you with any two because they defended and...
Yeah, or just like gang up and you make a small bet and like you get 6 callers and now you're like, oh, well, now all my solver learning doesn't really help me 7 ways.
Well, this one is a curious one. Elismar limped for 20k. Zebejad popped up to 40k. Dato called and Elismar now with a limp raise.
I love it. I actually love it.
Got an extra 20 out of Dato. Got an extra 40 out of Zebejad.
I really, really like that. Reminds me a bit of the Battler online I used to play against years ago. Came with a lot of limp raises. Quite a few good players, actually. There's another move that's gone out of vogue.
The old limp raise, yeah. It used to be a firm favourite. Blind's going up. Big blind will now be 25,000, shallowing things out somewhat. Ketzer will still lead the way, of course, with 57 blinds. And look at that, the 3 behind, all with the same stack. Then a bit of a drop-off to Datto, who's got the traditional 30 big blind stack we all know so much about in poker. It seems to be the thing where you're like, all right, I'm reasonably deep, I can do some stuff. Once we get shorter than that, it gets a little harder. Yilmaz with perhaps the easiest stack to play, 11 blinds. Look at the chart, see if it qualifies.
Absolutely. Although I want to push back on something you said there, if you don't mind, James. I actually did a nice little topical piece with Darrow Carney on the chip race a couple of months ago. We normally reserve those topical pieces for something that's topical and in the news, but actually we had this idea of talking about the 30 big blind stack because it's actually on the bell curve of all stacks that poker players play. It's the hardest one to play. And it's the one that, while it does have more weapons, of course, you're quite right, it's also the one most vulnerable because I guess the 3-bet leverages your whole stack. And I assume that's the reason why it's the stack that's hardest. And for that reason we were talking about within that piece, why 30 big should actually be the number of blinds you get when you last minute late reg, because if you're going to get the ICM bump of the last minute late reg, you should be punished by being forced to play the hardest stack.
Okay, I'm here with that. Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of goes with what I said in the sense that when you've got all those options, that's when the game gets hardest because you have so many decisions. When you've got 20 bigs, you have fewer options, therefore it is easier. When you've got 10, when you've got 2 bigs, it's obviously the easiest stack to play.
For sure. To add to that, what I would say is, even though it's a difficult stack to play, becoming very proficient at 30 big blind poker is a must if you're a tournament player, because so many tournaments go from the bubble all the way to the final table and beyond with a 30 big blind average. That's sort of where we keep the tournament.
The number seems to always rest around there because it's, as you say, you kind of, once you get stacks below that, they get in quite easily, and there's still some stacks to get in above. If you go, doesn't matter how deep you make a tournament, if everyone's got 100 bigs, they just don't get it in. And wait for the blinds to catch up. I always used to love the 30 big blind stack in the day because it meant I'm back in the 4-bet jam territory. Nowadays people find 4-bet folds. But
yeah, you sometimes see the 4-bet folds off incredibly short stacks these days. I've seen some really, really funky stuff, especially in high ICM environments.
Yeah, there's Mark from the small blind pairing that deuce. This one limped and checked thus far, and all the way to the river with the same action. Doe happy to check back the ace high. No good this time.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised the 6-2 even bothered to limp in there. I think while you do want to play a lot of hands from the small, and you want to maybe even pluck some of your weak hands and make them your raise hands, I actually think you also have maybe 6 or 7% of hands that just are folded.
Interestingly, I agree with you with that hand, but one thing to note, obviously this level, it's 15-25, so slightly smaller, slightly larger than half small blind, so it does encourage us to play more, but I'm still with you. I think I just find the 6-2s in the mic. Or maybe I just don't have folds and I have more raises because of that larger small blind. But it is worth noting because very hard to fold for an extra 10k. 65k out there, isn't it? Getting an extra bit of price. Interesting, of course, early in the tournament we had the 1,000, 2,500 rather than the 50. Actually, I think we might have had both levels, didn't we? I think that's the start of day 2 where it just goes incredibly slowly.
It's incredibly slow for about 4, maybe even 5 levels.
So I think we had the 1,000, 2.5, and then also 1,500, 2.5, and then a repeat somewhere in the 3.5 big blind level as well, I believe. Deebs with the boots, scrum off with kings.
Oh, wow.
No. In the next seat, the coldest of cold decks in No Limit Hold'em, aces at v kings. Gromov just flats. He's laying the trap. Little does he know he's the one in it.
Yeah, and one wonders if he's given himself an escape route by taking this line.
Well, an all-spade board. He may just have done so. Not one he likes to see. Deebs, of course, loving life with the ace of spades in his hand. I bet 60k. Of course, Gromov wishes he had the card that was on his shirt more than the ones he has in his hand.
Yeah, certainly can't fold yet, but we're hoping for Gromov's sake that there is a run out. Well, he's now behind tens, jacks, queens, and ace king.
Right,
all
Deep's
likely
checks.
holdings. Yeah, because Deep's not loving it anymore
Right.
either.
And he has a hand that doesn't mind seeing a free card with the ace of spades. Obviously, maybe his opponent has a spade like this. He wants to give like nines or, you know.
How has Gromov got out of jail here? He'll be looking at that going, how did I misplay my hand so badly? Oh my god, I can't believe I flatted. This is a disaster. It's actually a dream.
He's going to show it. He's going to get showed back.
Whoa. What you show?
And the others want to see what it was.
I saw it, yeah.
Two card.
Open. Oh my god.
Well,
I roll. Now it's a free
exactly
roll.
that.
Oh my god.
Wow.
What do you have?
From Dato, Gromov is now free rolling this tournament.
Ace of a spade.
Just got dealt kings v aces. Managed to lose nothing.
Oh man, I didn't see that, to be honest with you.
Huge let off
Ace of a spade, that's enough.
for Gromov there.
Oh man.
We know what he was doing there. He was flatting the kings to set the trap.
What did you pick
He
up?
was hoping there would be a squeezer. He would then
you
back
didn't have a
raise,
spade,
or he was hoping he would get a board of
This is
small
just
cards,
sunset,
maybe
yeah.
an 8 or 9 high board, and tens and jacks and queens would be getting it in there. Maybe even a jack or queen on board. His opponent connecting with that, he would have a simple enough decision in getting the whole stack in by turn or river. But
Yeah.
there's one of the more unusual situations you can find yourself in, where you're in dire straits and actually that decision saved the day. Next hand, Zebarjad, blind v blind. Mokrani happy to knuckle back the 9-6-0. These guys playing roughly the same stacks here, 1.2 million effective. Nothing for anybody here. Zebarjad going to go for a little equity denier, small bet, probably the min. Indeed it is. He has some backdoor stuff going on as well. The 5 brings him an open ender. He's got spades, but also the ace high. Just decent enough result if he gets a random jack 7 to fold there. Anything really that has some equity. Nicely done.
Simple one. Blind on blind, obviously, is a common occurrence in this game. It's good to be well versed in those spots. I have Igor in the chat saying, I just busted out in the same situation against Dato in 95th place. Igor had kings against Dato's aces.
Oh.
So 15 from the money. Got it all in pre-flop. So it's just the way the cards go. You're not wrong.
Yilmaz now, he's been waiting patiently for a situation.
11 blinds, easy all in, but Deeb's behind with ace-king. Any reason to do anything but flat here, David, with the stack sizes behind?
No, I don't think so. I think if Deeb's had something around 750, 800k, he might jam.
He's gone for a sort of click.
Oh,
A bit more than I think like 500, 600, something like that.
275.
well, I'd like this the least, if I'm honest.
Oh, he's gone. Has actually clicked. Minimum.
Is that even a legal bet?
No.
Doesn't seem to be. Unless my maths are way off. Anyway, it's academic.
It is.
He's got his isolation. He's flipping with Yilmaz. He just has 45%, but with the dead money in there. He got his price. 615 in the middle. Is this the beginning of the Yilmaz recovery? Or is this the end? starting to look like the end. Two cards, one pull.
Not to beat for Yilmaz. Out in 59th. Good for the princely sum of $6,490. A couple of irons. A few days of fun.
Yeah, look, I think all the players who make the money here, particularly those who get through the money bubble with sub 400k, of course, it's lovely when you get the spin from that position. We've all been there. We've all cockroached our way through the bubble and then 1, 2 or 3 double ups and we're back in business. And yeah, Andrew Headley's day is not too far away from that. He did get through the money bubble with a bit more, 500k, not too much stress, but immediate spin up to put himself in contention now. That's the dream.
There's 2.5 million currently, 100 blinds.
Stop counting your money, James. Rooting hard for Andrew Headley. It's going to be very hard to have an unbiased coverage if and when he eventually gets on the live stream.
We usually try and keep it unbiased, but when he's been in this very room with us, putting the hours in on commentary, I think we can show a little love.
Yeah, he's part of the commentators' union. And I think, oh, look at this, aces again.
Gromov running into it. And any reason for Ketzer to slow play this in the small, or does Gromov raising onto the gun just sort of signal a strong hand, thus we just want to try and cold deck what could be under there?
Great question to ask, James. I think if this is a late position raise, we see Ketzer flat all day long. But under the gun, yes, maybe, just maybe, this is a hand 9s plus he'd be willing to get in.
Very small sizing, but
love the
actually
size.
slightly larger, yeah. But against exactly that sort of small stack opening under the gun, or shorter stack under the gun. No need to go particularly large.
Yeah, and Ketzer definitely a man who will construct this range with aces, kings, queens, ace 4 suited, ace 5 suited, that kind of thing. Nicely played from both. Gromov showing good discipline. Running into the aces twice in 3 hands now, but somehow still with a healthy stack in front of him. Free rolling has been suggested by his table mate. Can sort of feel that way. I actually had a similar moment in the World Series main event this year where I flatted kings to a late position open on the button and lost the very minimum against jacks when a jack flopped, and I thought to myself, oh, I just do the normal thing and 3-bet that hand on the button. My main event's over. And it did feel a bit like a free roll from there on.
So that's how you cash the main, is it? Just playing terribly.
Low frequency, but also acceptable flat, apparently. I looked it up. About 25% of the time you flat there. Solver land.
Yeah, we're not in Solverland.
We're in the main event.
We're in the main event.
It couldn't be more different from Solverland. So true. Anyway, thanks for spoiling my little story.
I just got annoying because you stopped him at the main event, and as you know, I have a love-love relationship with the tournament I should hate.
Just keep playing it. You'll have your year.
Yeah. Can't wait to win it next year. I'll never have to talk to you again.
It is the only downside of this particular commentary gig that it has become something I'd really like, is not just to play these, but really like, you know, play all of them. Just come out here and play all of these series.
Yeah.
And I just think they're great tournaments. Andrew Headley's probably the smart one. He does a half shift, and then he gets in the mix.
Yeah, the mix match.
I have to swap roles with him.
Of course. Just been announced the return of the Mediterranean Poker Party in May. Right here. whole host of different events will be taking place. Maybe a
How much you play?
idea to get your feet wet then.
Now, can Gromov get away for the third time? He has a very reasonable 3-bet shove spot here.
Yeah, Doe's not been. He's been.
No fun?
He's been in hands, but he's not. I don't think. I can't recall him opening particularly light. At the same time, king queen, king queen. This is the lady position raised to be certainly a jam. No, he passes the test again.
This is incredible stuff from Gromov.
Nobody helping here. Nobody helping here.
Tell me more about the Mediterranean poker party. Is it in this room?
It'll be in the diamond
Lovely,
function space down there.
lovely. Never been there.
I mean, never been in the diamond or never been in the function room there. Is that what you're saying?
Never been in the function room.
Beautiful room. Huge space. Let me just relay. I'm just going to find the...
What are the buy-ins? Tempt me.
So there's... Here we go. It's not limited to these events, but there'll be an EAPT Grand Final. The EAPT Poker Tour Grand Final will be at the MPP. That's a 2K with a 2 million guarantee. It's going to be a 5K main event for the MPP with 5 million guarantees. So both those tournaments guaranteed at 1,000 players.
Wow.
And there'll be a 10K high roller guaranteed at 1 million. But of course, that's just the original sort of tournaments announced.
The highlights.
It will get padded out. There'll be other events, other tours come and join in. Obviously, we'll have the likes of, the Irish Open had an event here last time during the MPP, that kind of thing. A lot of the smaller tours getting together will bring in their player pools here, all to join in at the same time.
I have more questions for you, but before that, we see Doe ship it in there with the 8s, pounce upon that light 3-bet with ace-4. Nicely done, sir. Give me dates for that one. Mediterranean Poker Party.
It's going to run from the 2nd of May through the 14th of May. So, just build the bankroll before Vegas, perhaps.
Yeah.
Get a bit of that May sunshine here in the Mediterranean. Not all of us live in the Mediterranean, David, you have to understand. We get excited when it comes to May coming down here. Getting in the sea, perhaps.
Oh yeah, you definitely get in the sea all year round, but May is lovely. Okay, putting that in the old schedule here as a tempter. Trying to keep my travel to a minimum, I must admit, these days with a young family, but that is very tempting.
Think how much closer to the diamond buffer you'll be as well.
How much?
Yeah.
Yeah, stunning room. They built there, the ballroom in the diamond. Really is beautiful space. That's where we had the MPP last time. It's the room that the Triton events have been at. And we've been over here.
Will you be commentating that?
MPP, yeah, should be.
Nice.
Well, I hope so.
Who are the organisers?
Unless they bid me off again.
Oh. They did ask me for feedback on your performance here, and I will be filling out that form at the end.
Well, you filled out my votes for the GPIs. Right, I should fit them.
That's a lie. If anyone's listening if Eric, Danny, or Roland Boothby are out there, hands you two, that is a lie. I did coax him into making votes. I have no idea how he voted. He may not have even voted for the chip race.
John Doe coming out with the lead here on this Queen 8 deuce flop against the under the gun player. Somewhat unorthodox.
Yeah, and just not really a hand that can continue to this dunk. You're right, wouldn't expect it, but
Gets the job done.
it does work.
Kind of fun. I like it when we see these kind of things. It's not something that I think I incorporate enough in my game, is these kind of moves. Like I play so much more in flow.
Yeah.
But
Same.
I like when I see how successful some of these bets can be in non-standard spots. It makes me want to perhaps add a few more to my repertoire. So often we get sort of handcuffed in poker by doing what we're supposed to do, what the book tells us to do, what the soul tells us to do, but we're not playing against the soul. We're playing against people who have different ranges in the solver, different playing styles. Don't know what's going to... Ooh, hello.
Yeah, Ketzer waking up with aces again.
It's a good time to get them when you're halfway through day 3.
Yeah, and he has one of the looser images at the table. We saw the
Oh!
cheeky 4-bet.
Now, this could be amusing because we're deep here. 50 blinds deep. Are we going to get this in pre-flop? Are we going to see a 3-bet and just a call to slow play? Or are we going to see a slow play all in all from the big blind? Zebrajad just flatting. It's a good point because I mentioned earlier, we obviously see a lot of people underbluff from the big blind against these spots. So maybe saying, look, I don't really get to have any 3-bets on the big blind at all. So I am just going to play everything as a call, including my aces. And he flops the free roll. Now, 75k bet. Do we see him spring a trap here?
I assume we do, but I don't think I like the flat at this depth. These guys are very,
50.
very deep right now. I think you want to shallow up the stacks a little bit. But anyway, he is going for the trap line. And both players still happy enough with their holdings.
Yeah.
Should a clump come on river after this presumably goes bet call once more? I wonder if Sabarjad ever leads river and then life gets a bit awkward for Ketzer. I'm just trying to find ways that it doesn't
You're trying to
chop.
find a way we don't get to showdown here, yeah. I hear you. I mean, one assumes this is going to be quite a healthy bet here. You see him sizing up over 250k there.
Yeah. And now, maybe, just maybe, Sabarjad thinks, oh, he kind of playing it like he has jacks, queens, or kings.
Yeah, I'd find... Oh, he has. He's clicked it. Now, how sick do you feel as Ketzer with aces when the big blind peels, check calls or a 10-3-5 board, and then check raises on the 7-10? 4-6 is certainly in there. A whole host of 2-pair combos. Sets even, perhaps.
Oh, it's very setty. It's a very setty situation, and the 4-6 will be sticking out like a sore thumb right now. He'll also be worried about some combo draws. Maybe some, 2-club.
You called it. Is there a way we play this hand where it doesn't end up in a chop? It's certainly become possible. Does Ketzer ever just read this for what it is, which is a hell of a lot of value, and maybe just hero fold?
I think he will to this size as well. It's such a nutty size. If you did have a big draw, you might just jam here.
Right.
But when you click it, you're playing your hand like a set. Or a slow played aces, and when you have aces, that doesn't seem very likely.
Rabbit's just joining the table as well, as if your life isn't difficult enough.
Does
Man
find
sits
the
on your
call.
left whilst you're facing this check raise. Yeah, cool. This is a call, just hope it checks.
Does he fold river and lose the max?
Wow.
It's only 640 now, half pot remaining. Oh, and it is a club.
It's a club, but we're probably
So this-
looking more for a brick.
Oh, he's checked it. He's checked it. And I don't think Ketzer can ever go for value here. I don't think he can rep a 4x too often. Maybe he can. Maybe he can squint at those aces and turn one of them into a 4.
Does he ever try this?
If he does, Zebrajad can't feel too happy either.
This is an incredible hand.
Ace 4 ever play this way? Oh, I think Ketzer just has to hope he's good. No! Look at this! Look at this! We wondered if Zebrajad could find a way to win. Maybe Ketzer can.
No way he turns red aces into a bluff here, surely.
I think,
Surely not.
I think they can just be good just enough.
Yeah.
Like you're calling on the turn because you think they're good just
Right.
enough.
One time jacks or ace 10.
Yeah.
When he says one time jacks or ace 10, is everyone thinking, oh, I've beaten queens here?
Yeah.
Man, you know,
That's a great fun aces v aces hand. Certainly one that will,
Both players are so relieved right now.
yeah.
what the heck? 500.
How many levels they keep us here?
More than welcome, you
Two
call.
levels? 2 levels. This is last level after they change.
This is 32 minutes, yes, another table.
No, sir.
Man, you are kicking me and I'm kicking you. Unbelievable. This hand.
Rabbits joining the table and just seeing that as the first hand. Okay, that's what's going on here. Is it aces v aces, some funky lines? Yeah, imagine a brick on the river. If that had just followed up with a jam.
90% on the turn, he clicks me. I bet 250.
I'm not sure either player could call a bet on the river there. It had sort of reached its threshold given the run out.
No. I bet half pot on the flop, 90% on the turn, he clicks me. 250, he does 500.
The click was a horrendous bet to face.
Yeah, make you sick.
That was odd. Aces against aces. Wow. That would be nice if it was a turn of club and river of club.
Yeah.
That would be really nice, right?
New player.
Always.
Rabbit.
I mentioned, as he was facing that min check raise on the turn, he has Rabbit sit down in his direct left with 3 minutes of chips. It's like, okay, I'm in a tough situation, and it's just got tougher. And first hand at the table, going to pop it up with his 2 fours. Mokrani in the big blind. Ooh. Rabbit's flopping a set first hand back at the feature. Thank you very much. Life's easy. I unblock. The best continues. Just going to go ahead and bet here. And get some action for now. Mokrani, therefore, with the ace. Trying to think hands that do want to continue here. Well,
Trouble.
yeah, I was thinking, you know, just the raggy ace high sure we don't continue. It's ace 4 and ace 9, kind of the ones that make sense. We're going to see ace king 3-bet, you would guess, from the big blind, where we just saw aces peel from that same seat.
Yeah, for his sake, I hope this isn't ace 9.
It just feels like it probably has to be, doesn't it? Could it be ace queen, ace jack?
Yeah, it could be a passively played one of those.
Either way, he's on the hook now for another bet. Rabbit's, of course, going to be bluffing this card a lot as the pre-flop opener. Betting flop. 150 into 190.
Yeah, and I guess when your opponent has the nut advantage on the ace-king XX board, you don't really get to have raises. So proceeding with a call. And I think you're right. I think so likely now. Well, if it is ace-queen, he's in a spot of bother. If it's ace-4 or ace-9, it's going to be similarly tough, but maybe slightly less tough. Rabec, which just looking at so many possibilities for calls here from his opponent.
Right.
On this board. Bottom set, such a beautiful hand, unblocking all the calls.
Yeah. Straights and bottom sets, they're the hands to have in the 2-card game.
Yeah, literally only 10 jack of spades is beating you right now. So you just proceed.
I'm gonna
total
throw
confidence.
9s in there.
Pocket 9s, maybe a little bit of pocket 9s.
Just to prove you wrong, not to... But yeah.
Fair.
It highlights your point, though.
Fair.
That it's just such a nutted spot. And it's a spot where you're expected to bet big as well, isn't it? Holding all the aces, kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen type hands. And it's a spot with the solvers, you know, suggest we go barreling off with the 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, these kind of hands. So there are plenty of bluffs in there still.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of do we go 2/3 and still try to get cry calls from ace jack and ace 10, or do we go massive bet and try and get calls by 2 pairs?
Yeah, went double.
Nice bet.
Welcome to the jungle. Krabitz's world, and we're all just living in it.
Yeah, he may be chip leader in the tournament right now, and I want to cast your mind back, James, and the audience. If you were watching this stream around about this time yesterday, you would have saw Krabitz sitting down with a very nice 800, 850k stack. We highlighted his experience in high rollers, in Triton events, and all the winnings he has made, and we'd said this is the player to watch, and he proceeded to lose half his stack in increments, being put in horrendously tough spots, and then arguably right at the end of that session, getting a little bit out of line once or twice. You put maybe the possibility of tilt, or as he tried to, what was it the phrase, bang down the door once or twice?
Yeah, he definitely had the most tough decision. Well, he didn't so much put in spots, just the cards put him in spots.
Yeah.
He definitely had the toughest decisions to make, and I thought it was very rare that I've ever seen a player of that caliber, certainly in recent years, that I felt, my perception was a little steamy.
Well,
but he certainly turned it around. And Mokrani, one hand removed, wants to turn things around. This time against Krabitz is under the gun open, finding the goods from the small.
Yeah, and a very spewy call here by Doe in the cutoff, creating a dream spot for Mokrani.
Does Doe ever continue now for 125 more? Put in 50 with a 10-9 suited. Obviously likes the hand.
I think he will. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Suddenly, 450,000 chip pop. With only 600k behind, Doe needs to miss this one or hit it big. He has hit it small.
He's hit it with a pair and all the back doors.
Oh, yeah.
And will be thinking to himself, oh, my opponent can have ace king or ace queen here.
Right, and Mokrani, so easy to get this in over 2 streets if he wishes. Doesn't have to bet big at all. Goes for the same bet as he made pre-flop. Swift call from Doe. And wow, what a turn card. Picks up the straight flush draw. Mokrani now just jam half pot. Is there any reason to play it any other way? Especially with the board getting so rich?
No, all the more reason to stick it in now. He only has 3/4 pot.
He's all in. He's going to get snapped and then be very happy to see he is still ahead because look, his face there, he's like, oh, okay. He shook his head at first thinking, I'll just jam this into a set. No, you are good, but only just 60-40 favorite against this pair in straight flush draw.
So many outs.
John Doe, the one at risk, of course, but Mokrani with only 200k more. Pivotal pot for these two.
Too many outs?
Well, he's picked up the bag and put it back down again. I see he tried to trick the poker gods. Brick on the river. Mokrani will breathe a sigh of relief. Wasn't a good feeling when you jam the turn and get snapped. John Doe is no more.
Yeah, very gambly hand from John Doe. Flatting, let's be honest, a really nice hand to flat call with, but just sort of in the middle of nowhere there with that stack 9-10, and then feeling compelled to call the 3-bet 2, because again, it's a sort of a playable one. Makes the pair, has to stick around. Makes the monster draw, has to call it all off. Always playing catch up, but always feeling compelled to stick around.
Nice pick up. On the turn. Yeah. Raise.
Well, big hands colliding. Deep on day 3.
Where are you from?
Czech Republic. You?
Italy.
All Italian players.
A bunch.
You guys like it here?
Yeah.
This is a tough table. This is a very tough table.
That How about having a conversation? Where are you from, Czech Republic? How about you, Italy? It seems weird to me that they don't at least know of each other if they don't know each other.
Yeah.
They're both very well known. Is this just like a politeness? Where are you from? Knowing full well the answer is the Czech Republic. Is Sebajad from the cutoff. Mokrani, with his newfound wealth, going after his man here with Queen 10 on the button. And look at this. Rabbit's with very much a contender for a cold 4-bet here. King, Queen suited. All three of these players very deep. Rabbit's the covering stack.
Yeah, and definitely a 4-bettable one.
Yeah.
His
body language suggests to me he's not going to do it, but he's kind of scanning around the rest of the stacks at the table. But knowing the player that I do, I feel like he really wants to go for this.
What do you think, like a 380,
Yeah,
a 410?
Tell you, he just didn't look that interesting. Maybe just still think it looks pretty ridiculous. He's been so active at the table already. Thinks maybe Mokrani's going to get it in too wide against him. Sebajad flicking it in with the 2-7s. Certainly seems reasonable to me.
Wow, this is an action table.
And for now, Sebajad's still ahead. Mokrani, though, with plenty of reason to be enthused with that flop. Does have a gut shot, still has the 1 over, and has the Queen of Diamonds working for him. And we've seen Sebajad is someone who has had a wider range over the last couple of days. So he knows there may be some hands in here. He can certainly get to fold. Especially as it develops. Cut out the chips a long time ago, eventually slides them forwards. It's difficult though with black 7s. Diamond draw now a thing. And 8 even gets Mokrani there, of course. 43%, which is Queen high. Yeah, it makes sense though, doesn't it, David, to slow down on that Jack pairing and look at this. Gets there. Does Sebajad get to bluff here? I mean, if it was non-diamond river, I could see it. But much harder, isn't it, when there are 4 diamonds out there?
Yeah, I think quite a few of his opponents' 3-bets that slow down on turn are ace-x, and then they're unlikely to.
Right, it's hard to represent a lone diamond here, isn't it? As Sebajad peeling the 3-bet, much more likely to be.
Interesting to see Mokrani smile there. Almost like he isn't going to fire out a value bet, which I presume is coming. I don't think you go too big, but you go 200k. Or even 310.
I had you before river.
Sebajad saying, I had you to the river. He's dead right.
He's not wrong. He said, worst river, I had you to then. And he's right. Loses all diamonds, loses to the ace-x 3-bets.
He's frustrated, Sebajad.
Well, I don't usually like to spoil these things, and we are still having around 25 minutes left with these guys before our next break, but just giving a sneak peek of our next feature table and the camera report that our colleague is finally going to be on the other side of the camera. Andrew Headley's going to make his way over.
Excellent stuff.
To our next feature table. Zebrajab with the aces again.
So many aces in this
Check the
session.
deck. Do you think there's 5 aces in the deck?
I think it might be 9.
Now remind me, does 5 of a kind beat a straight flush?
I say no.
Okay. Deep's going to defend from under that hood, hat, glasses, mask, jacket combo. And flops top pair with the live spade draw. It's never easy if you're Zebrajab. He's facing some tough ones. And he just checks it back. Turn pairing 5. A nice card for him to see. Obviously he loses to the 5x, but just protects himself against all over 2 pairs.
Deep's going to come out betting. I like this.
Makes sense,
overall.
Right? I think you got the best hand here. Got 9 of spades working.
Yeah, and Zebrajab probably going into bluff catching mode now.
Yeah. And the swift call just kind of looks like weakness as well. Oh, wow. He has made the 2 pair, but as I mentioned, Zebrajab having all 2 pairs blocked with the aces. And Deeps may think, hey, this is a good spot to bet kind of big, right?
Yeah, this does seem like a spot where you can bet 2/3. I think he will be cognizant of the fact that his opponent might check back an overpair. Goes for 1/3 and gets the call. So actually saves some money Deep by choosing that size.
Wow.
Zebrajab.
Deeps as well, when he turns over the 10-9 and your opponent turns over an ace and goes, wait, what's he got? You're thinking, oh, I've run into ace 10 or ace 9 here.
Okay.
Just aces. Unfortunately.
Not about hand. I'm about your deal. Every time aces.
They're not wrong. Every time is aces.
It's part of the merit poker experience, David. We want everyone to experience having aces a lot.
How many aces? Unbelievable.
Gromov with a walk with ace queen. And did I see Deeps had 7-8 of spades there?
Very good hand.
David in the small blind, I think.
Should be happy.
I have to go to VAR.
That is tight.
I had ace 10.
Yeah, Deeps had 7-8 of 7-8 of spades in the small blind and
I
folded
lost
for
less
10,000 more.
hands. I cannot open.
Gromov finding ace queen. Peculiar. Ketzer, Queen Jack of Spades, continuing the run here. Dato in the big blind, defending with the hand that dominates. Dominates no more, David.
No. Finds his side card. Dato maybe has to call once. It's close. Really testing his minimum defense frequency awareness here.
Yeah, obviously against a hijack open, not much tighter than the cutoff and button.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really
the nut no
close.
pair, draw to Broadway.
Ketzer probably bets very small again. Just tries to target some weaker Jack X, some 7X that might still stick around for calls. Doesn't have to face a bigger bet on river. No, goes for the check.
Is there a world here where Dato bets kind of small, try and make out he's value betting maybe a good jack or a weak ace and try and knock out like a hand like 8-9, may bet the flop? Or do we think he just tries to get king high to showdown?
Looks like it's the latter. Ketzer now could be taking himself to value town versus an ace-2 or a king-jack. Maybe even a 9-7. Your opponent would feel like you might value town yourself wider than you would call. Easy decision now for Dado facing chunky enough half pot. Credit to Ketzer for targeting, I guess, the Jack 10s and Jack 8s of the world, which might be a little suspicious of this. Well, Dado's not gone for the quick release there. I wonder what he was mulling over. Didn't really have relevant blockers to try anything funny.
Now, one thing I'd have to bring up, David, is we don't have too long left in this frame. Nobody's wearing red.
Oh, stop.
Other than you.
Your
Are you learning?
I'm kind of
I'd
tired.
say this is
to be
maroon.
honest. I
You're
think
what, fired?
tired.
Reddish.
Okay.
I think I'm not going to Paris. Are you going?
Yeah, probably I will, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, probably only for the second week. I mean, the first week is kind of like this 1K and there's like not a lot else going on.
Yeah, the Estrelas, right?
I've just realised this is actually the second time Krabet has joined our feature table late. It's been drawn into the feature table mid-frame. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Is that... Do my eyes deceive me?
Wow. The aces again, and with a hand that will give action. He's just ripped it in. For what, 16?
Ay, ay, ay.
Gets his aye.
I don't think Getzer can get away for this price.
No chance, I think that's...
Normally a call.
Oh.
You just flat kings. It's 400?
400.
400.
Yeah, which might make him think if you flat kings, you flat aces, so then you even more get it in.
Show me jacks sometime.
I think, like, while he is going to see aces, I think he's giving Gromov too much credit. Or too little credit.
This is just this.
After.
Okay.
Because she's...
Players enjoyed this
You can
moment.
put two queens. Okay.
Just discussed how many aces they've seen,
Oh,
and
it's getting silly.
Game's not.
then... Well, he has 3 outs. Of course, Gromov
You
can
have
kill
a
it.
good
it's-
flush.
Yeah.
You'll take the flop.
Oh, you're just happy not to be dead
At least a sweat.
after a flop.
Oh, I was about to say, what if the Jack of Clubs rolls off? Now, Gromov, what if he redraws?
Oh, Gromov.
No, it's gonna come.
What a crazy hand. The man who came second in this event last time out, the Gangster Series runner-up, doesn't strike the river, takes one of the worst beats you can have in our game.
You like it? Say it again.
Oh. I'm going to see, rather upset
I didn't want to jinx it.
at the run out. And yeah, we'll leave that one to wherever it lays right now.
Awesome, mate. Awesome.
Nice.
Happens.
Very well played.
Especially
the turn.
Very well played.
Yeah, a lot of jokes.
What a dealer.
This is so hard.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Amount of big hands on this table.
Very.
48 players remain suggests to me that the dealers on all the tables are dealing coolers right now. 33 bust outs in an hour and 45 minutes, James.
That's crazy, yeah. How much of the field have we lost? We've nearly lost half the field.
Can I point out, it was a long bubble.
Yeah.
We used up at least half an hour on the bubble.
Yeah, there was an hour and 48 minutes, I think, left on the clock, wasn't it, when they came back? Because they played taking 2 minutes per hand. So in an hour and 48 minutes, we've lost 32 players of the 80 that remained.
Wow.
And we're not done yet.
No.
Average is now 1.4 million.
I don't think I've ever seen us lose half the field in a frame.
So 56 big blind average.
Once again, players for the day 1B of the mystery bounty.
It's great news for the tournament and for the remaining players, obviously playing a much deeper average stack now.
Well, you say that's better. It's not better if you're having to face off against rabbits in every pot. I want to shallow things out a little bit. So it is. He's matching the raise here. Is that a min raise on the flop that rabbits, having bet the flop, continues on, and a pretty scary card for both to see. And Cyprus, wow, he's going tiny. He's going 50k. Little block bet. I mean, we were looking for some turn cards with 8-4, but King of Diamonds surely not one of them.
Yeah, it's so ugly because sometimes this block bet will be, I don't know, like a 5-6 with a diamond. Oh, maybe it won't ever be. Maybe you're dust here. You can make two pairs sometimes. Being laid an extraordinarily good price. It's so awkward. We talk about defense frequencies.
I was about to say, is he going to does he believe the check raise on the flop to be a value? Does he think this is a block bet that is just weak and therefore can just turn this garbage hand into a bluff? And that's what he's going to do. Raising it up to 250. Thinking, does Ebrahad check raise me with flush draws, or does he just check call?
Yeah, and annoying now because every reason to believe that Hrabet may have checked back. But facing a bet and a weak one, as you mentioned, James, now door open to pounce, represents super strength. No longer felt as though his inferior hand had showdown and transforms it into part of his bluff range. Zeberjad, very wonky holding now for this particular spot. Bad pair, bad draw.
150?
Is he going to pass the test? Surely not. Credit to him for thinking this long.
Doesn't know what he wants to see on the river.
It's so difficult, isn't it? I wonder how much of it is based. Obviously, Kravets came in whilst the aces v aces hand was going on, and wow, he does make the call. Kravets has built a 800k pot where he's now up against trip queens.
I think he did want to see a queen. I think if he could have picked a card, a queen's a pretty good one.
Now, Kravets surely has to be concerned. You've got check raise on the flop. The opponent stuck around to a turn raise. Is he betting into a boat here a lot? I mean, is it a queen with a bigger diamond than this most of the time?
It's fraught with danger.
Right. Obviously, he does block queen 4 on pocket 4s.
Question for you, James. Does he have showdown against a small part of the range. The maybe ace of diamonds 7 or the ace of diamonds 4.
I mean, loses to both of those.
But does he think he has showdown, I mean? Oh, sorry, he does have... Sorry, I apologise. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, those are the hands, I guess, that could potentially still fold. It's a good give up. I think... Once you make that turn move, which is very speculative, you just have to concede that that river is of no use.
Thank you.
You're getting called on the turn, you think, by hands that check raise the flop. So flush draws and maybe some 2 pairs. Once that card comes, you just cannot bluff. And here we go. We will have a look at the next feature table coming up after the next break, which is only a couple of minutes away. And as we mentioned before, it is the one that includes our hero, Andrew Headley, but some others in the mix. Leanne will be back on the feature. Sarkis is going to be in the mix as well, the man who was bashing away earlier. Dina Kohler as well in this pot here. He's going to be joining us. Tulip Berganoff returning. Basel Musa, well behind Andrew, but Andrew in this pot, the one that I'm a bit sad I didn't get to call the action on, but I'm sure you'll be enjoying. I think our colleague in action.
The man they call Picasso. He's going to paint some pictures for us in the next frame.
Nah, I already don't want to watch it. He's checking back turns and stuff. Boring.
What I'm going to say to you now, James, is he's going to go deep here. You're going to get a chance to cover him.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. With,
he's
with
going to be
48 left in a big stack, he'll have more than one go on this feature table, you would imagine.
I believe so.
Jack 10-5. Deebs. Top pair. Bets. And do we have just a bet fold hand? Have we had any of those this frame?
Well,
even the bet folds we've had haven't actually ended up being bet folds. There's been some creative play.
Honestly, I haven't seen a session of poker quite like that one. I don't think I've ever seen aces that many times. There was kings quite a few times, and they weren't the best hand.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw so many aces. We saw aces v aces. That almost resulted in 2 different players winning it.
This might be the last hand.
Yeah, I think it is.
Before the break.
Players folding and standing deeps with King Jack yet again. Trying to win this last pot. Zibajard. Ace, 3 of hearts on the button. Not interested. He wants to get to that break. Perhaps get a bite. There is a buffet nearby, so I've heard. That is it. We finished this rather crazy period of action. We'll take one last look at the chip counts from this feature table as they go back up to the main 4. Roman Hrabec, the one leading the way on this table, where he's been most of the day, around that 3 million chip mark as far as we know. We'll see what could be a very dominant performance from him coming up. Philippe Ketzer, been involved in a lot of the pots there, gets himself up to 1.8. Andrea Dato, the one that I was actually really looking forward to play that frame, just didn't really get involved, did he? All the action kicking off around him, but he never really got to be part of it.
Yeah, after the bubble burst, it was bust outs galore on the feature table. We had some huge hands dealt. I guess it was the session for aces. Gromov dodged the aces when he had the kings, but he couldn't hold with the aces. Zabarjad and Ketzer both had the aces, ended up playing what ended up being kind of a funny pot at the end for both of them, but they were both very relieved to get half the pot each. And then Zabarjad obviously had aces as well against our masked Bendito Deebs. And yeah, versus 2 pair with a better 2 pair thanks to those aces and the paired 5s. He managed to get nice value there. Aces!
Well, we can't keep getting this many aces. We'll go throw things to a quick break. When we come back, I'll be replaced by Ali Najad as we pick up the penultimate frame of the day here in the Western Series main event. See you in a few.
Cutting his teeth.
You notice Yakuli in a not dissimilar situation from what we saw a moment ago, but the blinds have not gone up. So he's got 13 blinds. Decides to rip it under the gun with ace queen of diamonds, Troyanovsky. Just like the last time we saw a bigger hand waiting in the next seat behind.
Yeah, this is really devastating. This does feel like a dead man walking proposition here.
Yeah, and Troyanovsky differently in the sense that he only has double the bet. Obviously just going to rip in his range here as opposed to peeling.
If they wake up with something, they wake up with something.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm going to dominate Yakuli. And C5 in what will be just shy of a 300K pot, I believe, once the excess is pulled back.
Yeah, 400. Yakuli in for 198, right? So a chance to get back into it here.
Good point.
But not been a great visit to our feature table, Ali. There are still 5 cards there.
Don't put that in the zeitgeist. Put it in the universe.
King in the window, but not dead.
Backdoor diamonds, perhaps some Broadway. The possibilities right now for Yakuli, you can see tense moments for him. Now the queen on the turn. It will require another one as a queen alone on the river will save Yakuli. And instead, it's the deuce of clubs, giving Troyanovsky the nuts.
I just thought he was going to get there for a second.
Oh, it's...
Yeah, GG's
5%.
Yakuli.
But yeah.
He fought, Ali. We'll give
He
him that.
He did. He went down swinging.
He didn't go quietly into the night.
Right. Deflating sort of unraveling there
Nice hand.
for the Italian.
Every time.
As he will not make the money here in spite of 3 days of play.
Saki's Troyanovsky kind of... nice, like, yeah, yours was nice too. Both having ace king against ace queen, knocking an opponent out. It's like, we're on the same page here. Sakis looks down at ace king himself.
This is
that's
just
quite cute little table mates.
Yeah, sure.
You do it with ace king, I do ace king. This is easy. Huh?
I'll tell you what, it's all fun and games until the two of them get locked up in a pot, which we presume at some point they will. But Sarkis, for the time being, under the gun with ace king. And when he's loaded in the way that he is here, We see Leon flat calling with the king 10 suited, perhaps again sensing that Sarkis's range is going to be very broad at present.
It is.
Flats and Barca with a couple of 7s on the button. We haven't seen him get involved. I'm sorry, James.
No, yeah, and this is actually quite interesting. Obviously, take away the fact that we're on the bubble, and this would be probably quite an easy call for him. Just set mine against these 2 big stacks. Wow, this I wasn't expecting. I was thinking maybe he's just looking to fold this hand because we're so close to the money. Doesn't need to get involved, but he's gone super extreme, and he's just going to be putting it in for a flip here because it's not getting through, Ollie.
This is a deep squeeze, 165K, and this is kind of commitment.
And it's kind
Sarkis will ask for the rest, no doubt.
It's kind of wild, Ollie, because Lian has strong hands here when he flats the undergun open. He doesn't really want to 3-bet with hands like 10s and ace
How often is he trapping?
Lian, well, as I'm saying, he's trapping by just the fact that he doesn't get to 3-bet with a lot of hands, so he just has to play them as calls. So there are, versus 7s, there are a lot of traps.
But, I mean, against Sarkis, he's certainly not going to shy away from playing this as a 4-bet, as we see the 525 come in. Relieved a bit to see Leon's hand promptly find the muck behind him.
Yeah, but, I mean, Lian just, if Lian had like 10s or jacks here, he probably wasn't going to 3-bet pre-flop. Obviously, he'd be folding now. But that's why I don't like Barca squeezing here, because Lian just can have really good hands still.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And Sarkis is still open under the gun. This is an unforced error, I'm going to call it, Ollie.
Yeah, Semi Barca says, I go, and he will be happy to be in front.
Yeah. Great for the short stacks in the room. Barca deciding to run it for 24 blinds with these 2 7s. Of course, I'm being critical because he's run into it. There are times this is going to work.
7s. Holding on the 854 board.
Might work this time, Ollie.
800K pot. Barca's been so patient and then dug in to play a big one. Turn is safe. Doesn't need to worry about spades. So just 6 outs to fade to lay claim to a meaty one. And he has held. By the way, Leon had king 10 of spades. He would have made the king high flush. So he's been forced out of a couple of spots here where he would have made a big menu for the goats than for you.
I also found a couple of the dogs sleeping underneath the reindeer.
Oh, there you go.
The reindeer decorations. They're just taking a bit of shade there. I'm showing Ollie a picture, but the Christmas decorations are still up here. There's a beautiful reindeer sled combo illumination at the front of the crystal. The dogs are taking rest under its shade.
I always wonder where the dogs that roam the Merit complex kind of wind up throughout the course of the day and night, for that matter. But the lightning and the thunder definitely had them
right
concerned last night. No concerns for Sarkis as we see him getting frisky with the queen 3 suited. Note Leon again with the flat.
This is exactly the point I made a minute ago when Barca decided to 3-bet the 7s. It's scary because Leon's going to have these really strong hands here. Not that he's trapping, it's just there's no benefit to him playing a big pot against Sarkis. So you see Kirichenko kind of falling into that trap somewhat himself, thinking, oh, maybe Leon's light here, but Leon's not light.
The man who is light, correctly identified by Kirichenko, is, of course, Sarkis, who'll get out of the way, but Leon is going to be ready to party with these 2 10s, and we're going to play one.
He's going to ask for a count, of course.
20 blinds.
But when he finds it's 20 blinds, there you go, as declared, he's going to think, wow, this could definitely be some weaker. Obviously, quite often going to be a flip. You're expecting to see the ace-king combo a lot, some ace-queens, and maybe these ace-jack suited are all right here because maybe Leon is 3-betting ace-king all the time and some combos of ace-queen, so therefore you think, hey, this is often going to be 10s or 9s if I squeeze and get called. And Leon does make the call, so Kirichenko at risk on the bubble with this ace-jack.
What's going on then?
They're just not sure if they're supposed to table their hands. As we're so close to the money, they're not sure if they've been asked to wait to open these, but they haven't yet.
Yeah, 83 players left, 3 away from the money, so they're on their backs here in a 688K pot as Kirichenko has run into the 210s of Leon.
Yeah, and again, one that maybe he didn't need to take.
It is a bit flippy, but he's got the lighter side of the coin, does Kirichenko. Much more so on a 9-7-6 board, as 46% slips down to 25%. 6 outs twice. And there is one of them, the jack, but 10 of hearts, straight draws, flush draws for Leon. The 10, of course, would still work. Plenty to fade for Kirichenko to hang tough here in the main. But he's done it.
The red one, Ali.
Yeah.
It's not 309.
And Kirichenko going to walk this one off.
So twice I've...
Good luck.
Well, speaking of pocket tens versus ace jack, that's exactly what we've got here on the feature table. El Asmar, very understandably delighted to ship these in for 12 big blinds. Would have been very sad to see this hand one hand ago and have to let it go, or indeed have to shove it and face potential elimination. Ace jack makes a tight fold. Ace queen will not be doing the same, I suggest. Don't think this is a fold in any world. Ketzer with a deep stack can just flat here and be pretty sure that should anyone come in behind, they would have to be very, very honest indeed.
Here's a question for you. One hand ago, would we have seen this still? This action? 2 10s, jamming perhaps for 11 or 12 blinds, and ace queen giving the spin?
I see, I think if that was the case, I wouldn't like my ace queen anymore, because really the 10s is supposed to fold that spot.
Right.
So if you do get involved, it kind of has to be aces or maybe a somewhat gambly kings. Here we go, off to the races.
That's not smiling. He doesn't mind. I'm coin flipping, but I'm inside the money bubble. It's like, well, a new tournament starts almost.
Yeah.
Completed my main task of the last few hours.
Yeah, huge amount of the pressure is lifted now.
It's all smiles and jokes and laughs at this stage. All heart flop. Great news for El Asmar, reducing Ketzer to just the 4 outs. Nothing changes on that turn. Ketzer looks like he may double up his man. Will do so, but of course 1.4 million back. No great damage to that stack. El Asmar, though, that's 25 blinds. And I do have a little news from other areas of the room. I have Igor in the chat saying, I just busted out in the same situation against Datto in 95th place. Igor had kings against Datto's aces.
Oh.
So 15 from the money. Got it all in pre-flop. So it's just the way the cards go. You're not wrong.
Yilmaz now, he's been waiting patiently for a situation.
11 blinds, easy all in, but Deeb's behind with ace king. Any reason to do anything but flat here, David, with the stack sizes behind?
No, I don't think so. I think if Deeb's had something around 750, 800k, he might jam.
He's gone for a sort of click.
Oh,
a bit more than I think like 500, 600, something like that.
275.
Well, I'd like this the least, if I'm honest.
Oh, he's gone. Has actually clicked. Minimum.
Is that even a legal bet?
No.
Doesn't seem to be. That's my maths are way off. Anyway, it's academic.
It is.
He's got his isolation. He's flipping with Yilmaz. He just has 45%, but with the dead money in there. He got his price. 615 in the middle.
Welcome back as night falls upon the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel Resort and Casino. Day 3 begins to wind its way to a close. Merit Poker Western Series Day 3 main event. Ali Najad joined by David Lappin, and of course an ever entertaining multiple frames of play so far, and we are not done yet, David.
That last session of poker will be hard to top. We lost half the field in an hour and 25 minutes. Andrew Headley has just arrived to the feature table. I'm very excited by that prospect, but I am sad to see go the table with Gromov, who obviously, you know, he was able to dodge the bullets, but he wasn't able to hold with the bullets. He went off in a fairly angry fashion. He was not happy.
I mean, the nut flush draw with the ace of spades, that red jack, just absolutely disastrous for him. One can't blame him for being a little bit steamed up in that spot, but at least he was in the money.
Yeah, very steamed up and very upset by what had happened. Yeah, Zaberjad, Ketzer, I figure we're going to see these guys a little bit later on, maybe in the next frame, certainly tomorrow. I have a feeling they're going properly deep. They've very big stacks now, likely to make it to our final day, where I imagine, well, at the rate of attrition, I don't want to make a guess of how many people might get through, but maybe 15 or so of these guys will make it tomorrow. Maybe we'll make the final table in half an hour at this rate. I don't know. It's been kind of crazy.
Well, we do send it right down to the Xianglian show. 94 big blinds in front of him, though he does have company. A peloton of 4 players, Di Nicola, Christoforou, Sarkis, and, of course, our man Headley. Sort of clustered within about 10 big blinds of one another as the cream continues to rise here. 342,000 and change up top, not to be overlooked, of course.
The man with the most beautifully groomed beard in the room.
No arguments. He's going to have to finish like 5th or better just to cover the beard grooming product overhead. Maybe that's a bit generous. Min cash, I would assume. Safe bet.
We will make no bones about the fact that when Andrew Headley enters a pot, it's going to be very hard to remain unbiased. I think it's okay. You try to be unbiased when there's friends or people you know out there, but when there's a colleague, when there's a person who sat in this very chair just a couple of days ago, I think it's okay that we support our man.
Tend to agree with you.
Christoforou going to open things up here with the 7s. He's gone for a 2.5x sizing, I guess, virtue of the fact that there's so many deep stacks at this table. You saw on your screen there just a moment ago a 2.6 million, a heap of players with around 2 million. It's a lot of chips at this stage of the tournament. Chula Berganoff, a very defendable to a min raise. To a 2.5x, he may still feel compelled. They are very deep. I think it's a call.
Unfortunate to be holding a 7 in his hand, of course.
Raising chips out. Oh, just to get them out of the way.
Yeah, just calibration. Oh, in middle set against second pair and a gutter. This certainly is a pot that is going to cost Tulip Berganoff some chips. Unclear just how many. Depends on the run out. And look at Christoforou with the check back, and now a very textured card on the turn, which certainly could leave him feeling bashful, in particular in the face of a lead for 75,000 here.
Yeah, the upside of that check back is that he basically has a hand that's going to be able to station across streets.
On this river, forgive the interruption, but runner, the gutter was always there, but my goodness. You know, he's probably going to feel okay just considering that he kept the damage to a minimum. But
you have set?
Oof.
Yeah.
The beats continue to come.
Yeah, incredible check back on the flop. Really saved the day there. Kept that pot nice and small as these guys do their own little post-mortem now.
انا كيف دفعت مع شاب 10
Really, sir? Milton nuts.
Musa, 20 bigs. Christoforou telling the guys they'll see in a little while, but I think it's written all over his face that he did indeed have a set there.
Still
Onyeka makes so many familiar faces. I guess it is I who am becoming more familiar with more players in this poker room, but also the reason they're familiar to me is that they've gone deep before.
That's right. Usual suspects in terms of deep runs and cashes. Names that we often find working their way toward final tables here at Merit, as we see Di Nicola
Okay, حبيبي, hard luck. Very
taking
bad
it
deal.
down.
I know, I don't care.
Considerably more relaxed atmosphere now, obviously, with not only the bubble burst, but just that rapid pace at which we worked our way up the payouts.
Sure,
Yeah, lots of ladders.
If you have a set on the floor,
Tell me
The bet.
tell me the bet. What bet?
هيدا مين هيدا؟
Not money, not money.
money, what will bet?
How much?
I give you the number of my wife, what do you want?
I give you 5 to 1.
5 to 1 and okay deal. Imagine how easy it is for me.
How much?
Pocket
$1,000
jacks
to $5,000.
for Leanne, opening to 60,000, presiding over the
Deal.
big stack. Sometimes we find players
Yes,
a bit suspicious.
Deal.
Tulip Bergenhoff
We need the 25 minutes.
deciding
I
to
go
flat
take
the
the
button
bring
with
the money
Queen
or
10 off. This is
I go
a
bring the
touch
money.
ambitious. 9-6 tray board. Rates to keep him out of trouble, although the 10 of diamonds is working if he continues to wear rose-colored lenses in this one.
Yeah, it would be a floaty call here, and is obviously facing a very small sizing.
Yeah. Designed to retain a multitude of holdings. Now all of a sudden, King of Diamonds on the turn, and Tulip Bergenhoff with action check to him has picked up the gutter and the inferior flush draw. Running kings is actually a nice little development for Leon, who played it safe on the turn, now will pursue value into this 265K.
Yeah, he can target some 9x, but may also think to himself his opponent could bluff in this situation. I think I prefer the bet here, target a hand like 8s, 7s, any pair really. You can go maybe on the large size as well, polarize yourself. Try to have a sizing that has quite a few bluffs in it as well. Something like 200K could be fun. I like that bet size from Leanne. Obviously, Tulip Bergenhoff with just queen high. It's a moot point, really, as he never had a hand that could call any bet. But I do like how Leanne went to work in that one.
Agreed.
And Leanne, remember from yesterday's coverage, guys, very, very loose. Loose aggressive, but loose. So I would expect lots of hands to be played here, and really, I don't know what's happened on this feature table, but the dealers have chose violence today.
Yeah.
Big hands clashing all the time.
Sarkis involved in what for me, David, was certainly one of the most memorable pots of the tournament, and was right on the precipice of looked like it was going to be a hero call with that King 9 suited against the Stone Money Bubble Jam with a busted flush, queen high. Here he is, ace 4 suited, 70 to go. Di Nicola with the 6 of clubs and a mystery side card is flatted. Tulip Bergenhoff tried his luck with queen 10 a moment ago. Cut off, mulling.
Musa and Christoforu untemptable. We'll see how Di Nicola proceeds here, presuming this is pocket sixes. And if it is,
King 8-6 certainly does seem like that would be a likely holding. I don't know how much speculating he's going to be in the mood to be doing against one of the other big stacks out there in Sarkis, who is relatively early position under the gun +2 with something other than the sixes.
Yeah, Sarkis with a smidge of backdoor equity here, flush, and I guess the 5-7. He's going to fire out, try and rep some King X, maybe an overpair aces. He definitely has those in range. Di Nicola, well, I'm saying he might have sixes here. If he doesn't have sixes here, he definitely has a club underneath.
Yeah, and perhaps even an open-ender like a 6-7 of clubs hand, although again, I don't know that that's the kind of kit that he's going to be seeking involvement with. With 48 players left.
The two most likely cards underneath there
Ace of clubs
are the Ace of Clubs, the 7 of Clubs, and a 6.
Yeah.
And all of those hands are very interested right now. And all of those hands want to bet, I believe, because you can make a bigger pot. You can protect, even if it's the weaker part of that range, in terms of made hands, you can protect those hands a little. We're never going to know. Di Nicola kept it secret.
That he did.
My hunch is that was pocket sixes. So yet again, the dealer. Flopping huge for one. It's when they flop huge for two that we've had our exciting moments, and there were plenty of them in that last frame.
Yeah.
Aces for two players in one big hand. Aces versus kings when Gromov somehow got away. And then aces for Gromov up against the ace queen. He was in amazing shape, 92%. But the ace queen made a straight. Ketzer, the man who has a big stack as a consequence. We'll be keeping tabs on him on the outer tables, but again, a very deep stacked feature table. There must be some shallow stacks in the room because it feels like there was a lot of chips between last table and this. Christophoru does like his 6-7 here, getting a discount in the small. And Leanne likely to come in with the connectors. Again, every single pot. Like, there's a couple of shorties at this table, but everybody's 60, 70 big blinds deep. Lots of room to play poker.
King Jack 4 in this three-way affair. Second pair nut kicker for Tulip Bergenov. Well in front of the field, and sneeze and take it seems to be what will ensue. As he's bet 95,000 with nothing atop the stove for either blind.
He's always just on the edge of breaking into song, Andrew Headley.
How many times you been on this stream?
Oh, all my life.
Great answer.
The most experienced streamer. The most experienced merit reg.
What can I do?
It's nice we can hopefully just hand it over to Andrew
James
on occasion.
Dempsey and
I don't
Alina
know.
Had and David Lappin. They go in a rotation.
Oh, a little plug for us, a little promo. I was going to say, I don't know how much play-by-play he'll be doing from out there on the felt. Got his hands full, too, with this lineup here. And especially considering that, you know, you heard the response when he said, how many times you've been on the stream? Basil Musa says, all my life. And Headley, the inverse. I mean, just getting his feet wet in one of these main events for the first time. And so all of that sort of context, background that all of these players have from years upon years of playing with one another, many of the merit regs, Headley lacks that. And so it will be a touch more challenging for him. As we see Cristoforo with the ace-king suited, made it 65,000 from the button. Yarmai from the big blind, suited one gapper. Will come along, hearts are smothered.
Good luck.
Queen 8 tray.
You need Habibi, not
Slightly
him.
lazy flop there.
Gutters for both now. Problematically, the same gutter.
Running jacks as the ace-king is a winner at Showdown, which
Sorry. I didn't even see it. It was so faint.
find out shortly whether or not
He didn't think any had so
given
much.
the opportunity
Yeah.
to get too free of charge.
This is true.
Oh, and looks
I
like
don't
we've
want
got our
anything
answer,
too
9
long,
high. Keenly
fold.
aware that at Showdown it's not going to be a winner, decides to reach out and bet 105,000 and
Good call.
really no sweat whatsoever. Good call declared, understandably so.
Snap.
In pocket.
Yeah.
No, in the pocket. In pocket, yeah.
بنعمه الورق.
How you do this? Really, you know, I played this since 20 minutes. I only saw Queen's Ace King 9 set. What?
Check the set. One thousand for me. Ace king cost me 400k.
I feel like you and Ali might be able to take a shift off here. These guys, lots of table talk.
Yeah, chatty.
I changed
What's
cards.
the aces? I think I have a very good hand.
Good hand declared in the big blind.
Good fold. Never.
Haggling for folds here.
Groveling is allowed. Second straight open from Cristoforo this time from the cutoff, and Yakmai rates to be the customer once more from the small. Queen Jack suited. Facing just the min. See how he elects to respond.
Yeah, I think a smooth call is really nice here. Definitely dominating some holdings.
I join.
Sarkis declared early he had a hand. He has half a hand.
10-5-3 rainbow as the King 6 took the price. Ace 8 still in front. 2 checks. Make it 3. King on the turn, and Sarkis takes a big lead.
Yeah, I may stab at this one. Sarkis may stab at this one. Nothing to write home about here for Cristoforo, but Yagme may be interested for 120.
Certainly.
You have 6 deuce of cards. 6 deuce of cards.
We are 3 in the hand. Don't tell him.
Cristoforo
He will fold
asking him maybe
last
the
time.
6 deuce of hearts. Third player in the hand. He's forgotten.
The pause on Yakmai, of course, courtesy of this open-ender, which is developed. Now contemplating whether or not he wants to play for this 120, maybe put in a cheeky check raise instead, just the flat. driest of rivers, it would seem, given the action.
Yagmei is beating a few flush draws. That's just about it. I do like your idea, Ali, that maybe check raise was the way to proceed against a very wide big blind range. Of course, by virtue of it being wide, it could have contained all the 2 pairs, but you could still try to put pressure on the 1 pair hands. It's played now. Sarkis going a big sizing. Must say, I didn't expect this. Guess feeling like better hands would have bet themselves on the turn. The hands that hang on, maybe things like a 10x, and knowing that he has the best hand, he decides to polarize himself with the big bet. Actually, very sophisticated line there from Sarkis.
He's been really impressive.
I cannot.
The opportunities we've had.
You know me very well.
I'm going to call that one a Sarkistic play.
Love that.
You had 7s?
By the way.
5s?
I did have an opportunity.
7s.
Really 7s? Not
What do you have?
If you tell me the truth, what did you have exactly?
Really, you tell me the truth?
No, I will know in a while, no worry. I can tell you the truth, yeah. Tell me what you have really.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you cannot lie after
Exactly.
Queen Jack.
Oh, but I have king.
Okay,
King board.
honest exchange there. I was going to say that I had the opportunity to go over and sort of bow before Sarkis out there on my break, as I just told him how incredibly impressed we were with that King 9 spot. Even though he didn't end up making the right call.
27 and the private 27.
Kirichenko, really the guy I should have been seeking out to give credit to for having blasted and earned himself that one.
Welcome.
Candido Capiello has joined us here. Another big stack. He's been wheeling a big stack throughout this tournament. I remember him quite high up in the chip counts day 1 and day 2. As if we couldn't have more big stacks at this table.
Pocket 9s for Basel Musa. With 45 players remaining, the on-tap payout is 7,790. There is a pay jump of $1,300 if you can eke your way into the top 44. See how Capiello, the new arrival.
Yeah, I introduced him as having a big stack. Something bad must have happened kind of recently. I remember seeing a 7-figure number next to his name not too long ago when I was scanning the outer tables, courtesy of the excellent Poker News coverage. He's actually only bringing 670k with him to this feature table, so 22 big blinds. Gonna use one of them in defense here.
Ace 6 deuce. Not what Capiello had in mind, of course.
Yeah, and Musa, even though he hates the presence of that ace, is going to have to fire out here. Can find value against some inferior hands and just doesn't want to concede the betting lead. Has all the nut range advantage type stuff going on for him. Gets the job done against 10-7, of course. Shout out to Matthew Davenport, one of the players travelling here from the UK, alongside Andrew Headley. He is making good headway, up to 1.6 million on one of the outer tables.
I'm a bit surprised that we don't see more of the English delegation down here, perhaps a product of the fact that there is so much poker to be played back home in England. Some may think that the trip is unnecessary, but anybody that gets a taste of what's going on over here will certainly be keen to come back over and over again, as so many do.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's sort of corner to corner of Europe, really. The trip is a longish one, almost as long as it would take to get to the east coast of the US. Having said that, the action is so good down here. I am surprised we don't see them more often, but you're right.
This is the only time
Tours like the Grosvenor Tour, the UK IPT is back as well. It's a lot of poker in the UK. They don't really have to leave if they don't wish.
Raise and take it there for Sarkis with a pretty one.
You are dead. Queen Jack
And a shout out actually to the Irish Poker Tour, which is again a sort of a rejuvenation of poker on the domestic scene, very focused on grassroots poker. And yeah, I remember a time not too long ago where there was very little poker in Ireland, and now there seems to be a tournament in some county every week. So yeah, UK, Ireland, I guess the kind of places you're talking about who might make the journey here. If there is a good domestic scene, that probably does deter travel. But when you get a taste of this poker room, sort of like a once you pop, you can't stop.
Yeah.
Pringles effect.
Here is Nariman. Jagmai, ace-9 offsuit from the hijack, of course. Worthy of pursuits, and a pretty one for Sarkis with a deep enough stack to maybe get frisky from time to time. Plays it as a flat. Absolute dead bottom. 9 deuce offsuit into the bin despite the price, so it'll be heads up. Once more between this duo. Jack 10-3 board. Presenting the gut shot straight draw, backdoor clubs to Sarkis, holding position, and these are the really uncomfortable spots. You know, the idea is not to have to take a flop and certainly not to take one out of position when we open. A hand like ace-9 offsuit, now staring at this Jack 10-3. We feel compelled to just ask a little question, hope that this 35K will earn us the pot, but as we can see, at that price, Sarkis will certainly be able to continue.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll continue with the raise, given he's got the gutter and the backdoor flush draw, and sometimes that's kind of a nice raise candidate. Other option is obviously to flat and use position, and that's what he's chosen here, and he does pick up a flush draw.
Yeah, really, if you're not going to hit the 9, this is next best thing. 7 or an 8 would work, of course, but you know, it's just having equity.
Yeah, so tough for Jagmay now. Like, he fired that very small bet.
Right.
Is he going to come with a big bet now, a big turn bet at 200K and try and really lay claim to this pot? Feels like maybe that was the idea, put something so small out there that you would get raised by some value, and then when you only get called, you pounce upon that wide range. It's exactly what he's done here.
Yeah, credit to him, by the way, for summoning the courage to barrel once more this 175K. I mean, that 10 Jack in particular does feel as though it's the kind of 2-card combo that's going to be snacking the flat calling range of Sarkis quite soundly, but as we can see, no such deal, and unfortunately this bet of 175 is one that can be called.
And can sometimes be raised.
Yeah, you're right about that. And that is exactly what's happened. A sinking feeling, of course, in the pit of Jagmay's stomach as he knows this one's all over.
Yeah, courageous was the word you would use, and I think that is the appropriate word to use to describe Jagmay's 2-barrel here. Maybe, just maybe, one of those flop textures he could have given up on. Decides instead to get aggressive and gets maximally punished by the float that picked up equity. Well played from Sarkis.
Did I have
It was.
anyone else want a drink?
American.
Anyone want a drink?
Yeah, you need Turkish coffee.
Andrew taking orders.
It can't matter.
It's his round.
But I would buy it for you if it wasn't complimentary.
You can pay the tip for him, Andrew.
I would.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Fair.
I went to get the waitress. That's my contribution.
He loves his tea, Andrew.
That he does. Musa loves his ace-8 suited, under the gun. Not among the deeper stacks seated at the table at present, sub 20 bigs behind. But you know, we do have to pick a few spots and just not get eaten alive here during these hour-long levels. It is, you know, as Andrew noted in our group chat, a generous structure, and I think players really appreciate that. Gives them a lot of value.
Yep. As Headley goes set mining here versus the UTG range of Musa. You hope in this spot that your opponent has a big hand so that if you do connect with your ducks, you can get paid. Instead, it's Musa who flops superbly well top and bottom here. He's even got the backdoor flush draw to go with.
Plenty of clarity for deuces, though. I mean, deuce-free flops, and we tend to be able to escape with ease, which Andrew will do. As
He was supposed to make. This was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be destiny.
Shumao?
I think Andrew's referring to a hand from earlier at this table. He had thrown a few hand histories into our chat, and I know one referred to the ducks. I'll be honest, I was working. I didn't read it. But I remember some reference to the Mighty Ducks in our group chat. I'm guessing someone must have done something flashy with them.
I had a pair of deuces and just checked.
All the flop.
No.
No.
I heard him saying I have a set of ace, he had set of deuce.
No, if.
No.
If scenario.
Well, he showed 1-8.
I'm telling you what's happening, I didn't understand how he folded.
I just couldn't believe that it didn't hit.
So tight, that's why. Imagine I have set of 8, has set of deuce and folds.
I stopped sitting on this table.
Just fold the flop. Check fold.
Speaking of deuces,
Finish my
here they
line.
are once more, facing an offsuit ace-X. Into the muck, though.
I thought it's going to happen, you know.
there's a man who doesn't believe in destiny there, Candido Capiello.
Feeling a
No
little bit
romance.
Oh, no, I saw it.
Yeah.
King Jack now for Tulip Bergenhoff. Will flat from the button.
We move him.
We were challenged at the break with a little video piece I believe will be coming out soon, where we had to say some of the longer names. Some obscenely long names, actually, it must be said. Our researchers found. Of the longer names, I have to say Tulip Bergenhoff, one of the words I like saying. There's a certain flow to it that's actually comes off the tongue quite nicely.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a harder adventure than it is, as the adventure rates to be over for Musa and Tulip Bergenhoff on the ace-5-3 board, although Christoforou did play it as a check and is given the deuce on the turn to make the wheel, and now he's a bit in the weeds, hoping that he can induce. Does not bite with the check back.
Yeah, really hoping here that one of his opponents will rep the hand he has. Obviously, he's not going to have too many 4x from under the gun, and his opponents absolutely could. Having thrown out the rope, it does seem like he'll have to do his own bidding.
That it does.
Tricky customer, Christoforu.
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes we can be a little bit guilty of fancy play syndrome or just lying back and trying to be a bit too trappy, in my experience. But, you know, it's good to mix that in and on balance, kind of keep people on their toes. Those are the opponents that are the most difficult to square off against, that really aren't approaching matters in as straightforward a fashion.
Tempter for Tinikla.
King 5 suited. Awaits. Suited one gapper. Looks interested.
Yeah, it looks like he's coming out with a raise here.
Mm-hmm.
Plucking a hand a little worse than the flatting range here. Using it as a 3-bet. Interesting deployment. Should be the end. Is. And after the crash bang wallop from 80 down to 48, we've only lost 3 players in roughly half an hour since the last break. So it's settled down a little bit.
Yeah, that it has.
Dealers have stopped dealing aces, I've been reliably informed. Players are going to have to proceed with sub-nut holdings.
Look my hand.
Not
How
this
annoying.
hand.
Andrea, look my hand. A3 of clubs. I don't open. First hand. I triple up.
Had the nuts.
Nuts.
Show me 1,000. The easiest 1K in my life.
There's some AI graphic design.
Julep Berganoff, little pair here. Late enough position that he can open this one, I think. You'd usually fold this in early position. But quite like an open here in the hijack.
Yeah. Other than Sarkis, not much of a minefield. As we see Musa pocket sixes, 640K on the button. Pay jump from 45 to 44 as well.
Yeah, this is a hand he wants to shove, I think. 21 bigs seems about right, but definitely would like to see the ticker tick down to 44. Lock up that $1,300. I think procedures will be take as much time as they will allow here. Put 3/4 of your stack in. Oh, or fold.
Well, that was a curious alternative.
I wonder if the fact that we were on the money ladder jump was just enough to dissuade one of the worst shovable ones to just live to fight another day.
Are there 3-bets with that hand off of that stack? So as not to maybe make the commitment in case you're wrong. 640K, 22 bigs, call it 21, sorry.
I think you're supposed to shove it. It's close. You're not loving it. But I think you go with, as tea time is declared at the Headley corner of the table.
Such a sophisticate, our man, Headley, isn't he?
A big drop of cold milk
6-4 on the button, certainly worthy of an open.
Jagme will defend the 7-5 here, I predict.
You like to defend my...
He does, and identified his stickiness there by the peanut gallery. Two quick checks as the ace-4 doesn't get any ideas, although ideas might be exactly what are swirling about Jagmai's head, courtesy of this second club on the board, giving him the flush draw in a 175K pot. Did get caught with his hand in the cookie jar earlier with the 9 high against the ace-king. Sometimes we get a bit gun-shy, you know, a little PTSD from prior efforts.
Yeah, and I think there's a real fear factor about Christoforou, because one would have expected a bet there from Jagme with this draw. Instead, he's gone for the check, and let's see how much I face, or maybe I even get a free look at the river line. The price is 75K, which is a fine price to call here, getting the direct price that he needs, and any supplement to that always gratefully received if he does make his hand. He doesn't make his hand in this case, giving up at 7 high. And Christoforou delighted to take down a pot with ace high.
Sure.
Didn't believe. Did not believe. Huh?
Defense with the hand that you should defend.
Andrew doing a little breakdown for us there. Much appreciated.
He lost the bet with the set.
Oh, yes. I told you. I triple up every time.
So that will not call. I mean, you had 20 blinds.
Get to see
you open on the
Andrew play a hand in anger.
Oh, yeah.
7-4 will not cut the mustard.
Yeah, I know.
That it won't. Ace-6 suited. Christoforou's has been given a lot of these kind of worthy of an open, not necessarily the best of holdings, but out of the cutoff and off of 2.4 million. We will get after it, and here's our man Sarkis, dominated with the 10-6.
What, Habibi?
Love the chatter, by the way, when you consider the pay jump, by the way, realized we're down to 44, but, you know, just in their natural environment, these two. Familiar to one another. King, king, deuce board. Blind check declared with eyes wide open as check back from Christoforou.
I love that.
Checked all the way down, and now the double paired board and a
Can you turn, please, the
little sprinkle.
The two kings turn.
Huh? 10 high.
It's smart.
Oh, there's
The left one.
a little mark on a king, maybe. We might need a new deck here.
Is that what's afoot?
Somebody's spotted a mark.
Yeah, it's bended a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see the replay. Who had the king of spades? King of spades?
Huh?
A request to VAR this one. Who had the king of spades in hand last?
I didn't have it. I had the clubs.
Who's marking cards?
It's for sure not me, because I found it.
Oh, that's exactly what the person who did mark it would say.
Yeah, but maybe it's a double bluff.
Andrew thinking the same.
Maybe it's a double bluff.
Yeah, it's a psychological bluff.
Yeah, yeah.
Check the camera. Check the camera. Check the replay. Who had the duel? And I give you the information.
We're sending the production team on a sleuth mission now. Find out who last held the king of spades. But yeah, picking up on Ali's point there, so different from previous tables we've seen. These guys just chatting it up like it's a cash game right now.
That they are.
Now finish cards. Raise, raise, raise now. We change the deck.
Okay. I will fold blind.
Ace-9 open from Tulip Bergenhoff. Looking at his Hendon Mob, over $250,000 in career earnings, 75K, his career best cash. Did pick up a couple of cashes at EPT Prague in December. Did quite well with cashes during the EPT here at Merit as well. He had not one, but 2 victories during that EPT Prague. One on the 17th of October, another on the 19th, effectively back-to-back in $2,100 and $1,100 events.
Hold on to your hats, Ali.
3-bet from Leon with the pocket 4s, and he's run into Yagmai's ace-king. Nariman has been looking for an opportunity to do something.
When it gets back to Leon, he will find himself with a pesky price. Having made it 160 here with a small pocket pair. He's only going to have to call off 580 to a pot of 1.6. He's going to need something around the 35, maybe 38% range. And of course, 4s will be flipping sometimes. But got to be very worried about the 4-bet range.
Certainly.
I think we're probably putting Yagame on 10s plus ace-king and maybe ace-queen suited.
Yeah, the idea was to 3-bet and take it, or at least be in position if we had to take a flop, not to get 4-bet and proceed. So he does let it go, and that is a nice chip infusion to Yagmai, who has had his struggles here of late.
Yeah, really nice pickup there.
Sure.
Gets back to over $1 million without showdown.
Information for all the players and the audience is that we are running the 3rd level in the Mystery Bounty 1B. Mine is $2,750. For your information, 8 levels late registration. We will usually have playing down 15% all the money. Mystery Bounty so popular tournaments. We remind the concept is that we finish today all in the money, and starting day 2, everybody will get
finally an open for Mr. Headley.
Suited wheel ace.
Spoiling the note I had just written down. I was about to say Headley V-pipping right now like a Dean Hutchison at the World Series of Poker final table. Must be a Scottish thing.
And then he ruined the party with a raise to 65K.
See, I got two birds with one stone there.
Sure. Efficiency. And this will be an orbit's worth of tokens hauled in without any fanfare for Mr. Headley. Perhaps he'll wash it down with a swig of the Twinings. What do you think he's working with there? A Darjeeling, an Earl Grey?
It's breakfast.
Breakfast, yeah.
Definitely, always breakfast. Not even flicking in the bergamot.
Oh, I love the bergamot, by the way. And I love that you knew about the bergamot. Persian tea. Steeped in bergamot.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of Lapsang Souchong in Andrew Headley's world. No chai.
Nobody wants to.
Right. No, well, hang on, though.
No rooibos.
Rooibos, South African red tea. Chai, of course, I would imagine, brought back to the UK, courtesy of imperialistic.
Some terrible things.
Yeah, yeah. A bit of a pilfering of that particular variety.
not so. Everyone is, they take their time, you know.
I know. I understand.
It's like psychological.
Yeah.
Even I like to play very fast.
You don't want to make a mistake. And,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
made tons of mistakes.
you know what I mean? Like people always take a minute longer.
Yeah, I know.
See your experience, so you don't care. Easy.
No, really, I don't care.
So Tulip Bergenhoff defending with Jack 10 against Yaghmai, who shows some ambition. He's fighting out there. David, 10-9 offsuit doesn't rate to be the one that we want to get chips involved with, but you know, he's just making the most, or trying rather, of what the deck has been bestowing upon him, and this 35K is going to get through.
Yeah, sort of both way backdoors there, the 8-9 and the King Queen, but not really anything you want to get excited about when you're up against a razor. And it comes Ace Ace. Yaghmai, yeah, I think he's been the most active VPIP wise, whether it's been him opening pots or him flatting. Christophoru obviously referenced his stickiness in the big blind as well. He's bounced around a little, went from 1.5 million to 760k, and now back up to around about 1.2. So, not the steepest of roller coasters, but a joyride nonetheless.
Sure. Now over to Sarkis. I really like his table presence too, David. The manner in which he operates out there, just replete with comfort, and just kind of command of craft. Has some speech play on him, which, you know, you don't see all too often in the tournament streets. It tends to be a bit devoid of most players' repertoires.
Yeah, he's a confident man. And why not? When he brings his A game, he is fearsome. Andrew Headley about to take him on.
A7-5 Rainbow, both players disconnected. Let's see if Sarkis wants to chirp and take it. It would appear that way.
Yeah, it feels like a range bet. And Andrew very disconnected from all of those cards. Worst hand wins. Position and betting lead, always a powerful combination.
Sure. This time was my life. Be careful.
That never works. Right? Does it work?
It does.
Occasionally works.
Andrew likes to join in the sing-song. I wonder if he'll belt out any business time while on stream.
Flight of the Conchords. Such a terrific show. One that
that's a big problem.
many of those here at Merit probably
Oh, that's good.
haven't had the
No, I wouldn't imagine
privilege
so.
of watching. I don't know how much HBO Max there is on the island. But
I'm
Pocket
not-
Sevens now for Leon.
I'm not sure how much that sense of humor translates either.
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, Yaghmai with 10 cents the hard way. And he is in a bad spot. But just finds the fold, David. The same man who is willing to open a pot with 10-9 offsuit does not want to tussle with the likes of Leon sitting so deep, especially that under the gun +1 positioning.
Yeah, nice fold. Sarkis looks to be preparing some soldiers. Leon, as I mentioned, we saw a lot of him yesterday. Maybe not quite so much in the first 45 minutes of this frame, but he is a very loose player, and I'm sure that has been on show for the past 4 or 5 hours. These guys watchful will be aware of all the dynamics afoot. Hence why D. Nicola actually giving some consideration. to the ace-3. I think there have been some bullets fired. Shots across the bow of one another all day long. And Leanne probably has to call this one with a pocket pair at this depth. These guys playing 80 bigs, maybe even 90 bigs.
$190,000 gets called. And yeah, these are the kinds of collisions which can leave us with explosive developments, although that is not the flop that will yield such things.
Expectation in these situations is for Sarkis to fire small. I would say 25%er on this sort of texture. What's quite nice for him in this spot is he has the back up of the backdoor no flush draw. And we'll have aces, ace, king, maybe even a light king, queen, or king, jack sometimes here. Leanne facing just one overcard, I feel will have to be sticky even to this 50% sizing, maybe by function of the fact that these guys are playing so deep. We see a larger bet from Sarkis here. Puts a little bit more pressure on these kinds of hands now, the half pot. And that's possibly exactly why it was chosen. The fact that the sevens do have a little straight backdoor equity. Compelling the call. Aha.
Another king on the turn, and this is just delightful for the sevens because, of course, the likelihood that we're up against a king is reduced a bit.
Leanne doing his best to sell the possibility that he could be strong here. Doesn't really want to face a big bet. So Sarkis thinking to himself, okay, that first bet would have cleared out all the nonsense. Maybe the small pocket pairs. Might have even hoped it cleared out a hand like sevens. What would the second barrel achieve? Well, it doesn't come. And now Leanne maybe considering a block.
Yeah, and the double pair board is always the type of texture where some of these ace highs can get curious.
1 meter.
That's the other upshot.
Yeah, by blocking he prevents his opponent betting bigger with aces or queens, charging him more.
It's not impossible that Sarkis has the sevens beat and just takes this sort of line. But as you predicted, in comes the lead of 375K, and maybe we get the sense best case scenario here is busted, club combos, but what are the club combos that would have called that 3-bet pre? It seems as though the ones containing an ace are more probable. So the fold from Sarkis without much fanfare, and Leon will snack on one. There he is, at the top of the leaderboard with over 3 million in front of him. And fairly even distributions all the way down to our man Andrew Headley before we trail off as the blinds escalate. 20 and 40,000. Bad news for Basel Musa and Candino Capiello, the latter of whom really, and Musa to an extent as well, just have been card dead, haven't had opportunities to try to find the spin-up spot.
Yeah, what I'm interested to watch in this next hour at this blind level are the short stacks. Capiello, who arrived, Musa, who's similarly now been pushed into the 15 big blind zone by that blind increase. Those guys going to probably need to get their skates on. Headley with a pseudo connector on the button. Presume this is an open for the Scot.
There it is.
Puts a little bit on top of that min raise here. Ooh. Christoforou.
Ace 9.
It's an interesting hand here. You can go both ways. Flatting this one, your opponent may represent the board that you hit, and you find your profit that way.
Yeah, kind of conceals your holding, under repping.
Oh, and that's exactly what might happen here. Although 3 hearts.
Yeah, the monotone boards are a bit tricky to navigate. Let's see whether or not Andrew, with just so little equity, will have any ideas here with the wheel gutter.
Yeah, I think his hand might bet this one. Doesn't have to go for a big size here. Easy decision to flat call here for Christoforou. Let's take this one to a turn.
A turn that pairs Headley, putting him in front. Of course, sorry, not in front. He's obviously behind the aces, but Christoforou is still playing it as a check. These board textures, just not the type that leave you wanting to get aggressive. Just caution the order of the day with 42 left and so much up top.
Yeah, I think Andrew's decision to just check back there is a nice one. He has overtaken some 3x. There will be some single heart hands. Problem with doing that is facing a bet now. It is a little difficult on river. You're in a bit of a guessing game. Not quite sure if your opponent has a hand that can value bet like this. Like Queen Jack does make sense here. Some ace X would certainly do this. He could have a flush all along. Andrew really rock bottom here, trying to figure out hands that might take this line. I guess the Queen of Hearts in hand with just some random other card. That's what he beats. Jack of Hearts, Queen of Hearts with, well, anything really that hasn't connected.
$125K the bet. Andrew just trying to piece together what exactly would approach the affair in this manner. It is somewhat milky sizing into the 360.
Yeah, he only has to be good about 20% of the time here. So
could be an offsuit Queen Jack with no heart. That would certainly make sense. Some King 10.
Yeah, I think the problem for Andrew here is he'll be able to pile up the hands that take this line with this block sizing on the river that are value, and then he's going to try and find some bluffs, and I think they're going to be the Queen of Hearts with the random kicker, Jack of Hearts with the random kicker, and on the off chance that he has one of those, he might find a call here.
Well, he has measured out that call, and then he looks over at Christoforou, and unfortunately he's been milked.
Doesn't have to be good that often. It's okay when Christoforou turns over a winner there. Andrew really just doing a bit of combination counting, trying to range his opponent, figure out if there's enough bluffs to that size. And I think Christoforou, because he's such a tricky player, maybe does believe he would find those bluffs with that convincing size as well. And yeah, look, Andrew gets shown the best hand, but he just doesn't have to be good that often.
Fair point. You could see kind of the courage brimming, welling up, and then the call getting put in there, and that anxious moment where you're wondering, did I catch my man? And of course, when the hand is casually flicked face up, you know that's not the case. Still sitting with 1.7.
And Pearl Capiello. Some poor card distribution since he's arrived to this feature table. Really does need to wake up with something soon. As Di Nicola gets spicy with the 9-7-0 here. Tula Berganoff with a pretty king-jack suited. Would not be surprised to see him 3-bet a hand like this. Probably comes with flats sometimes as well. Wow, Di Nicola really stepping out here with a offsuit gapper in the middle of nowhere.
Not really the kind of thing that we've observed. We've seen so little from him here at this feature, but sometimes it can be the product of being eaten up by 2 or 3 orbits worth of blinds and just thinking to yourself, okay, I've got to find something, make something happen. But patience is the order of the day, and look at Cristoforo with the ace deuce off, squeezing this flat.
Yeah, like a wild animal in the high grass. He's just a pouncer. He just figured Di Nicola opening wide enough. Tula Berganoff doesn't give him credit for enough traps here, and he just pounces on this squeeze spot. Like we said a moment ago, hand against Andrew Headley. He has a very nice holding ace-9 in the big blind against a button open. Chooses to flat, feels like he can get his opponent to represent his boards, and now in this situation with ace-deuce, recognizing the opportunity to squeeze.
Sure.
He's got all the gears. And Tula Berganoff does have a hand that he really wants to see a flop within position, but it is tricky and it is expensive now to do so.
He really has been impressive.
Oh, yeah.
Why you check them again? Did they change?
Trying to tilt me and put it back again.
No, I need to learn from the pros. Why you do it again after finishing the hand?
It looks beautiful.
So beautiful.
Or so ugly. For 3-bet is beautiful. For a 3-bet.
For a 3-bet.
In 1K.
I will not pay. there is AI technology changing the car.
You will not pay. Unbelievable.
Shadi, check with Shadi, guarantor.
I prefer this 1K to give me in Dubai. I will come in Dubai to... Huh?
Here now.
No, no.
Okay, in Dubai. Dirhams.
I've never been there. I will be your guest.
Welcome.
You're from Dubai?
Not from there, I'm living there.
Oh, good.
You're going there, you play the game there?
I haven't.
He's play money, right? Too much money. He don't like to play money.
Habibi, yalla, play your game and start. Let's talk better.
How much you have to that?
Ace King now.
Oh, it's just so pure, Ali, when you've been chatting it up here and everyone's thinking you're at it. And then the very next hand, and you're still having the talk. You look down at Big Slick.
And the man who is more at it on this occasion is Capiello with the King 8 suited.
I'm not folding.
I don't think this 250K will retain him.
He's folding.
Arrivederci.
Poor Capiello finally finds something he can use as an open. Runs into it.
And look at the way Cristoforo turns this one face up.
Home court advantage.
As if to say, I'm showing it because I have it this time, so clearly I didn't the last time.
Right.
Let's have dinner together.
Together?
course.
Collusion.
Making dinner plans now.
Right. You have 20% swap.
I have zero, Habibi.
Zero.
0%.
It's 100% German.
On the table, enemies.
Really?
Yeah,
Don't
of
believe.
course. In life,
Swap.
I have
Still 5% for me.
I have a lot of swaps with players. It's better to have swaps.
King 10, Capiello. This time under the gun. Really pressing matters. Tulip Bergenhoff not going to go away with the ace-4 suited, it would appear.
Yep. If at first you don't succeed. This is a funky flat when you consider Capiello's opening off 12 bigs here from Tulip Bergenhoff. Very funky indeed. Sarkis may not love this situation here. Capiello obviously is one of those guys who opens off shallower stacks. But at the same time, this 5-3 really isn't a great hand to play out of position at this implied stack depth. I guess he's deeper with Tulip Bergenhoff.
Well, the 3-5 offsuit is the kind of hand that is akin to unwrapping an awful gift when it does end up getting to showdown against someone. You win some big pots with these sorts of unexpected holdings. Ace, Queen, 8 with a couple of hearts. Meanwhile, Tulip Bergenhoff with top pairs. We see Capiello not going to barrel through with the gutter. 75K sizing.
Yeah, now facing a pesky size, given he has the pre-flop betting lead. A gutter, a reasonable backdoor, but I suppose when he opened this one up, it was a steal, or he hoped to get heads up. The three-handed spot got a little bit messy for him. May just have to give it up. No, is going to find the call. That was my first instinct, but gosh, this is a hard one to navigate. Harder still.
10 on the turn. Does hit Capiello for a pair. And when the pre-flop raiser under the gun plays it as a check on the ace-queen-8 board, but makes the call, obviously we proceed with caution as Tulip Bergenhoff is happy to check back, and 3 of spades is just perfect for his purposes.
I'm actually not sure what he's going to do. Does he have a turn his hand into a bluff candidate? Blocking some 2 pairs? Blocking the straight? Or does he have just enough showdown and hope it goes check, check?
We've got our answer, as no further value is pursued.
He will be a little annoyed to see a hand like ace-4 clubs in there. Tulip Bergenhoff calling versus the player opening off 12 bigs, not really having much business being in that pot. Capiello a little frustrated. And now the blinds also going to gobble him up. He is very, very short now.
لك هيدا شو عم يدفع؟ لك منا اثنين. ما في احترام.
And I don't know what is being said there, but I imagine it may not be complimentary to that call from Tulip Bergenhoff.
Yeah.
I'm doing your job for free.
Headley cam.
Let's see what Andrew has chosen to open with. A very reasonable King Jack of spades.
These cards are also this one. Yeah.
What is it? So I know what it is.
Well, it was a relevant one. I assume it was the ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
And Capiello also with an ace. Oh, this is so awkward at this depth. Oh, this is awkward. It's hard to call and proceed. You probably give half a thought to shoving and just maybe getting isolated by a hand like King, Jack, King, Queen and manufacturing better than the right price for yourself here when you are playing this shallow.
You know, the thing about these particular combos, David,
275. 275.
it's so tough if you play it as a flat to ever really make a lot of value. So, you know, leaning toward playing it as this 3-bet and squeezing the flat from Sarkis is the line chosen here. 275K. Now, Headley can well afford to make this call, but he's got the issue of Sarkis behind him.
I think he might need to click it. I think he might need to click it to get Sarkis out. No, he's gone for the flat. That could keep Sarkis in.
Which would be pesky.
Yeah.
For Headley.
I feel like by clicking it, he gets heads up, and if Sarkis was to come over the top and reveal himself, he could get away.
Do you ever think that Sarkis perceives the flat from Headley as actually being quite a bit stronger than something like King Jack suited? Trappy even?
I think he's balanced.
Okay.
I think it can be strong and it can be this.
Well, what it's going to be is an active side pot currently dry between Sarkis and Headley, 6, 7, 8 boards. So the bottom end of an open-ender for Sarkis, a pair of 6s for Capiello, and just without a paddle, Headley. King Jack suited. When the side pot is dry, David, you know, the bluff is just so unnecessary because there's no upside. And how about this turn? Headley now makes top pair to hop in front, but Sarkis retaining the straight draw and now picking up the nut flush draw. Very threatening.
Yeah, and an interesting decision point now for Andrew Headley. May decide he can just get to showdown here. His opponent could have him out-kicked with a king-queen. He could pursue some value against hands that have a draw. Looks like he's gonna protect his hand. Always dicey when you can't really have the nuts.
190.
This is fraught with danger. Sarkis certainly can go nowhere. And now maybe the door is open to try to steal it away from Headley, who can have pocket kings, can have pocket aces, but can't have 9-10. Probably doesn't have too many 2-pair or better kind of hands. Looks like he's just going to call and try and hit his draw.
So 580 on the side, and he has hit the draw. The 3 of hearts. And now, let's observe how Sarkis elects to proceed. Is he going to lay a trap?
No.
He did. He checked. And credit to Headley, by the way, for finding the check back. Not to be overlooked, of course, the departure of Candino Capiello. He is showered in 41st place.
Oh, I don't like that check from Sarkis. When you hit your hand there.
Very nice check on the river.
Easy check for Andrew.
Yeah, and he says just as much. By the way, a little over 9 grand going to Capiello.
A6.
And a healthy 1.3 and change in chips going over to Sarkis. Really unfortunate for Headley there.
Yeah, big pot, big river card to turn the tables on him.
Note, by the way, that if he had clicked, as you suggested that perhaps he should, if he wants to continue, because he doesn't sense that Sarkis is laying a trap as a flat out of the small blind.
There is no player
Sarkis would have folded in all likelihood. Headley would be collecting the main pot.
If he was not
There would be no side.
Yeah, I think Andrew may reflect on that one. It is very close. Sometimes when the squeeze shove comes in for a bulkier amount, you definitely want to call because your opponent will not have a great price to overcall, but he was always going to get a very good price to overcall in that particular spot. And I just wondered if, for a very cheap amount, a very small click from Andrew, could have just cleared out some hands with pesky amounts of equity and even some better hands. Obviously, that was a better hand. He could have got to fold there as well. Got heads up against Candido with a very nice hand himself. King Jack suited, you know, likely to be at least 50% with dead money in the pot against range. That was a decision point. Turn bet was a decision point, whether you don't bet into the side pot and juice it up. But having said that, very unlucky to have his opponent have exactly a hand that could call turn and catch river, and probably very lucky not to face a bet on river. I actually think that might be the biggest mistake in the hand, was Sarkis not betting river when he hit his flush draw.
I mean, even just like what looks to be a blocky sizing that would tempt somebody to bluff catch and then potentially even tempt them to bluff or value raise when you're holding the nuts seems to have much more upside. But forwards we march with 40 players left. Pazel Musa, king, queen offsuit. Bin card dead. Obviously looking for a spot, but unfortunately not one that includes a 3-bet out of a dominant ace-queen. 200K. Another 120 to call. Such a large quotient of the 480 back.
Yeah, it's been tough going for the short stacks here. Capiello obviously stepped out a few times there. Never really got anything going. And then as soon as Musa tries the same, he gets picked on by Lian. These big stack bullies, very hard to play against. Again, just to reflect momentarily back on that last hand. It's very hard to play multi-way. And when you factor in dry side pots, it gets even more complicated. Not an easy spot. One I know Andrew will mull over. Hopefully put it out of his mind for now. Mull over it tonight. Or maybe at dinner. He's not going to let it affect him right now. And he may have done the right thing. I'm not 100% certain on whether my suggestion to click it is better pre, and whether his decision to bet turn into a dry side pot is also better. Interesting situation.
Hindsight, of course, 2020. Pocket sevens here for Cristoforu. 2.5x open. Take it down, sir.
I think Andrew talking to himself a little bit there. Also casting his eyes up and left in that way that we sometimes as human beings put numbers on a blackboard, a virtual blackboard in our minds, try to calculate all the maths of that last situation.
Contemplative moments for him.
Cristoforu. 2.5x here from +1. Flat from Sarkis. Well, these boys love fighting. Does Di Nicola ever squeeze here? It's in fashion.
It looks like he agrees, as he's made it 390,000. So Sarkis caught in the crossfire. Note that Headley able to just lay down the ace-8 of clubs, which was dominated by the original Razor. It is back to. And, you know, Sarkis' presence here is a bit pesky because with some frequency, we know that this button 3-bet is going to be just targeting what feels like maybe free money in between the original Razor and ourselves.
Yeah, I think that flat is a huge part of the equation for DiNicola here. May have been dissuaded from even calling or 3-betting his button in this situation. Was there not perceived dead money from Sarkis? Christoforou very understandably letting go the ace-10 in this instance. He had the best hand, but you know, very, very difficult to proceed with a hand like ace-10 off. However, Sarkis, with the suited connector, going to call, going to play this hand out of position against DiNicola. We've seen 2 aces folded, so unlikely to see an ace on board. And wow, 2 clubs on board. Check back there from Sarkis to verify. And DiNicola probably going to send more money into this pot now. We'll be a little worried about what the call range is. King-Queen stands out as a possibility. But so too does 9s. Maybe even 10s. And those hands can't really withstand further action. So you've got to fire the C-bet after you've made the squeeze here. Sarkis with a maybe hard to anticipate baby flush draw. And there's a lot in the middle already. Like,
so here we are. The unsuccessful bid to squeeze.
Wow, and this is a really interesting play because Sarkis has a baby flush draw, and if he was to get jammed on, would probably have priced himself in. So rather than shove, he thinks that making the smaller raise gets more credibility. I assume that's the idea. God, he really does make a mess of this for himself. If DiNicola was to shove, which of course we know is not going to happen, but let's give him ace-king here for a moment and a side shove. It's an awkward price for Sarkis. May have just blown himself off his draw.
Yeah.
As it is, it's going to work. Ace-8 was stepping out. Super engrossing poker here on this featured table. Less of the crash bang wallop of the super premium hands that we saw in the previous frame. More of the deft blocker using 3-bets and taking it to the streets with these guys. I, for one, am very entertained.
Really just scrapping are these guys. You know, Christoforou had the best hand with the ace-10, got out of the way. Sarkis decided he wanted to dig in, smelling a rat, then took the very creative line with that baby flush draw. Relevant, of course, the fact that one of the clubs was a 4, just in case some backdoor straightiness does appear. But DiNicola, a costly affair there. Now, Yarmai. King, queen suited, makes it 80.
You can ask, I tell you.
Okay.
Race and take it. Job done. Yagme happy to pull one in.
Bluffing, you are bluffing.
Looks that way.
Ace-5 flush draw.
Queens.
10 jack. 10 jack.
Go down.
Go down.
Ace 3 of club.
Go down as much as you can. Something like this.
Really?
I will not bet. You, Jack?
Look at the postmortems. Debriefs.
I called the list.
Tell him he told your hand.
I have nothing.
Who?
I certainly hope that those that punch their ticket into the fourth and final day of play will go back and watch these feature table streams, David, because mysteries are going to be solved and there's going to be some mouths gaping.
He has ace 9 or ace 8.
Good move. But
Is my guess.
I push all in, ace 4 with a flush draw.
You think that I would
Headley, 25 bigs. Awkward hand here, ace 5 on the button. Sometimes, if you have this gear, it can go into a limping range. 25 big blinds, limping on the button, limping in the cutoff. Definitely a thing. Interested to see if he just uses the blocker for a normal raise here or brings in that little wrinkle that is part of some people's strategy.
You can't be
I
dead.
play all 2 days there.
I got obsessed with the limping game for a while there a few years ago. Probably overdid it, if I'm honest.
It was one of those things that was in fashion for a time. I believe Daniel Negreanu was one of the sort of, I don't want to say pioneers, but a guy that really championed it years back. Small ball poker. And it has a time and a place still to this day. But
yeah, well, when I think of a sort of a tournament limping strategy, I definitely have players like Dominic Nietzsche as my North Stars.
Yeah.
He's definitely tried to understand the power and the benefit of choosing lines, because you immediately take people out of the comfortable part of the game tree that they're used to. They know how to face a min raise, face a 2.2x. They know how to play heads up and three-handed to the flop. When you limp,
welcome.
And then now we're suddenly having limp defending ranges, limp re-raising ranges, players isolating ranges, not the kind of poker that everyone plays every day on the internet or in their card room.
It's disarming.
So if you do a lot of it, you get very good at navigating those spots, and then that's the idea, is that you've essentially dragged people into an area of the game tree that they don't normally play in.
Dark alleys.
Yeah.
Where you've got night vision.
Oh, I like that.
Meanwhile, Di Nicola, undeterred by the damages that were
which hand I'm talking about.
inflicted, self-inflicted, let's call it, with exactly ace-8 offsuit not long ago, tries his luck again, and Cristoforu wagging his finger, understandably, with the ace-king suited.
Then what do you have?
7-8.
8 on the turn, huh? Oh, yeah. So pure bluff, huh?
The rich get richer. Cristoforu on the charge.
Did I get any decent hand till now? What can I do? I wish now they start coming kings and aces.
Citizen players in the mystery bounty, you should be already at your seat. We're gonna restart the tournament. 4 more levels late registration for the players. And we start with 366, 300, 600, 600.
Ace-Jack for Sarkis. Flatted by a dominated Jack-10. This is a bit disrespectful of the under-the-gun open. Di Nicola, it feels like he's forcing the issue a little bit here, David. Not to be exceedingly critical, but, you know, fundamentally things don't feel quite as sound as they need to be right now out of that camp.
I 100% agree, Ali. I don't like to be overly critical. about any of the players here, but we have seen Di Nicola open some very speculative stuff. 9-7 stands out. Flat, some very speculative stuff. This Jack-10 stands out. Obviously he wants to play. Obviously he backs himself down the streets, wants to play some flops, play some turns. But I don't like the hand selection and I don't like the looseness.
Yakmai accepting an invitation, and his 10-8 turns into a gut shot straight draw against second pair in two camps. Advantage Sarkis quite clearly with that ace kicker. But the king on board. And given that he was under the gun, when Di Nicola does flat, we anticipate that there should be quite a decent amount of combos that are interacting quite nicely with this board. Nevertheless, he does pose a bit of a question. 1 1/4 into 300.
Yeah, certainly a spot where you prefer making a bet than facing one. Di Nicola really sort of problematic here. Exactly why you shouldn't play a hand like Jack-10 versus an under the gun open here. He's picked up a draw now. That means he's probably going to put more into this pot. Yes, he has a slight chance of overtaking Sarkis now, but this just does feel a little optimistic from Di Nicola. Although Sarkis will not love the fact that he's looking at 2 overcards now. Queen 10s, ace queens, king queens, definitely part of Di Nicola's more usual range, or what you would expect to see. Maybe a little fortunate that Di Nicola has enough showdown here that he doesn't put him to the test. If he had less, he might bluff it and it would be hard to call with ace jack.
Jack.
Yeah, and just a bit of a leaky ship, Di Nicola right now.
Yeah, hull breach. Kicker problem declared there.
يحضر الهندات البهدان انا الحمد لله سأل نشكر معك جبرت المقنعات هنا شريت هذا لا ستي هذا الفوز فما اكيد ما قال عازب الكل بيضحك علي فعول ثاني.
Jack once more, this time in Mr. Headley's stewardship.
Yeah, Andrew looking to rev his engines.
That he is.
Up a call from the ever-dangerous Christoforou here.
Who is dominated, but now a dominating Sarkis wakes up with ace-queen suited in a spot, by the way, where this could look squeezy to either of the two players that rate to be facing a 3-bet momentarily. Not that the ace-jack and the king-jack suited can necessarily do much other than maybe get curious. Which they would be.
Not unreasonable to flat this one. Suited hands play very well, but it is a strong holding. When you think of the kind of opening ranges we've mostly seen from these guys, ace-queen suited very strong. Headley in a tough spot now. Will be very cognizant of the fact that guys have been picking their spots. He's probably got some feedback sent to him that a lot of the 3-bets have been light squeezes. It's very tough. Big blind, also a position where you expect a lot of flats. So when the 3-bet comes, it does look stronger.
Always you have the best.
These guys could play a very big pot. Now, Andrew obviously folds a better hand than Christoforou, but Christoforou's got some more playability with his. And these guys are super deep.
Thank you.
Just make the fold, though. I love these guys together. We should just pair them up all the time.
This? You have king, queen, diamond. I have king, queen, heart.
King, jack of
with the
diamonds.
ace.
as Andrew did get out of the way. Yeah, they have made for a number of entertaining battles and exchanges. But I think the deck has also aided us in that regard quite a bit.
For sure.
What was the other one?
Picasso fishing for information there. Would like to know, not half an hour from now, but right now, whether he made a good fold or not.
Yeah, sure, can't blame him.
Was the other card good?
Andrew, you made a very good fold.
After half an hour.
You might as well tell me now.
You are taking so many info from me, guys.
You might as well tell me now. I'll find
Queen,
out.
queen.
It's queen. It's jack.
Gamba is jack. Wow, you folded the jack.
I did.
Against him?
Yeah.
Why not?
It's a tough spot, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Not a lot of fun.
His jack is nuts, I guess.
I guess we will see.
Yeah, it's queen heart, I'm not lying.
No, it's
You can see after half an hour, don't worry.
Oh, please watch this. Watch
Good
this
luck.
shit. ما كيف عم يجيكم هالقد ورق مش فاهم. غيري بالتي في تيبل بغيري. مرة زدت شيء.
Fold it around to Yaglai.
What you have here?
Raised to 80,000 with this Jack-8 offsuit on the button. The Sarkis taking interest with the deuces. And, you know, you kind of feel for Yakamai. It's been a tough go of things here, but he is trying his best, taking the spots. And, you know, we do need to conquer the psychology of being exceedingly gun-shy at times, but...
Yeah, Yagmei has been scrapping away. I wonder if he might just send it, though, because I'm pretty sure the new player who's arrived is short. Yeah, 600k. So Yagmei, the effective stack there with around 1,025 bigs. Button open will be super wide. Twos obviously play well as a shove there. Nicely done from Sarkis.
Yes, Habibi. Super hot.
Six for Tulip Bergenov. A quick pause and into the bin it went.
Raise.
Raise from the button. Sarkis obviously in kind of a, I can take a wide variety of hands sort of mood, but Di Nicola not in the mood as Elasmar, the new arrival, gets caught in the crossfire with King 9 suited. You see the grimace on his face. This is not what we want to find ourselves digging in with this deep into an event with 342,000 up top. Cherish that remaining 500k, say goodbye to the 100 would certainly be the advisable course of action, and he knows it, lamenting, of course, the harm of having flatted and been squeezed. Di Nicola really, I mean, it seems like perhaps more than any other player in his situation is just ready to take the high variance gambly approach. You know, in a moment where a lot of guys are just looking to survive and thrive.
Yeah, he came to play.
Yes, yes, this is confirmed on more than one occasion.
There are a variety of styles in this poker room. Some loose aggressive, some loose passive, some a little tighter. We welcome all to the poker room here in Corinne. As Jagme, another scrappy competitor here, has been, you know, often making his moves with suboptimal hands, trying to light the flame here late on day 3. Well, he's trying to light the flame. Positively on fire is Sarkis.
Oh, yeah.
Chula Berganoff with a mandatory defend, I would have thought, but this is the fear factor of Sarkis. Turns out to be a great fold. Obviously, ace-2, difficult to proceed with, but, you know, he was actually dominated in that spot, but he just didn't fancy playing a tricky to win a big pot, easy to lose a big pot hand out of position against a dangerous player there. Chula Berganoff plays to the beat of his own drum. He definitely has some hands he likes more, some situations he prefers to get loose with. And then clearly some spots where he doesn't mind being ultra tight. Poor old Musa here. It's been death of 1,000 cuts.
Excellent.
As he is whittled now down to about 8-9 bigs with the blinds whipping round. Jagme finally has some real kit.
Something to fight with. Ace King. Table image is a bit damaged. I mean, you know, it appears that each time that he gets involved into a pot, he fails to pull the chips back in. And that subconsciously sometimes can influence decisions in terms of 3 bets or flats.
For sure.
Instant sigh of relief as Sarkis lays it down. By the way, the Queen-10 offsuit could potentially get involved. Now, El Asmar, with just 500K remaining, decides to flat this min-raise with this suited one-gapper. This is deeply ambitious and unexpected, dare I say.
Nice fold there from Andrew, recognizing that he's easily dominated here multi-way. El Asmar, what is he doing in here with the 8-6?
These are good questions.
Can he find a path to victory with this gutter to the bad end? His opponents checked it over. Can't imagine Jagme going away for 1 bet. A gutter is now an open-ender, while Jagme picks up a gutter to go with his 2 overcards. Oh, El Asmar. Is there an unlikely path to victory? This was a very ambitious cut-off flat off this stack. It may have sent alarm bells in the direction of Jagme, who obviously opening a premium hand, maybe worried his opponent also has a premium hand. We see not so. Quite the contrary.
2 overs and the gut shot to Broadway versus what was a gut shot and now has turned into a 2-way straight draw. The Queen would, of course, be awful for El Asmar, although that would be self-evident, especially with the pair on board already. But given Jagme taking the passive approach to this turn, he fires 120 and manages to get through. And Jagme continues to be snake bit as El Asmar got away with one there.
Yeah, you used a nice Irish word, pretty sure its etymology is Irish earlier on. That was pure scallywaggery right there.
I would be willing to bet that Ireland has something to do with that mutterance. Well, here's a glimpse at the inbound crew. As we are not long removed from a break, these will be those who make their way to the feature table area. Yarosov, Boelis.
Yeah, also Melchizedian, Kirichenko, Habib, and our first glimpse, I believe, of Davenport, unless he made an appearance during a frame in which I didn't sit. Davenport, who is
300, I guess,
our other UK player making a deep run. Going to get a gander at him after what I believe is going to be a dinner break, Ali.
So it'll be longer than average.
300 behind.
Are they going to give them a long dinner break? 'Cause they only have to play 2 more hours afterwards. I guess people are probably just hungry.
I mean, it's been a long day.
Let these men eat.
Listen, some have been well nourished here at the feature.
Chula Berganoff gets to open things up here with the 8-5 of hearts. We've seen him be selectively loose and selectively tight on a couple of occasions, so a little hard to predict how he will proceed. We're going to go for a 100k open here, so 2.5x, and Andrew Headley with a very reshovable spot now. 22.5 big blinds, facing a larger open size, which actually makes it more tempting from a risk-reward point of view to go for this. I think we will see him go for it.
All in.
All in, declared by Headley.
You're folding this hand?
That ace-10.
Ace-3.
Short-lived.
able
to pull that one in. Nice pickup.
Ship it to the beard.
Yeah.
Last hand, guys, before the break. Let's go. All of us go to dinner and come back.
No, I will not fold. You will fold.
Why not?
What did you have when you 3-bet me? Well, I will see on TV.
Me.
Huh?
Ace queen.
Ace queen?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, good. Good fold.
Pocket queens for Leon, the opener.
Yes, yes. And I will take my time. Anyway.
Yeah, Leanne has been in a holding pattern for this frame. Began with 2.8 million. Now sitting just over 3 million. Maybe about to add to those spoils. Oh no! Oh, potential disaster here. Andrew Headley facing an under-the-gun open from a very loose player in Leanne. Fortunately for him, decides to go for the passive route and flat.
Yeah.
Ace-Queen, suited in particular, can flop really nicely. And for Andrew's sake, we hope that happens, or we hope he flops very unpleasantly. Oh.
Swing and a miss for Headley. Well, I say swing and a miss. It's connections with the ace. The miss is Leon's, is very fortunate. Is Headley with the ace-queen to have connected with the one good card. Spade-free board texture facing the c-bet of 60k. Obviously, he does want to get to this break without any sort of carnage, as he and Leon are the only two left here. There will be no spectators to this one.
Yeah, dinner for two.
Yeah.
At the feature table.
Another 120K rolling into the middle. The heart is pesky for both parties, given the lack of flush draws in both camps.
Yeah, I would expect this to slow down the action. Andrew not loving ace-queen here. Obviously, only really has a hand like ace-king. Sorry, I mean ace-jack and ace-9 to target. Ace-king still ahead of him. Maybe going to go for one of those advanced blockers. Charge some one-heart hands. He will have more suited hands flatting on the button here. So feels protected sufficiently by those kinds of holdings. Gets the job done.
What do you have?
Ship the last pot
Ace queen.
to Andrew Headley.
Ace queen spades.
And lets his
Queen,
opponent
queen's no
know.
So a nice pickup there to close that frame of play, as the blinds will be headed to 20 and 50,000. Small blind remaining static. And Wael Sarkis remaining at the top of the leaderboard, closing in on 5 million in chips. Basel Musa just 6 big blinds when we come back. Obviously, he has his work cut out for him as we bring you back into the commentary booth and what continues to be far and away the most entertaining day of play we've had thus far at this Western Series main, David.
Yeah, I think the standard's really, really high for the most part. I think the dealers are doing their best to excite things as well with some absolute coolers and some premium hands that these guys have to play. For me, that frame was the story of two players, really. Christoforu, who is clearly on the march, and I'm loving his speech play and his general table demeanour. And, of course, Sarkis as well, who's also making hay, largely down to that three-way affair with Andrew Headley and the dearly departed Capiello. That was a big pot. That was a very meaningful pot, I think, for both players in that moment. Headley card dead early on, lost that big one. It all felt like it was going wrong for him, but he is patient, he is resilient, he is very decisive, and he did get a little rub of the green there at the end, got a couple of raises through, then he got the reshove through, then he manages to win with the ace-queen against the queen. So delighted to see Andrew take, you know, a smaller stack forward than he would have hoped, but he has a stack, he's still in the mix.
Yeah, certainly wound down that stanza on a high note. And on this note, we will step aside for a lengthier break than average as the players are going to the dinner break. But stay close, keep an eye on the YouTube channel. We will be back. Perhaps I can give us an ETA here. Let's call it, I don't know.
realise his equity here, try and make that flush. And we see he'd get paid if he makes it.
Which he does, courtesy of this queen of clubs. Now for Bozinovic, you wouldn't fault him for value betting on the river because often we just expect that the club combos would have been inclined to bet the flop. And so we're going to observe some of the benefits of the balance that was displayed there by Hadioglu on the flop, checking back, earning this river value bet from Bozinovic, and now with a golden opportunity to dial up a raise and potentially one that's going to earn a call. Let's see. Obviously the clubs, not a sight glossed over.
This is a very tough spot now for Bozinovic facing an all-in. He will realise that it's unlikely that he's winning, but he will think he's chopping a decent amount. A hand like nines may have played their hand this way. Jack 9 is obviously possibility for a better straight, but that's not a huge likely scenario either.
Yeah, especially with the two-tone texture on the turn, we expect a Jack 9 to maybe speak up.
Yeah, and he may feel as though a hand like maybe Ace Jack or Ace 8 with the Ace of Clubs might turn their hand into a bluff, feeling like they're not good enough anymore.
Oh.
This is tough. This is really tough, guys.
Sinking feeling in the pit of Bozinovic's stomach here. Obviously, he can see clubs got there. Maybe we take Jack 9 off the board. We sort of expect best case scenario we're chopping, worst case we're out the door.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's thinking, I'm not sure if Hadioglu goes for it with just a 9 here anymore. Obviously, Bozinovic can certainly have clubs as played. 9 probably just called, so he's actually polarized to having the ace of clubs in hand a lot of the time here, but whether it's accompanied by another club is the question he has to ask himself.
But just look at the price being laid. Granted, the pot isn't really 751,000, as we know that Hadioglu's all-in of 616 is just 130 some odd effective. 137, I believe it was, that Bozinovic had to start this street of play.
Yeah, and he's also asking himself the question you asked there, Ali, which is how often does the nut flush draw not have something else going on with it, like an overcard, like 2 overcards and a nut flush draw would probably bet the flop. An ace 7 of clubs would bet the flop. An ace 8 and an ace 9 of clubs would probably bet the flop. So it has to be the ace with maybe a very small card to make sense, and that's why he's made this call.
A call which will ultimately end his run here in the main. Deeply unfortunate, flopping the nuts and then being rivered by the better nuts.
Hanging in there, as is Gwowling Way, I think it's pronounced.
Yep.
He's another short stack, but he's going for 3 very deep runs in our featured events here at Merit. 10th in the warm-up, 8th in the high roller, and still in the mix here with 116 players left of the main event.
Yurosov, meanwhile, going for it with ace-queen off. Though that may be a bit of a generous way to describe a min-raise open. Granted from under the gun. Hadioglu suited wheel. Just lets it go. Was dominated.
Yeah, maybe fearing setting up a very nice squeeze spot for someone behind there. I feel like he flats the button with that hand. There's actually a hand that usually around the 60 big blind stack depth you see become a mix of 3 bets and flats at around about a 50-50 frequency. So I'm guessing 70 big's probably something similar from that seat.
A little bit of a different proposition off of just 102,000 behind for Andrian's ace-5 suited. He will play it as a almost all-in.
Yeah, an unfortunate timing for Andrian here, obviously picking up on the fact that Yurosov has been one of our looser openers from early position, but clearly not going anywhere with an ace-queen, and Andrian going to need some luck to stay in the hunt.
Indeed, he is dominated here, and there is going to be no shortage of cries for a 5 or hearts coming in the YouTube chat where some of his fans have been joining us on the day, hoping for a spin up for their man. Just 30% heading to the flop, which is King, King 3, opening the door for some chops. 3 outs to a win. About a quarter of the time, they will carve it up. Deuce on the turn now, adding 4s as clean winners.
Wow.
Facts not lost on Andrian, who says deuce or a 3 is fine.
Yeah, wheel card will do.
Oh my!
Wow.
Runner, runner. And Andrian isn't done yet here in the main.
Simone Andrian, it's his world right now in poker, not just in this room.
Specifically with Andrian running as white hot as he is, as evidenced by that one pot, not just his recent resume. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with, especially if he can chip up. On the topic of forces to be reckoned with, how about Boeles, who came in as the chip leader on the day, and red aces are going to help him in the effort to reclaim that chip lead from Hrabets. Opens to 23K.
Oh, danger here for Hagioglu, who, in fairness, has been fairly circumspect and cautious. We've seen some flats, we've seen some deft little checks on flops as well. Not a man likely to get out of line. And with that in mind, unsurprising that he chooses the passive line here. I really like that when you're one of these middling stacks. It's actually not a middling stack in the tournament, but at this table, it's a middling stack. And he's deciding, let's try and go slowly here. Let's not try and put my stack at risk at any point here. We are quite close to the money.
It's kind of an interesting point that you make, David, because as much as we want to keep a finger on the pulse of where we lie in the greater scheme of things, sort of the macroeconomics of the given moment in the tournament, really it is our own pond, our own ecosystem that is most relevant to navigations. So
Yeah.
you see ace-queen and pocket eights involved.
Yeah, but Welles can't be loving the fact that he's now 4 ways. You definitely like to get heads up, and you don't really mind being 3 ways. 4 ways a little murkier. Oh my goodness me, trouble.
Mahmoud with the wheel gutter. Boelis with top set, and then of course Hagioglu with top 2. This is very bad news for him.
Yeah, I think 4 ways. You do want to do some betting with aces here. There will be some draws and gutters you want to deprive equity. I
Yeah,
sometimes go
spades,
small here.
All the Broadway combos certainly of some concern. In particular when there's only one player left to act behind you, but as we can see, Hagioglu activating, understandably, betting 33,000.
Yeah, instead Boelis going for the deceptive check. And now I wonder if he springs the trap immediately or just flats.
Well, he blocks the aces, so he presumes pocket queens would have been heard from pre-flop. This does rate to be more of the spade combos and the Broadway draw combos.
Oh my
now the
goodness.
queen
Oh my
is
goodness.
the end of the road for Hagioglu. No question about it. There is no path to escape.
No, the bell tolls for thee now, even though because of relatively passive play here, just the check call from Boelis on the flop, meaning there's only 168 in there and still quite a deep stack to pot ratio. This is boat against boat. This is over. It may take a while for these chips to get in, but there is no way out. Hagioglu, absolute sickener here. He obviously has the one-outer, but beyond that, what a filthy situation. I think interesting for Boelis here, obviously queen of spades not out right now, and he might be thinking his opponent has something like the king queen of spades, and maybe, just maybe, he allows some more rope to be thrown out. I think out of position you sometimes want to do some raising here.
This is...
It doesn't matter in this case.
Just difficult to watch. King of spades, only pocket kings, which we really don't figure to be a part of this situation, would be a hand that can be added to the mix of those that beat us. Really, it's just pocket aces that he needed to be up against here. And observe the filth.
Oh, and the block. The fake block.
I mean, there's no world in which Hadioglu can just flat. I mean, it would be absolutely incredible if he were able to do this. Spades have come in. He does question whether or not this is a flush with some frequency.
Yeah, we could do the analysis of all the kind of hands that he could have here. But the hand he does have is ace-queen. That's about, you pointed out there, Ali, the only hands he's worried about are aces and kings. Kings don't really take this line.
Nope.
Aces is a possibility, but combinatorically, it's not really supposed to be there.
No. And remember, this was a check on the flop from Boelis in a four-way pot with textured board.
Yeah, and I think Hadioglu thinks his opponent has ace-king here an awful lot and has decided to go for that block into the flush completer. So just a question of whether he thinks he can get 617k in, or does he think he goes maybe 300. If he goes 300 and then faces the re-raise again, which we know he will, actually, is there an escape path?
I certainly think so. I mean,
let's imagine for a moment Hadioglu makes it 300k here.
Well, first, let me ask you this. Is there a world in which you can see him making a flat call?
No.
Okay, so in comes the raise.
It's 410.
That is such a huge chunk of his stack.
Oh, 207 back. You're going to be getting an insane price to call the rest of it off with a huge hand.
Okay, now we know it's not spades. Now we know it's not ace-king. So then what on earth is it? Some wacky universe are two kings there?
You beat king-queen. That's the only thing that will nag in his mind now. I beat king-queen.
Even king-queen may not take this approach, though. Wouldn't king-queen be more content to flat this river?
Perhaps. Oh, it's so disgusting. It's so underbluffed. So it has to be, I think, a value bet. And you have to ask yourself, what value do I beat? And I think it's only king-queen. But maybe that's enough. If there's a sliver of king-queen for this insane price, where you need to be good 10% of the time.
I'm just not certain how much king-queen Hadioglu expects to play for the final 207. I think a hand like that is going to be wary of having run into ace-queen as played, and more happy to just flat the big raise to 410,000.
Yeah, I'm going to put it out there. Obviously, in a balanced world, there's supposed to be bluffs in all spots. This type of spot, in practice, there are no bluffs. If you're a robot, you might find one bluff at a small frequency. But in reality, humans don't find bluffs here. So, are you beating king-queen? That is the question. And there's no other question. Is this king-queen 10% of the time? And if there is, then I can make this call and have 2.7 million instead of 200k back.
Well, let us observe. Click call, and your main event is done. Fold and fight on.
Is it ever the same hand?
Yeah, maybe.
There are a couple of combos of the same hand. And that would be disgusting to fold and find that out.
Sure.
If I fold this hand, and if you bet, I cannot sleep all day. What can I do?
huge credit that he's taking
You
this
have
long.
king. It can be kings or aces. Oh my god.
3 combos of kings, 1 combo of aces, 2 combos of ace-queen, and some combos of king-queen that have overplayed their hand, as Ali suggests, as well. That's the equation, nothing else.
Sorry guys. I have very good hand because I don't know.
Boellis already knows he's winning a huge pot here. This extra 200k, a cherry on top. But it's everything for Hagioglu. He makes the call.
Announces call, and certainly your heart goes out to him. The most difficult of folds would have been required for him to fight on here, and a super cold deck. You see tremendous respect being shown by...
Everyone else is saying, you know, Ace, what are you doing? You could just bet and you'd have loads more chips. I don't think that's necessarily true.
2-8, bet, I call you all my chips.
Thank you.
All your chips.
Yeah, I don't quite believe
that.
Thank
you, my friend.
It's your strategy.
We're allowed to deceive at the poker table.
Exactly.
In fact, we're encouraged.
Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome.
Actually, I have Ace, Queen. I think we just want to come in for a raise. This stack size this close to the money. We don't get to play many hands, so our range is kind of protected anyway. He's counting down the stack. 200k would be a lot to do anything with, but just standard raise. Well, he is just going to run it. Maximum fold equity.
Oh.
And this is the problem.
He's going to run into it, is what he's going to do. As the 195,000 is shipped in there, and Karami has woken up with ladies directly behind.
Yeah, this is why it's a bit scary doing this from +1. I don't mind it doing it from late position, but see, look at his face now. Tashlev knowing he's in big trouble here. Yeah. Karami will match the bet.
I mean, best case scenario, he's got 2 overs.
Yeah.
I don't think Ace-Jack and below are ever a part of the flatting range for Karami.
Yeah, he's just really hoping this is jacks. 10s maybe. I think 9's pretty fold on Sarkis. Wow.
Well, this could get a little bit interesting, James, insofar as a side pot could develop.
Well, I'm curious how this plays out, right? Because Karami has flat, a very sizable bet of 200k against what's supposed to be a very tight range. And he has 1 million chips behind.
1.1.
Count requested.
And he's going to play aces and kings this way as well. You think he should play all his ranges of flat here that continues. So if his range that continues is kind of 10s plus an ace-king, then do we really want to raise ace-king into that range? Or do we just want to perhaps call? Take this to the streets. If he's jamming here, he's trying to make this hand fold and jacks fold. And that's what he's going to go for. He's going to go for the raise, make it 500,000. How sick is Tashlev feeling right now?
Oh, I mean, listen,
but
whatever
Karami,
Tashlev is feeling, Karami is actually the one who has added risk.
I think
in some ways, Tashlev can just kind of accept that it is what it is.
Yeah, I think Karami, I think with jacks, we just fold this spot. And I think with queens, we're kind of supposed to as well. It's like, do I think my opponent... We can rule out Sarkis ever having less than queens and ace-king, I think.
It does feel like of the unpaired hands, ace-king is dead bottom of range, especially considering we block ace-queen with queens. We don't ever expect that kind of hand to
No,
respond in this way. Even with the most liberal of big stack behavior, this is just one of those spots that
Yeah, Sarkis has made this move just hoping it's not up against aces and kings. And obviously with the card removal having that combo and just trying to make queens, jacks, and tens fold.
But imagine the opportunity before Karami if he happens to get it in and hold. Note that one of the aces is busy in Tashliyev's hand. The king really the only threat. Granted, there are still 2 aces in the deck, but he's in a great way. Just look, 56% equity.
Yeah, but you're either this or dead.
Yeah.
There is no middle ground here.
Unfortunately, you're right about that.
And with a million chips behind on the bubble, or near enough to the bubble, it's not like Sarkis can ever be light here. He's going to have to turn his hand over. It's not...
Well, listen, we could potentially play some streets. I mean, I doubt that Karami's going to flat. It's either all in or fold, but...
Well, there is an argument for potentially playing that way in that we kind of, if flop comes no ace, no king, maybe go with it.
Wow, he does lay
fold.
down the 2 queens and...
Very good fold. Nicely done by Sarkis. Obviously, with the chip lead, just pressuring that stack. No, he can get queens to fold. Actually, basically dead. Obviously, the equity representing the queens being live, but we know there's only one left.
Yeah. Line 5 trade. The queens would have been holding on here as a missed opportunity. 10 on the turn and the ace-queen, all but drawing dead. Just one actual queen remains in the deck, as we saw 2 of them hit the muck already. Is it there? No. And 8 on the river. And Sarkis earns himself that one as he bullies, muscles 2 queens out.
Way we've seen a number of times on the stream here. So these names are starting to appear, obviously.
Yeah.
It was hard to get in and out of China for the last few years. That's now subsided, and we're going to see a lot more of that.
And credit, by the way, to Gai Liang for, or Guo Liang rather, Wei for coming out and grinding away here. You know, $3,300 buy-in, a man with 2.3 million in career tournament earnings, still taking the trip, putting in the effort, cutting his teeth.
You notice Yakuli in a not dissimilar situation from what we saw a moment ago, but the blinds have not gone up. So he's got 13 blinds. Decided to rip it under the gun with ace, queen of diamonds, Troyanovsky. Just like the last time we saw a bigger hand waiting in the next seat behind.
Yeah, this is really devastating. This does feel like a dead man walking proposition here.
Yeah, and Troyanovsky differently in the sense that he only has double the bet. Obviously just going to rip in his range here as opposed to peeling.
If they wake up with something, they wake up with something. But otherwise, I'm going to dominate Yakuli. And C5 in what will be just shy of a 300K pot, I believe, once the excess is pulled back.
Yeah, 400. Yakuli in for 198, right? So a chance to get back into it here.
Good point.
But not been a great visit to our feature table, Ali. There are still 5 cards, though.
Don't put that in the zeitgeist. Put it in the universe.
King in the window, but not dead.
Backdoor diamonds, perhaps some Broadway. The possibilities right now for Yakuli, you can see tense moments for him. Now the queen on the turn. It will require another one, as a queen alone on the river will save Yakuli. And instead, it's the deuce of clubs, giving Troyanovsky the nuts.
I actually thought he was going to get there for a second.
No, it's...
Yeah, GG's Yakuli.
But yeah.
He fought, Ali. We'll give him that.
He did. He went down swinging.
He didn't go quietly into the night.
Right. Deflating sort of unraveling there for the Italian. As he will not make the money here in spite of 3 days of play.
Sarkis Troyanovsky kind of Nice, like, yeah, yours was nice too. Both having ace king against ace queen, knocking an opponent out. It's like we're on the same page here. Sarkis looks down at ace king himself.
This is
That's quite cute little table mates.
Yeah, sure.
You do it ace king, I do ace king. This is easy. Huh?
I'll tell you what, it's all fun and games until the two of them get locked up in a pot, which we presume at some point they will. But Sarkis, for the time being, under the gun with ace king, and when he's loaded in the way that he is here. We see Leon flat calling with the king 10 suited, perhaps again sensing that Sarkis' range is going to be very broad at present.
It is.
Flats and Barca with a couple of sevens on the button. We haven't seen him get involved. I'm sorry, James.
No, yeah, and this is actually quite interesting. Obviously, take away the fact that we're on the bubble, and this would be probably quite an easy call for him. Just set mine against these two big stacks. Wow, this I wasn't expecting. I was thinking maybe he's just looking to fold this hand because we're so close to the money. Doesn't need to get involved, but he's gone super extreme, and he's just going to be putting it in for a flip here because it's not getting through, Ollie.
This is a deep squeeze, 165K, and this is kind of commitment.
And it's kind
Sarkis will ask for the rest, no doubt.
It's kind of wild, Ollie, because Lian has strong hands here when he flats the undergun open. He doesn't really want to 3-bet with hands like tens and ace
How often is he trapping?
Lian, well, as I'm saying, he's trapping by just the fact that he doesn't get to 3-bet with a lot of hands, so he just has to play them as calls. So there are... Versus sevens, there are a lot of traps.
But, I mean, against Sarkis, he's certainly not going to shy away from playing this as a 4-bet. As we see the 525 come in. Relieved a bit to see Leon's hand promptly find the muck behind him.
Yeah, but, I mean, if Leon had like tens or jacks here, he probably wasn't going to 3-bet pre-flop. Obviously, he'd be folding now. But that's why I don't like Barca squeezing here, because Leon just can have really good hands still.
Yeah. That's a good point.
And Sarkis is still open under the gun. This is an unforced error. I'm going to call it, Ollie.
Yeah, Semi Barkar says, I go, and he will be happy to be in front.
Yeah. Great for the short stacks in the room. Barker deciding to run it for 24 blinds with these two sevens. Of course, I'm being critical because he's run into it. There are times this is going to work.
Sevens. Holding on the 854 board.
Might work this time, Ollie.
800K pot. Parker's been so patient and then dug in to play a big one. Turn is safe. Doesn't need to worry about spades. So just 6 outs to fade to lay claim to a meaty one. And he has held. By the way, Leon had king 10 of spades. He would have made the king high flush. So he's been forced out of a couple of spots here where he would have made a big menu for the goats than for you.
I also found a couple of the dogs sleeping underneath the reindeer.
Oh, there you go.
The reindeer decorations. They've just taken a bit of shade there. I'm showing Ollie a picture, but the Christmas decorations are still up here. There's a beautiful reindeer sled combo illumination at the front of the crystal. The dogs are taking rest under its shade.
I always wonder where the dogs that roam the Merit complex kind of wind up throughout the course of the day and night, for that matter. But the lightning and the thunder definitely had them concerned last night. No concerns for Sarkis as we see him getting frisky with the queen 3 suited. Note Leon again with the flat.
This is exactly the point I made a minute ago when Barker decided to 3-bet the sevens. It's scary because Leon's going to have these really strong hands here. Not that he's trapping, it's just there's no benefit to him playing a big pot against Sarkis. So you see Kirichenko kind of falling into that trap somewhat himself, thinking, oh, maybe Leon's light here, but Leon's not light.
The man who is light, correctly identified by Kirichenko, is, of course, Sarkis, who'll get out of the way, but Leon is going to be ready to party with these two tens, and we're going to play one.
He's going to ask for a count, of course.
20 blinds.
But when he finds it's 20 blinds, there you go, as declared, he's going to think, wow, this could definitely be some weaker. Obviously, quite often going to be a flip. You're expecting to see the ace-king combo a lot, some ace-queens, and maybe these ace-jack suited are all right here because maybe Leanne is 3-betting ace-king all the time and some combos of ace-queen, so therefore you think, hey, this is often going to be 10s or 9s if I squeeze and get called. Leanne does make the call, so Kirichenko at risk on the bubble with this ace-jack.
What's going on then?
They're just not sure if they're supposed to table their hands. As we're so close to the money, they're not sure if they've been asked to wait to open these, but they haven't yet.
Yeah, 83 players left, 3 away from the money, so they're on their backs here in a 688K pot as Kirichenko has run into the 210s of Leon.
Yeah, and again, one that maybe he didn't need to take.
It is a bit flippy, but he's got the lighter side of the coin, does Kirichenko. Much more so on a 9-7-6 board as 46% slips down to 25%, 6 outs twice. And there is one of them, the jack, but 10 of hearts, straight draws, flush draws for Leon. The 10, of course, would still work. Plenty to fade for Kirichenko to hang tough here in the main, but he's done it.
The red one, Ali.
Yeah.
It's not 309.
And Kirichenko going to walk this one off.
So twice I've... Oh, 620.
Rates to work his way into the money at present.
Oh, yeah.
Don't think we have any concerns about that.
I don't want to jinx it, but...
Looking good for our man.
Yeah. I care about him, I care about me.
What's going on, everybody? Very first break during day 2 of the main one. Look what we heard from the booth to the game. What's your experience with the main one?
Really good, mate. As we know, Merit, amazing place to play poker. I was very lucky this stop to be able to do commentating duty and then play the main event. Started the day with 400K, which is a nice stack.
Oh, beautiful.
Lost a very tough one with aces against 2 pair where I was very sure my hand was good. I shoved the river for value. He had trapped me. He played this hand good.
Oh, yeah.
It was a very normal hand. So I went down to 200. Now I'm back to 350.
So swingy, yeah, up and down.
Things are good, and the structure is so good. Yeah, great experience, and we're halfway through the day.
Okay.
So how's your game running? 4 days here.
Yes, it's amazing. I can never get bored of this. Can stay forever.
And today you're playing the main event, day 2. What about yesterday? You play the cash games as well, yeah?
I'm a cash game player. I'm usually a cash game player. I don't like tournaments. I tried my luck 1 year ago at your place here in Merit, and I loved it. It was fun. So I'm like, every time I'm coming, I'm going to play the main event.
Straight from the feature table.
I had plenty of tough spots, to be honest, so my heart is a little bit broken because I managed to have a bunch of good hands like aces, queens, and I feel like I didn't win a single time with those strong hands, and I had to maneuver through that TV table a little bit differently. I folded aces, I folded queens, it was just frustrating, but well, that's the game.
Got a faithful flop in the sense that he blocks that king as well. That's so crucial. Sure.
Is it still MPO on the tables, or just from the booth when you see the cards is a bit different story?
It's MPO. It's obviously a different experience to some, if you play a high roller or if you play against, very experienced regs, there's a big mixture here. So some tables are full of regulars, some not so much, some more fun players. So you really have to think on your feet. So some hands we play normal theory, some hands we get into the Merit streets, especially here. As you see, people will call with hands from early position. They shouldn't call. You will see lots of, betting on a board that they shouldn't really bet. So it's a big challenge. We should always pay attention anyway, and especially here.
Especially.
Especially.
Okay, I wish you all the best.
Well, business, thank you.
Yeah. You spent here like a week. Have you tried any activities, facilities, what you done besides the game?
Yeah, so that's the best thing about Merit here, because we play short enough to be able to do actually stuff either before the tournaments or after the tournaments. Normally they make us to play until 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. and you're just dead going to bed and you don't have the room to do anything. And here I played squash yesterday. I basically have a massage every single day. I'll go to sauna or swimming pool. I go to the gym every day. There's just so much to do, so I don't know, you can just bring your +1 and make sure like they're gonna be fine here. There's just so much to do. So.
Cyprus in Merit is always amazing. It's always so nice to play here and stay here in general because you guys are all great, really.
We saw on your social media, you love puppies, and it's the place for you, yeah?
I love that. We were just actually talking. There's Isla and my boyfriend, and they're actually like looking at the pictures of the puppies. There's plenty of dogs and cats, and I really love that culture because it makes this place more human. Like normally, like in Europe, they're just like so strict and they're just like so cold. And here, I love it. I love it. It really like makes you smile out of like no reason. So I'm a big fan of the idea, and this is actually our pre-tournament routine. We just like go visit the puppies, like pet them a little bit, and come back.
And what about your table now? There are lots of chips on your table in the main event.
Yes, so I did a very well couple of hands.
And now you're going to the feature table, huh? What's your strategy to maybe push a little bit players? Because you know...
I'm very aggressive.
I know.
And they usually like to bluff a girl or to put a lot of pressure on the girls because they think she's gonna fold easily.
Yeah.
And I made a couple of loose calls and it turned out well for me. So it was
We
nice.
are looking forward to some action from TV table.
Of course, always.
Yeah, cheers. And we see so many Italians after Andreas Dato's victory. How's about Italians? They know better Merit and they come back here for the bigger ones.
I can say that in some way, me and our organization Imperium, we helped to push so many Italians here, but we did it with big pleasure because every time an Italian players come here, then he always wants to come back because he's very happy, always.
Newcomer here, first time in the Merit, yeah?
Yeah, first time.
How's your experience with the tournament?
Tournament is perfect, and I'm very lucky. Play satellite, win a ticket, then play another satellite, win another ticket.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah.
And what we can expect of upcoming MPP, you know, some big things,
For sure, a lot of Italians will come for MPP, but they will come also for a La Dolce Vita series that we will have in the end of July and August. It's a great opportunity for Italian players to come here, and we will be very happy to support everybody to join us.
During the very last break of the day 2 in the main event, we just talked Anatoly. How is it going for you so far?
Everything good. I had 800,000 chips 3 hours before.
Oh my gosh.
After this I had a little bit more than 400,000, but now it's about, I think, 650.
So it's more than average, all good?
Yes, not bad.
What about Chinese people? More and more coming to Merit. Are you enjoying?
This is my first time, but my friend is second time coming here. Sometimes one player knows here, he told his friends, and his friends told his friends, their friends. So many Chinese players know this tournament. They come here. Maybe next time will more Chinese players come here. Maybe.
I'm really glad they like. That's why they tell you to come. Yeah, that's good. What if not in this place here? What you would choose this time, right here, right now? What to choose? Which place in the world you want to be?
Now I want to be, of course, with my wife and my dog. Maybe you know Rudy. One time I was here with him when we traveling by car.
Yeah, I remember. Okay. Yeah, I remember.
Merit series was in Diamond.
Okay, you have the wife, with the dog,
Yes.
but where in the world? Which place?
We have a small dream with our wife to go to Japanese.
I have an idea. You go to the final table, make some money.
Some.
Like decent one,
yeah.
and go straight to Japan.
We can't fly to Japan with our dog, but I think first place we can buy a ticket to business jet, you know, something like this. To go to Japan with Rudy.
So that's for sure should be like minimum the deal heads up.
Yes, minimum.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this two lines are 2,000, 4,000 with 4,000 in the We will shuffle up a bit. Players who reach the best of luck. This is now the registration for this tournament is closed.
Fasten your seatbelts as a day 3, which has been an absolute roller coaster, isn't over yet. Under the cover of darkness, we've had plenty of pyrotechnics here in the Merit Western Poker Series main event. Ali Najat joined now by James Dempsey. And James, I don't know how much of that frame that you had off you caught, but I'm sure rumors, whispers of some very incredible exchanges as that $342,000 up top is being jockeyed for by a lot of talent.
Yeah, I actually intended to catch all of it because Picasso was in the mix. So I wanted to have a look at our colleague.
Your horse?
Mainly my horse, I'll be honest. It was a monetary sweat. But actually, I got sidetracked, taking all sorts of admin, so I only caught right at the end when he finally won a pot with the ace, queen, B, queens.
Overall, chip leader right now is Lebanon's Wael Sarkis. He has been very, very steady, fairly active, has presided over the chip lead quite responsibly and delightfully, and to the tune of almost 5 million in chips. He took this dinner break. Current short stack would appear to be Amir Tuma. 36 remain, I believe, 350,000. We are relying a little bit upon Poker News and the live reporting, so could be some slight inaccuracies, although the boys do get it right more often than they do get it wrong. As I mentioned, the 342,000 up top. The on-deck payout, if we are indeed at 36 players, would be 9,090 with a pay jump available if you can slide in to the final 35. Blinds at 20 and 50,000, as you can see here. Jugralin with 97 bigs, 4.8 million in front of him. Perhaps he is the overall chip leader. We'll await a more recent update, potentially. Boelis, of course, was sitting on the chip lead for much of the day now, is dialed back to 1.8 million. As we see Michael Habib. 21 bigs, a short stack at our new feature table, but obviously no cause for panic.
Yeah, Jugralin, a name we often see here, and it's the first time I've got to see him this trip. It's one of those players that when you see him, you suddenly think, oh yeah, where's that guy been?
Yeah.
Usually getting it done here. Matt Davenport back on the feature as well. We saw him in the warm-up, I want to say, on the feature. One of the UK boys. And most importantly, perhaps, Dmitry Yurasov back here. He's great.
Yeah, very steady operator.
Obviously, Yurasov winning the Gangster Series main event last time out. So go for back-to-back main event wins. That'll be something.
Davenport does min raise here, so we await his holding. Perhaps it'll be a mystery.
Yilmaz in the small. What are we dealing with, Ali? We're up to 25, 50.
Caught a glimpse, by the way, of what looked to be ace-10 offsuit there. Indeed confirmed.
Wow, you got good eyes, huh? You just saw through the cards. That's your trick, is it?
Now, we are listing a 3-bet from Yilmaz.
No,
but
it's a
obviously it's a
call.
It's
just
a flat.
Yeah.
Jugralin, however, wakes up with the pocket eights and rips it. Big stack behaviors.
Yeah, 30 effective, I think it was, the open from the ace-10 and the call from Yilmaz in the small. Yilmaz just posturing here. I can't imagine any world where he decides to call.
Producer Milbutas, by the way, stepping in to advise that we actually have 35 players left to restart this frame, which means that the most recent pay jump up to $10,570 has been realized. And we will stay static at that payout all the way through 27th, 26th, when we experience our next jump.
You will see, my friend, later.
The old TV table thing. You'll see. What do you have? You'll see in 30 minutes.
Don't say it.
Should rather than finding it funny than me.
You will see my hand. As if you have time to watch this.
Now now you have possible. Now it's possible.
Kirichenko back in the mix at the feature. Yurosov, Bolis. It's got to that point in the tournament, Ali, where we've basically seen everyone already at some point.
Yilmaz, 5-2 suited, but on the button. Tries to attack. Not a great spot to be in with Jugralin directly to his left, but he does manage to get through the blinds.
Fix my what? How to say that? Today I was not shower my head and not good, and maybe a little bit water take.
You shouldn't take any shower. That's the trick.
Is there some bathing strategy being exchanged here?
I guess so.
By the boys?
No. I'm going to Shisha, you know, for dinner break.
Boelis with ace-2 suited, action folded around to him.
Yep, more than enough for the man who's had a big stack since sort of midway through yesterday. We saw him with the monstrous, at the time, 1.5 million. Everyone else was humming along with 300,000, 400,000.
You have
Jugralin, 2 10s on the button. This is where things get a little awkward, Ali.
Indeed they do, because we know that the moves that are being made when you sit on a stack this size aren't always attached to credible kit. On this occasion, of course, we can see that it is. Add to the big stack the fact that he's on the button as well, and you know, suspicions are peaked. And Boelis, by the way, the kind of guy, you know, when he sat on the big stack, he made moves like this. He's well aware of the luxuries afforded Jugralin, but also these ace-2 suited sometimes are played as 4-bets, in particular if we're suspicious.
Yeah, I just saw him yesterday. He was quite happy to call a lot of these kind of spots, and so see him do the same again here. Gonna look to play a flop. Yeah, Jugralin making it potentially difficult for himself if he did face that 4-bet.
Ace, Jack, Deuce, top and bottom pair as Boelis hung tough, facing not one but 2 overcards though. Jugralin, action check to him, unclear whether or not he will seek to represent. Would seem a bit ambitious given that the hands that would call for Boelis for the extra 200,000, I think, do kind of interact with this board texture more often than not. Agreed, James?
Yeah, but I think we just want to bet once here. That's bet particularly big. So you're going 180 into 720, so quarter pot. I think that's reasonable. But yeah, exactly what you say, Ollie. Obviously, this is one of these bets where you just want to get a fold, and if you get a fold, it probably means you had the best hand anyway.
Sure.
But it makes your life a lot easier. Boelis just ripping it in, hoping he's up against a hand like Ace King, Ace Queen. I might like to see him just call there, Ali, extend a little rope to your man. Maybe he wants to barrel off, try and make you fold a jack, and will of course continue to value bet Ace King, Ace Queen as well. Maybe a little too keen to get that in.
Much do you play, bro? Much do you play?
Obviously having to take later streets with, you know, the Broadway interactivity and whatnot. Just want to avoid the discomfort against
No, we don't have bank system.
a bigger stack.
So, 0.
Close to 0.
No, 0. Not close, 0. Literally 0.
chip leader in the cutoff. This 9-6 offsuit, not enough. Davenport on the button. King 3 also not of any interest to him.
Yeah, he's not afraid of playing hands, Ollie. Is Mr. Davenport, but situations dictate what you can and can't play in tournaments, especially when you get this deep.
Fabio Paluzzo, Queen 10 offsuit, played as a flat against Arha Melchizedkian. Wants to go by Ara Mel. And
I just figured out how to say Melchizedkian, and now you want to take that away from me. It's like one of these names I can pronounce.
Consult with producer Mil Butas and, of course, the man himself, who has made it 160 to go. Very annoying, of course, if you're Paluzzo.
Yeah, but this is enough hand, I think, to take a flop with. Queen 10, you're going to be up against some really garbage hands that like to raise when checked into. Of course, you're going to be up against top of range. And this is as toppy as top of range gets. And well, he's got interest on the Jack-9 board.
Yeah, he does, as the aces are threatened in a 370K pot up against this open-ender.
Yeah, with the ace of diamonds in tow. And this is a great kind of board to have the ace on, because your opponent is going to have a decent amount of this kind of kit in their hand, Ollie. When they limp call, you're looking at the sort of middling to decent cards, of course.
Ace of diamonds for Mel, obviously, leaving him cozier than he would be otherwise.
Yeah.
180 into 370, roughly half pot. Paluzzo can't go anywhere.
Takes one off, and this one shallowing considerably already. Barely more than pot behind. Ooh, here we go.
Queen on the turn, and now Paluzzo connects for a pair, two-tone texture.
It's a little worrying for Mel here, because
yes,
he's thinking he's up against a hand like maybe Queen 9, Queen Jack, or the Queen 10, Jack 10s have got. They could be up against 10-8 and King 10, of course, as well. But there are enough sort of just Queen X, the Queen 10, the Queen 8s, King Queens are still going to be in there, plus the strong Jacks. That's 425. Kind of a curious sizing, half his stack. Paluzzo now with a really interesting decision point, whether he just wants to shove now, because Mel could easily be on a hand like a diamond draw here, Ali. He could have a 10 himself. It's the kind of hand that he might raise up a limp, some scraggy 10, a 10-4 or something, maybe even a 10-5, and now he's got bottom pair, got the additional equity he thinks maybe against a jack can make that fold.
Yeah, this is definitely a riff-raff, step-aside sort of size.
Yeah, you Paluzzo, you don't expect a jack to necessarily go this side. You don't really expect a queen to go this size if it's in there.
Well, by the way, Paluzzo wanting to get a sense of how much Mel has back, because that'll be the maximum he'll face on a river. But the fact that half of his stack has been deployed here on the turn is very meaningful. And James, you're kind of flicking your hand forward as if to say Paluzzo should just get it in here?
I think if we're playing this, we just want to jam here.
To secure fold equity against?
You've got quarter pot. Well, no, just because your opponent's going to have some bluffs that have equity and you may as well stack them here. They're probably not going to buff the river with only 400k back. So I think you want to get their stack. It's not like you can fold rivers, right? If we call here, but if your opponent has got like a 10x of diamonds type hand, a king x of diamonds, even 8x of diamonds. Most of those hands don't raise pre-flop, but they do when we start getting shallower.
You say it's not like we can fold rivers, but unimproved, if a man is willing to put 425 out there and lay that kind of price, it would seem a bit desperate. So maybe we spare that extra money. We defer, of course, to Fabio.
Like I said, this doesn't feel like... I think what queens would go like this. Not a whole lot. This looks like this kind of hand or some sort of draw to me. Paluzzo's going to have, you know, the 9x's he can fold, the jack x's he can fold. Obviously, his strongest hands he goes with, but when he's got this hand, I'm not sure. It's right knife. It all kind of depends how they've been playing throughout today as well, of course. He'll have a much better understanding of his opponent. But that is a big fold. Wow. Paluzzo, take a bow.
It really took a lot to click fold there, but I think he recognized that the sizing on the turn was generally going to be attached to a jam on the river. So the decision was for all of it if he wanted to go to a showdown.
Yeah. I'm impressed.
As am I. And he'll be quite pleased, of course, once word comes down that he was up against the aces.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that obviously they've been sitting there playing together, and he's of the opinion that his man isn't
big fold.
Not just over bluffing, but is perhaps under bluffing spots to make that fold.
Agreed.
Oh, they took me through this collection of liquid containers you have to the right of the desk
Well,
here.
most of it has been orphaned at this point. There's some green detox juice.
You've matched up, though. I like it. There's 2 of everything. Even 2 straws.
Yeah.
Right.
Yurosov ace-queen suited here.
I've got water, I've got iced coffee, and there's some sort of juice that's disgustingly settled and now looks like something that belongs in a lab.
Well, if by lab you mean my tummy, James, sure. Kirichenko letting go of the king-8. As Yurosov does haul that one. And Kirichenko, by the way, gave us one of the many incredible moments that we've borne witness to on the day when on the stone money bubble, 81 left, 80 paid, he jammed.
What was that?
Over betting the pot with naked queen high, a busted spade draw.
What was that? What even was that? That was Kirichenko just going way out of line. Like I say, don't try it at home, kids, but...
That was stone heroic is what it was.
Yeah.
You may be tempted to regard it as, you know, a bit reckless, but I, for one, self-indulgently speaking,
just love it.
Loved it. I think the fans loved it at home, too. These are the things that we don't necessarily see all that often. So when they happen, and I do think that here within the 4 walls of Merit, we see such things more often than outside them. They are a delight and really make the decision to soak up these streams one that is always worthwhile, and certainly are pleased to have all of you with us from wherever you may be streaming on the YouTube channel. Click like, click subscribe.
As we're getting deep into this tournament, Ollie, there's a lot more people viewing this stream on property. I was in the buffet, shock. This isn't a buffet story, this is actually people watching the stream, but I was wandering around. Still a lot of people with their phones out watching the stream.
Love it.
Everyone will have a bit of interest. See a lot of regs.
Maybe not quite love it, but like it is the sentiments from Yurosov in the big blind, defending with ace-10. Nisa Hearts is working on this king-7 tray board, but Paluzzo well in front with top pair.
I thought you were going for a liking the stream kind of segue there, but just a standard one back to the action. Okay. Paluzzo, of course, flopping the king. He's going to come out betting here, and Yurosov with no option at this stage but to continue with the ace-10 high, but more importantly, the ace of hearts and the turn. Jack of hearts.
This is about as much action as you could hope for. The one card that you deliver to this board and keeps both players very interested. Obviously, Paluzzo didn't need this, but king's up versus the nut flush draw and the Broadway gut shot. Strap in, 430 in the middle. Let's see what Paluzzo dials up. Obviously, he wants to charge a price to any of these peelers that have hearts in there.
Yeah, depends on the sizing here.
180, James?
Yeah, 180
into 430.
Yeah, 11.5. I think it becomes small there. Yurosov may come with a raise with this combo. You may give a little bit more credit to this hand. This size, but it's very awkward to get this far and then think of anything but playing. He can still be in good shape, Ollie, if up against a hand like... Well, he does decide to play it anyway. Does decide to rip it in. Put Paluzzo to the test.
And we're going to send it back over to Paluzzo. Obviously, he's drawing live even against the flush, but on a board texture such as this, we do feel as though that is a lot of what we're up against. Maybe set of 3s, set of 7s, although I'm not sure that Yurosov takes this approach with those hands.
The thing is here, obviously, Yurosov does get to have a lot of flushes. He's going to defend the big blind with all the suited combos. And the flip of that, Ali, is Dmitry Yurosov. He's more than capable of making these kind of moves. If he had a hand like this. There aren't many of these.
Try, please.
Check, call flop, check, jam, turn. Like you say, Ali. Oh, he's just folded the queen 10.
Okay.
That one, a bit more understandable. This I'd find very hard to fold to Yurosov. You know, the raw hands we're going to bet fold. I don't think this can be one of them nice, cool Yurosov's familiar little facial expression when he gets caught at one. Still though, Ali, 27% equity.
So 2.2 million plus in the middle. Yurosov. 7 of diamonds on the end. No good.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun spot for him to run that check jam. Obviously, a lot of the hands he's making forward the check jam are hands he's ahead of anyway. Some of the hand like Queen 9 with a heart, Queen 10 with a heart.
Note how steely both of those guys were as the river rolled off. It even sort of lulled me into not building too much drama there, although part of that has to do with the fact that Yurosov wasn't all in, but he is almost all out of chips. Just 175,000 remain as Paluzzo ever so slightly covered, and you see that nub. Dmitry may be contemplating whether or not there were other manners in which to get after that. But you know what? I don't think we fault him for that play. He just ran into it.
I don't think we can do anything with that combo. Ace of Hearts 10. Off we trot. Needs to be a hand like that to call, or a flush. There's going to be some King X type holdings that are betting there to check back rivers, Ali. There's going to be plenty of bluffs as well, of course. And you saw that even when called, 27% equity. No disaster.
So Paluzzo, newly minted man, 2.2 million. Upstairs we go, says Kirchenko with the ace-7 on the button. This one will get through.
Blind up, small blind 200, he play 400, he play 9400, 244 blinds up.
والله هادي يمكن واقف هادي لا
Sweeping in for a look at Yilmaz under the gun. Still 35 remaining. Do not adjust your screens, James.
Yilmaz has got Queen 3.
Suit
He's under the gun.
has just raised under the gun, and Paluzzo with the baby suited ace here, mindful, perhaps. Yeah, he's going to enjoy these chips and not get himself involved in any murky waters, but I am quite surprised. And that might be a generous way to describe it. You know, I hearken back to maybe some of the philosophy once upon a time as we see Yurosov with ace-10 offsuit, wondering whether or not there's some maneuverability here. Obviously, with this short stack, he will rip it in. Another 55,000,
Yeah,
and this is so gross for Yilmaz, the one guy who maybe you end up being forced to flick in an extra 55 and try to bust with a hand as dusty as Queen 3.
Wait to see the faces when this gets tabled. Why are you still thinking? 55
Well,
more.
action's on Habib.
Oh, pardon me,
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah.
and now we're back over.
Right, let's see the faces.
Yeah, the grimace on Yilmaz's face will be the first as he asks for the count. But James, you know, there used to be this do your stealing from up front kind of mentality.
Wait, is it slightly more actually? Graphics is 155, but I mean, I think it's still too little from default. I think it's actually over 200k, but
والورقة كينج هنصلي
see the Queen 3, it's going to be great.
What? Good for the TV, good for the TV, bro. What you're saying? You raised it, don't what? You're bluffing, you're bluffing. No, if he will not shove, I will call. I have King 6 diamond. King 6, I will cover big blind. It's good for the TV. I did worse. I know, like this, I shove.
So here we are, Queen 3 against ace-10. Things not looking good for Yilmaz. They never were. And all of a sudden, no, ace of spades for Yurosov. He's drawing dead.
The old 0%.
Did get there, by the way. Well, the slow climb back into contention.
It looks a little bit. It looks to me more like 255 there, Ali.
Okay, obviously a lot meatier.
Yeah.
Good catch. Howdy.
It's a good start for Yurosov. Gave it all he had with the first ace-10, which was costly. This one far more fruitful.
Well, Jack 8 of hearts.
1.6 million in his stack. A little north of 30 bigs. Middle position makes it minimum plus a tickle. Thought about it with the queen jack, which was dominating, as we can see, but not attractive enough to warrant his participation. Yilmaz now ace queen suited from the big. Certainly a 3-bet candidate if he wants to take the high variance approach. And is it all in the declaration? No, just 375.
A healthy size. Very healthy size.
Yeah, I was going to be a little bit surprised, but wouldn't be the first time Yilmaz left me feeling that way.
I was about to say, yeah.
No, I see this. Yeah? I look 3 times. 3 times. Check the first one. Check, check.
Yeah, no Queen 3 this time.
Queen 4? Queen 4. Yeah. Shoot it. Maybe Queen 4, yes.
2,200,000.
Oh, and this is going to be a
news
welcome sight as an empty rack being placed in front of Jugralin.
Se foldo arrivo. Se mo foldo arrivo.
That menace eradicated.
Yeah, it's great news. For those up front from him, it's not to deal with that man anymore.
Yeah, for sure.
Gioco a sta mano, Rimbo BBB contro quello là che mi gioca prima la mano KK che me quando avevo gli 8.
Yo, Miles, well, we placed Queen 3. Pretty safe to assume Ali, this King 3.
Well, he's in the small blind.
Yeah.
James, a very different
Don't
proposition.
come at me with, you know,
no, just
common
details.
sense.
Yeah, okay. Limping here. Davenport, dominant king.
Yeah, this is definitely good enough to be raising up.
Yeah, second floor.
Yeah.
And Yilmaz complains, but does plunk in the extra 100,000.
In a jokey way. I'm calling heads fine, I think, with this King 3.
Should be a simple departure for Yilmaz, pending Davenport's decision in position with this gut shot straight draw on a queen high rainbow board.
Yeah, betting here is nice. You keep control of the pot. Very unlikely to get raised. You're setting a price for 2 cards, should you choose to do so. Whoa! I say very unlikely to get raised. Unless your opponent's Yilmaz and he's got King 3 of clubs.
Look at Davenport's response. This is just so unexpected, but it's coming from a man who he just observed.
Right.
With Queen 3 off suit, so a bit discombobulating, but
yeah, and
what do we hope to do?
Davenport with the over, with a gut shot and position for just 150. It's not a big raise. That was cool. And all of a sudden, we've got 850 in the middle. The players have a little more than that behind. There's the 9 pairs. Which is pretty hard for Yilmaz to now rep too much.
I do think, however, that...
Whoa. This is now really, really... Now, I take everything back. This now looks super, super strong.
250K, the milky sizing here.
Right.
Look at this go for broke approach by Yilmaz.
Right, so the hands he's supposed to check raise for are obviously Ali, a lot of 2-pair combos. They've shrunk up by virtue of that 9 pairing. Obviously Queen 7, not loving life. 7-9 and Queen 9, less likely. Credit to Davenport here. Ali.
What's happening?
He's called.
This
he
on
sniffed
a paired,
out
on a paired board, by the way. Maybe he thinks, despite the presence of a jack in his hand, that Yilmaz is forcing the issue with a busted straight, and the 3 comes in. This gives Yilmaz a winner. I don't know that... I mean, we are now betting with the best hand. Little do we know, at 350K, and sore utters on Davenport here.
This is grim, because he got his man right. He read this as a bluff. The problem is now, if he really heroes it...
Where the hell did this pot come from?
Incredible. MPO poker, Ali.
If you don't know, now you know. By the way, Davenport may projectile vomit if he somehow were to make some heroic assessment with King High.
So the problem here is, though, of course, as I said, obviously the 2 pairs on the flop, the check raise. Queen 7 doesn't life anymore, but...
Oh my God.
The Queen 9 and 9-7 are obviously made this, and they would go all 3 streets.
James.
I can understand why he might have called the turn, but this is very hard to call river. As it is, he's correct in the sense that his opponent is bluffing.
James, I'm going to run out of this booth so as to avoid any of the shrapnel once King 3 gets... Plead for Davenport's own mental health, I beg of him. To be right, but then wrong in terms of bluff catching, the incidental pair of 3s. Credit to Davenport, James.
Yeah, massive credit to Matt Davenport for thinking this along with this hand. Credit for getting past the turn. And he's so sure that his man's bluffing. He's so right that his man's bluffing. And the bluffs that are in there are like ace highs. Oh my God!
My!
Oh, he turns over 3. Oh, wow, that is sick. That is so sick.
Oh yeah, that is.
Wow, Matt
deeply
Davenport.
steamy.
That is incredible. Calling all 3 streets correctly so, Ollie.
Thank you. He saw it wrong. He thought he has king queen.
No,
you
didn't
see the
it
3 or
wrong.
you
He
think
saw
you
it
have
just
king queen?
fine, and he was dead right, and yet somehow what looked to be a totally innocent 3, visibly shaken there is Davenport.
That was
very steamy.
Queen 4.
That was an incredible call by Matt Davenport. He played that hand perfectly. Snapped, well, not snap off it, but called off the bluff, Ali. Was absolutely right. And that sickens you. Because the thing is, Ali, sometimes we say you've got to be careful when you call because you don't beat the bluffs. But the bluffs there weren't going to be ace high. Ace high's not in there. So it's only a hand that has hit a 3 on the river.
He really deserved better there, James. I know you don't often look to use that verbiage of deserve when it comes to poker, but truly your heart goes out to Davenport. I mean, that was brutality.
That's just, it's not often you use the word injustice in poker, Ollie,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's the case there.
100%. Couldn't agree with you more.
Yilmaz.
By the way, the cackle from Yilmaz as just a really nice lemon wedge into a fresh wound.
Yeah, and I don't blame Matt Davenport for being this frustrated. These are the ones that hurt the most in poker. You can take the bad beats, you can take the cold decks. When you call the river and you're correct that your man's bluffing, but somehow they miracled it.
King high, by the way. This wasn't like I've got pocket 6s or something. This was king high. How often do we get ourselves to showdown being check raised, led into on the turn, led into on the river?
The rest of the table kind of laughing at the situation, as you would, as Davenport's left the table upset.
I mean,
if you're uninvolved from the pot, it's a kind of funny situation.
By the way, I do feel compelled to put the feral cats and dogs of the Merit Complex on notice, by the way, in case Davenport is walking about later on. There could be some threats to the animal population. I kid, of course, but I mean, he is boiling, and rightfully so. Meanwhile, we turn our attention to one in progress that rates to be far less interesting. Ace-8, 5-6, Paluzzo outflopping after defending, board pairing 10 on the turn, and he will lead into this gut shot and ace-high for Habib. 80K, and that is certainly a size that Habib can continue for.
That hand is the best hand I've seen this series, Ollie.
It's so brutal, too, because, I mean, if Davenport can show down King Jack high for a winner there because the 3 doesn't roll off, that is an absolutely eyebrow-raising, I need to be very careful against this opponent, top shelf sort of moment, and instead he's forced to fold, and everyone in shock. I mean, they understand that he called with no pair. This wasn't deuces. But that is just remarkable. And Yilmaz, the unlikely beneficiary, I'm still rattled, and I didn't lose a single chip in that pot.
Yeah, actually makes me feel a bit sick, that hand. Because I've been where Davenport is. It's just horrible. Like I say, we're used to the out draws.
That was
we're used to the cold decks.
That was a slice of rancid bologna.
But that one, like I say, because he's not check raising ace high here, so you can eliminate that. So the king high is only losing to bluffs that are a 3x, which are basically shouldn't ever exist. I like the call. I really like the call. He's seen enough of Yilmaz. We saw Yilmaz opening up with Queen X, Queen 4 under the gun. Meanwhile, Habib. Getting some action, but from a hand you won't want it. Ah, Paluzzo with the squeeze. candidate. Ace Queen in the small blind. Habib, of course, let's say opening off, what, 15, 16 blinds. Perfectly enough hand to get in against that. Yilmaz showing no aggression. Surely 3-bet anything good against that stack size. Has he just gone all in? Well, just drop the hammer on him. Swayed the Yilmaz from coming in. That's one way to do it.
Yeah, a big wag of the finger here. Squeeze play with the goods out of the small.
Yeah, and Habib now
though.
this just looks like it's going to be ace king.
Yeah,
maybe
calls
ace
it
queen.
off here, and Yilmaz bows out. Paluzzo will have the 2 overs up against the underpair.
You win.
1.8 million, Yilmaz declaring a victor a bit prematurely.
But I say you win, I think.
Davenport just staring at Yilmaz there.
Good.
I mean, just daggers for eyes on Davenport as the gut shot Broadway draw fails to come in on the turn versus the set of 9s, which fill up courtesy of
What they say, 9-9 win, 9-9.
6s. So Habib taking a bite out of Paluzzo.
Davenport is not enjoying this.
Davenport
Yilmaz
is boiling.
verbal diarrhea just going on.
Just jack, don't come.
Let me tell you right now,
No jack. Unfinished story.
not since Chernobyl or more recently the Fukushima Daiichi reactor post-Japan tsunami have we seen temperatures of that nature that are percolating through Davenport's chest. I swear to God, if you put a thermometer in that man's mouth right now, you're not going to be anywhere near 98.6. And he's a pretty cool customer. But
And you're talking Celsius. Wow.
I mean, I truly, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart,
And with him, what did you
you really feel for him. You really do. We've all been in a situation like this where we do everything right. We take that rarest of moments,
Did you drink something before you come here?
summon the courage to make the play, and then somehow
too much chai.
an absolute WTF moment at Showdown.
The only sort of good thing on the horizon for him is that when there's 27 players left, there's a full redraw, so maybe he just gets away from him. Normally you want to stay near your chips, especially if you've got a read and a player like that, but this is a case where I just want to be far away from this man.
I don't know, man. I think being directly on Yilmaz's left is right where Davenport would like to be and just get his pound of flesh. Not going to have the opportunity here.
No, but one he can
I'm going to tell you
willfully
right now,
jam.
okay? A man who's willing to raise under the gun with Queen 3 offsuit. I have Ace 9 suited here. He mucks in front of me, and I'm thinking, how bad could it have been?
Yeah.
Why can't I 3-bet you here as he moves
Right.
in for almost all of it? Ace 9, Ace 3 not going to be a customer. There's another Queen 3, but in the hands of Kirichenko, this one won't be played.
Yeah, left to chip back. We're a long way from the page jump, assuming our numbers are correct. Next one coming at 26. Just curious, maybe we're a little closer to that final 3-table redraw than our graphic suggests.
James, I don't want to continue to harp on that particular pot, but
Oh,
I've been
there's
doing
smiles
this. I've been doing this for over 2 decades now. I will never forget that pot.
Yeah.
Ever. Think about the tens of thousands of hands that I've commentated on. I'm telling you right now, I'm never going to forget that pot.
You probably only commentated on a situation like that 2 or 3 times in your life.
If that.
Yeah, it's such a rare situation.
Will be 3 or 3 will be queen.
This is a place where it rated to go down, though, isn't
it?
Yeah.
Might not be the last one we see today.
It's okay. Let's gamble.
You know what? That's a pot that, not necessarily from Davenport unless you're directly friends with them, and certainly I don't think Yilmaz is going to be necessarily taking pride in it. But everybody else at this table will be talking about when the day's over with their crew. You know, we are not the only ones who will never forget that hand, and let alone Davenport.
Davenport probably not.
He's not going to forget about it. Yilmaz may gloss over at some point because he's like, that's just another day at the office. We see him with Queen 9 suited here opening. But even the other players who observed it, especially if they go back and watch the stream, because I don't believe the King Jack was shown, right?
No, he did show it.
He did show it? Okay. Meanwhile, open-ender against top pair here. Yurosov checks and faces a follow-through barrel.
We're
of
going with it.
160,000, 370 left, and does feel...
Yeah, for just a couple of kill. I think, again, actually his stack size is slightly deeper than our graphic suggests.
Yep.
Actually, maybe not. Maybe we've caught up now. It still looks like a little bit more than 370 to me.
Yilmaz likes to spin the wheel. Asks for a count. I'm not even
it's
sure
closer
he
to
got
500.
it.
It's closer to 500 than 370, but maybe 100k out.
Could Yilmaz spoil the party here for Dmitry Yurosov? Oh my. 8 on the turn, and the Jack 7 draws dead. Yurosov, great sportsmanship there. Fist bumping, but a real threat has been vanquished here. Late day 3. As Dmitry Yurosov will add to his illustrious near 4 million in career tournament earnings. And of course, the man to do it, Yilmaz. Remember that time Matt Davenport had King Jack?
I was just thinking, if he doesn't, if he spins us up and gets a good result in the tournament, he'll get over that hand. If he doesn't, I guarantee you, for the next sort of 10 days, he'll wake up every day thinking of that hand. It'll be the first thought that comes to his mind. If he were to bust out soon, if he gets a spin going, it'll be different. I guarantee you.
It's not.
That's the hand that you do wake up from.
Red.
That one left me breathless. It really did.
Your friends will be proud of you.
This is the right attitude.
I'm first. Oh.
Davenport now, 11 blinds, Queen 9 suited. Looking up at that screen, we're showing 28 left, so we are 1 away from the redraw, and thus 2 away from a pay jump. That's why he's going to leave a chip back.
$545,000 with Queen 9 suited. Queen 9 performed quite well moments ago for Yilmaz. Luzo King Jack will pass.
Ooh, Buelis. Ace Queen in the small blind. Davenport dominated.
Ace is now.
Habib. Gonna get to the fun squeeze, Ali, when it's a razor. Well, 2 all-ins in front of you. See what you can squeeze out.
Oh, you can make call.
Awful to be up against Ace Queen here.
Okay, Liverpool.
Davenport in bad shape. And might this be the death blow to his stack, which was decimated by Yilmaz. 7-7-5 board. Double pairs now, so some outs to a chop.
Right.
The 7 or 5 roll off. A 9 is a clean winner, and instead it is the Queen, adding some insult, false sense that maybe you've gotten there. And we say goodbye to Matthew Davenport, the Englishman, from Cheshire.
Yeah.
1 3/4 millions in career tournament earnings, 150K, his all-time highest cash. He's going to take home
and
a nice finish under normal circumstances, 10K, but, you know, this is deep displeasure that is leaving the room.
And it felt like some sincere, you know, goodbyes there from his table mates, because
Yeah.
they all recognized
Yeah.
how sick that was, how well he had his man read to get punished like that.
And wait for me. Players, dealers do not deal.
Okay, action being held up here.
And dealers, the clock.
Yes, Ollie, it's the final 27 redraw course now we've got there. Obviously, we just saw Davenport in 28, Dimitri also from 29. I do have some bad news to report, Ollie.
Tell me.
Our man, our colleague, Andrew Picasso Headley, was the one eliminated in 30th, leading up to this final 3-table redraw.
Gutting. And obviously we will await tales from outside action that will maybe inform us as to exactly how Andrew Headley met his demise. I suspect it's not as filthy as the bulk of the damage incurred by Matthew Davenport, James.
No, it can't be. I don't know what it is. It won't be as bad as that.
No, no question about it. Okay, it's going to be a brief break. We are going to redraw with 27 left. 3 tables worth of participants remaining here in this Merit Western Poker Series. 10,570 guaranteed and a pay jump on tap to 12,050. So then stay close, grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever you do, don't turn away from what has been the single greatest day of coverage I have ever been a part of from here at the Merit Complex, and I suspect we'll have more where that came from. Keep it close. Ace-Jack and below are ever a part of the flatting range for Karami.
Yeah, he's just really hoping this is Jacks. 10s maybe. I think 9's pretty fold on Sarkis. Wow.
Well, this could get a little bit interesting, James, insofar as a side pot could develop.
Well, I'm curious how this plays out, right? Because Karami has flat, a very sizable bet of 200k against what's supposed to be a very tight range. And he has 1 million chips behind.
1.1.
Count requested.
And he's going to play aces and kings this way as well. You think he should play all his range as a flat here that continues. So if his range that continues is kind of 10s plus an ace-king, then do we really want to raise ace-king into that range? Or do we just want to perhaps call? Take this to the streets. If he's jamming here, he's trying to make this hand fold and jacks fold. And that's what he's going to go for. He's going to go for the raise, make it 500,000. How sick is Dashley feeling right now?
Oh, I mean, listen,
But
whatever
Karami-
Tashlev is feeling, Karami is actually the one who has added risk.
I think.
In some ways, Tashlev can just kind of accept that it is what it is. But
Yeah, I think Karami. I think with Jacks we just fold this spot, and I think with Queens we're kind of supposed to as well. It's like, do I think my opponent? We can rule out Saki's ever having less than Queens and Ace King, I think.
it does feel like of the unpaired hands, Ace-King is dead bottom of range, especially considering we block Ace-Queen with Queens. We don't ever expect that kind of hand to respond in this way. Even with the most liberal of big stack behavior, this is just one of those spots that
Saki's has made this move just hoping it's not up against Aces and Kings. And obviously with the card removal having that combo and just trying to make Queens, Jacks and 10s fold.
But imagine the opportunity before Karami if he happens to get it in and hold. Note that one of the aces is busy in Tashleyev's hand. The king really the only threat. Granted, there are still 2 aces in the deck, but he's in a great way. Just look, 56% equity.
Yeah, but you're either this or dead.
Yeah.
There is no middle ground here.
Unfortunately, you're right about that.
And with a million chips behind on the bubble, or near enough to the bubble, it's not like Sakis can ever be light here. He's going to have to turn his hand over. It's not...
Well, listen, we could potentially play some streets. I mean, I doubt that Karami's going to flat. It's either all in or fold, but...
Well, there is an argument for potentially playing that way in that we kind of... If flop comes no ace, no king, maybe go with it.
Wow, he does
good
lay
fold.
down the 2 queens and...
Very good fold. Nicely done by Sarkis. Obviously, with the chip lead, just pressuring that stack. No, he can get queens to fold. Tashliev basically dead. Obviously, the
Good luck, my friend.
equity representing the queens being live, but we know there's only one left.
Yeah. Line 5 tray. The queens would have been holding on here as a missed opportunity. 10 on the turn and the ace-queen, all but drawing dead. Just one actual queen remains in the deck, as we saw 2 of them hit the muck already. Is it there? No. And 8 on the river. And Sarkis earns himself that one as he bullies, muscles 2 queens out.
Very good.
A few years. And of course, right here, Galung Wei, we've seen a number of times on the stream here. So these names are starting to appear, obviously.
Yeah.
It was hard to get in and out of China for the last few years. That's now subsided, and we're going to see a lot more of that.
And credit, by the way, to, Gai Liang for, or Guo Liang, rather, Wei, for coming out and grinding away here. $3,300 buy-in, a man with $2.3 million in career tournament earnings. Still taking the trip, putting in the effort, cutting his teeth.
You notice Yakuli in a not dissimilar situation from what we saw a moment ago, but the blinds have not gone up. So he's got 13 blinds. Decided to rip it under the gun with ace, queen of diamonds, Troyanovsky. Just like the last time we saw a bigger hand waiting in the next seat behind.
Yeah, this is really devastating. This does feel like a dead man walking proposition here.
Yeah, and Troyanovsky differently in the sense that he only has double the bet. Obviously just going to rip in his range here as opposed to peeling.
If they wake up with something, they wake up with something.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm going to dominate Iakuli. And C5 in what will be just shy of a 300K pot, I believe, once the excess is pulled back.
Yeah, 400. Yakuli in for 198, right? So a chance to get back into it here.
Good point.
But not been a great visit to our feature table, Ali. There are still 5 cards there.
Don't put that in the zeitgeist. Put it in the universe.
King in the window, but not dead.
Backdoor diamonds, perhaps some Broadway. The possibilities right now for Yakuli, you can see tense moments for him. Now the queen on the turn. It will require another one as a queen alone on the river will save Yakuli. And instead, it's the deuce of clubs, giving Troyanovsky the nuts.
I just thought he was going to get there for a second.
No, it's...
Yeah, GG's
5%.
Yakuli.
But yeah.
He fought, Ollie. We'll give
He
him
did.
that.
He did. He went
go-
down deflating, sort of unraveling there
Nice hand.
for the Italian.
Every time.
As he will not make the money here in spite of 3 days of play.
Sarkis, Troyanovsky kind of... Oh, nice. Yeah, yours was nice too. You know, both having ace king against ace queen, knocking an opponent out. It's like, we're on the same page here. Sarkis looks down at ace king himself.
This is
That's
just
it's quite cute little table mates.
Yeah, sure.
You do it with ace king, I do ace king. This is easy. Huh?
I'll tell you what, it's all fun and games until the two of them get locked up in a pot, which we presume at some point they will. But Sarkis, for the time being, under the gun with ace king. And when he's loaded in the way that he is here, we see Leon flat calling with the king 10 suited, perhaps again sensing that Sarkis' range is going to be very broad at present.
It is.
Flats and Barca with a couple of sevens on the button. We haven't seen him get involved. I'm sorry, James.
No, yeah, and this is actually quite interesting. Obviously, take away the fact that we're on the bubble, and this would be probably quite an easy call for him. Just set mine against these two big stacks. Wow, this I wasn't expecting. I was thinking maybe he's just looking to fold this hand because we're so close to the money. Doesn't need to get involved, but he's gone super extreme, and he's just going to be putting it in for a flip here because it's not getting through, Ollie.
This is a deep squeeze. 165K, and this is kind of commitment.
And it's kind
Sarkis will ask for the rest, no doubt.
It's kind of wild, Ollie, because Lian has strong hands here when he flats the undergun open. He doesn't really want to 3-bet with hands like 10s and ace
How often
queen.
is he trapping?
Lian, well, that's what I'm saying. He's trapping by just the fact that he doesn't get to 3-bet with a lot of hands, so he just has to play them as cool. So that
Welcome back to continuing coverage of day 3 of this Merit Poker Western Series main event. I'm currently hiding, James. I'm afraid of what might be happening just based on what we saw already here today. I'm scared to look.
yeah, that was a pretty tough beat, that one there. 3 on the river. Not one you were expecting to see, and you probably wouldn't expect to see me over here either.
Wait,
there
what?
we go.
I mean, I told everybody, don't look away. You know, there's something in the air here today, and it was exemplified, obviously, in that Matt Davenport moment there. I mean, just inexplicable, unjust. I mean, you know, one that's going to stick with him and anybody who was there for it for some time to come.
As we said before, we so used to seeing bad beats. You see a player. We saw Gromov earlier get aces in the ace queen. It's brutal. Gets outdrawn. But we've seen that before. You kind of don't feel too sorry for someone. It's just like, oh, well, you move on. That one, I feel sorry for Matt Davenport. It's very rare I feel sorry for someone whilst I'm sitting in the booth because he deserved better.
Yeah. Yeah, he really did. I mean, there's just no two ways about it as we dive right back into the action here at the new feature table. You will see some familiar faces out there. Shugralin is back.
Yeah, redraws such a big part of the game. 27 left. Everyone has developed at some point some history by now with other players.
Actually, I'm not sure I see Shugralin out there, so hold the phone on that declaration. Of course, we do recognize Fabio Paluzzo. 27 players remaining here. Pay jump of $1,500 roughly.
If you
Can slide into the top 26.
7-10 offsuit.
Kirichenko. Oh wait, is this an all-in and a... The cards on the back, Solly.
Yeah, they certainly are. It
Here we go.
kind of slid in there quickly. Ace-8 against Ace-6 on the all-heart board. Did you manage to catch a glimpse of whether or not anybody had a heart there?
There were no hearts out there. Oh, hello.
Now both players picking up straight draws. Advantage Ace-8 in all of the ways. And the 8 will play. So just like that, we've lost Mr. Plant.
GG, buddy.
GG's issued, and the pay jump realized by the field.
Yeah, good point.
Don't think Plant was all that deep, by the way, for what it's worth.
No, according to Poker News, he had one of the shortest stacks coming into the last 3 tables.
Nine suited for Frida. Makes it 150,000 to go. Kovic with a couple of 7s.
Yeah, Hrabic has obviously lost a lot of the chips I saw him with earlier, down to sub 30 blinds.
Roman playing the 7s as a flat, inviting Mokrani, who just brought us to 26 players.
Yeah, pretty.
To come along in the hijack with the Queen 10 offsuit. Paluzzo Ace-3 suited. James, I apologize.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Hrabic. So I thought we may just see him fold playing sub 30 against under the gun open. Got the whole table behind to worry about. Obviously playing against a pretty tight range, but this is actually quite a nice development for him because it makes his hand a lot easier to play. At this point, we're hitting a 7, or we're not interested, and it's going to go 5 ways. So it's getting a great price on that 150k. So 3x as well. Note here, Frida, we played. You 3x them under the gun, you can pick up 4 callers. It's like, really? Let's go, Kirichenko's thinking about doing something else. Well, maybe he is. I mean, again, this comes down to so much. I haven't seen Frida play. I don't know if you have, Ali, but...
No, this is my first opportunity,
Does
and
make the move.
Kirichenko does go for it here. His final 1.4 million, shy of 30 bigs, and you see Hrabic. Not lost on him is what looks like such a tempting spot to jam with, you know, a reasonably wide variety of hands, not all of which are beating the 7s.
Correct. There's going to be some like Ace-5 suited kind of hands, and obviously some flips. But I think Hrabic is going to look around this field and think there might be a better spot than calling it off with 7s against Kirichenko here.
Sure.
Sorry? 1,450,000? No, wait, it's not correct. It's not 1,450,000.
Yeah, it's correct.
Correct, correct.
1,500,000. 450. Yeah, I didn't understand 450. Okay.
Not 50, 15.
Wonder if... I was wondering if that was something nefarious by Hrabic. Maybe...
What do you mean?
Angling to get a bit more time. Obviously, shot clock's now in play. Whether he's sort of querying the dealer's count, because when he asks for a count, the dealer has to pause his clock.
Ultimately does end up folding the 7s. And Everybody else gives way promptly thereafter.
I'm not saying I actually think that was happening. I don't think that was happening there, but it's
Non-zero.
something that, like, maybe those of us watching could think, oh, maybe if I'm in a position where I'm under time pressure, I could query the amount and make the dealer count it again. It's a nice little trick. Basically, it's something I'm sure Lapin's done.
It's an idea, I think, is a fair way to describe it. Nicely done, by the way, for Kirichenko. That was a man sticking his neck on the chopping block there, and great rewards for having done so. A nice pickup without even having to see a flop.
Ollie, it's been a good and a bad day for me, I feel.
Why is that?
Well, I've had 2 visits to the Diamond Buffet, but I didn't make it to the spa. I didn't complete the trifecta.
And your horse has been dismounted in 30th.
My horse is, yeah, throwing its rider.
Yep. Nice ROI for you, though, as percentages go.
Yeah, not complaining.
Paluzzo.
It's nice to book a win on a day, Ollie.
On the button. Min-raise open here. Kirichenko, the heart of a lion beating in that chest. And of course, we already knew that after what was the other incredible hand that we observed on the day. One of really several that have caught our interest. As gloves have certainly come off. This is a bare knuckle affair out there today. Victor Frida now ace-3 suited in the big. We know these hands are candidates. Yeah. All in, he says.
Wow, these guys aren't messing around.
Yeah, do you want to play for it all, Fabio?
This is for 26 blinds in total. These guys are really going aggro.
Yeah.
And Peluso actually with a decision here. I think 26 is too much, Ollie. But he's tempted. I think if he had 20, we'd be in. There is some ICM consideration here as we approach this final table. It starts to become a thing again. I mean, it's a thing throughout the tournament, but you know what I mean.
Sure.
Comes down to whether he thinks his opponent is going to be 3-bet inducing with ace-queen, ace-king, and queens plus. If he thinks it's hands like this and maybe some queen-jack, king-jack, especially the suited varieties, maybe some small pairs. But then again, you know, do we want to flip for it all, calling it off with 26 left? I shouldn't think so, and neither does he.
You see him a little bit curious as to what emboldened the big blind to come after him like that.
Have you gotten over that hand yet, Ollie?
I don't think I'll ever get over it. Is it the central focus of all on my mind at present? The answer is no.
Oh, we've reduced a few percent, have we?
Round of mucks, which are continued, and now Kirichenko ace-3 suited on the button. This will be a comfortable open. Upstairs we go. And it'll be a raise and take it affair. Even Hrabic, who isn't afraid to get in there with a broad array of holdings. Not going to dig in with that 8-3 offsuit. This is kind of a welcome respite, you know, a merciful calm in the air on the back end of that break. It was just dizzying what was going on at this featured table. Di Nicola, by the way, was responsible for some raised eyebrows with what was a very aggressive approach to the affair.
He always
was
is.
last at the feature.
Oh, he always is one to raise the eyebrows.
Reputation precedes him.
Yeah, obviously, as I've said before this week, because we've had him on the feature a few times. First time I saw him was at that Colossus that was his Bug Europe that he took down, where he really went battling. He hasn't disappointed.
King 4 suited up front, by the way.
Here in
This is far from compulsory. And Victor Frida, who took kit of this nature and jammed with it moments ago, now sitting on 2 million on the button. Slightly different prospect. Let's see what he has on his mind.
Yeah, he can certainly go for a 3-bet hit. But it's...
He plays it as a flat, James.
Is he put in 175? What's going on here?
I think it was 4 quarters and a 50K chip. In any case, he is heads up, top pair for Di Nicola.
Yeah, he's peeled, which is okay. You can 3-bet, you can peel. Obviously, he doesn't really have that many hands. He wants to 3-bet, get 40 bigs in, I guess. At this stage, it's under the gun, so favouring the peel. Di Nicola c-betting, having flopped that top pair. Small bet, 90K, getting a call from Frida here with the backdoor nut diamonds, which have become a thing.
Yeah, peeling was Victor. And now he's found himself a card that's going to keep him invested in this one. And with the check in front of him, he obviously can do one of two things. The first would be just try to end it here, but the check back obviously feels nice.
I think it's one of one things here. I think when we call here, we can't get a better card than this to start bluffing. Di Nicola's going to be in there with some hands that just can't continue, and you can actually size it and kind of make it hard for, like I said, Ace-Jack maybe to continue as well. All those kind of small pocket pairs have to go away. We see he's in here with King 4, could be in there with all sorts of nonsense. And Frida, calling the button, gets to have some hands like King Queen, King 10 suited perhaps, pocket 5s. So has plenty of strength. I like this for Di Nicola, though, recognizing that situation, allowing his opponent to start putting chips in the pot. Concern for Di Nicola to see that 9, because one of the more natural bluffs for Frida, in fact, the most natural bluff, would be Queen Jack.
450.
Now, feel free to follow up. It's unfortunate to have an ace. You want them to have Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen here.
Yeah, you're right about that.
But he gets to have Queen-Jack, and we don't always have to have a card that, you know, in our hand to rep that. He has King-10, he can have 5s, he can have Queen-Jack. He doesn't have that many bluffs.
Well, the pot is up to 1.8, and he's betting 660. And
yeah,
boy, that is the right kind of size that leaves King 4 wondering.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie, piece it together.
Flat before the flop.
Jack 9 suited that still bluffs. But
he flatted the button before the flop against the early raise from Di Nicola.
Yeah.
He then came along on the flop in the face of the c-bet.
Right.
Decided to activate on the turn and is still betting here on this river.
Yeah, this...
Even better, King X, one pair could be a part of this.
Well, as I'm saying, like King Queen's certainly a contender. Maybe King Jack, but I don't think King Jack necessarily bets this. But King Queen, King 10, pocket 5s. And then the bluffs aren't that many. He made the call.
Yeah, he certainly did. Frida gave it his all there. Di Nicola just too sticky.
It's funny because Frida turned his card over one by one there. Whichever one he turned over first, Di Nicola knew he'd won the pot because there was no way it was going to be ace, king, or aces.
Yeah, good point. So, Emano Di Nicola, 92 big blinds, 5.5 million. Sits at the top of the leaderboard where the blinds have gone to 30 and 60,000. Amir Toma, second in chips. Mohamed Mokrani, third, and then a massive drop-off to Kirichenko and company. As Frida now the short stack after that failed bluff moments ago here on day 3. Now granted, there is no actual price for our streams, they're free of charge. But still, the saying of we're getting our money's worth does apply, as even this crew, which doesn't have quite the same ingredients of the one that preceded it, has given us much to sink our teeth into.
What amazes me here, Ali, is just the depth of stacks. Got a 90 big blind plus stacks with what's the final level of day 3, the penultimate day of the Western main event.
At this table in particular, I'm kind of zeroing in on what is a very unique dynamic in the haves and the have-nots, a real clear division between the 80-plus bigs and then the guys that are sitting with far less. And you wonder how that's going to play itself out here. Although very scrappy and very determined and with plenty of fight in them have the shorter stacks been thus far here. Meanwhile, Queen 9 suited for Hrabic, who has played buy-ins as big as $100,000. Yet here he is, grinding away in this $3,300 main event. A lot of respect, by the way, earned from me. Clubs are smothered as Mokrani defends. Does straddle that 3 of clubs, although would be quite ambitious to proceed, depending on the sizing, settled upon by Hrabic with second pair.
Yeah, obviously button v big. We do have some checkbacks on this kind of board. I'm not sure this is going to be one of them. It is. There we go.
And a deuce connects with Mokrani, who might very well think that one pair could be good with some frequency. It will depend, of course, on how Hrabic proceeds from this point forward. Second check in front of him. Very balanced, by the way, for Hrabic to take a dryish board with the lack of suits. You know, obviously some coordination between the jack and the 9, and play it as a check back.
Yeah, especially he's done this with an overcard to the top card, a backdoor flush draw, and of course a card that connects with the jack 9 aspect of the board in the queen. So that's why he's chosen this as a check back. And I bet 175. Mokrani, maybe suspicious about the check back, but as you mentioned, Hrabic is going to be very balanced here, one imagines. But Mokrani not going to pay it off.
I like that refrain there from
nice.
Mokrani. As played, you know, those lines sometimes will lure your opponents into thinking that you're just taking a shot and maybe the deuce wants to bluff catch, but just content to release.
Yeah, those delayed C-bets, pardon me, always do carry a little bit more weight. It seems they're far more successful at getting folds. The old school theory being, if you've got nothing, you bet the flop. If you've got something you're worried about getting blasted off, you check back. So therefore the check and then bet does seem to be a bit stronger.
Pocket fours just put directly into the bin by Paluzzo there.
Yeah, tough to play that from +1 on this lineup.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Seems like anybody who pops their head up out of the sand promptly gets smacked. But it's a testament to the fact that there is a lot of talent in this final 26.
Yep.
Deeply experienced players, players that are very familiar with one another, histories, and that are just well suited to be making these deep runs here in a Merit main. Mokrani now, queen deuce of spades, limping. Di Nicola wagging his finger with the ace-8 of clubs, obviously irritating to be ushered out of this one. But for 190, Mokrani decides that he wants to take this flop. So an extra 130K invested as Di Nicola goes beneath the hood. King Jack 8, he flops bottom pair and backdoor clubs. Much more than we can say for Mokrani.
Yeah. Gonna bet that 8. Should see the end of the pot, but Ollie, we've seen some stuff today.
Check call of 100K as Mokrani pursued backdoor equity.
Yeah, just the weakest of backdoor, obviously, working around the king jack.
Here's the thing about this play, though. It draws the check back from Di Nicola and now opens the door potentially for Mokrani to do something like represent a jack, which would certainly be credible when we limp, call the raise, check call the flop, check the turn now.
It's possible Mokrani just checks if he's got the best hand, because he's putting his opponent on a hand like 10-3 off or 9-5 off that's raised.
Yeah, I mean,
he's limped in. It doesn't. If he's bluffing here, he's bluffing to make queen high and ace high fold, and actually quite a narrow part of the range.
I will say that with some frequency, we do know the big blinds to like to put the raise in against the small blind limp so as not to be forced to play the poor part of their range, even with position. So maybe that's what was on Mokrani's mind, is Di Nicola able to check back the river as well and take that one. King Jack suited should lure Paluzzo forward. .125 to go, and we're stopped on Di Nicola in the small blind with a dominant hand, as it turns out, and a big stack of 5.8. Suspicions that he will be heard from.
Yeah, I don't think we want to do anything but call here. But then Nicola usually surprises me. Oh, part of it is a small blind. Sorry, I've misread the action. I thought it was big blind for a second.
No, but
even then, I mean, it's still perfectly reasonable to just call from the small blind.
Does come with the 3-bet, though, and it's back over to Paluzzo, who will have position if he chooses to proceed. I think at this price, even with just 1.1 million back, James, do we feel compelled? It's Di Nicola. I mean, the big stack, we expect him to be up to no good.
That's what goes into my head here. It's who it is doing the 3-betting, and that might lead me into having a peek at 3.
I don't want to make a meal of it, but the two playing under the Italian banner, perhaps some histories, some, you know, more intimate familiarity with one another's games.
Certainly possible. It's quite nice from Di Nicola, because I guess he can 3-bet fold here pretty comfortably, and he does root out all the better hands. They are all going to jam on him. Yeah, I think ace queen still does always jam here against Di Nicola. Kind of nice when he gets taken to the flop, but keeps it easy for himself there.
Yeah, he sure does. And, you know,
Questa mi sapeva proprio finta.
a little Italian exchange there, maybe asking if it was the real deal being reassured.
Forse sei l'unico con la faccia bianca. Avevo una bella mano. Vedrai pure tu.
I often liken wading through these waters, late stage like this, to going for a swim. You know, you don't want to enter murky waters. You want to keep things clear, give yourself good vision. And
Exactly right.
the way that you're able to do that is to just not take those sorts
Yeah,
of spots.
he's better. Yeah.
Just simplifies the game a little bit. Now, granted, we do need to embrace the discomfort that is sometimes involuntarily put upon us by
You've never
opponents.
experienced discomfort in your life, Ollie.
Oh, yeah.
Your
Well,
entire life is built around making sure you only ever feel comfort.
Yeah, today was a really comfortable day for me, James.
What happened? Was the spa not?
One of the most violent 15-minute ordeals as a short seller in the markets was endured by yours truly.
Who felt worse? You in those moments or Matt Davenport when he saw King 3?
Davenport, I'm telling you right now, was a Zen warrior compared to what I was sensing midway through today's trading session. Meanwhile, pocket sevens here as our first involvement from Hadi Khorbin, of Iran. I should be pronouncing this flawlessly.
Your people.
My people.
Mokrani flooding 7th, allowing Palooza to do the same from the big. There it is.
6-4 deuce. Bottom set for Palooza, a dream.
Yeah, and Mokrani.
Yeah, he's got trouble.
Bin checks to him here. I feel like he's got to bet this for protection, for value. Hard for Horbin to bet this.
I mean, with the big blind in there,
Yeah.
it's much harder. Obviously, if it was only the flat call of Mokrani behind, he doesn't assign this part of the deck to that range.
He's going to bet once small, hoping that Mokrani's in here with, you know, some sort of Broadway combo that doesn't want to continue, and then Palooza could just have anything.
No, he's in there with an overpair, overpair which is in dire shape.
Yeah, but this... Actually, Simi plays this as a call, and obviously it's down to Palooza how he wants to play. And obviously it's just a really safe-looking board. The problem is when we call, it so often just checks through on the turn. So you kind of lose a street. But then Palooza has less than pot left anyway. So maybe he doesn't mind too much if he loses a street. Oh, I love that maneuver there. Oh, but he's smiling whilst doing it. Come on.
This is cheeky. Bet and call of 175, and nobody thinks that this man is plunking out a whole host of time banks because he's got a set.
Oh, but this looks fake to me. You see that move when sometimes people are facing a big river bet for their life, they throw all the chips out. He's trying to make out like I've got a really tough decision here. Throw all the cards in, like, there you go. He does decide just to rip it. And Mokrani now, I think, might have to call this early.
Well, let's see. Math is going to have something to do with it here.
Yeah, the 4-5s, the 4-3s, the 5-6s of the world.
He has Palooza well covered. That is the silver lining to being wrong if we do make the call. And, of course, he's not drawing dead with 2 to come.
And when you're wrong, you know, it might be a 6-4. But, I mean, the deuce-4 unlikely to be peeling from the big blind. The 6-deuce unlikely to be peeling from the big blind in this 3-way pot. 6s, 4s, deuces, and then those pair plus draw combos is where most of this resides. Obviously, when you've got 7s, you block 5-7, which is one you want to see. I just don't think we can fold here. No, unless he decides he folds 7s, and maybe 8s, and calls the rest. But I mean, he flat against the hijack. He doesn't have like the greatest stuff. Yeah, I like the Koali. Just a little unfortunate he's run into it.
Yeah. And not lost on everyone is going to be this posturing, you know, this very
he did it and then almost
ambitious-
smiled to himself, if you saw. It
Yeah,
was like,
yeah.
oh, I've been thinking about doing that one for a while. Well then.
Oh, my goodness. The 7 rolls off right away, perhaps punishing Paluzzo for the acting job. He does have one out, but of course, it's always a tall order. And
Ali.
that was...
Barbecue duck.
Yeah, yeah. Scallions, hoisin sauce, a pancake, all being applied to Paluzzo there.
Yeah. Wow.
You know, as David Lappin
He hasn't
referred
even
to
reacted
it,
to it.
the deck, at every given opportunity, has chosen violence here on day 3. Look at Ravic just getting a real laugh out of that one. And Moqtadi with a massive capital infusion here. I don't say this enough, but the elegance of the dealers here, the sort of technical flawlessness that we observe out of them time and again, series after series, really a benchmark, sort of a gold standard, James, if I'm being honest. And you know, they don't have the shuffle machines. They're out there doing it old school. Anna here, among the best.
How many names you know of the dealers here, Ali?
Just one.
Oh, okay.
Suppose that does make one wonder why I know that one name.
I'll say nothing.
Relax. Everybody relax.
Just also happens to be when you want to praise the dealers is when the one dealer's in the box, you know the name. Well, I'm saying nothing else.
No, but I'm not referring specifically to her. I mean, each and every one of the crew that come out here, many of whom
you're
are
not wrong,
from
I'm
overseas, you know, terrific. A lot of them are really hot, too, James, just if that's what you're trying to get me to cop to. Yeah, I think got an attractive dealer core. How about an attractive stack? Just look at that.
Yeah, that's monstrous.
Stack envy.
Over 6 million chips, over 10% of chips in plate. That's a good mark to be at. When you start getting to double digits of chips in plate, you know you're doing all right.
That you are.
Sad, Ollie. Tomorrow's our last day.
Oh, listen. We got a lot more poker between now and drawing a curtain on this particular event, and I, for one, am delighted that we do, because it takes a lot for me to get pretty damn excited about a poker tournament. You know, I've presided over £1 million buy-in events. 100Ks are like an everyday affair when I'm working Triton. These mains provide so much entertainment, and this setup here with pocket tens for Corbin against...
Yeah, too much loving life finding this, Ali.
Yeah.
Sub 10. I mean, you'd be loving life finding it sub 30, let alone sub 10. In their rifle, he won't like the fact that the call comes from a hand he's flipping against. He can get called by plenty worse here.
Gentlemen, start your engines as we're off to the races in a 1.1 million chip pot. Corbin on his feet, looking over. Does have the best of it. Almost a 3-2 favorite, but a king on the flop, and problems now, especially with hearts covered.
Tuma not celebrating just yet.
No, it's been a set-rich environment, not on this turn, and needs to stay clean on this river as well, which it does. Corbin looking for a count. Pretty chunky bite going to be taken out of his stack.
You see how Habrits just approached that bottle of water?
I didn't.
Sort of picked the water up. It's the same glass bottles they've been drinking all week. And he gazed at it for a little while. decided it met his standards, and then opened it.
Nice one. Yeah.
Nothing gets by you, Dempsey.
No,
Especially
not when it comes
carbohydrates.
to consuming. I am somewhat of a consumer. Mostly I'm sad, Ali, because obviously when I go home, I have to make my own food.
What do you cook at home, James? Inquiring minds want to know, or perhaps they don't.
Actually, I cook pretty healthy when I'm at home, which is obviously
It's the only way you can afford to continue to work this gig.
Otherwise, I'd be the size of a house.
I wonder if, much like in a casino, you can self-bar. If you could self-bar from the buffet, or, you know, say, hey, listen, I want you guys to charge me every time I come in.
It's not going to slow me down.
Yeah, it's
He had 6 BB.
Di Nicola not being slowed down. Look at this. The Queen 3
I see that fell off. It was,
is perhaps a thing. Ilmaz, remember, under the gun had a Queen 3.
Soika's here.
Is that Ilhar Soika?
Okay, moved over here as we balance. 25 remain. Yeah, I mean, Nicola gets the raise up off that monstrous stack, obviously pretty wide. More and more of this as we get nearer the money, nearer the final table, I should say. Rabbit's Queen 6 suited in the big. He can defend this off 20. And well, likes the flop, but he's actually gone behind.
Look at this. Hrabec with a dominant queen flops himself a spade draw while Di Nicola connects improbably with the 3. And now both players with flush draws and open enders. A very spicy jack of diamonds delivered to the board after a couple of checks in a 340K pot.
Kind of scary, though, for Hrabec to bet. He might go for like a small blocky sizing here, Ali.
What do you think, like 85?
Yeah, like maybe just over 100, like a third, 30%.
No, instead he checks once more. But obviously, if he does face a bet here from Di Nicola, which Emano could certainly deliver options
I think
for Hrabec.
Yeah, Di Nicola can certainly go two ways here. He's going to go bigger sizing if he bets, I think. Yeah, 260. He's trying to pressure a hand like a 9 and even a 10 here. Going much bigger sizing. His objective by betting is obviously different to that would be Hrabec was betting. And it really, really makes it hard for even a hand as strong as this to continue. Thing is, though, we have a check in this to fold. He goes the other way, checking it to check jam. Holy power play here.
Yeah, absolutely. I suspected this could go down. Look at Di Nicola asking for the count, by the way. He can well afford to try to deal a knockout blow to Hrabec right now. Note, by the way, that 3 has him in front. He can't imagine that that's the case.
There's no way he thinks he's good here. I think that maybe up against a 2-pair type hand. Check jam this. Maybe some draws. If he factors in some draws, then obviously he's going to look at his 3 and go, this could be the key card here. 1.2 the bet. It was over 260, right? So he's got 900K to call. So he's getting a little worse than 2 to 1. I think if he was getting better than 2 to 1, he would just have to call.
Nervy moments here for Hrabec, who really gave this one all he could.
It has to be a lot more than 2 to 1 for him to call. Well, not a lot more, but. Yeah, the 3 definitely playing a role in his hand, Ali, because you can expect to see hands like this at some frequency. And obviously, he blocks the Queen X of diamonds, naturally, having Queen X of diamonds himself. Queen X of spades is a possibility. Jack 10 10-9, Jack-9, all possibilities. Maybe it was a big bet, 260, after checking back flop. I bet's confident making this move because he has that draw, but also Queen of Spades blocking King Queen, which is the most like he does make the call. Here we go. He's going to be so happy when he sees this.
Hrabich, conversely, is going to be sick to his stomach.
2.7 million chip pot. Queen high versus a pair of threes, Ali. We've
just
seen it
any-
all today.
Not just any queen high, spade draw, sharing the open end, and hitting the 6 on the river.
The 6. What a ridiculous way to get that pot done.
Avoiding elimination in the most improbable of fashion there, and even Di Nicola must smile, left obviously with a very playable 4.8 million. That's insanity again.
Yeah, it's not the Davenport hand, but it's in the same vein. We're seeing a 2.8 million chip pot.
1.2, right?
2 players having an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw, both making a pair. Rabbits. Lucky. Di Nicola's not that upset because he thought I'm calling off trying to get lucky here. And just has to laugh at how that one played out.
I can't. I don't remember. We came back from the break, and I was hiding underneath my jacket, and with good reason. This is nightmare fuel, the stuff that's going. I mean, people are going to see ghosts, you know? This deck should get a job haunting houses. This is just unbelievable.
Wow. Yeah, if it came the conventional way, spade, we'd be like, oh.
No,
okay.
no.
6.
It's just, it looks so innocent.
Yeah.
You know, we both overlook the 6 as an out. We think 8 or a king for the chop, spade for the win.
You might have overlooked
just,
Charlie.
just bink.
I'm teasing. Before we could think it came out, it's just 6.
It's just...
You're feeling for these guys, aren't you?
Well, I mean, Di Nicola doesn't require the same level of sympathy that obviously Davenport did
It's
in
a very
spot
different
such as
situation,
that.
this one.
Completely different, but, you know, again, just wild.
It was a
Absolutely
reasonable
wild.
It was a reasonable bluff and a reasonable call.